Chapter 301 Zhu Kun becomes emperor. The disaster of the 8 ancient tribes. Recalling the position left by Zhu Kun in his heart before he left, Long Fei directly opened a void teleportation wormhole in the sky leading to the Taiyu ancient dragon realm, creating a void teleportation wormhole out of thin air. You are worthy of being a gang leader. Seeing the void teleportation wormhole appearing in front of him, Patriarch Huayun immediately slapped the dragon's fart. He is not completely arrogant, because even if he has become a 2-star fighting saint, it is impossible for him to teleport the wormhole in the void like this. It will take at least a few minutes to appear, and he needs a location information. He understood this method as the skill of the SI-star fighting saint. Let go. Long Fei took the lead and entered the void teleportation wormhole with a calm presence. Ancestor Huayun did not dare to neglect and immediately followed. As the two people entered, the entrance to the cave was immediately closed. The NET step is to wait. Taiyu ancient dragon realm is located in a remote place in the center of Zhongzhou. It is extremely far away from the burning flame valley. It would take at least half a month to fly there. There is no exaggeration at all. Zhongzhou is really huge, and this is the original world. Of course, the above speed is only for the rest of the people. If Long Fei himself uses the lightning flash step, it shouldn't take him a day to arrive. Anyway, he hasn't tried it yet and doesn't know how many days it will take. As time went by, it quickly entered today's night. At this moment, in a somewhat remote area in the center of Zhongzhou, a wormhole in the sky opened and a young man and an old man floated out. Of course, it was Long Fei and Huayun. Is this right here? Long Fei observed the surrounding. The desert on the left and the large mountains on the right were all occupied by messy terrain. The aura of the magical beast here was very fierce. The level of these magical beasts must not be low. It's getting dark. It's surrounded by desert mountains and there are no inns. Let's just find a place to sit down and have a meal. Long Fei flew downward and came to the back of a large mountain. He pinched the mountain in front of him and a force directly made a small hole in this place. Long Fei said, I'm hungry, go and catch the monster. Be careful. The monsters here are probably at least 8 levels. As for the 9th level, that is a fighting saint and there should not be any here. It's just an 8th level monster. I can kill it easily. I'll go right away. Master, please wait a moment. After saying that, he left here directly. Long Fei lay down directly, put his hands under his head and looked up at the black sky of Dochi continent. There are many stars above which look very small from here. I wonder if there is a great master or a world like Lindong among these stars. Long Fei muttered. Stop thinking about these thoughts for the NET moment. There is no news even after the system upgrade. Could it be that you left me? I asked. Is the system there? System? The system is being upgraded. Frowning his brows, Long Fei looked displeased. What's wrong with upgrading and why it's not ready yet? How long will it take to upgrade? System, the current progress is 70% and it is expected to be completed in 1 month. A garbage system. Long Fei yelled. System. Then can you look at the mission panel? Long Fei asked angrily. System, okay. Check the panel. Long Fei did not hesitate. Character interface. Host Long Fei. Age 31 years old. According to Douluo star, it is more than this age. Kung Fu Wuji longevity. Kung Fu level 210. Blood and cell development and activation 35%. Martial soul chaos blue dragon bloodline package. Fighting spirit level SI star fighting saint. My own divine position Qinglong. Weapon Qinglong ancient sword of the god. Controlling strange fires 1223. Green lotus earth core fire black yellow flame sea heart flame fallen heart flame beast spirit fire SI paths of reincarnation flame dragon and Fini flame wind and thunder fury flame volcano stone flame fire cloud water flame turtle spirit earth fire bone spirit cold fire 3000 yan fire 9 dragons thunder gang fire field dragon god realm void realm resurrection realm of all things killing realm plane realm divine emperor realm bloodline package talents developed eternal youth attribute increase lifespan increase evil and evil orcism super healing invulnerability to poisons super growth supreme dragon power 1% development right hand transforms into a blue dragon 2% development the left hand becomes the blue dragon 3% the blue dragon becomes the back of the torso 4% the blue dragon becomes the predecessor 5% the blue dragon becomes armed 6% the blue dragon becomes the whole body 7% Azure dragon splits the sky and reigns 8% Azure dragon swallows 9% Azure dragon blessing 10% dragon kingdom in the palm 11% chaos Azure dragon photographs 100% part 12 the ascension of the blue dragon to the heaven the elemental bomb of annihilation the refining of the blue dragon skills burning desolate guy seal transformation chaos Azure dragon eyes lightning flash step martial spirit true body silence destroy system warehouse divine Tibetan skin 100% copy mirror random space travel scroll 1 god realm teleportation card 1 chance to create a band account 1 the world of cells cells in the body Douluo heavenly plane. The system interface is for reference only. Everything is displayed by Long Fei. It's okay. Long Fei closed his eyes and waited closely for Huo Yun's return. Huo Yun was very fast and did not disappoint him. He came back in less than 3 minutes and threw out a huge pig-like monster from the ring. Fortunately, the leader of the gang is an 8th level wild rock water pig. Huo Yun reported and cupped his hands towards Long Fei, who was sleeping on the ground in front of him. Long Fei opened his eyes and took a glance. His voice was calm. Bear it down, and you want me to chew on such a big head? Huo Yun was startled and immediately lowered his head. The slave didn't think carefully. I'll do it now. After saying that, he grabbed the huge Quanjun water pig and threw it directly into the sky in front of him. With a movement of his hand, a force came out in the sky against the dark night. Many rays of light appeared on the body of the Quanjun water pig, which was refracted very quickly. It conspicuous. The net second, the wild rock water pig was broken into tens of thousands of large pieces and then fell to the ground in an orderly manner. Find some big branches to skewer all the meat. I want to grill it and eat it. Long Fei's voice continued to sound. Huo Yun nodded yes. Almost half an hour passed and finally all the meat was skewered. There are 400 roots per use. Net Long Fei directly floated these 400 meat skewers in the sky and controlled the 14 green dragon flames to barbecue. The elegant fragrance quickly attracted the surrounding monsters. Go take care of it. Long Fei ate the skewers and paid no attention to the attacking monsters. Huo Yun nodded and turned around. The terrifying power of the fighting saint suddenly came out and instantly suppressed those 8th level monsters. Just when he was about to kill these monsters, Long Fei said calmly, don't kill him, let him go. Huo Yun was stunned. Yes, you beasts are lucky to have met my lord. Get out. After coming into contact with the coercion, those monsters turned around and ran away in fear. Chapter 302. The fighting spirit ends and goes to a new dimension. Tai Yu Ancient Dragon Realm. After eating, Long Fei and Patriarch Huo Yun arrived here. He just contacted Zhu Kun, who was already waiting here. When he saw Long Fei and the two arriving, he immediately looked at Long Fei and said with a smile, gang leader, I haven't seen you for so many days now that you have become a SI star fighting saint. It's not bad, more than a year is quite a long time. Long Fei smiled slightly. At this moment Zhu Kun had undergone many changes in aura from what he had seen before. He was more calm and had the aura of a leader. Zhu Kun's steady voice sounded, the gang leader is so humble. Who in the Dochi continent can achieve this from Do Zong to Do Saint in more than a year? Who is this new member, the gang leader? Then he turned his attention to Huo Yun. He is Huo Yun ancestor from Burning Flame Valley, and you know the 2-star Do Sage with his current cultivation level. Long Fei said lightly. The aura on Zhu Kun's body could make Huo Yun feel extremely terrifying even if he didn't release it intentionally. Zhu Kun laughed loudly. It turns out that we are the ancestors of Fenian Valley. Ha ha ha, now that we have joined the Qinglong gang we will become a family. Long Fei asked curiously. Huo Yun, this is Dragon Emperor Zhu Kun, the leader of the Tai Yu Ancient Dragon Clan. His current cultivation level. How high is your cultivation level now? He couldn't see through Zhu Kun's current cultivation level. After all, the opponent had left the saint level and reached the emperor level, although he was not yet an emperor in the true sense. Zhu Kun sighed and shook his head and said, I'm sorry to disappoint you, gang leader. Now old Long, my cultivation level is still stuck at the Quasi-Do Emperor level and has not improved. Quasi-Do Emperor. Huo Yun was shocked when he heard this and took a breath of air. Since their Qinglong gang has a Quasi-Do dig, he will not doubt whether the words of the person in front of him are true or false, because there will be no lies here. The most terrifying thing is that a would-be Do Emperor is so polite to a SI star Do Sage. Have you found your medium yet? Long Fei frowned. Zhu Kun said, I haven't found it yet, but I already have some clues which somehow implicates me in a certain place. I think my medium is there. Long Fei, where? Zhu Kun, an ancient ruin. Ancient ruins? You take me to that place based on your perception. Long Fei said. Zhu Kun blinked. In such a hurry? The gang leader won't enter Lao Long's territory and just sit there and walk. Long Fei said, no, your advancement is more important. After you are promoted to Do Emperor, I need you to help me do something. Okay, then follow me. Old Long. Ancient ruin. Long Fei and the other three soon arrived at the place where Zhu Kun was secretly connected. This place looks a bit familiar. Long Fei frowned, recalling the plot in the original work in his mind. I was suddenly shocked. Isn't this the ancient ruins where the Dragon Fini origin fruit is located? Could it be that Zhu Kun's medium is the Dragon Fini original fruit? No, he's already ready to fight the Emperor. What's the use of this fruit to him? Could it be something else? This is it. Zhu Kun looked grim. Then let's go in and have a look. Relying on their current strength, they want to forcefully open the door of this ancient ruins. Simple thing. After forcing the door open, the three of them headed straight inside. The three of them also encountered many mechanisms and puppets inside, but they were all easily resolved. Zhu Kun finally arrived at a huge area within the ruins by virtue of that mysterious pulling force. Here are all the the skeletons of monsters, and among others they are the corpses of the Skyfini demon clan and the Taiyu ancient dragon. The war between these two tribes has been filled with hatred from ancient times to the present, and in the front and center of these skeletons there are two skeletons that are even larger than these. One is the heavenly Fini demon and the other is the Taiyu ancient dragon, and between the two there is a palm-sized fruit with a golden purple color. Dragon and Fini origin fruit. The three of them looked at the fruit in front of them. Yes, this is the dragon Fini origin fruit. Is that it? Long Fei said. Zhu Kun nodded in surprise. It's really him. How is this possible? The medium through which I can be promoted to Do Emperor will be this dragon Fini origin fruit. Long Fei, whether it is or not, you should take it and eat it before you look at it. Good. Zhu Kun stretched out his hand and shook it, and a powerful force directly pulled the dragon Fini origin fruit into his hand. When you look closer, the true face of the dragon Fini origin fruit is completely revealed. The golden half twisting and twisting looked like a Taiyu ancient dragon that had been shrunk countless times, while the other purple half was an ancient celestial Fini dancing with its wings spread. This kind of fruit needs to absorb the life force of Taiyu ancient dragon and Tian Huang before it has a chance of being born, which is no more than 10%. Zhu Kun's ability to sense the medium is getting stronger and stronger, and there is something ready to move in his heart. That's right, it's him. Well, you quickly enter the chaos of the Dragon Kingdom to absorb and be promoted to Do Emperor. Good. After saying that, Zhu Kun disappeared from the same place in a flash, and when he reappeared it was already the familiar Cyan chaotic world. He immediately took the Dragon Fini origin fruit, started meditating. The chaos of the Dragon Kingdom does not count years, months and days, and the speed here is faster than outside. Long Fei and Huo Yun continued to explore this ancient ruins, emptying out all valuable and useful things. As time passed by, at any time when the sky outside gradually turned pale, Long Fei suddenly felt the emergence of a very powerful force in the Dragon Kingdom. Then he turned into his mind-body and took a look. He suddenly looked overjoyed and said, Zhu Kun, you have finally become the Do Emperor. A golden light flashed across Zhu Kun's body in front. The aura on his body was more terrifying than the price, and the hair on his head was floating in the air. He sighed and showed a satisfied smile. This is Do Emperor. That's great. I have finally become Do Emperor. Gang leader, I did not disappoint you. Zhu Kun looked at Long Fei in a very good mood. Long Fei said, very good. Now that you have become Do Emperor, you have achieved it in the chaos of Dragon Kingdom, so you will not be perceived in the world of Dochi continent, and the world will not reject you. Now I want you to do something, and this matter is related to my becoming an emperor. Zhu Kun laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. Just ask the gang leader. Now that old Long has become the Do Emperor, no one in Dochi continent can be my opponent anymore. Long Fei said, go and bring the 8 ancient tribes to me, the fragments of Toya Goody. They possess the strange fire and their talking head. If there is a thug doing it, Long Fei will not do it himself. Yeah. Zhu Kun nodded. Following Long Fei's order, a huge disaster occurred among the 8 ancient tribes, starting with the Yan tribe. How can a Do Emperor be shaken by them? Soon the Yan clan was defeated and obediently handed over the strange fire and Twaji Goody fragment. The clan leader was also knocked unconscious by Zhu Kun and thrown into the Naja, pretending to be a living person. Immediately afterwards, one clan after another, the nightmare of the 8 ancient clans began. For Zhu Kun of Do, this is completely easy. The author himself feels tired of writing this plane. It's boring and he can't find any better plot. He will write a new plane as soon as possible for the ending of the NET chapter. I think readers are tired of it too. Chapter 303 Ascension World. A few days have passed. In the Qinglong realm, Zhu Kun has captured and sealed the heads of the 8 ancient clans and thrown them in front of Long Fei. The gang leaders are the heads of the 7 ancient clans. These are the remaining 7 fragments of Twaji Goody Jade and the remaining strange fire. Zhu Kun reported the battle situation. Long Fei glanced at the 7 people in front of him. These 7 people were unconscious, including Emperor Hun Tian. The disobedient Soul tribe has been terminated by me except for the Soul Emperor. Zhu Kun said, kindness. Long Fei, give me the strange fire. The remaining 8 strange fires have all been collected by Zhu Kun. As for the 3rd pure lotus demon fire, Zhu Kun forcibly broke through the strange fire space and took it away. The 10th place is black 9 nether wind flame. The 8th place is deep red lotus karma fire. The 7th golden color 9 nether golden ancestral fire. The 6th place is light black. The 8 desolations are destroyed. The 5th place is green, the flame of life. 4th place golden emperor burning sky flame. 3rd place the milky white color appears pink when it is extremely rich, purifying demonic fire. 2nd place black void tunyan. They are all here. Xuan Yuanyan was so frightened by Zhu Kun that he turned into a ball of flame and did not dare to act recklessly. All the strange fires trembled. The pressure of a Do Emperor is a joke. Long Fei held the 7 jade pieces in his hand. The system upgrade has not yet responded. If you are not in a hurry, just wait until he completes the upgrade. upgrade. He will now absorb the 8 strange fires to see if he can become an emperor first. Now that the 7 clan leaders are unconscious, this is his best chance to take action. Qinglong refining. The domineering and terrifying power was poured into the bodies of the 7 people and their souls were directly wiped out. They became the slaves of Long Fei and then they were forcibly reborn. Meet the master. The 7 people spoke respectfully. Their pupils were filled with cyan light energy. Long Fei issued an order, Zukun and you guys help me unify the Dochi continent. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. I will come out after I have absorbed the strange fire. Yeah, several people left here. Soon the Dochi continent ushered in a huge wave. The Dochi continent has completely changed. Long Fei came to the room, sat cross-legged and swallowed up the 8 strange fires with a look of desire in his eyes. This is very exciting. These are the top ones and the power of the strange fires is also very terrifying, but under the shock of Zukun these strange fires are very gentle and Long Fei cannot feel the crazy chaos of those strange fires. This time the absorption will be smoother than before. Outside, under the leadership of Zukun, the patriarchs of the 7 ancient clans led their surviving clansmen to set out one after another. Do Emperor Zukun rules the world alone and his extremely arrogant voice rings in the ears of everyone in Dochi continent. I, the Dragon Emperor Zukun of the Qinglong gang, now that I have become the emperor, the Duki continent will be owned by my Qinglong gang and I will unify the Duki continent. You have only 2 choices, one is to surrender, the other is to die. There were sounds of fear, panic, disbelief and shock from various places in Dochi continent. What kind of force is the Qinglong gang? Do Dig. After so many years someone has achieved Do Dig. It seems that the Dochi continent is about to change. The sentient beings on Dochi continent were terrified, but most of them chose to surrender because they were afraid of death. In front of Do Emperor they are like insignificant gravel. Everyone under Do Di is an ant. This is so domineering. Time flies by and a month has passed. The system upgrade is completed. Long Fei also successfully advanced to the Do Emperor realm after absorbing the strange fire. Ding. The host has collected the fragments of Toya Goody Jade and now they are officially integrated. The system is interpreting the content. The interpretation is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the peak sky level fighting skill Burning Sky Star Explosion. The mission is completed and you will be rewarded with a chance to turn the designated planet into cells. A lottery ticket for a random world plane. Congratulations to the host for collecting the strange fires. After absorbing the 22 strange fires they merged into the Emperor Flame and became the 23rd type. The mission is completed. The reward Bloodline activation is increased to 55% and the infinite longevity skill breakthrough the 300th level. A random world plane lottery ticket. Congratulations to the host Dochi continent for completing his meritorious deed. Long Fei absorbed all the knowledge from the system. The system uses the designated planet opportunity targeting the Dochi continent planet. In the system, the NET moment Long Fei escaped into the void of the universe. In front of him was the huge Dochi continent planet. A terrible force directly refined the planet and incorporated it into Long Fei's cells, becoming one of countless cells. Yes, the merits of Dochi continent are complete and he can choose to go to a new dimension. Going to a more advanced plane, the 1-star Do Emperor is nothing. Among the countless planes of heaven, this 1-star Do Emperor is just a very small instant. I thought secretly in my heart. Open the system screen. Character interface. Host Long Fei. Age 31 years old. According to Douluo star it is more than this age. Kung Fu Wuji longevity Kung Fu 300 levels. Blood and cell development and activation 55%. Martial Soul Chaos Blue Dragon Bloodline package. Fighting Spirit level 7-star Fighting Emperor. My own divine position Qinglong. Weapon Qinglong Ancient Sword Sword of the God. The strongest controller of alien fire fighting Qi Azure Dragon Emperor Flame. Field Dragon God Realm Void Realm Resurrection Realm of all things Killing Realm Plane Realm Divine Emperor Realm. Bloodline package. Talents developed Eternal Youth Attribute Increase Lifespan Increase Evil and Evil Orcism Super Healing Invulnerability to Poisons Super Growth Supreme Dragon Power 1% Development. Right hand transforms into a blue dragon 2% Development. The left hand becomes the blue dragon 3%. The blue dragon becomes the back of the torso 4%. The blue dragon becomes the predecessor 5%. The blue dragon becomes armed 6%. The blue dragon becomes the whole body 7%. Azure Dragon splits the sky and rains 8%. Azure Dragon swallows 9%. Azure Dragon blessing 10%. Dragon Kingdom in the palm 11%. Chaos Azure Dragon photographs 100%. Part 12. The ascension of the blue dragon to the heaven. The elemental bomb of annihilation. The refining of the blue dragon. Skills Burning Sky Star Explosion Burning Desolate Sky Seal Transformation Chaos Azure Dragon Eyes Lightning Flash Step Martial Spirit True Body Nirvana System Warehouse Divine Tibetan Skin 100% Copy Mirror Random Space Travel Scroll 1 God Realm Teleportation Connection Card 1 Chance to create a band account 1 The world of cells in the body Douluo Heavenly Plane Fighting Chi Continent System interface is for reference only. Everything is mainly about Long Fei's presentation. System use the lottery ticket. Long Fei opened his eyes and said, "The lottery ticket is in use. Congratulations to the host for winning the Ascension World." When he heard this name, Long Fei was stunned. Ascension World. Isn't this incredible? The Ascension Realm is the upper realm for all the ascendants from the lower realms in the outer world of the heavens. There are countless strong people like a forest, and the challenge is even higher. Has the host started teleportation? Yes. It's not easy. The Do Chi continent is finally finished. In fact, I have long wanted to end this plane because there is nothing left to write. See you in the NET chapter of the Ascension Realm. Chapter 304 Accident Abandoned Star Legacy. The Ascension Realm is the holy land that the monks in the lower realms among all the worlds long for. In the Ascension World, a hole appeared in a void tunnel and a young man walked out of it. This person has officially just ascended Long Fei, but now he has not officially entered the Ascension World but is on the road to the Ascension World with the other Ascension monk. He looked at the front and back and found that he was the last person. There were many people in front of him. The lowest strength of these people was the cultivation level of a 1-star Do Emperor in Do Chi continent, but fortunately after incorporating the Do Chi continent planet into his cells, his cultivation level was upgraded from the original 1-star Do Emperor to the 7-star Do Emperor. This is enough to see how terrifying the energy of a planet is. And now there is a large plane world of the universe and a planet world in his body. As he becomes stronger, both worlds will become more powerful and eventually feed back more powerful power to him. The front was very calm and his appearance did not seem to cause any disturbance. To put it bluntly, these Do Emperor level ascended monks did not notice his e-istance at all. System, why didn't these people discover my e-istance? Are they all Do Emperor? Long Fei thought in his mind. System, most of these monks ascended from the projection world and a very few of them came from the original world. Although the differences in cultivation between the original world and the projection world are at the same level, they are worlds apart. The host ascended from the original world. You're just a lot higher than these people, and these people naturally didn't notice your e-istance. After hearing this, Long Fei nodded secretly. This was similar to what he had guessed. As long as we pass this road to the Ascension universe, we can go to the legendary Ascension world, the holy land of monks. I'm really looking forward to the scene there. In the tunnel, these ascended monks from different planes in the lower world are full of anticipation and excitement, and their hearts are extremely hot. They are all the strongest beings in that world. There is no challenge anymore, only the world of higher plane. Only then can they unleash the excitement and passion in their heart. There is an E-it ahead. It seems we are almost there. Work harder and get out of here. The monks were so hot that they flew towards the E-it in front like wolves and tigers. These people seem to be mentally retarded. As the most powerful being in the world, how can they have the IQ of a child who has never seen the world? Long Fei's gaze paused for a moment, focusing on a woman in purple clothes who had not moved in front of him. They are all so impatient. Why don't you seem to care? Long Fei slowly walked towards the woman and said in a calm tone. The woman in purple clothes was slightly startled, then looked back at the strange man who took the initiative to strike up a conversation. After a second she shook her head and said, "Who is your excellency?" "I'm here, Long Fei said modestly. "It turns out to be fellow deist Long, the little girl Zhang Sui." The woman in purple clothes smiled lightly, very calmly. As they introduced themselves, the monks in front had already flown out of the E-it. "Ms. Zhang, can you tell me?" Long Fei smiled lightly. Zhang Sui said, "The reason why these people are excited is because they know very little about the Ascension world of this so-called holy land for Ascension monk." Long Feiamian was thoughtful. "Ms. Zhang, do you have something to say? I also interpreted it from the totem album I got from a ruins in my world. This Ascension world is not as sacred as imagined. You and I both know that the principle of respecting the strong in the world will not change, and the content of my interpretation, the water in this Ascension world is very deep and the human race seems to be more difficult than imagined. I am worried that when the time comes." At this point Zhang Sui's delicate eyelashes sank slightly and her eyes showed concern. Ahead, their current cultivation level is very strong, but it is also in their own plane. When they reach the Ascension world, their cultivation level is simply not enough. Moreover, from the moment she entered this cosmic tunnel, she felt the strengthening of the world plane and her own. There is simply no way to destroy the world and destroy the world like that. Long Fei smiled apologetically. "I see we are here today by fate. If Ms. Zhang doesn't mind, we can form a team so that we can have someone to take care of us in this unfamiliar place." Then he took the initiative to invite. Good. Surprisingly, Zhang Sui readily agreed to Long Fei's invitation. Long Fei was thoughtful, then smiled faintly on his face. The NET moment the two of them arrived at the E-it, but what appeared in front of them was not the Ascension world but a desert-like abandoned star relic. Is this? Not only Zhang Suiai but also Long Fei was stunned. System, what's going on? Why not go to the Ascension world? What the hell is this place? Long Fei asked. The system replied, congratulations to the host for meeting the pre-ascension in the first copy of you encountered space pirate. The place leading to the space tunnel was changed by them using powerful means to become this abandoned star relic. What? System, are you kidding me? Space pirate? So I'm not in the Ascension world now? Long Fei was dumbfounded. System, no, the system is still in the plane of the heavens in the Ascension world. The Ascension world can be seen as an advanced and huge Gala Y world. This huge Gala Y world is collectively called the Ascension world. After hearing this, Long Fei gritted his teeth and said, damn, I understand I was tricked by you. He originally thought it was a planet, but he didn't expect that this Ascension world is the collective name for the Gala IES in the worlds of the heavens and planes here. Then the difficulty of breaking through the level will be more difficult than imagined. Last question, how do I clear the level? Long Fei asked. Become the strongest being in the Ascension world, and you can also use random plane lottery tickets to leave here. The system's answer is very humane, especially the second one. Yes. Long Fei suddenly realized that he didn't need to clear the level to leave. If he wanted to leave, he could just use the random plane lottery ticket. The last question, is the level of this Ascension world too high? Long Fei asked again. The levels of the planes of the heavens and the world are divided into Sumeru level, low martial level, low middle martial level, medium martial level, medium to high martial level, prehistoric level, mythical level, super god level, dominator level, eternal and eternal level, destruction level. The Ascension world that the host is in now belongs to the world of high martial arts, where dangers and opportunities coexist. Host, please do your best. After and quietly listened to the system's answer, Long Fei was stunned. Then he took a breath of air and was horrified. I didn't expect that there is such a plane level. In his knowledge, the prehistoric level was the highest. He didn't expect that after the prehistoric level there were 4 such terrifying levels. He instantly felt how insignificant he was, clenched his fist and thought to himself, I must be the strongest. Hey, why are you in a daze? At this moment a voice broke his silence. When he came back to his senses, he saw that it was Zhang Suiai who was with him. It's okay, I was just thinking about something. Did you find anything here? Long Fei looked at her with a slight smile. Zhang Suiai looked solemn and said, sadly we may have encountered space pirate. Did you also get it from the content of that totem? Long Fei glanced at her. Chapter 305 Crocodile and Ape Chase. Zhang Suiai nodded. Not bad. That totem of yours is quite interesting. The two of them turned their attention back to the deserted and lonely abandoned star ruins in front of them. Strange, where did those people go before? Why are they missing? Zhang Suiai recalled this question and said. Her brows sank even more and a strange power suddenly emanated from her body. Our power came here and was suppressed by a rule. It seems that this is the characteristic of high-level plane. Zhang Suiai's deep eyes had a little bit of embellishment like gravel and stars watching it spread out from her body. The power sigh. Long Fei also felt that his own power was suppressed by certain rules. Perhaps the attributes required for our own lower realm cultivation do not match the cultivation attributes of this high-level plane. We need to convert this attribute to suit this recognition from heaven and earth. As he spoke, he looked at Zhang Suiai. Isn't there such a record in the content of your totem? Zhang Suiai was silent for a moment, seeming to be reminiscing, and then shook her head. No. How did you know? Long Fei smiled and said, because this is my second time to ascend. Oh, by the way, don't get me wrong, this is my first time here. I ascended from a low martial plane to a medium to high martial plane. I have only ascended to this place after clearing the level. When I went from low martial arts to medium martial arts, I needed to convert my own cultivation energy into fighting spirit. This is also the case now, but we need to understand what the cultivation energy required for the ascension world is. If this is really the case, it would be really troublesome. I didn't expect you to have achieved such an achievement. Zhang Suiai's eyes flashed with a hint of brilliance and admiration. It turns out that the person in front of me has worked hard all the way up from the low martial art plane. It is really not easy. As someone who has come all the way, even one plane is already difficult. There is no need to worry about any of this. The bridge is straight from the bow of the ship. We have to solve the matter at hand now. Since we have encountered space pirates and come to this abandoned planet, those people from before must still be here. We go in and look around. Long Fei looked around. Okay. Zhang Suiai nodded. So the two of them began to fly inside to see what is in this abandoned star relic. Long Fei also couldn't wait to see what kind of power this space pirate had. System, what is the energy cultivated in this world? Long Fei asked in his mind on the way. System answer, spiritual power. Since it is spiritual power, Long Fei was stunned for a moment and then calmed down. He also knew that this ascension world also belonged to cultivators. Since he was a cultivator, he couldn't escape with spiritual power. Can you help me convert the fighting spirit system in my body into spiritual power? Long Long Fei is worried that if he encounters a strong enemy and his cultivation energy cannot match this world, it will be very troublesome, and there are more than one space pirate. 2 people. Yes, the system's answer is undoubtedly this made Long Fei very happy. Then turn. Just when Long Fei was about to give the order, his nose was suddenly filled with a strong smell of blood. Then Zhang Sui's horrified voice was heard, "They are all here. Why are they all dead?" Zhang Sui looked ahead. Long Fei suddenly came back to his senses and looked at the wasteland-like land in front of him. There were fresh corpses one after another. These corpses were surrounded by rivers of blood, and the smell of blood was extremely strong. These people are all the monks who were rushing out of the tunnel just now, both men and women. What Long Fei knew was that among these people the lowest was a 1-star Do Emperor and the highest was a 4-star Do Emperor, so they all died just like that. Zhang Sui took a breath of air and Long Fei took a deep breath. Zhang Sui's heart rate shot up instantly. Her breath was heavy and a bit unsteady and her pupils shrank. How did they die? How could we not know if there was a fight? Long Fei calmly analyzed the situation, going back and forth, and said, "It seems that they died in the time between when they went out and when we went out. If we came out and died, it would definitely trigger a fierce battle. It is impossible for so many people to die." It was a calm scene. We have not seen explosions or fighting sounds, so there are 2 ways to take over. The first is that we were killed by space pirate due to the time difference between us. The second, the cultivation of the people who killed them is very terrifying. Instead, kill them instantly so that they have no chance to react. Long Fei pointed to a large pile of fresh remains in front of him. Look, if they really resisted, how could there be no weapons around those people? Even an attack can make the ground here dent, but none of what he said is here. Then there is only one possibility. These people were killed instantly without any defense. Zhang Sui gritted her teeth and said, "This place is very dangerous. We must leave here. Otherwise this will be the fate of the 2 of us." She doesn't want to die yet. Is she going to die just after ascending? It's really unlucky. Long Fei was also unhappy in his heart. Check it first. Soon the 2 discovered that the storage items originally brought by these monks were missing. It seems that this is what space pirate call it, robbing wealth. Long Fei muttered, "Fellow Daoist Long, look over there." Zhang Sui's voice sounded at this time. Long Fei turned around and came directly to her side. His pupils couldn't help but shrink when he saw the scene in front of him. There is a large emblem engraved on the plain ahead. What this badge presents is obviously the flag symbol of a force. It seems like this is the logo of the space pirate. Boom. At this moment the entire abandoned star legacy shook. The earth lifted up to the left of the 2 people and suddenly flew up. "Be careful." Long Fei's presence changed and he pulled Zhang Sui to quickly escape. "What is this?" Zhang Sui looked undecided. The net moment there was another rumble from below and a very huge monster flew out from the ground. This monster is very similar to a crocodile ape. Ha ha ha. The pirates really didn't lie to me. There really are so many human corpses. Since there are 2 alive, it seems that this pirate can't do his job well, but it doesn't matter. The 2 of them have just ascended to Earth immortality. This crocodile ape can kill them with 1 bite. The huge guy let out a heavy sound of disdain. "Run!" Long Fei pulled Zhang Sui and retreated. This guy just said Earth immortal. Could it be that the cultivation level in this ascension world is calculated based on the immortal cultivation level in previous novels? Long Fei carefully recalled the levels of cultivating immortals: nourishing chi, practicing chi, building foundation, forming pills, yuanying, transforming into god, and returning to emptiness. Hideo Mahayana, Earth immortal, true immortal, Shen immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Douluo golden immortal, Hunyuan golden immortal. Chapter 306. Conversion completed. The battle begins. I think so, but Long Fei still doesn't know the real situation and maybe it will change. You need to ask the system about this, but for now let's deal with the giant crocodile ape in front of us first. While chasing Long Fei and the 2, the crocodile ape had swallowed most of the corpses into its belly, and as it gained food its whole body's strength became even greater. Long Fei used his chaos green dragon eyes to see what the beast's cultivation level was, but he couldn't see through it. It seemed that this crocodile ape was probably a high-level Earth immortal, or even had a cultivation level that surpassed that of an Earth immortal. In this case both of them are in danger. It's pretty fast, but do you think you can run away? 2 little Earth immortals are coming to my mouth. The crocodile ape roared, playing with the food in front of him with a smile. Its body shook violently and the surrounding earth trembled. Huge earth and mud walls suddenly jumped out from the ground. These mud and mud walls are different from those garbage mud and mud walls. Star God technique. At this moment a long sword came out of Zhang Sui's hand. The starlight shone and a domineering star god power suddenly rushed in. Boom, bang. However, the attack only caused a dent in these mud walls and did not break them. What? Since it's so strong? Zhang Sui was shocked. This move can destroy the world on her planet, so this is it. Long Fei's face was solemn. It seems that part of it has to do with this guy's high cultivation cultivation level, and the other part is that our cultivation energy is not in line with the heaven and earth, so it cannot be used properly. Show your true power. After saying that, I thought to myself, there must be a way for the system to help me convert energy. Then what should we do? This area belongs to this beast and we can't live without it. Zhang Sui said bitterly. Long Fei took her with him and used the lightning flash step crazily. The speed was so fast that the earth and mud wall in front of him could not catch them. Damn human kid! The crocodile ape was furious and a little earth fairy ran away like a rabbit. His body shook violently and he opened his bloody mouth and roared forward. The roaring sound spread throughout the abandoned Star Legacy. In an instant, Long Fei and Zhang Sui felt dizzy and their necks felt heavy. Along with the side effect, Long Fei's speed slowed down instantly. At this moment, the crocodile ape shot towards Long Fei at a very fast speed and struck out with a palm which was extremely terrifying. Bang! Ahoo! The power of crocodile ape's palm was unprecedentedly terrifying to the two of them. The first palm directly hit Zhang Sui, who spurted out a mouthful of blood. The terrifying force directly blew their bodies away. The two fell to the ground and the sky was filled with dust. Haha! Run! Keep running! Can't we just let the crocodile ape eat it? We must do this! The crocodile ape laughed wildly. This abandoned Star Legacy is its home ground, and here it can to mobilize the energy of the wasteland. These people are no match for it. Otherwise those space pirates would have killed it before, and no future pirates would cooperate with it. Long Fei got up immediately. He wanted to block crocodile ape's palm, but he couldn't get there in time, so he immediately checked Zhang Sui's current condition. At this moment Zhang Sui was unconscious and bleeding from her mouth. His chaotic blue dragon eyes penetrated her body and found that many parts of her body were broken and her heart was also broken. If you continue like this, you will definitely die. It's okay, luckily you met me. Long Fei used the field of resurrection of all things, but for some reason it was suppressed by the rules of this world. It was probably because the energy attributes were not suitable, so he only repaired her body. However, she could not fully recover and Zhang Sui was still in a coma. It seems that the soul has also been damaged. I have to convert energy quickly. After saying that, Long Fei muttered, you stay in my world during this period. As soon as she held it in her hand, a green light appeared and the NET moment Zhang Sui was sent to the Dragon Kingdom in her hand for recuperation. NET, it will be his home court alone. Without his teammates his concentration will be even deeper. Sure enough, teammates are all holding back, only your own strength is the key. Long Fei's operation just now stunned crocodile ape for a moment, but now that the woman is gone, boy, where did you get that woman? Crocodile ape roared and the surrounding hurricanes rose. Want to know? I'll tell you if you defeat me. Long Fei stood up and his whole aura and temperament also changed slightly. System, how long does it take to convert energy? Long Fei asked. The 1 minute system's answer made Long Fei quite satisfied. 1 minute, no problem. Long Fei nodded. The NET words of the system made him a little desperate. Within 1 minute the host will become an ordinary person and only the physical body will remain in its current state. What? Long Fei was shocked, glanced at the crocodile ape in front of him and immediately turned into a bolt of thunder and ran away. Crocodile ape said angrily, he ran away? What is the secret of this movement technique so fast? It seems that you will find out when you catch him and ask. The crocodile ape jumped up and the terrifying power plotted. The surrounding mountains collapsed, dust flew and the entire abandoned star relic entered into a violent commotion. Long Fei dodged while condensing a force to blast a passage through the dust of these boulders. Then he came to a trough and issued an order in his heart. System switch now. The system received an order, cultivation energy conversion in progress. As its emotionless voice sounded, the power in Long Fei suddenly disappeared at this moment and he couldn't fly anymore and fell to the ground and quickly found a place to hide. As Long Fei's breath disappeared, crocodile ape suddenly couldn't feel his presence, as if he disappeared out of thin air. The crocodile ape was stunned. Where has this human kid gone? He looked around but couldn't find Long Fei's figure, so he became a little uneasy. He immediately sensed the light wave sweeping across and the NET moment he found the only surviving human body temperature around him. This person is Long Fei. Crocodile ape smiled evilly. So it's here, but why did this kid suddenly turn into a human? The NET moment it turned into sand and appeared in front of Long Fei. Long Fei, who had lost his ability, suddenly felt helpless when he looked at the huge guy in front of him. System, please hurry up. Long Fei prayed in his heart, and at this time crocodile ape's palm had already slapped towards him. He wanted to use lightning flash to dodge, but the NET second he remembered that his fighting spirit energy had disappeared. Bang! The NET second he was slapped by the crocodile ape and flew away. Fuck! Long Fei's body hit those rock walls hard, but there was no death, just some numbness in the body. Impossible! Crocodile ape was shocked when he felt this scene. How can a little earthly immortal have such a strong body? Ben, I don't believe you can withstand my punch. Crocodile ape roared in anger. stronger and punched Long Fei directly. At this moment a mysterious and strange wave of power appeared on Long Fei's body. 1 minute passes quickly. A rich green light flashed in his pupils. He raised his fist and the terrifying aura power all over his body instantly turned into a whirlpool followed by a dragon's roaring shadow. What? The crocodile ape was shocked. Chapter 307 Final negotiation. Roar. Accompanied by a dragon's coercion and ferocious roar, it burst out from the fist. When it hit the crocodile ape's fist there was a booming sound and the fierce power formed a giant firework. The net moment there was a crocodile ape sound and the entire huge body fell to the ground weightlessly like a kite with broken strings in vain at high altitude. The scene was extremely shocking. The dust dissipated and the crocodile ape in front stood up abruptly. Even with its rough skin and thick flesh it lost its right hand, which was caused by Long Fei's punch just now. Its face looked painful and its left arm was spurting blood. With a painful expression full of fear and disbelief. How is it possible? How can a little earth fairy have such terrible destructive power? The person just now, this person obviously has no spiritual power. Why did he suddenly burst out with terrible spiritual power? This man has a big secret. Crocodile ape broke out in cold sweat, thinking crazily in his mind. He quickly raised his left hand and pressed it on the shoulder where he lost his right hand. Suddenly a stream of quicksand came out to stop the bleeding, and then a stream of quicksand gradually flowed down its right shoulder. Arms based on quicksand were soon formed. The broken arm has recovered again. This is also one of the instincts of the crocodile ape. His attributes are in line with this abandoned star legacy. As long as the star remains in this abandoned star legacy, it can use all the power here to restore its body and recover from another kind of star. From a perspective it is immortal, but the pain is still there. The space pirates are afraid of this, so they cooperate with it, and there is a power in this abandoned star relic. The space pirate warships like protectors cannot destroy this place at all. Even if a being like a true immortal comes here, it is difficult to destroy it, but characters of the level of a true immortal will not appear here. There are no true immortals among the space pirates, at least not the ones who cooperated with Crocodile Ape. Otherwise they would have destroyed the planet in the previous war and died directly. Looking at Long Fei, who was glowing green in front of him, Crocodile Ape once again felt the pressure from the aura of a superior person in such a long time. There was a hint of fear in it, and it had the illusion of wanting to retreat. After the smoke, Long Fei was suspended in the air, feeling the energy that had been converted in his body. This completely different energy was indeed more advanced than the fighting spirit. Long Fei opened his eyes with a look of enjoyment. This is spiritual power. It's really comfortable. Compared with it, the fighting spirit is completely different, so I should be in line with the attributes of this world. I should give full play to my ability. The strength, he asked in his mind after the transformation of the 7-star Do Emperor. Where is my current strength in this world system? Answer: 5th level of Earthly Immortal Realm. Although the 5th level Earth Immortal Realm has lost 2 stars, its strength has not declined but has improved. Long Fei muttered, ignoring Crocodile Ape's glare. System: what level is this Crocodile Ape in front of me? Ever since the energy conversion, Long Fei felt that his energy was very similar to that of the Crocodile Ape in front of him, so he concluded that this Crocodile Ape must not be an instance beyond the Earthly Immortal. 8th level Peak Earth Immortal. The system's answer also confirmed his guess. Since you are an 8th level Peak Earth Immortal, you are more than 3.5 levels higher than me, but it doesn't matter. In the first 2 worlds I was able to leapfrog the challenge, and I can do the same here. Long Fei muttered, and his Zion was shocked. His face became fiercely serious and a violent light burst out from him and fell from the sky. The net moment his whole body turned into a full-body dragon form. Roar! A roar came out. Since it's a dragon, Crocodile Ape was shocked. His face darkened and he immediately launched a fierce attack on Long Fei. Although the opponent is a dragon and can restrain its instance, after all the opponent is only a 5th level Earth Immortal who has just ascended. It is more than enough to kill him, an 8th level Peak Earth Immortal who has been here for nearly 10,000 years. Let you boys see the difference in strength between the ascended world and your lower world. Above the sky, hurricane quicksand swept across and the angry sounds of the Crocodile Ape filled the sky. Well done. Let me see what you, an 8th level Peak Earth Immortal, are capable of. Long Fei shouted coldly and blasted out a terrifying dragon power Vort Fist. Arrogant human boy. You humans are just an inferior race in the Ascension world. This Crocodile Ape will definitely make your mouth rotten. Boom. Human beings are the protagonists of heaven and earth, no matter which world they are in. They are inferior, and being suppressed is only temporary because they are waiting for a powerful enough supreme leader to lead them to rise. And I, Long Fei, am the destined protagonist. After more than 30 rounds of fierce confrontation in the sky, the last fierce and scorching blue light beam shot down from the sky. The opponent of the light beam was the Crocodile Ape. The Crocodile Ape was now embarrassed and injured and blood was everywhere. In a duel with Long Fei, even if it could be injured again and again and use the energy here to quickly repair its body, the pain made it grit its teeth. It didn't know that the human in front of it had suddenly become so powerful. It seemed that they had all been pretending to be pig and eating tigers before. Human beings are indeed an insidious race. Being tricked by Long Fei, this 10,000-year-old crocodile ape was extremely angry. Then he roared angrily, "Fart! This crocodile ape will definitely eat you. Then I'll kill you first so that you can't eat me." Long Fei moved again. In an instant the cyan light pillar plotted as it hit the ground. Huge fireworks rose into the sky and the crocodile ape screamed. The sound also rang. The thick life energy in Long Fei's body was quickly repairing his injured position and the lost spiritual power. The dust filled the sky and Long Fei escaped into it, trying to capture the crocodile ape. The crocodile ape dragged its broken body and crawled on the huge sunken ground. Seeing Long Fei's arrival, his eyes showed unstoppable fear. How can this person have such terrible life energy? You despicable human being is cheating. Haha, cheating? Sorry, my plug-in is always on and never off. Tell me how to leave this place. Long Fei's eyes seemed to hide a cyan chaotic world, and the cold light made Crocodile the ape was shocked. Long Fei has just seen it. There are no stars with normal life around. It is impossible for people to live there. It can be said that this is the most remote place in the entire Ascension world. It is not impossible to fly there, but it needs to be considered. The problem is whether he can breathe normally after seeing this abandoned star relic, and it has no landmark location. Searching for it in a confused way will only waste time. On the contrary, this crocodile ape must know something he doesn't know after surviving here for so long. Want to leave here? Haha, the human boy Ben Crocodile tells you that the reason why you can breathe here without dying is because this planet has a breath barrier. If you leave this planet, there will be no oxygen in the universe outside. Even if you are on the Earth, Xianya will definitely die unless you have a spaceship. As long as you obediently become my subordinate, I can help you. How about it? The crocodile ape showed a provocative look. Chapter 308 Formation Leave. Long Fei inhaled deeply and said coldly, I have never eaten the meat of crocodile ape. I am about to die and my subordinates are defeated. How dare you make such ridiculous demands to me? I crocodile ape think you are an old man. Confused. Ha ha ha. The crocodile ape laughed miserably after hearing this. Human boy, do you really think you can kill me? As long as this abandoned star remains alive, this crocodile ape will never die. Since you don't agree, then there is no need for us to talk. You will stay here with me forever. Goodbye. After the crocodile ape said that, it instantly turned into thick and huge quicksand and poured into the ground and fled quickly. To be honest, it was really panic. Since it has been so embarrassing to have a human cub for so many years, the most important thing is that it is not its opponent and the other party's attacks are too harsh. Even if it doesn't die, it can't bear the pain. Stay. The fear is covered up by escaping. Do you really think you can escape? Long Fei snorted coldly. As he raised his hand, the power of blood surged out and the void in the sky cracked. Then countless cyan energy fell like rain on this abandoned star land. The power of blood. The green dragon splits the sky and rain. Under the violent bombardment of Qinglong Tianyu, all the hit positions below were quickly eroded by cyan energy and the energy poured into the ground. Then Long Fei flew to the highest point of the star legacy and took a deep breath. The terrifying energy condensed instantly. The void split open and the entire abandoned star legacy trembled. Damn humans, what the hell is this? Why can this human kid possess power comparable to that of a true immortal, even though he is only at level 5 of the Earth Immortal? Under the ground, the fleeing crocodile ape was eroded and painful by the cyan energy of these bastards. Incomparably, it was dripping with cold sweat and looked at the movement in the sky. At this moment, the whole crocodile ape's heart was directly in despair. This monster, abnormal. Sure enough, human beings really shouldn't be underestimated. Although most of them are not good, when one is good, it's great. Crocodilian, do you really think what you just said can scare me? I'm sorry, instead of staying here all the time, I would rather destroy this abandoned star relic with all my strength. Even if it can't be completely destroyed, it will definitely be destroyed. It's so annoying for you. Since you don't come out, I will destroy this place. Turn this place upside down. The sound of Long Fei's rage resounded in the sky and he struck down from the sky with a powerful blow that had been concentrated for a long time. No, stop. Human, stop it. You want to die by yourself, but this crocodile ape doesn't want to die yet. This crocodile ape is coming out. If you have something to say, please speak it carefully and don't get excited. At this moment, the crocodile ape that had been hiding under the ground was completely frightened. This human being was a complete madman. Since at an 8th level peak Earth Immortal could not take any advantage from this person. Is there a sound now? But it's too late. I can't hold back this blow. Long Fei secretly shook his head. At this moment, the fist quickly landed on the ground. Where it passed, the void shattered and the air evaporated. The terrifying power and scorching heat instantly turned the sand, rocks and everything below into nothing. You stupid thing. Damn maniac! At this moment the crocodile ape came out from under the ground and a violent energy spread from its body. Suddenly it became even bigger than before and its broken body had also recovered. Looking at the fist in front of him, it gritted its teeth. Its eyes were filled with panic and fear, and the cold sweat that was constantly flowing out of its forehead was instantly evaporated by the burning heat in front of it. He can be resurrected here if he dies, but if this abandoned star remains as dead, even if only half of it is left, the price he needs to pay is far greater than if he personally took the blow. It can be sure that after one blow from this human being, the tragic situation after this abandoned star remains. It is not willing to see it anyway. I would rather die than let this abandoned planet perish. It seems that this abandoned planet is really more important to it than its own life. Looking at the actions of the crocodile ape below, Long Fei muttered. At this moment crocodile ape had used all his strength to forcefully catch Long Fei's fist. The net scene was at painful screams and its twisted face and body roasted by the scorching heat. The terrifying force is accompanied by traction. Even if the crocodile ape activates its violent state, it will be instantly overwhelmed. No. Boom. There was an explosion and the terrifying scene sounded again. Tens of minutes passed. The land became completely quiet. The originally vast star remnant is now even more tattered. Since the crocodile ape's relay just now has drawn most of the power to it, the star relic has not been destroyed too seriously, but most of the surface has been covered with lava. Covered flames filled the sky and a strong smell of gunpowder splashed everywhere. A large corner of Xing disappeared directly, showing an arc. The ground was desolate and the aura of the crocodile and ape seemed to have completely disappeared. Long Fei's perception suddenly spread and the net moment he found an energy body and flashed directly to its side. This energy body is in the shape of a very small crocodile ape. At this moment it was directly held in his hands like a ball. The energy body of the crocodile ape is very weak and almost disappears. It's not okay if you die, I have to go out. Long Fei tried to use the field of resurrection of all things to help him recover. Although it didn't have the same effect instantly, it still had an effect and the weak energy body gradually recovered. Then Long Fei stopped supplying. Long Fei said coldly, crocodile ape, you have been defeated. Now tell me how to leave here and go to the real ascension world. Human, you are the first person in so many years to make this crocodile ape go away and stop harming this place. This place cannot bear your harm. You have only two ways to leave here. First spaceship, second teleportation array, and currently I only have teleportation array that can send you away. Crocodile ape spoke in a weak voice with a hint of fear that could not be concealed in his voice. Long Fei didn't know whether the old guy's words were true or false, but he thought this thing wouldn't lie unless it wanted to taste the fist again. Where is the formation? Long Fei said coldly. The core of this star legacy. Crocodile ape said. Then why don't you leave here? Long Fei is not that stupid. Crocodile ape smiled bitterly. I was born here. Due to the restrictions of certain rules, I can never leave. I have been like this for thousands of years. After hearing this, Long Fei frowned and couldn't help but raise his head and look at the sky. Long Fei looked at crocodile ape again and said, we don't know each other before fighting, so do you want to leave here and go out with me? But you must be loyal to me. Crocodile ape was stunned and surprisingly there was no anger on his face, just disdain. It's impossible. No one can escape the restrictions of these rules and you are just a 5th level earth immortal. Even though you can defeat me, it's impossible. We are just ants and dust in its eyes. Long Fei was not angry and said calmly, although I don't know if that method will work in this advanced lane, I can give it a try. What if it succeeds? But if it succeeds, you can use this place. The ability to constantly resurrect may disappear, but of course I'm not sure yet. Haha. If it succeeds, if it can get me out of here, I am willing to give up this skill and be loyal to you. The eyes of the crocodile ape were somewhat moved, revealing the loneliness and confusion of endless years. For a moment it didn't know the purpose of its birth. Chapter 309 Sulan Realm. Zhou eliminates rebellion. When the two people appeared again, the scene in front of them had undergone earth-shaking changes. It is no longer dark here, nor is it lonely anymore. Instead there is the fragrance of the garden and the chirping of birds. Many petals are blown away by the wind. Long Fei and the two looked at the area at this moment, which was completely like a fairyland on earth. I really came out. The crocodile ape was extremely excited. Seeing this scene in front of him was the first time it had seen it in such a long life. This place is so beautiful. I don't know which area of the universe we have arrived in the ascension world. Looking at the garden flowers and plants in front of him, the place where the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, Long Fei's eyes are blooming with strange colors. In order to satisfy their curiosity, the two of them wandered around this area. This area is very large. Long Fei and the two were flying in the sky intending to leave this place. This is a big mountain range. The same is true for flying high and seeing far away. This big mountain range is really big right now. Two people and one person flying straight ahead quickly, flying for a long time. Just then there was movement from from the front. There are many people, many monks, men, women, old and young. Seems to be expecting and waiting. Coming. Some people raised their heads and spoke excitedly. Above the sky a green dragon head carved with runes emerged. The Qinglong sect is here. Great, I must become a disciple of Qinglong sect. With the appearance of the green dragon head, the monks below became excited. Long Fei saw that most of these people's cultivation levels were lower than those of earth immortals, and there were many Taoist and Mahayana people. These people have been waiting here for a long time to recruit disciples of Qinglong sect today. Today is the day when our Qinglong sect recruits disciples. If you are destined, you can enter the Qinglong Hollow and arrive at the sect's entrance trial. An old and steady empty voice sounded in the 9 heavens like thunder. The people below took a deep breath and stared at the hole in the sky. At this moment Long Fei and Crocodile Ape had come to a place among the crowd to watch. Among the lively crowd many people have already flown upward. Some are walking with swords and some are crossing the void. An old man net to him happened to be Long Fei's target this time. Patting the old man was startled and turned to look over. This old man looked ordinary, but the immortal energy in his body was very weak. Long Fei sensed that this old man was a monk who had just entered the earthly immortal realm. Good guy, it's really hidden. Old man, may I ask where this is? Long Fei smiled kindly. The old man frowned, shook his head and said, young man, you are not from here. Long Fei and Crocodile Ape were stunned, and Long Fei said, old man, how do you know? The old man chuckled, haha, this is Sulan realm. The number of people in this realm does not exceed 100,000. I have seen everyone, but I have never seen you two. What? Since there are so few, there are not many 100,000 people. The old man can really remember the appearance of these people. Crocodile Ape and Long Fei were shocked. Long Fei sighed and nodded, unsatisfied. Old man, you are right. The two of us are really not from the Sulan world. The two of us just came from another place using an unknown teleportation formation. The old man relaxed his brows and smiled. I see outsiders. We haven't had outside monks here for I don't know how long. As long as you are kind, then we in Sulan world are very welcome, but if you two with malicious intentions, the old man, I and the entire Sulan world will not let you go. As he spoke, a powerful force was released from the old man. The strength of a first-level earth immortal is considered good in the Sulan world, but it is not enough for Long Fei and Crocodile Ape. However, the two did not show any malice. Long Fei instead smiled kindly. Don't worry, old man. The two of us came with kindness. By the way, old man, my name is Long Fei and this is my follower Crocodile. I wonder if the old man by name can tell us about the situation in Sulan? Long Fei asked curiously. I have suppressed the rebellion and the two Taoists are friendly. The old man gave a brief introduction and then said, the situation in the Sulan realm is not a secret. I will tell you briefly. There are 100,000 people in the Sulan realm and there is only one. The city is called Sulan City. There is a pair of righteous city lords in Sulan City. The former has the strength of the 9th level earthly immortal realm, while the latter is already half step into the true immortal realm and should be within 30 years of becoming a true immortal. It can be reached, and the rest are the remaining 2 sects and 3 gate. Long Fei and Crocodile Ape listened carefully to Zhou Sufan's explanation. After listening, Long Fei finally understood the situation in Sulan realm. In addition to the news that the old man mentioned earlier, the following news is about the 2 sects and 3 gates in Sulan City. The strongest people from these 5 forces all have 5th level earthly immortal cultivation. The Sulan realm is one of the countless star realms in the eastern star region of the Ascension realm. It is also a small and unranked instance in the entire Ascension realm. Then old man, one last question, what is the background of this Qinglong sect? Long Fei raised his head and looked at the sky. At that hole all the monks in Sulan realm who had reached the Hedao realm chose to enter. The Hedao realm is also the lowest threshold for joining the Qinglong sect. It seems that you really don't know anything, like a blank sheet of paper. Zhou Sufan looked at the two of them again with an interesting look. Long Fei touched his nose and said humbly, I'm new here and my knowledge is limited. Please forgive me. It's okay anyway, there are still some hours before the hole is closed, so I will give you two ascended newcomers a good chat. Zhou Su stroked his long beard and shook his head indifferently. Why did he know that Long Fei and the others had ascended? Because Long Fei just told him. As for the identity of the Crocodile Ape, you can just forge anyone. There are 5 super top sects in the eastern star region of the Ascension realm, and the Qinglong sect is one of these 5 major sects. There are very powerful monks within these 5 major sects. Among them, the previous sect masters of the Qinglong sect have the terrifying strength of the 9th level golden immortal peak, and the modern sect master Qinglong Genren has a cultivation level that is extremely close to the Tai golden immortal. Half-step Tai golden immortal equals the pinnacle of the 9th level golden immortal. Chirping, chirping, chirping. The NET conversation is accelerated several times. Soon an hour passed. Long Fei and the other 3 finally finished speaking. At this moment Long Fei and Crocodile Ape are even more eager for this ascension world. Especially Long Fei, he came here just to become stronger. From the old man's words, Long Fei learned that the overall level of cultivation in this world was similar to the level in his previous life's immortality novel. Nourishing Qi, practicing Qi, building foundation, forming Ir nascent soul, transforming into gods, returning to the void. Hedeo Mahayana, earth immortal, true immortal, Shen immortal, golden immortal, Tei golden immortal, Tei immortal, Lord Douluo immortal. The Tei immortal Lord is only found in the 4 sacred realms of the Ascension realm. As for the Douluo immortal, the Ascension realm seems to be a legend and has not appeared for 100,000 years. Long Fei asked in his mind system, what is the ceiling combat power of the Ascension world? The Great Luo Xian is system. Long Fei, what is the equivalent of Douluo immortal in the orthodo cultivation level? System, just in the middle stage of Douluo golden immortal. Chapter 310. Go to Qinglong Sec. When the two people appeared again, the scene in front of them had undergone earth-shaking changes. It is no longer dark here, nor is it lonely anymore. Instead, there is the fragrance of the garden and the chirping of birds. Many petals flew away with the wind. Long Fei and the two looked at the area at this moment, which was completely like a fairyland on earth. I really came out. The crocodile ape was extremely excited. Seeing this scene in front of him was the first time he had seen it in his life. It's so beautiful here. I don't know which area of the universe we have arrived in the Ascension world. Looking at the garden flowers and plants in front of him, the place where the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant, Long Fei's eyes are blooming with strange colors. In order to satisfy their curiosity, the two of them wandered around this area. This area is very large. Long Fei and the two were flying in the sky, intending to leave this place. This is a big mountain range. The same is true for flying high and seeing far away. This big mountain range is really big right now. The two of them kept flying quickly forward, flying for a long time. Just then there was movement from the front. There are many people, many monks, men, women, old and young. Seems to be expecting and waiting. Coming. Someone raised his head and spoke excitedly. Above the sky, a green dragon head carved with runes emerged. The Qinglong sect is here. Great, I must become a disciple of Qinglong sect. With the appearance of the green dragon head, the monks below became excited. Long Fei saw that most of these people's cultivation levels were lower than those of earth immortals, and there were many Taoist and Mahayana people. These people have been waiting here for a long time to recruit disciples of Qinglong sect. Today is the day when our Qinglong sect recruits disciples. If you are destined, you can enter the Qinglong Hollow and arrive at the sect's entrance trial. An old and steady empty voice sounded in the 9 heavens like thunder. The people below took a deep breath and stared at the hole in the sky. At this moment, Long Fei and Crocodile Ape had come to a place among the crowd to watch. Among the lively crowd, many people have already flown upward. Some are walking with swords and some are crossing the void. An old man net to him happened to be Long Fei's target this time. Patting the old man was startled and turned to look over. This old man looked ordinary, but the immortal energy in his body was very weak. Long Fei sensed that this old man was a monk who had just entered the realm of earthly immortals. Good guy, it's really hidden. Old man, may I ask where this is? Long Fei smiled kindly. The old man frowned, shook his head and said, young man, you are not from here. Long Fei and Crocodile Ape were stunned, and Long Fei said, old man, how do you know? The old man chuckled, haha, this is Sulan realm. The number of people in this realm does not exceed 100,000. Everyone in the old lady has seen it, but I have never seen you two. What? Since there are so few, there are not many 100,000 people. The old man can really remember the appearance of these people. Crocodile Ape and Long Fei were shocked. Long Fei sighed and nodded, unsatisfied. Old man, you are right. The two of us are really not from the Sulan world. The two of us just came from another place using an unknown teleportation formation. The old man relaxed his brows and smiled. I see outsiders. We haven't had outside monks here for I don't know how long. As long as you are kind, then we in Sulan world are very welcome, but if you say that you two have malicious intentions, I, the old man, and the entire world of Sulan will not let you go. As he spoke, a powerful force was released from the old man. The strength of a first-level earth immortal is considered good in the Sulan world, but it is not enough for Long Fei and Crocodile Ape. However, the two did not show any malice. Long Fei instead smiled kindly. Don't worry, old man. The two of us came with kindness. By the way, old man, my name is Long Fei and this is my follower Crocodile. I wonder if the old man by name can tell us about the situation in Sulan? Long Fei asked curiously. I have suppressed the rebellion and the two Taoists are friendly. The old man gave a brief introduction and then said, the situation in the Sulan realm is not a secret. I will tell you briefly. There are 100,000 people in the Sulan realm and there is only one. The city is called Sulan City. There is a pair of righteous city lords in Sulan City. The former has the strength of the 9th level earthly immortal realm, while the latter is already half step into the true immortal realm and should be within 30 years of becoming a true immortal immortal. It can be reached, and the rest are the remaining 2 sects and 3 gate. Long Fei he Crocodile Ape listened carefully to Zhou Sufeng's explanation. After listening, Long Fei finally understood the situation in Sulan realm. In addition to the news that the old man mentioned earlier, the following news is about the 2 sect and 3 gates in Sulan city. The strongest people from these 5 forces all have 5th level earthly immortal cultivation. The Sulan realm is one of the countless star realms in the eastern star region of the Ascension realm. It is also a small and unranked instance in the entire Ascension realm. Then old man, one last question: what is the background of this Qinglong sect? Long Fei raised his head and looked at the sky. At that hole, all the monks in Sulan realm who had reached the Hedao realm chose to enter. The Hedao realm is also the lowest threshold for joining the Qinglong sect. It seems that you really are like a blank slate and don't know anything. Zhou Sufeng looked at the two of them again with an interesting expression. Long Fei touched his nose and said humbly, I'm new here and my knowledge is limited. Please forgive me. It's okay anyway, there are still some hours before the hole is closed, so I will give you 2 ascended newcomers a good chat. Zhou Su stroked his long beard and shook his head indifferently. Why did he know that Long Fei and the others had ascended? Because Long Fei just told him. As for the identity of the crocodile ape, you can just forge anyone. There are 5 super top sects in the eastern star region of the Ascension realm, and the Qinglong sect is one of these 5 major sects. There are very powerful monks within these 5 major sects. Among them, the previous sect masters of the Qinglong sect all have the terrifying strength of the peak of the 9th level golden immortal, and the modern sect master Qinglong Genren has a cultivation level that is extremely close to the Tai golden immortal. Half-step Tai golden immortal equals the pinnacle of the 9th level golden immortal. Chirping, chirping, chirping. The NET conversation is accelerated several times. Soon an hour passed. Long Fei and the other 3 finally finished speaking. At this moment, Long Fei and Crocodile Ape are even more eager for this Ascension world. Especially Long Fei, he came here just to become stronger. From the old man's words, Long Fei learned that the overall level of cultivation in this world was similar to the level in his previous life's immortality novel. Nourishing Qi, practicing Qi, building foundation, forming Eli Ir nascent soul, transforming into gods, returning to the void. Hedao Mahayana, earth immortal, true immortal, Shen immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, Tai immortal lord, Douluo immortal. The Tai immortal lord is only found in the 4 sacred realms of the Ascension world. As for the Ascension world of Douluo immortal, it seems to be a legend, and it has not appeared for 100,000 years. Long Fei asked in his mind system, what is the ceiling combat power of the Ascension world? The great Luo Xian is system. Long Fei, what is the equivalent of Douluo immortal in the orthodo cultivation level? System just in the middle stage of Douluo golden immortal. Chapter 311. Eat it and stay. Opposite the hollow is a space isolated by a blue barrier, a very large square like a secret room. It's really big. Perhaps only the monks who have come here in person can appreciate the magnificence of this place. There were no less than 100,000 people standing in the large square. These people were the younger generation from every star realm in the eastern star region of the Ascension realm, or monks who met the conditions. Some of them are here for the first time, and some of them have been eliminated before and continue to challenge this time. Regardless of whether the two were present or not, all the monks who came in were shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. Many voices of discussion also sounded at this time. This place is so big, it's just a gathering place for sect entrance trials. If the real Qinglong sect didn't know how huge and majestic it would be. The spiritual energy here is at least 10 times thicker than outside. My dear, I am worthy of being one of the top 5 super sects in the Eastern Star territory. It is indeed so terrifying. Everything in the voice was excitement, shock, admiration, surprise, awe, trembling, expectation and desire. The faces of the 100,000 monks present were simple and changeable, but they were also inseparable from the 4 origin colors. Above the 100,000 monks a hole appeared, and 3 human beings floating in the air floated out of the hole. They are an old man with long white hair and robe, and 2 young men with long green hair and robe. The 2 young men at the back were led by the old man. The old man stood in front, and the 2 young men were on the left and right respectively. There is a green dragon head on the robes of the 3 people. This is the green dragon. Looking at the crowd that was as dense as ants in front of them, the 3 of them look calm. The scene they were seeing was already a common occurrence for the 3 of them, and now the 3 of them were numb. The old man opened his mouth lightly, and his voice seemed to be instantly amplified by a force. His old and powerful voice was replaced in everyone's ears. This space is the outermost space for the trial of the disciples of Qinglong sect. Everyone from the east, different star realm monks from the star territory are gathered here. I am the general person in charge and executive officer of this sect entrance trial. You call me Elder Su. At this moment a majestic aura from a superior person naturally emanated from the old man's body. The old man is not only the person in charge of this trial for disciples entering the sect but also one of the elders of the outer sect of Qinglong sect. The lowest requirement to become an elder of Qinglong sect is to be a golden immortal. I've met Elder Su. The 100,000 monks present all raised their hands and their voices were uniform and loud. Haha, okay. Elder Su put his hands behind his back. A smile appeared on his face and then he glanced at the young man net to him on the left. The young man immediately understood the meaning, then floated out and said to the people below, he and I are your senior brothers. If you don't understand anything during the trial and rest, you can ask us too for advice. The young man on the right also smiled and said, net, I will tell you about the entrance test of our Qinglong sect. We won't tell you how many trials there are in the Qinglong sect. Anyway, the group of people who can reach the end will be qualified to join the Qinglong sect and officially become the disciples of the Qinglong sect. The first level is to enter the ancient battlefield. There are many monsters and monsters here. You need to kill these monsters or monsters. You will be given trial cards after a while. These trial cards can clearly record what you have done. The first 10,000 people killed will advance to the net level and all the monks after 10,000 will be eliminated. Also, the ancient battlefield is extremely dangerous. Monsters and monsters have different strengths but they will never exceed the realm of true immortals. Even if you die in it, you are really dead. Now you can still choose to quit or continue. If you quit, we can send you return to the star realm from which you came. The young senior brother's voice sounded solemnly. Many people here were also shaken. I didn't expect that someone would die in the first level. Soon many Hideo and Mahayana monks or monks who had not truly entered the immortal level raised their hands and chose to give up. Of course, even some monks who have already entered the immortal ranks but whose level or strength is just that consciously choose to give up because life is more important. If you don't come this time, it will be a big deal if you come net time, and the Qinglong sect is not the only one on the road of cultivation. Joining here is nothing more than having a powerful backer and abundant cultivation resources, but compared with these, life is the most important. These people know very well. Fangzheng Qinglong sect recruits new disciples every 5 years. Within 5 years, many people are confident that they can step into the immortal rank, especially those monks who have a lot of foundation. Okay, I'll send you away now. After Elder Su finished speaking, he waved his hand and many people disappeared directly. The original 100,000 monk suddenly became 50,000. It was reduced by half in an instant. Among the crowd, Long Fei and Crocodile Ape were also watching the scene around them quietly. What kind of cultivation do you think this elder has? And the two young men net to him, can you feel it? Long Fei whispered to Crocodile Ape. The following words were naturally focused on the two young men. As for the elder, he didn't think that the 9th level Earth immortal Crocodile Ape could see anything. As expected, Crocodile Ape stared at the three of them for a long time, then shook his head. No, I can't tell, especially the elder's cultivation level is very terrifying. As for the two young men, they should be in the realm of true immortals. Also, the elders who can become Qinglong sect must have higher cultivation than true immortals. Long Fei nodded. I guessed in my heart, could it be Xian Ian, or is it the golden immortal? As for Tai golden immortal, that's impossible. Long Fei feels like he should be in Xian Ian, right? He himself was not sure. After all, he was still a stranger and he couldn't see through the other party's cultivation. These high-ranking people are full of arrogance and they are often extremely angry if they find out that they are being spied on by lower-ranking people. Elder Su above looked at the remaining 50,000 people with a calm presence. His eyes continued to scan the crowd. The net moment he stopped at the Crocodile Ape and left after a second. He said lightly in his heart, monster beasts that have transformed into human is just a bit old. The Qinglong sect does not have the same rules as the secular world. Whether it is a person, a monster or other living beings, as long as they do not cause damage and can pass the trial level, the Qinglong sect will accept them without fail. And it was just a 9th level earthly immortal who couldn't make waves. He didn't take it seriously at all, let alone the environment where there were countless powerful people in the Qinglong sect. Moreover, Elder Su also discovered that in addition to this, there were other alternative creatures among these 50,000 people, and all of them were transformed into human. It seems that this trial will be more exciting, Elder Su said secretly in his heart. Then he said, 50,000 people, but you still want to give up? If you don't say it this time, there will be no chance. Life is very precious. If you cherish your life, quitting is not an act of weakness. It is a wise act. The last thing I'm asking is there anyone else who wants to opt out? Elder Su's voice once again rang in the ears of 50,000 people, but it was calm down below and no one chose to quit. Elder Su said indifferently, very good, go and give them trial card. Looking at the young man on the left, the young man said, it's the teacher. After the young man finished speaking, he waved his hand and suddenly bright lights like stars appeared above the 50,000 1000 people. Book Club Group 577355146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 312. Ancient Battlefield. Opposite the hollow is a space isolated by a blue barrier, a very large square like a secret room. It's really big. Perhaps only the monks who have come here in person can appreciate the magnificence of this place. There are no less than 100,000 people standing in the large square. These people are the younger generation from every star realm in the eastern star region of the Ascension realm, or monks who meet the conditions. Some of them are here for the first time and some of them have been eliminated before and continue to challenge this time. Regardless of whether the two were present or not, all the monks who came in were shocked when they saw the scene in front of them. Much discussion. The voice also rang at this time. This place is so big, it's just a gathering place for sect entrance trials. If the real Qinglong sect didn't know how huge and majestic it would be. The aura here is at least 10 times thicker than outside. My dear, I am worthy of being one of the top 5 super sects in the Eastern Star territory. It is indeed so terrifying. Everything in the voice was excitement, shock, admiration, surprise, awe, trembling, expectation and desire. The faces of the 100,000 monks present were simple and changeable, but they were also inseparable from the 4 origin colors. Above the 100,000 monks a hole appeared and 3 human beings floating in the air floated out of the hole. They are an old man with long white hair and robe and 2 young men with long green hair and robe. The 2 young men at the back were led by the old man. The old man stood in front and the 2 young men were on the left and right respectively. There is a green dragon head on the robes of the 3 people. This is the green dragon. Looking at the crowd that was as dense as ants in front of them, the 3 of them look calm. The scene they were seeing was already a common occurrence for the 3 of them, and now the 3 of them were numb. The old man opened his mouth lightly and his voice seemed to be instantly amplified by a force. His old and powerful voice was replaced in everyone's ears. This space is the outermost space for the trial of the disciples of Qinglong sect. Everyone from the east, different star realm monks from the star territory are gathered here. I am the general person in charge and executive officer of this sect entrance trial. You call me Elder Su. At this moment a majestic aura from a superior person naturally emanated from the old man's body. The old man is not only the person in charge of this trial for disciples entering the sect, but also one of the elders of the outer sect of Qinglong sect. The lowest requirement to become an elder of Qinglong sect is to be a golden immortal. I've met Elder Su. 100,000 monks present raised their hands and their voices were uniform and loud. Haha, okay. Elder Su put his hands behind his back. A smile appeared on his face and then he glanced at the young man net to him on the left. The young man understood the meaning immediately, then floated out and said to the people below, he and I are both your senior brothers. If you don't understand anything during the trial and rest, you can ask us too for advice. The young man on the right also smiled and said, net, I will tell you about the entrance test of our Qinglong sect. We won't tell you how many trials there are in the Qinglong sect. Anyway, the group of people who can reach the end will be qualified to join the Qinglong sect and officially become the disciples of the Qinglong sect. The first level is to enter the ancient battlefield. There are many monsters and monsters here. You need to kill these monsters or monsters. You will be given trial cards after a while. These trial cards can clearly record what you have done. The first 10,000 people killed will advance to the net level, and all the monks after 10,000 will be eliminated. Also, the ancient battlefield is extremely dangerous. Monsters and monsters have different strengths, but they will never exceed the realm of true immortals. Even if you die in it, you are really dead. Now you can still choose to quit or continue. If you quit, we can send you return to the star realm from which you came. The young senior brother's voice sounded solemnly. Many people here were also shaken. I didn't expect that someone would die in the first level. Soon many Hideo and Mahayana monks or monks who had not truly entered the immortal level raised their hands and chose to give up. Of course, even some monks who have already entered the immortal ranks but whose level or strength is just that consciously choose to give up, because life is more important. If you don't come this time, it will be a big deal if you come net time, and the Qinglong sect is not the only one on the road of cultivation. Joining here is nothing more than having a powerful backer and abundant cultivation resources, but compared with these, life is the most important. These people know very well. Fangzheng Qinglong sect recruits new disciples every 5 years. Within 5 years, many people are confident that they can step into the immortal rank, especially those monks who have a lot of foundation. Okay, I'll send you away now. After Elder Su finished speaking, he waved his hand and many people disappeared directly. The original 100,000 monk suddenly became 50,000. It was reduced by half in an instant. Among the crowd, Long Fei and Crocodile Ape were also watching the scene around them quietly. What kind of cultivation do you think this elder has? And the 2 young men net to him, can you feel it? Long Fei whispered to Crocodile Ape. The following words were naturally focused on the two young men. As for the elder, he didn't think that the 9th level Earth Immortal Crocodile Ape could see anything. Sure enough, Crocodile Ape stared at the three of them for a long time, then shook his head. No, I can't tell, especially the elder's cultivation level is very terrifying. As for the two young men, they should be in the realm of true immortals. Also, the elders who can become Qinglong sect must have higher cultivation than true immortals. Long Fei nodded. I guessed in my heart, could it be Xuan Ian, or is it the Golden Immortal? As for Tai Golden Immortal, that's impossible. Long Fei feels that he should be in Xuan Ian, right? He himself was not sure. After all, he was still a stranger and he couldn't see through the other party's cultivation. These high-ranking people are full of arrogance and they are often extremely angry if they find out that they are being spied on by lower-ranking people. Elder Su above looked at the remaining 50,000 people with a calm presence. His eyes continued to scan the crowd. The net moment he stopped at the Crocodile Ape and left after a second. He said lightly in his heart, monster beasts that have transformed into human. Am just a bit old. The Qinglong sect does not have the same rules as the secular world. Whether it is a person, a monster or other living beings, as long as they do not cause damage and can pass the trial level, the Qinglong sect will accept them without fail. And it was just a 9th level earthly immortal who couldn't make waves. He didn't take it seriously at all, let alone the environment where there were countless powerful people in the Qinglong sect. Moreover, Elder Su also discovered that in addition to this there were other alternative creatures among these 50,000 people, all of which had transformed into human. It seems that this trial will be more exciting, Elder Su said secretly in his heart. Then he said, 50,000 people, but you still want to give up? If you don't say it this time, there will be no chance. Life is very precious. If you cherish your life, quitting is not an act of weakness. It is a wise act. The last thing I'm asking is there anyone else who wants to opt out? Elder Su's voice once again rang in the ears of 50,000 people, but it was calm down below and no one chose to quit. Elder Su said indifferently, very good. Go and give them trial card. Looking at the young man on the left, the young man said, it's the teacher. After the young man finished speaking, he waved his hand and suddenly bright lights like stars appeared above the 50,000 people. Book Club Group 577355146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 313. Lava Rift Beast Fight. There was indeed no other monk except the two of them within a radius of 100 kilometers, but within a radius of 1,000 kilometers he did find single people who could not distinguish their position. 3 men and 3 women. This number is very even, and these people are facing their own challenges and are fighting fiercely. The old man during the trial didn't say that we can't eliminate our competitors. If we eliminate our competitors, I wonder if the value of my trial token will be increased. Long Fei looked at the trial sign in his hand and thought inwardly, a bold yet relatively normal question. Killing each other is the nature of the world. He is not wrong. If he is really wrong, then the first one who is wrong is the so-called world of immortality. Long Fei planned to find a monster and kill it to get some numerical improvement. Let go. Just when Long Fei and Crocodile Ape were about to leave, suddenly there was a vibration nearby. The two were stunned for a moment and stopped moving forward. Young master, I can feel a powerful energy coming towards us quickly. It seems to be inside this volcano. Crocodile Ape's presence changed slightly. As he spoke, he turned around and looked at the crater behind him. Long Fei also turned around and looked solemnly. If Crocodile Ape could feel it, he would naturally be able to feel it. This guy's aura was very strong. Crocodile Ape pointed to the half-dented volcano crater in front. It's already here. It's about to come out right at the volcano crater. Boom. At this moment, the vibrations on the mountain and the land involved were getting more and more intense, and it was very terrifying. Fly first. Long Fei and Crocodile Ape soared into the sky decisively. At the same time, the former's chaos blue dragon eyes were observing the situation ahead. An extremely huge fireball, which should not be said to be a fireball, transformed from a warcraft, rushed out of the sunken crater. The already dry molten lava around the crater boiled and burned again. They know this is their first battle coming. Wait a minute, don't take action. I'll come and meet this big guy in person. The dragon blood in Long Fei's body was extremely hot and his will to fight was ignited. He couldn't wait to fight against the strong. It's young master. Crocodile Ape nodded and obeyed the order. Boom. The second the flame beast had broken through the crater and soared into the sky. The huge flames made the sea of fire below become extremely hot. Ho 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 ho. Angry roars shot straight into the sky. His power was unparalleled and his body was full of ancient aura, naturally releasing an aura of ancient ferocious beasts. The sky and the earth were eclipsed and the originally red sky suddenly became covered with dark cloud, and the thunder gathered on the top of the beast's head and continued to brew. This area was suddenly filled with thunder cloud and it was extremely dark. This thing may be equivalent to the the level of a mini-boss it's not simple. Long Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, clenched his hands, and the fiery light appeared in his eyes. The demon beast revealed its true form, which was a humanoid flame giant about the same size as the crocodile ape. It had large flame horns on its head, a ferocious face, and its huge body muscles were covered with flame energy. This is a truly ferocious beast. Seeing this scene, the crocodile ape beside him had become solemn before, but at the net moment his brows relaxed slightly. What kind of cultivation level does this thing have? Long Fei asked. Crocodile ape said, young master, you are just a SITH level peak earth immortal level monster, and it does not pose any threat to you. Before it was an 8th level peak earth immortal, but it was defeated by Long Fei, who had just transformed into a 5th level earth immortal with spiritual power, let alone this thing, and they should be about the same age. In other words, the crocodile ape is more ancient than the so-called ancient beast in front of him. It's interesting. He's at this level when he comes out. It's just enough for me to practice my skills. A burst of cyan energy burst out from Long Fei's body, and the net moment it shot directly towards him and punched him. Beast, I will let you be the first monster to gain points from this trial card. The ancient monster beast Lava Rift Beast was furious. You little human, you are seeking death. It is very common for monsters of this level to be able to speak. Naturally, Long Fei was not surprised, but his presence was full of fighting spirit. All his provocations are to bring out the true full power of the thing in front of him. That would be fun. The Lava Rift Beast struck a shocking punch with rage and terrifying power. Boom! The space shattered and opened. The flow of surrounding breath was stopped, and thunder spread all over the body on the terrifying high temperature. This Lava Rift Beast is not only a fire attribute monster, but also a dual attribute beast that can control domineering thunder. The two worlds collided, and a burst of sound circles erupted again, and the sound explosion circles spread one after another. Under the action of this powerful and terrifying dual force, an extremely powerful rebound force was instantly formed, which directly ejected both sides. Long Fei forcibly stabilized his body while continuously retreating. Looking at the hands that had just touched each other, a rich smile suddenly appeared on his mouth, grinning with teeth, and he was very satisfied. Yes, you're not bad at all. The SITH level peak earth immortal ancient monster is indeed different from the monsters I've fought before. That's right, one is below the immortal and the other is above the immortal. This kind of gap cannot be compared in the first place. Long Fei's pupils became even more fiery, his fighting spirit became more burning, and the dragon blood in his body kept boiling and burning. He clenched his fist again, and the cyan power and aura on his body became particularly strong. Beast, come and fight! Roaring angrily, he flew towards the Lava Rift Beast again. Human, you deserve to die. The Lava Rift Beast was completely angered by Long Fei bursting out with a lot of potential, and its power and destructive power were even higher than before. Okay, I like you like this. Not only was Long Fei not afraid, he was actually excited. Rumble, bang, 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 boom, bang, 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 bang. The 34 rounds have come and gone. In the sky, the two are fiercely colliding. The explosion circle is constantly flashing across the sky, and the impact circle is filled with various horrifying scenes. From time to time there are bright red flames, dark and domineering thunder, and cyan energy that is shocking. The three are constantly fighting decisively. The crocodile ape below watched this scene quietly, his face particularly moved. His young master is so strong, no wonder he was able to beat him that time. However, the Lava Rift Beast in front of me is not a vegetarian. After all, it is also a ferocious beast that has fought in a harsh place like the ancient battlefield for many years. Its combat experience must be richer than that of the crocodile ape that has always eased in the abandoned star relic. These it takes years of accumulated fighting to be able to leave it behind. When fighting with Long Fei, he seemed not to fall behind, but Long Fei didn't use all his strength at all. From the beginning until now, Long Fei had been using his body strength and the spiritual power in his body to compete with this ancient beast. The Lava Rift Beast was beaten so hard by Long Fei's power that it had to be furious and at the same time display its real power step by step. Although some of it was still useless, the absolute suppression of its strength could still be seen. Immortal skill: Burning Sky Star Explosion, burning the desolate sky seal. With the transformation of Long Fei's cultivation, these fighting skills also changed. Long Fei used his skills one after another to hit the Lava Rift Beast. The terrifying power sweeps across the sky and the earth. Book Club Group 577355146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 314 Upgrade. There was indeed no other monk except the two of them within a radius of 100 kilometers, but within a radius of 1,000 kilometers he did find single people who could not distinguish their position. 3 men and 3 women. This number is very even, and these people are facing their own challenges and are fighting fiercely. The old man during the trial didn't say that we can't eliminate our competitors. If we eliminate our competitors. I wonder if the value of my trial token will be increased. Long Fei looked at the trial sign in his hand and thought inwardly. A bold yet relatively normal question. Killing each other is the nature of the world. He is not wrong. If he is really wrong, then the first one who is wrong is the so-called world of immortality. Long Fei planned to find a monster and kill it to get some numerical improvement. Let go. Just when Long Fei and Crocodile Ape were about to leave, suddenly there was a vibration nearby. The two were stunned for a moment and stopped moving forward. Young master, I can feel a powerful energy coming towards us quickly. It seems to be inside this volcano. Crocodile Ape's expression changed slightly. As he spoke, he turned around and looked at the crater behind him. Long Fei also turned around and looked solemnly. If Crocodile Ape could feel it, he would naturally be able to feel it. This guy's aura was very strong. Crocodile Ape pointed to the half-dented volcano crater in front. It's already here. It's about to come out right at the volcano crater. Boom. At this moment, the vibrations on the mountain and the land involved were getting more and more intense, and it was very scary. Fly first. Long Fei and Crocodile Ape soared into the sky decisively. At the same time, the former's chaos blue dragon eyes were observing the situation ahead. An extremely huge fireball does not correspond to it. Should be said that the fireball transformed by the warcraft rushed out of the sunken crater, and the already dry molten lava around the crater boiled and burned again. They know this is their first battle coming. Wait a minute, don't take action. I'll come and meet this big guy in person. The dragon blood in Long Fei's body was extremely hot and his will to fight was ignited. He couldn't wait to fight against the strong. It's young master. Crocodile Ape nodded and obeyed the order. Boom. The net second the flame beast had broken through the crater and soared into the sky. The huge flames made the sea of fire below become extremely hot. Ho 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 ho. Angry roars shot straight into the sky. His power was unparalleled and his body was full of ancient aura, naturally releasing an aura of ancient ferocious beasts. The sky and the earth were eclipsed, and the originally red sky suddenly became covered with dark cloud, and the thunder gathered on the top of the beast's head and continued to brew. This area was suddenly filled with thunder cloud, and it was extremely dark. This thing may be equivalent to the level of a mini-boss. It's not simple. Long Fei narrowed his eyes, slightly clenched his hands, and the fiery light appeared in his eyes. The demon beast revealed its true form, which was a humanoid flame giant about the same size as the crocodile ape. It had large flame horns on its head, a ferocious face, and its huge body muscles were covered with flame energy. This is a truly ferocious beast. Seeing this scene, the crocodile ape beside him had become solemn before, but at the net moment his brows relaxed slightly. What kind of cultivation level does this thing have? Long Fei asked. Crocodile ape said, young master, you are just a SITH level peak earth immortal level monster, and it does not pose any threat to you. Before it was an 8th level peak earth immortal, but it was defeated by Long Fei, who had just transformed into a 5th level earth immortal with spiritual power, let alone this thing, and they should be about the same age. In other words, the crocodile ape is more ancient than the so-called ancient beast in front of him. It's interesting. He's at this level when he comes out. It's just enough for me to practice my skills. A burst of cyan energy burst out from Long Fei's body, and the net moment it shot directly towards him and punched him. Beast, I will let you be the first monster to gain points from this trial card. The ancient monster beast Lava Rift Beast was furious. You little human, you are seeking death. It is very common for monsters of this level to be able to speak. Naturally, Long Fei was not surprised, but his expression was full of fighting spirit. All his provocations are to bring out the true full power of the thing in front of him. That would be fun. The Lava Rift Beast struck a shocking punch with rage and terrifying power. Boom! The space shattered and opened. The flow of surrounding breath was stopped and thunder spread all over the body on the terrifying high temperature. This Lava Rift Beast is not only a fire attribute monster but also a dual attribute beast that can control domineering thunder. The two worlds collided and a burst of sound circles erupted again, and the sound explosion circles spread one after another. Under the action of this powerful and terrifying dual force, an extremely powerful rebound force was instantly formed which directly ejected both sides. Long Fei forcibly stabilized his body while continuously retreating. Looking at the hands that had just touched each other, a rich smile suddenly appeared on his mouth, grinning with teeth, and he was very satisfied. Yes, you are not bad at all. The SITH level peak earth immortal ancient monster is indeed different from the monsters I have fought before. That's right, one is below the immortal and the other is above the immortal. This kind of gap cannot be compared in the first place. Long Fei's pupils became even more fiery, his fighting spirit became more burning, and the dragon blood in his body kept boiling and burning. He clenched his fist again, and the cyan power and aura on his body became particularly strong. Beast, come and fight! Roaring angrily, he flew towards the Lava Rift Beast again. Human, you deserve to die. The Lava Rift Beast was completely angered by Long Fei bursting out with a lot of potential and power and destructive collective power were even higher than before. Okay, I like you like this. Not only was Long Fei not afraid, he was actually excited. Rumble, bang 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 boom, bang 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 bang. The 34 rounds have come and gone. In the sky the two are fiercely colliding. The explosion circle is constantly flashing across the sky, and the impact circle is filled with various horrifying scenes. From time to time there are bright red flames, dark and domineering thunder and cyan energy that is shocking. The three are constantly fighting. The crocodile ape below watched this scene quietly, his face particularly moved. His young master is so strong, no wonder he was able to beat him that time. However, the lava rift beast in front of me is not a vegetarian. After all, it is also a ferocious beast that has fought in a harsh place like the ancient battlefield for many years. Its combat experience must be richer than that of the crocodile ape that has always eased in the abandoned star relic. These it takes years of accumulated fighting to be able to leave it behind. When fighting with Long Fei he seemed not to fall behind, but Long Fei didn't use all his strength at all. From the beginning until now Long Fei has been using his body strength and the spiritual power in his body to compete with this ancient beast. As for the lava rift beast, it was beaten by Long Fei's power and had to become furious while displaying its real power step by step. Although some of it was still unused, this absolute pressure in strength the system can still be seen. Immortal skills: Burning Sky Star Explosion, Burning the Desolate Sky Seal. With the transformation of Long Fei's cultivation, these fighting skills also changed. Long Fei used his skills one after another to hit the lava rift beast. The terrifying power sweeps across the sky and the earth. Book Club Group 577355146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 315. Gain Eparian. After Crocodile Ape left, Long Fei was also planning to find a place to continue hunting monsters to earn points and Eparian's point, but just now there was movement around. Then human monks gradually appeared. These human monks were shocked by the scene in front of them, their eyes filled with fear. They don't know what happened in this devastated land in front of them, but one thing they all know is that an unprecedented terrorist explosion occurred here, otherwise it would not be possible to turn into such an unrecognizable scene. The eyes of the SI people all looked up at the sky. The only figure in this area who had his back turned to them. They don't know if this figure is also coming from afar like them, or if it is one of the people who are talking about the war here. One man flew up first and slowly stopped. The other 5 people also started to follow. They were also curious. Fellow Taoist, do you know what happened here? The man asked. Long Fei slowly turned around and looked at the SI people. 3 men and 3 women were the SI people he saw before when his consciousness swept across. Among the SI people, except for 1 5th level Earth Immortal, the other 5 people are all below the 5th level Earth Immortal. Long Fei said calmly, "Oh, it's not a big deal. I just killed a monster that offended me." "What? Fellow Taoist, did you do this?" The SI people turned pale in shock. The SI people subconsciously moved slowly towards the back. "What? Are you afraid of me?" Long Fei showed a deep smile. "Isn't it just for me that you came here?" Long Fei smiled faintly. "That monster is a SITH level peak Earth Immortal. If you are interested, look for it and maybe you can find some residue. It is also a precious treasure for you. Of course, if you are SI, if you want to be my enemy, just start a fight." "Haha, no fellow Taoist, please go to the toilet yourself. I suddenly have an emergency and I have to leave. Goodbye fellow Taoist." After saying that, the man turned around and ran away with cold sweat pouring out of his forehead. "By the way fellow Taoist, we still have to kill monsters to gain points, so we're leaving too." After that a few more people left. Then they came up with Ekus one by one and ran away quickly. Long Fei did not intercept them as they were running away, but turned into a flash of thunder and headed directly towards the area where there were many monsters. Time passes little by little, and Long Fei has already taken the Qinglong ancient sword in his hand to kill a whole world in this brand new ancient battlefield. At this moment, with his radius as the center, there was a sea of blood and the remains of monsters and beasts. These are the results of his day. He found that this place was really a good place to gain Eparian. All the monsters here seemed to be endless, and there was an endless supply of them, and Long Fei also got good returns from this thing. After a day of grinding, his level was raised from the original SITH level Earth Immortal to the 8th level Earth Immortal. It's getting late, so let's stop here today. After Long Fei harvested the wealth from these monsters, he left here directly. At night he found a hillside area close to the river surrounded by wood. Although there was a strong smell of war and blood, it did not hinder the ecological development of the place. This ancient battlefield is truly an unpredictable world. Long Fei's spiritual thoughts swept around and there were no human monks nearby. After finding a place to camp, they lit a fire and skewered some of the monster meat they collected and roasted it on the fire. The fat on the meat was roasted under the hot flames and the sizzling sound continued. The fragrance also flows out. These fragrant fragrances are strong, and when combined with Long Fei's unique secret method they become even richer and fragrant. If there are monsters or other creatures hundreds of meters around in the net moment, they will definitely be attracted to this place by this unique fragrance. Camping in the wild and making it smell so good is actually a very dangerous thing, but Long Fei's strength is not worrying at all here. He was not afraid of the 5th level Earth Immortal before, but now that he has been upgraded to the 8th level Earth Immortal, he is naturally even less likely to be afraid. I have been promoted to 3 levels in one day. This ancient battlefield is really a holy place for gaining Eparian. Now as long as they are not in the realm of true immortals, it is not that he needs to be afraid of the other party, but that the other party needs to be afraid of him. Just when Long Fei reached out to get the barbecue to eat, there was movement around him. Long Fei didn't even look at it but continued to pick it up and eat it. And the source of the movement was also revealed: a wolf with a scarlet double click on its head and a body as big as a lion. Each head exudes a vicious murderous aura, an evil aura and a demonic aura. The sharp teeth are posed and saliva flows from the teeth. The grass on the ground withers when the saliva falls to the ground. This saliva is highly icy, but Long Fei himself is not afraid of poisons, so these will not scare him. Continue to eat, showing an e-pression of great satisfaction and enjoyment. This e-pression also made the wolves very greedy for his hands of meat. A large number of wolves launched a ferocious hunt directly towards Long Fei. A bunch of beasts looking for death. Long Fei looked calm and chewed slowly with his mouth full. All these wolves were in the 1st, 2nd or 3rd level of the earthly immortal realm. He didn't even bother to look. He raised his hand and waved, and terrifying power swept out. The eyes of the leading wolf group shrank, showing a hint of fear. The net moment, the bodies of the wolves one after another plotted into blood clots in mid-air and died. Bang 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 bang. It's not over yet, the explosions are still going on. Although the wolves were frightened, they did not retreat because of this. Instead they hunted more bravely. They are not vegetarian. They must be able to survive in such a harsh ancient battlefield. They also displayed their magical skills. Some were strong and some were weak, and they were fearless. Very brave but unfortunately useless. As soon as Long Fei took out the Qinglong ancient sword in his hand, he dodged and blasted away the attacks of the wolves. Then he flashed to their crowd and directly inserted the Qinglong ancient sword into the ground. A terrifying force directly shook the wolves into the sky. As a blue pattern appeared on the ground of the Qinglong ancient sword, countless sword lights appeared on each wolf in the pack. The wolves screamed, blood spurted out, and the scene was cruel. Bang 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 bang. When all the wolves died, not one of them was alive. This world is so cruel. You can give your life for a bite of food. It is unfair to some creatures or people. Fairness is only enjoyed by the strong. The weak do not have these gifts. After Long Fei finished eating, he found a place to sleep. Pay no attention to the fighting in the outside world. In the ancient battlefield, 300 monks had been eliminated in this first day. Some of these monks crushed the trial tokens themselves, and some died in the hands of monsters and other creatures. Of the 50,000 people, there are currently only 49,700 left. However, this number is still very large. You must know that the number of people who will be eliminated in this first level is less than 10,000. Maybe it doesn't include 10,000. That's 9,999. Book Club Group 577355146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 316. The last 10 days. Half a month passed quickly on the ancient battlefield. In the past half month, Long Fei encountered many incredible things and killed many monsters and ghosts here. Similarly, there were also some self-righteous monks who wanted to take Long Fei's head and be killed instantly by him. In the past half month, he had killed no less than 100 monks. Within half a month, many people were eliminated from the ancient battlefield. The speed of elimination is as fast and terrifying as a flood. The original 49,700 people now only have 25,000 left. A total of 24,700 people were eliminated. This is only half a month and 15 days. There's still half a month to go. With such a speed and such a process, the further we eliminate, the greater the number will naturally be. However, after eliminating the weak, the remaining ones will basically belong to the powerful elite, but they are not yet elites in the true sense. These elites are just the first batch, needs to be continuously eliminated. In the past half month, the 7 elders who had been watching the ball outside the ancient battlefield also noticed Long Fei. This time there are not many young people who stand out, but Long Fei is indeed a different kind. Anyway, his behavior is very different. Daytime on the SITH day. At this moment, Long Fei has arrived at the core area of the ancient battlefield, and those monks who survived will also come here, and this will be the gathering place for everyone. However, this place is very big and no one wants to be the first to stand out. The same is true for Long Fei. He found a slightly remote and abandoned place. I plan to live in the Beast Valley first. The ancient battlefield deserves to be a holy place for gaining Eparians experience and upgrading. In just half a month, Long Fei was promoted from the previous 8th level Earthly Immortal to the half-step True Immortal of Dzogchen. Why have I killed so many Earth Immortal level monsters and monks for half a month but I still haven't achieved the breakthrough to True Immortality? That's because the experience points required from the 8th level Earth Immortal have skyrocketed abnormally. If based on the previous experience points he would have already broken through to the True Immortal level by now, and maybe he could even use this ancient battlefield to advance to the Xian Immortal level. He went out again, but these were all fantasies and he was stopped by the actual experience value. But that's okay. Stopped him but didn't knock him down. If you have more experience points, kill more. It's nothing more than those few quantities. However, after half a month of killing and torture, the killing field in his body has also undergone huge qualitative changes. Maybe they are killing immortal level people, and what they have condensed is also immortal level murderous aura, and the murderous aura below these immortals has already out of date. The killing field has also received an unimaginable huge upgrade. The realm of Zhu Ian. This is the name of the higher realm after the killing realm has been upgraded. It just so happened that the monsters Long Fei killed were all at the Earth Immortal level. Arriving here, Long Fei took a short rest and used up the killing experience of the past half month. At the same time, he also took out some materials from the monks and monsters he killed to use for physical training. He found that the blood, bone marrow, inner Eli Irs and other things left behind by these monsters here played a very important role in his physical cultivation. Very good effect. At this moment the blood in his whole body was strong and strong. It was really a very correct decision to come to this ascension realm, enter the abandoned star relics, go to Sulan realm and then enter this ancient battlefield. Continue to practice. Crazy practice. Although his cultivation has now reached the Dzogchen half-step True Immortal cultivation level, it is still far from enough at this time. His pursuit is to become the Great Luo Immortal, the highest cultivation level in this ascension world. The middle stage of Douluo Jin Ian. The time spent immersed in cultivation passed by like water. The ancients often said that if a cultivator meditate for a while, it will be a year after he opens his eyes. But Long Fei is not so aggravated here. It's just that another 5 days have passed. In the past 5 days, monks have been eliminated one after another. In the end, only 20,000 people were left. It's only 10 days away from 1 month. Long Fei was not interested in what was happening outside. After waking up from practice, he slowly let out a breath of turbid breath. The blood in his body is thicker. A low dragon roar came out and a dragon shadow loomed around him, but it quickly disappeared. The net moment he slowly raised his hand holding a trial token in his hand. The number 300 before the trial token has now become 3 million. This is the score he got from killing monsters and other things here in the first half of the month. Long Fei raised his head, looked at the white sky at this moment and said to himself, I don't know if 3 million is more, but just in case I won't be eliminated, there are still 10 days left. I plan to save. Take a look at 100 million. He stood up, took back the trial token and flew directly towards the center. The other side. On the 7th elder's side, the first elder, who had not spoken for a long time, said slowly, there are still 10 days left. The tide should begin. With that said, the other SI people nodded and then one of them cast a spell to penetrate into the ball. The 10-day wave of the ancient battlefield is coming. In this wave there are not only monsters and ferocious beasts but also instants and everything under the true fairyland in the ancient battlefield. Even dead puppet skeletons will join it. This will be the last wave in the ancient battlefield and the most intense knockout. There are still 20,000 people, which is still too many. At least 10,001 people must be eliminated. Of course, if these people can really withstand this wave for 10 days without being eliminated in more than 10,000, they will not be eliminated by then and will be counted in the passing category. However, when the points are tested after they come out the third, there are only 999 people in one level. Soon the entire ancient battlefield was violently shaking. The remaining 20,000 people showed vigilance and solemn prescience. Coming soon. Suddenly a monk shouted in fear. What coming? Asked the unknown monk. Why are we all here? How is this going? Damn it, the plan was messed up. 20,000 people gathered in the central area of the ancient battlefield. All of these people were dragged here directly from different places by a force. Of course, this is also the handiwork of the spell-casting elder and also the meaning of the 7 elders. This sudden incident also caused misfortune to some of the monks who had laid out the plan. Their previous plans for the net 10 days were all useless, all in vain. This is your last challenge. The 10-day wave of life and death in the ancient battlefield is coming. If you persist for 10 days, you can leave here. There are still 3 hours before the wave starts. All your choices during these 3 hours are extremely important. It's important. Good luck to you. Just when the 20,000 monks were at a loss, an old clear sound came from behind the void. What? You actually came here? The tide of life and death? Isn't this trying trying to kill us? Damn it, there are no city buildings around here to block it. It's not fair. Fuck you. Quick. We still have 3 minutes. Quickly use some monsters or rocks to quickly build a city focused on defense. We don't have much time. Stop inking. Everyone will die then. Just when many monks were cursing, several unusual cold voices sounded. When everyone heard it, it made sense. And these people will be the main characters. Book Club Group 577355146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 317. Resist. In this world of immortality, the gerund of time is always so powerless, and tens, hundreds, or thousands of years are like one day. A mere 3 hours were not worth mentioning. They passed quickly. However, the monks were also very fast. They did not waste any more time, and with 20,000 years of cooperation, they used all the hard materials they found that could be used as defense to build the temporary city. This city is neither big nor small enough to accommodate them for the current 20,000 years. With the subsequent battles, the monks will definitely be eliminated, and even the number of people who will die will decrease. In this way, there will not be much left. Now that 3 hours have come, the ancient battlefield that has been shaking has become particularly violent, and ups and downs after the last second. The monks also specially built reinforcements under the guidance of some master monks who can observe the terrain to resist this layout. Even today's violent ups and downs can be easily withstood. Within the city, the monks could see that with their city as the center point, people were coming from all directions, making them all feel numb. Densely packed like a pile of ants, there are monsters of different sizes, warcraft, ferocious beasts, ghost puppets, skeletons, and all other strange shapes. All living and dead spirits have a dense layer of murderous and evil aura. At this moment, these living and dead souls, whether they had reason or not, turned into killing puppets that had lost their reason and came madly. Damn, there are so many, they are trying to kill us. All the monks suddenly panicked and their presence changed drastically. Don't be stunned. Everyone is being hidden. If you can't get through this level, you won't be able to use the hidden methods later. Everyone hurry up and take action with all your strength. The extremely different prodigy son who was leading the construction of the city shouted angrily. No one dares to neglect. Soon a terrifying and huge war between humans and demons broke out here. On the battlefield, Long Fei was alone looking at the bloody scene of these passionate people who were determined to defend the city to the death. He was not in a hurry, took his time and wiped out a lot of tidal monsters with one palm. He has reached the half-step true immortal realm of Dzogchen and is currently the highest level here. The second tallest person is a perfect half-step true immortal. This young man seems to be about the same age as Long Fei. He is probably from a certain star realm in the eastern star region. The third highest one is the half-step true immortal, followed by the 9-star peak earth immortal and the 9-star earth immortal. As for the NET levels, there are a lot of them that are not surprising, and these few people are also the main force of the 20,000 people to fight against these waves this time. Their killing moves are also very powerful. They will lose a lot of tide monsters in one round. However, these tidal monsters seem to have no tail at all, and they keep increasing in number crazily. In this way, everyone continued to resist. It was hard to hold on until the 9th day. In 8 days there were countless casualties, and only 7,500 monks were left out of the original 20,000. Some of those people before could not bear to crush the trial tokens and were eliminated, and some were devoured by monsters in the fighting and died without their bodies intact. Of the remaining 7,500 people, nearly 2,000 were seriously injured. The resistance on the human side has reached a critical point. On the other hand, after 7 days of killing the monsters in the tide, they were surrounded by corpses and countless mutilated limbs on the battlefield. However, the number now is not as huge as before, and the ones who come are not of certain levels. There are not many, but they are almost all elite. The lowest level of strength is the 7th level earth immortal level, and the highest level has reached half a step of the great perfection, the realm of true immortality. The elder was indeed very reasonable. He did not send anyone who was in the true immortal realm, but he had someone who was infinitely close to the true immortal realm. This is a huge pit. The young man who was a half-step true immortal from Dzogchen said it's the last day, but in their current state whether they can withstand this last day is still a big question. Later their levels were higher, but the levels of the monsters were about the same, and after constant battles human monks were no match for these beasts. The perfect half-step true immortal said it is indeed somewhat difficult. 9th level earth immortal peak. These injured people are burdensome. If they stay, why not make good use of them while there are still some opportunities? 9th level earth immortal, you find that it seems different without that person. The 4 people started talking together. As the 4th person's voice sounded, the other 3 people also looked towards the 4th person's eyes. Among the disabled people there was a person who was sitting there calmly. He seemed to have noticed the gazes of the 4 people and looked over. Long Fei's face was calm. In 8 days he killed countless people, and many people saw it in his hands. The terrifying and explosive power destroys the world. The four of them flew towards Long Fei. I want to get him to join the gang. However, Long Fei likes to work alone and he has a crocodile, so he directly rejected the four people's kindness. The faces of the four people are naturally not good looking, but they can't do anything about it. The four people are not low in cultivation, so they can naturally feel the sense of oppression brought by the person in front of them. This can only mean that this person is very strong and his cultivation level is very likely. It has surpassed the strongest level among the four. I have been observing him these past few days. This person is very strange and shows no mercy in his method. I feel something from him that is beyond my level. Isn't this person a true immortal? If this is really the case, it would be really terrible. Among the tens of thousands of people in the younger generation, there are still true immortals. He is an exception. The four of them whispered to each other after leaving with a look of fear on their faces. Then he called the attention of the other monks who would become a liability if they were injured. Long Fei looked at the surrounding scenes quietly. Tomorrow is the 10th day and it will end at 12 o'clock tomorrow night, but there will definitely be a stronger wave before 12 o'clock. In the past few days, Long Fei, who was spawning monsters, has also been promoted from the original half-step true immortal of Dzogchen to the realm of first level true immortal. Yes, those four people's guesses were correct. He had crossed the threshold of earth immortal and reached the realm of true immortal. Now he is a genuine first level true immortal. He is also the strongest among the remaining monks. From now on he will be this group of people's last trump card before 12 o'clock tomorrow night. Crocodile Ape came to Long Fei's side and called him young master, then handed him the precious things collected by the monsters in his hands. These things are all good things and have a great effect on his physical cultivation, especially for some monster beasts that have reached the level of half-step true immortals. The things track from them contain extremely rich essence. Take advantage of the fact that there is still some time to practice as soon as possible. He won't care so much about other people's lives and death. Soon another wave came, but this time the number seems to be the smallest, with only 1,000 in the area. But these are all 9th level Earth Immortals. Book Club Group 577355146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 318. The Storm Before the End. In this world of cultivating immortals, the gerund of time is always so powerless, and tens, hundreds, or even thousands of years are like one day. A mere 3 hours were not worth mentioning, they passed quickly. However, the monks were also very fast. They did not waste any more time, and with 20,000 years of cooperation they used all the hard materials they found that could be used as defense to build the temporary city. This city is neither big nor small enough to accommodate them for the current 20,000 years. With the subsequent battles, the monks will definitely be eliminated, and even the number of people who will die will decrease. In this way there will not be much left. Now that 3 hours have come, the ancient battlefield that has been shaking has become particularly violent and ups and downs after the last second. The monks also specially built reinforcements under the guidance of some master monks who can observe the terrain layout to counteract this. Even today's violent ups and downs can be easily withstood. Within the city, the monks could see that with their city as the center point, people were coming from all directions, making them all feel numb. Densely packed like a pile of ants, there are monsters of different sizes, warcraft, ferocious beasts, ghost puppets, skeletons, and all other grotesque monsters. All living and dead spirits have a dense layer of murderous and evil aura. At this moment these living and dead souls, whether they had reason or not, turned into killing puppets that had lost their reason and came madly. Damn, there are so many, they are trying to kill us. All the monks suddenly panicked and their presence changed drastically. Don't be stunned. Everyone is being hidden. If you can't get through this level, you won't be able to use the hidden methods later. Everyone hurry up and take action with all your strength. The extremely different prodigy son who was leading the construction of the city shouted angrily. No one dares to neglect. Soon a terrifying and huge war between humans and demons broke out here. On the battlefield, Long Fei was alone looking at the bloody scene of these passionate people who were determined to defend the city to the death. He was not in a hurry, took his time and wiped out a lot of tidal monsters with one palm. He has reached the half-step true immortal realm of Dzogchen and is currently the highest level here. The second tallest person is a perfect half-step true immortal. This young man seems to be about the same age as Long Fei. He is probably from a certain star realm in the eastern star region. The third highest is the half-step true immortal, followed by the 9-star peak Earth immortal and the 9-star Earth immortal. As for the NET levels, there are a lot of them that are not surprising, and these few people are also the main force of the 20,000 people fighting against these waves this time. Their killing moves are also very powerful. They will lose a lot of tide monsters in one round. However, these tidal monsters seem to have no tail at all, and they keep increasing in number crazily. In this way everyone continued to resist. It was hard to hold on until the 9th day. In 8 days there were countless casual casualties and only 7,500 monks were left out of the original 20,000. Some of those people before could not bear to crush the trial tokens and were eliminated, and some were devoured by monsters in the fighting and died without their bodies intact. Of the remaining 7,500 people, nearly 2,000 were seriously injured. The resistance on the human side has reached a critical point. On the other hand, after 7 days of killing the monsters in the tide, they were surrounded by corpses and countless mutilated limbs on the battlefield. However, the number now is not as huge as before, and the ones who come are not of certain level. There are not many, but they are almost all elite. The lowest level of strength is the 7th level Earth Immortal level, and the highest level has reached half a step of the Great Perfection, the realm of true immortality. The elder was indeed very reasonable. He did not send anyone who was in the realm of true immortals, but he had someone who was infinitely close to the realm of true immortals. This is a huge pit. The young man who was a half-step true immortal from Dzogchen said it's the last day, but in their current state whether they can withstand this last day is still a big question. Later their levels were higher, but the levels of the monsters were about the same, and after constant battles human monks were no match for these beasts. The perfect half-step true immortal said it is indeed a bit difficult. 9th level Earth Immortal peak. These injured people are burdensome. If they stay, why not make good use of them while there are still some opportunities? 9th level Earth Immortal. You find that it seems different without that person. The 4 people started talking together. As the 4th person's voice sounded, the other 3 people also looked towards the 4th person's eyes. Among the disabled people there was one person sitting there calmly. He seemed to notice the gazes of the 4 people, and he also glanced over. Long Fei's face was calm. In 8 days he killed countless people, and many people saw it in his hands. The terrifying and explosive power destroys the world. The 4 of them flew towards Long Fei. I want to get him to join the gang. However, Long Fei likes to work alone, and he has a crocodile, so he directly rejected the 4 people's kindness. The faces of the 4 people are naturally not good looking, but they can't do anything about it. The 4 people are not low in cultivation, so they can naturally feel the sense of oppression brought by the person in front of them. This can only mean that this person is very strong, and his cultivation level is very likely. It has surpassed the strongest level among the 4. I have been observing him these past few days. This person is very strange and shows no mercy in his method. I feel something from him that is beyond my level. Isn't this person a true immortal? If this is really the case, it would be really terrible. Among the tens of thousands of people in the younger generation, there are still true immortals. He is an exception. The 4 of them whispered to each other after leaving with a look of fear on their faces. Then he called the attention of the other monks who would become a liability if they were injured. Long Fei looked at the scene around him quietly. Tomorrow is the 10th day, and it will end at 12 o'clock tomorrow night, but there will definitely be a stronger wave before 12 o'clock. In the past few days, Long Fei, who was spawning monsters, has also been promoted from the original half-step true immortal of Dzogchen to the realm of 1st level true immortal. Yes, those 4 people's guesses were correct. He had crossed the threshold of Earth Immortal and reached the realm of true immortal. Now he is a genuine 1st level true immortal. He is also the strongest among the remaining monks. From now on until 12 o'clock tomorrow night, he will be the last trump card of this group of people. Crocodile Ape came to Long Fei's side and called him young master, then handed him the precious things collected by the monsters in his hands. These things are all good things and have a great effect on his physical cultivation, especially for some monster beasts that have reached the level of half-step true immortals. The things extract from them contain extremely rich essence. Take advantage of the fact that there is still some time to practice as soon as possible. He won't care so much about other people's lives and death. Soon another wave came, but this time the number seems to be the smallest, with only 1,000 in the area. But these are all 9th level Earth Immortals. Book Club Group 577355146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 319. It's overcome out. With everyone's efforts to contend, time gradually passed. As if feeling the unyielding determination of the remaining people, the fireball rain suddenly stopped at this moment. The first feeling in everyone's mind is that they have finally cleared the level. But just before the secret joy fell, all the fire elements on the ground were pulled up by a force and merged into the flaming sky. The net moment it turned into a palm covering the sky and suddenly landed with a terrifying aura of annihilation. Come again. Is this really going to kill us? The remaining monk suddenly panicked. You're still here. Long Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. The net moment all the monks unleashed their immortal skills and earth-shaking power soared into the sky. The loud bang was deafening. Except for Long Fei, everyone else gritted their teeth and supported him hard. But Long Fei doesn't seem to feel much pressure. Maybe it's because he was promoted to a true immortal. The attack in front of him seemed to be easily obliterated by him with just a few serious punches. Why didn't he do this? That's because he feels it's not necessary at all. It is better for these people to pass this this level by themselves, and those who should be eliminated must be eliminated. He has saved these people once and he will not save them a second time. He has no such obligation and he is not a good person. Under these joint attacks, the huge flame handprint covering the sky was pushed back, but it was a pity that the good times did not last long. Not long after, another huge force appeared in the handprint which directly crushed the attack below and plotted. The booming explosions sounded continuously and fireworks appeared in the sky. The power came back from Tian's mouth and the people below screamed in the impact, dying and being eliminated. Soon the originally small number of people suddenly dropped to 3000. When the palm print fell, a huge green dragon fist suddenly blasted out, destroying the palm print. The net moment. As soon as this scene appeared, everyone left was shocked and turned their heads to look. Since it's him, the eyes of the four people trembled. Damn it, if you are so strong, why didn't you take action earlier? Someone was angry. Competition is cruel, someone added dryly. The simple word conveyed a lot of profound meaning. Those who were dissatisfied continued to look angry, but they didn't say anything more. If you want to blame them, they themselves are too weak. It's time to end. It's boring to go on like this. Long Fei crossed his arms and looked at the sky calmly. He knew that there were people watching them and everything here, and that the things happening now were also controlled by the people behind them. Haha, what an interesting boy. Yes, it is indeed time to end. Send out all the remaining people. They have all passed the test and this person will directly become an outer disciple. In the world of space, looking at the ball among the 7 elders inside, the first elder slowly stroked his beard and suddenly laughed and said softly, yes, it's finally over. From 50,000 people, only 3,000 people are left. The number of people eliminated is even higher than the previous one. Everyone sighed. The ancient battlefield became very quiet at this moment. The monsters around me seemed to have never eased. At the moment when the rest of the people finished praying, a light blue light appeared on the bodies of the remaining 3,000 people. What, this come yet? Some people are confused and some people seem to understand, but they have their own different opinion. The net moment, everyone disappeared. There is no trace of human beings in the ancient battlefield. When everyone appeared again, it was a place different from the previous space world. It is like a city here, surrounded by simple buildings. The green vegetation around the buildings has a shocking power of dragon roar. Everyone was shocked. Could this be the inside of Qinglong sect? Thinking of this, everyone was extremely excited. At this time, 3 figures appeared in front of everyone. Everyone knows this old man. He is Elder Su, the person in charge of this trial, and one on the left and one on the right are the 2 young senior brothers. Congratulations on passing the sect entrance trial and officially becoming the outer city disciples of the Qinglong sect. When the time comes, your senior brothers will take you to complete the net steps. Do you have any more questions? Elder Su looked down. Elder Su, may I ask what are the requirements to become an outer disciple? This person's question also completely asked the other people's thought. When you reach the level of true immortal, you will be eligible to be promoted from outer city disciples to outer sect disciples. Elder Su spoke slowly. What? Since we want to reach the realm of true immortality. Everyone's expressions changed slightly in surprise, but some people become excited after being surprised because they are very close to becoming immortals. After hearing this, when everyone was thinking about it, Long Fei thought in his heart, so I can directly become an outer disciple now? I don't know if this old guy can discover my cultivation, but it doesn't matter if he can't. It's okay, I just wanted to see what fun things there are in this outer city. No, at this moment Elder Su looked at him. Take these people to complete the steps to join the sect. Elder Su said to the 2 young people beside him. Yes, the 2 young men nodded. Then everyone followed the 2 of them in an orderly manner. Elder Su, who originally planned to follow Long Fei and Crocodile Ape, slowly fell in his direction. You don't have to go, just follow me and go directly to the outer gate. Elder Su looked at Long Fei and said with a smile. Long Fei hummed in a low voice, then looked at Elder Su and said calmly, he who is with me, can he also go through the outer door? Elder Su looked at Crocodile Ape and said calmly, 9th level Earth immortal, although he is a bit older, the most direct way to enter the outer sect is the cultivation of a true immortal. Is there no other way? Long Fei asked. Elder Su paused and then shook his head. It's really not true. This is the rule of the Qinglong sect. I have no ability to change it. Besides, as long as he practices hard, he will soon be able to break through to the true immortal. Although this is the outer city of the Qinglong sect, practicing the resources are more than enough to reach the level of a true immortal. Of course you have to work hard to obtain the resources. Young master, it's okay. I'll be there to serve you soon, slave. Crocodile Ape said. Okay, then you can follow them. Long Fei nodded. Crocodile Ape said goodbye to Long Fei and Elder Su and followed the team. The 2 separated for the time being. Long Fei followed Elder Su and flew directly towards the outer door. On the way, Elder Su smiled and said, I didn't expect that among the characters this time there would be disciples who have directly reached the realm of true immortals. It is really rare. How old are you this year? Where do you come from? Elder Su asked curiously. Elder Su, I am 32 years old today and came from Sulan. Long Fei said calmly and said what he needed to say. Elder Su was immediately surprised after hearing this. What? Are you only 32 years old? Are you from Sulan? After saying that, he reached out and grabbed Long Fei's hand and squeezed it. The net moment a shocked look swept across his face and his eyes sparkled. Book Club Group 577355146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 320. Killing Fish. With everyone's efforts to contend, time gradually passed. As if feeling the unyielding determination of the remaining people, the fireball rain suddenly stopped at this moment. The first feeling in everyone's mind is that they have finally cleared the level. But just before the secret joy fell, all the fire elements on the ground were pulled up by a force and merged into the flaming sky. The net moment it turned into a palm covering the sky and suddenly landed with a terrifying aura of annihilation. Come again. Is this really going to kill us? The remaining monk suddenly panicked. You're still here. Long Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. The net moment all the monks unleashed their immortal skills and earth-shaking power soared into the sky. The loud bang was deafening. Except for Long Fei, everyone else gritted their teeth and supported him hard. But Long Fei doesn't seem to feel much pressure. Maybe it's because he was promoted to a true immortal. The attack in front of me seems to be only he can easily destroy it with just a few serious punches. Why didn't he do this? That's because he feels it's not necessary at all. It is better for these people to pass this level by themselves, and those who should be eliminated must be eliminated. He has saved these people once and he will not save them a second time. He has no such obligation and he is not a good person. Under these joint attacks, the huge flame handprint covering the sky was pushed back, but it was a pity that the good times did not last long. Not long after, another huge force appeared in the handprint which directly crushed the attack below and plotted. The booming explosions sounded continuously and fireworks appeared in the sky. The power counter-attacked from Tian's mouth and the people below screamed in the impact, dying and being eliminated. Soon the originally small number of people suddenly dropped to 3000. When the palm print fell, a huge green dragon fist suddenly blasted out, destroying the palm print. The net moment. As soon as this scene appeared, everyone left was shocked and turned their heads to look. Since it's him, the eyes of the four people trembled. Damn it, if you are so strong, why didn't you take action earlier? Someone was angry. Competition is cruel. Someone added dryly. The simple word conveyed a lot of profound meaning. Those who were dissatisfied continued to look angry, but they didn't say anything more. If you want to blame them, they themselves are too weak. It's time to end. It's boring to go on like this. Long Fei crossed his arms and looked at the sky calmly. He knew that there were people watching them, and everything here and the things happening now were also controlled by the people behind them. Haha, what an interesting boy. Yes, it is indeed time to end. Send out all the remaining people. They have all passed the test, and this person will directly become an outer disciple. In the space world, among the 7 elders watching the scene inside the ball, the first elder slowly stroked his beard and suddenly laughed and said softly, yes, it's finally over. From 50,000 people, only 3,000 people are left. The number of people eliminated is even higher than the previous one. Everyone sighed. The ancient battlefield became very quiet at this moment. The monsters around me seemed to have never eased. At the moment when the rest of the people finished praying, a light blue light appeared on the bodies of the remaining 3,000 people. What this? Come yet? Some people are confused and some people seem to understand, but they have their own different opinion. The net moment everyone disappeared. There is no trace of human beings in the ancient battlefield. When everyone appeared again, it was a place different from the previous space world. It is like a city here, surrounded by simple buildings. The green vegetation around the buildings has a shocking power of dragon roar. Everyone was shocked. Could this be the inside of Qinglong sect? Thinking of this, everyone was extremely excited. At this time, 3 figures appeared in front of everyone. Everyone knows this old man. He is Elder Su, the person in charge of this trial, and one on the left and one on the right are the 2 young senior brothers. Congratulations on passing the sect entrance trial and officially becoming the outer city disciples of the Qinglong sect. When the time comes, your senior brothers will take you to complete the net steps. Do you have any more questions? Elder Su looked down. Elder Su, may I ask what are the requirements to become an outer disciple? This person's question also completely asked the other people's thought. When you reach the level of true immortal, you will be eligible to be promoted from outer city disciples to outer sect disciples. Elder Su spoke slowly. What? Since we want to reach the realm of true immortality. Everyone's expressions changed slightly in surprise, but some people become excited after being surprised because they are very close to becoming immortals. After hearing this, when everyone was thinking about it, Long Fei thought in his heart, so I can directly become an outer disciple now. I don't know if this old guy can discover discover my cultivation, but it doesn't matter if he can't. It's okay, I just wanted to see what fun things there are in this outer city. No, at this moment Elder Su looked at him. Take these people to complete the steps to join the sect, Elder Su said to the two young people beside him. Yes, the two young men nodded. Then everyone followed the two of them in an orderly manner. Elder Su, who originally planned to follow Long Fei and Crocodile Ape, slowly fell in his direction. You don't have to go. Just follow me and go directly to the outer gate. Elder Su looked at Long Fei and said with a smile. Long Fei hummed in a low voice, then looked at Elder Su and said calmly, he who is with me, can he also go through the outer door? Elder Su looked at Crocodile Ape and said calmly, 9th level Earth Immortal. Although he is a bit older, the most direct way to enter the outer sect is the cultivation of a true immortal. Is there no other way? Long Fei asked. Elder Su paused and then shook his head. It's really not true. This is the rule of the Qinglong sect. I have no ability to change it. Besides, as long as he practices hard, he will soon be able to break through to the true immortal. Although this is the outer city of the Qinglong sect, practicing the resources are more than enough to reach the level of a true immortal. Of course you have to work hard to obtain the resources. Young master, it's okay. I'll be there to serve you soon, slave. Crocodile Ape said. Okay, well then follow them there. Long Fei nodded. Crocodile Ape said goodbye to Long Fei and Elder Su and followed the team. The two separated for the time being. Long Fei followed Elder Su and flew directly towards the outer door. On the way, Elder Su smiled and said, I didn't expect that among the characters this time there would be disciples who have directly reached the realm of true immortals. It is really rare. How old are you this year? Where do you come from? Elder Su asked curiously. Elder Su, I am 32 years old today and came from Sulan. Long Fei said calmly and said what he needed to say. Elder Su was immediately surprised after hearing this. What? Are you only 32 years old? Are you from Sulan? After saying that, he reached out and grabbed Long Fei's hand and squeezed it. The net moment a shocked look swept across his face and his eyes sparkled. Book Club Group 577355146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 321. Gongwaner. Unreasonable women are the scariest thing. They are unreasonable when angry, so Long Fei will not reason with her but will directly draw his sword and fight. Long Fei picked up the almost grilled fish skewers and jumped back to the top of the high stone. Clang, buzz, bang. The woman stabbed with her sword and the sword energy directly shattered the entire stone. Long Fei jumped lightly and stepped on the tip of her sword. In front of her eyes he tore into the delicious fish and ate it. When the woman was angry and wanted to swing the sword again, he struck out with his palm. The woman's pupils shrank and she quickly struck out with her other hand. Bang! Two powerful forces of true immortals collided and the overbearing impact made both of them fall back. Long Fei felt like this while the woman's hand was numb from the reaction force. The woman was horrified. This force was so strong. Can you calm down now? Long Fei pointed the fish skewer at her and picked it gently. Snort. The woman snorted coldly, pointed her sword at Long Fei again and said coldly, thieves, if you kill my spirit fish today I will make you pay a heavy price. I have never seen you in Longhua Pi. It seems that you are a thief from other forces who broke in to steal information. Today I will put you to death. Immortal skill water condensing Yuan Tian technique. After the woman finished talking nonsense, she shouted coldly and pointed her sword at the sky. Countless water elemental energy around her body turned into aura and quickly gathered towards the sword body. The surrounding river water was quickly mobilized and the terrifying power formed a water magnetic field to isolate the air. The net moment Long Fei felt that his breathing was a little heavy and difficult. The net second the woman directly used this set of magical skills to rush towards Long Fei and terrifying power plotted around her. Is it an immortal skill? Is it a skill within the Qinglong sect? Long Fei thought as he retreated, then put the fish skewers away and with a wave of his hand he instantly condensed a richly colored long sword that was transformed into the Qinglong Emperor's flame. A dragon power suddenly burst out from him and instantly overwhelmed the attacks in front. Net moment bang boom. There was a loud noise and the woman started a fierce fight with Long Fei with a look of horror. Bang 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 bang. From this simple confrontation Long Fei finally tested the cultivation level of the brainless woman in front of him. He is a 4th level true immortal and he is only a 1st level true immortal, but it's not a big problem. What Long Fei is best at is leapfrogging. Bang! Another explosion erupted. The two sides stood opposite each other on a high ground. The woman snorted coldly and muttered in her heart, how can a 1st level true immortal be so strong? She is a 4th level true immortal. If the Qinglong sect has always been able to tell the winner instantly, why is it that the 1st level true immortal in front of her is fighting as if she is fighting someone of the same level as her? Soaring into the sky, her elegant figure, Changling's shiny clothes and the cold aura emanating from her body were much more harmonious despite the incompatibility. She waved the long sword in her hand 3 or 2 times and there were thunderbolts in the water element which turned into a huge water dragon on her body. The dense blue thunder arcs on the water dragon's body sounded like thunderbolt. Water can conduct electricity and thunder has the tyrannical penetrating ability. The combination of the two is terrifying, and it was the damage dealt by a level 4 true immortal. Long Fei's pupils wrinkled slightly, wondering in his heart, with such a fierce fight did the senior officials of Qinglong sect ignore it? What if this place is destroyed? However, it may be due to the high level here. The terrifying attacks in the realm of true immortals seem to be similar to the attack scenes of ordinary cultivation fights in the lower realm. They are not so devastating, earth-shaking, thunderous and earth-shattering, but what he didn't know was that in the Elders' Hall at the outer gate of Qinglong sect several elders had already discovered the movement here and turned on the projection to watch the battle between the two of them. Although this child is only a first-level true immortal, his strength is not inferior to that of Gong Gongwaner, a 4th-level true immortal. It must be a rare true immortal in the trial. Without some strength he will naturally not be able to enter our eyes. It's really interesting now. Since I roasted and ate Waner's little Nizai's spirit fish, it seems like this is a big revenge. If it doesn't work we will come forward to smooth things over. Although the Qinglong sect is not opposed to fighting, it does not support internal fighting. Go and get ready. After all, this little girl has a close relationship with your family, the elders said, and then the eldest elder looked at the SITH elder and said slowly, it's May going right now. Elder Laolu had been ready to leave long ago. With a dodge and relying on his cultivation in the golden immortal realm, he was able to arrive at the place where Long Fei and Gong Gongwaner were fighting in an instant. However, he did not come out immediately but hid in the come forward to make things right at the critical moment. The other elders continued to observe Long Fei to see how capable this man was. There are many talented people in this class, but the one they all like the most is Long Fei. At this moment the water dragon came to Long Fei with terrifying power. Long Fei held the Azure Dragon Emperor Flame Sword with a calm presence without any trace of panic or fear. He took a step forward and a force appeared that could swallow up mountains and rivers. He pointed at the long sword with full strength, stabbed towards the faucet with a sword. Blue flames appeared on the Blue Dragon Emperor's flame sword and the Sharkong Minjian was a terrifying force. The net moment Shulong's head collided with the tip of his sword. Bang! In the sky ripples spread out, the clouds were extinguished and there was a short-term entertainment in the air. Thunder splashed everywhere and the water slid down the tip of the sword but was blocked by the terrifying high-temperature formation. However, the ultimate purpose of this water was to transport the power of thunder. When the power of thunder penetrated the flame sword of the Azure Dragon Emperor, it was swallowed up by a force. This is the devouring ability from the void swallowing flame. This Azure Dragon Emperor flame sword inherits all the abilities and effects of those strange fires. Bang! The net second the sword penetrated Long Fei's body very quickly through the water dragon. The water and thunder continued to work on Long Fei's body, but these pains were nothing to Long Fei's abnormal body. He only felt slightly numb. The numbness is gone. How could this happen? Gong Gongwaner couldn't believe it and quickly detonated the water dragon. Let me see how you hide now. With a loud bang she rushed towards Long Fei with the long sword in her hand and also used her main immortal skill, Tian Yuan Fall. The energy in her body instantly rioted, permeating her whole body, turning into a body of water and completely integrating into the sword. Now she is fused with the sword. She is the sword and the sword is her. This little girl has gone through so much and actually used this trick. Are you trying to kill this kid? It is a serious crime to kill a fellow sect within a sect. The presence of Lao Lu and the people in the Elders' Hall who were watching from the side changed and anger flashed across their faces. This girl can't finish the order. It seems I need to take action, otherwise that kid will be in danger, Lao Lu said, planning to leave because Gong Gongwaner's move was really very powerful. Book Club Group 577355146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 322. The Great Elder comes to peace. Unreasonable women are the scariest thing. They are unreasonable when angry, so Long Fei will not reason with her but will directly draw his sword and fight. Long Fei picked up the almost grilled fish skewers and jumped back to the top of the high stone. Clang, buzz, bang. The woman stabbed with her sword and the sword energy directly shattered the entire stone. Long Fei jumped lightly and stepped on the tip of her sword. In front of her eyes he tore into the delicious fish and ate it. When the woman was angry and wanted to swing the sword again, he struck out with his palm. The woman's pupils shrank and she quickly struck out with her other hand. Bang! Two powerful forces of true immortals collided and the overbearing impact made both of them fall back. Long Fei felt like this while the woman's hand was numb from the reaction force. The woman was horrified. This force was so strong. Can you calm down now? Long Fei pointed the fish skewer at her and picked it gently. Snort. The woman snorted coldly, pointed her sword at Long Fei again and said coldly, thieves, if you kill my spirit fish today Today I will make you pay a heavy price. I have never seen you in Longhua Pi. It seems that you are a thief from other forces who broke in to steal information. Today I will put you to death. Immortal skill water condensing Yuan Tian technique. After the woman finished talking nonsense, she shouted coldly and pointed her sword at the sky. Countless water elemental energy around her body turned into aura and quickly gathered towards the sword body. The surrounding river water was quickly mobilized and the terrifying power formed a water magnetic field to isolate the air. The NET moment Long Fei felt that his breathing was a little heavy and difficult. The NET second the woman directly used this set of magical skills to rush towards Long Fei and terrifying power plotted around her. Is it an immortal skill? Could it be a skill within the Qinglong sect? Long Fei thought in his mind as he retreated, then put the fish skewers away and with a wave of his hand he instantly condensed a handle of color transformed from the Qinglong Emperor's flame. With the rich sword a dragon's power suddenly burst out from his body and instantly overwhelmed the attacks in front. NET moment bang boom. There was a loud noise and the woman started a fierce fight with Long Fei with a look of horror. Bang 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 bang. From this simple confrontation Long Fei finally tested the abilities of the brainless woman in front of him. He is a 4th level true immortal and he is only a 1st level true immortal, but it's not a big problem. What Long Fei is best at is leapfrogging. Bang. Another explosion erupted. The two sides stood opposite each other on a high ground. The woman snorted coldly and muttered in her heart, how can a 1st level true immortal be so strong? She is a 4th level true immortal. If the Qinglong sect has always been able to tell the winner instantly, why is it that the 1st level true immortal in front of her is fighting as if she is fighting someone of the same level as her? Soaring into the sky, her elegant figure, Changling's shiny clothes and just the cold aura emanating from her body were much more harmonious in the incompatibility. She waved the long sword in her hand 3 or 2 times and there were thunderbolts in the water element which turned into a huge water dragon on her body. The dense blue thunder arcs on the water dragon's body sounded like thunderbolt. Water can conduct electricity and thunder has the tyrannical penetrating ability. The combination of the two is terrifying, and it was the damage dealt by a level 4 true immortal. Long Fei's pupils wrinkled slightly and he wondered in his heart, with such a fierce fight did the senior officials of Qinglong sect ignore it? What if this place is destroyed? But it may be because of the advanced level here. The terrifying attacks in the realm of true immortals seem to be similar to the attack scenes of ordinary cultivation fights in the lower realm. They are not so devastating, earth-shaking, thunderous and earth-shattering. But what he didn't know was that in the Elders' Hall at the outer gate of Qinglong sect several elders had already discovered the movement here and turned on the projection to watch the battle between the two of them. Although this child is only a 1st level true immortal, his strength is not inferior to that of Gong Gongwaner, a 4th level true immortal. It must be a rare true immortal in the trial. Without some strength he will naturally not be able to enter our eyes. It's really interesting now. Since I roasted and ate Waner's little Nizai's spirit fish, it seems like this is a big revenge. If it doesn't work we will come forward to smooth things over. Although the Qinglong sect is not opposed to fighting, it does not support internal fighting. Go and get ready. After all, this little girl has a close relationship with your family, the elders said, and then the eldest elder looked at the SITH elder and said slowly, yes, I'll go now. The SITH elder had been ready to leave a long time ago. With a single step and relying on his cultivation in the golden immortal realm, he was able to arrive at the place where Long Fei and Gong Gongwaner were fighting in an instant, but there was no come out immediately but hide and come out to make things right at a critical moment. The other elders continued to observe Long Fei to see how capable this man was. There are many talented people in this class, but the one they all like the most is Long Fei. At this moment the water dragon came to Long Fei with terrifying power. Long Fei held the Azure Dragon Emperor flame sword with a calm presence without any trace of panic or fear. He took a step forward and a force appeared that could swallow up mountains and rivers. He pointed at the long sword with full strength, stabbed towards the faucet with a sword. Blue flames appeared on the Blue Dragon Emperor's flame sword and the Sharkong Minjian was a terrifying force. The NET moment Shulong's head collided with the tip of his sword. Bang! In the sky ripples spread out, the clouds were extinguished and there was a short-term entertainment in the air. Thunder splashed everywhere and the water slid down the tip of the sword but was blocked by the terrifying high-temperature formation. However, the ultimate purpose of this water was to transport the power of thunder. When the power of thunder penetrated the flame sword of the Azure Dragon Emperor, it was swallowed up by a force. This is the devouring ability from the void swallowing flame. This Azure Dragon Emperor flame sword inherits all the abilities and effects of those strange fires. Bang! The NET second the sword penetrated Long Fei's body very quickly through the water dragon. The water and thunder continued to work on Long Fei's body, but these pains were nothing to Long Fei's abnormal body. He only felt slightly numb. The numbness is gone. How could this happen? Gong Gong Wanner couldn't believe it and quickly detonated the water dragon. Let me see how you hide now. With a loud bang she rushed directly towards Long Fei with the long sword in her hand and also used her main immortal skill, Tian Yuan Fall. The energy in her body instantly rioted, permeating her whole body, turning into a water person and completely integrating into the sword. Now she is fused with the sword. She is the sword and the sword is her. This little girl has gone through so much and she actually uses this trick. Are you trying to kill this kid? It is a serious crime to kill a fellow sect within a sect. The Prescience of Lao Lu and the people in the Elders' Hall who were hiding aside and watching all changed and anger flashed across their faces. This girl can't finish the order. It seems I need to take action, otherwise that kid will be in danger. Lao Lu said, planning to leave because Gong Gong Wanner's move was really very powerful. Book Club Group 577355146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 323. The elders come to make peace, so this matter ends here for the time being. When the elder came to intervene, the effect was the fastest. After Long Fei got the lucky bag, he returned directly to his house and quickly dealt with the big grilled fish in the ring first. Then he opened the blessing bag given by the elder. 1 month of practice has just exhausted the benefit given to disciples by the sect except for some fairy coin. Now this relief comes in time. Open it and take a look. The things inside are a fruit, 500 fairy coins and 5 health pills. Long Fei was curious and picked up this fruit and smelled it. Then a pairing appeared in the classics on the immortal herbs in my mind and soon the names and effect came out. This fruit is called the Golden Gang demonic fruit. Its function is that after the user strengthens his physical ability, he can also obtain a Golden Gang shield that is not weaker than the 5th level true immortal realm. Generally speaking, this is an enhancement with great room for appreciation. The fruits of the flesh. It's worth eating. His major is strength and physical strength, and this fruit is perfect for him. This is the first time Long Fei has tasted this thing. Can't wait to go. He threw it into his mouth and chewed it slowly, but in the net second his face suddenly froze. The smile on his face disappeared and turned into an ugly grimace and his whole body trembled. Holy shit, what does this taste like? It's too unpalatable. Long Fei yelled and retched, but he knew this was a treasure and couldn't vomit it up. It would be better to suffer short-term pain than long-term pain, so he swallowed it hard and decisively. Yulu, ouch, it disgusts me to death. Long Fei opened his mouth feeling nauseous and clasped his throat with his hand. But it's disgusting, but the effect of this fruit will come out in the net second. Long Fei felt that his whole body was extremely cold. He couldn't care less about feeling sick and quickly started to meditate and practice his exercises. The situation in the body is complex and changeable, but it always operates according to a very mysterious law. The terrifying coldness caused frost to appear on Long Fei's skin, but the net moment his body instantly became hot, extremely hot, burning everything. Not only did some beads of sweat flow out of his forehead, the frost on his body strangely did not melt due to the heat but instead disappeared from his body. The transparent color turns into a fiery red color. In this state Long Fei persisted for several days. Another 5 days have passed. A golden shield emitting a bit of demonic energy appeared on Long Fei's body. This mask is not the kind that spreads in a circle but only appears against the skin in the shape of Long Fei's humanoid body. It is only about 1 centimeter above the upper surface of the skin. It's all over the body. It can be clearly observed with the naked eye. Long Fei opened his eyes and woke up again. He looked at Jin Gang carefully, and it was indeed of some use to him now, but it would be of no use later if Jin Gang would not grow with him. There is no improvement in cultivation, but there is an obvious improvement in physical body. Then he swallowed the 5 bodybuilding pills. The ELIR melted instantly after entering his stomach, and the net moment his body reacted again, becoming much stronger. This is a good thing. Long Fei nodded slightly with satisfaction and then put away the fairy coin. He took out the trial token from the ring. I looked at the 5 billion figure above, muttered, I don't know what these points can do in the Qinglong sect. Anyway, I'm here. Now I have time to go and see the magic in this sect. After making up his mind, he stood up and walked directly towards the door. He has no use for flying. Instead we chose to go on foot and take a good look at the beautiful scenery called Longhua Peak on the way. Long Huafeng learned from the mouth of Gong Gong Wanner that she was the woman who fought with him 5 days ago. It seems that the elder's intervention was indeed good. No one has come to disturb me in the past 5 days. Long Fei originally thought that this little woman would call someone to beat him, but he was not afraid, but he did not expect that this did not happen kind of thing. What he didn't know was that because she was unwilling to be defeated, Gong Gong Wanner also locked herself in the house and practiced crazily when she returned. And when she woke up today, Gong Gong Wanner also planned to go to the Kung Fu Pavilion at the outer gate of Qinglong sect. The net time she met Long Fei, a thief, she would definitely take revenge for that day. Just like this, even if fate comes, it can't be stopped. At this moment Long Fei came to the mountainous area whistling alone. As he passed by he also saw many outer disciples who lived in the same mountain peak with him. Some of them greeted him and some cultivators ignored him. He could only leave in embarrassment. I have to say that the atmosphere of chain repair in the Qinglong sect is quite good and there are no stupid things like those encountered in the novel. This is mainly due to the high-level management system. The quality of the top management of Qinglong sect is very good. He likes it here very much, at least he likes it the way it is now. No one knows whether it will change in the future. It has been more than a month since I came to the big family of Qinglong sect and I still don't know where the Kung Fu Pavilion and other places are. It's really embarrassing. After doing good deeds you can see many Qinglong outer sect disciples. These disciples spend most of their time either practicing, competing, doing tasks, participating in competitions, etc., living day after day. Continuing to walk along the road in front of him, the outer gate of Qinglong sect is really big and it seems to be very lively in front. These disciples of the true immortal realm are almost like ordinary people here and they don't see how noble they are. He is also curious. If something happens ahead, just go there and join in the fun. There were many people in the crowd. Long Fei patted a young man on the shoulder and asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist, what's happening in front of you?" The young man who was tapped on the shoulder was stunned, slowly looked at Long Fei and said with a slight smile, "Those in front are holding a magic weapon competition. It is also one of our daily hobbies as cultivators. If you like you can also sign up to try. Give it a try." "So that's it." Long Fei nodded with a half smile. "These people who are cultivating immortals are really boring. What's so fun about this?" Long Fei complained in his heart and ended it. "This fellow disciple is new, right? He looks strange." A strong man in front turned his head and looked at Long Fei. "Yes, you just came in from the outer city, right?" "That's not right. Even if you live in an outer city you should play this. After all, we have been here before." The two men narrowed their eyes slightly and looked at Long Fei curiously. Long Fei nodded modestly. "Yes, I just came in from the outer city. I usually practice indoors and seldom go out or participate in entertainment projects, so I didn't know about this." Turns out he is a cultivator fanatic. The two of them frowned. The young man put his hand on Long Fei's shoulder and smiled. "I'm telling you, brother, practicing all day long will make you stupid. You should go out more and take a look. Let's have fun with everyone. After all, we will live here for many years. To be honest, if nothing happens we will stay here for the rest of our lives. If you can't advance to Xianyan you won't be able to enter the inner sect, so the relationship between the outer sect disciples must be good. When the time comes you can help each other if you encounter trouble in doing tasks or anything else. Unless you choose to leave the sect and go out for a career, I think few people will choose this. After all, it is not easy to enter a top sect like Qinglong sect. No one is willing to leave." Book Club Group 5773555146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 324. Rubbing hands of magic weapon. After hearing this, Long Fei smiled and catered to the atmosphere of the two people. Hehe. Long Fei smiled and asked, "I will bear in mind what my fellow Taoist said. By the way, I wonder what you call them?" "I'm Long Fei." The young man was very happy after hearing this. He put his hands down and said, "It turns out to be fellow Taoist Long Fei. I am Zhang Kainian." The strong man was also happy. He cupped his hands and said in a simple and honest voice, "Fellow Taoist Long Fei is here at Liangping. It turns out it's Zhang Kainian and fellow Taoist Liangping. I've heard about it for a long time." Long Fei cupped his hands and said with a smile. Zhang Kainian chuckled. "Fellow Daoist Long is just laughing. It's rare for fellow Daoist Long to come to this place. Why don't you waste such a good opportunity? Why don't you go up and rub your hands together?" Liangping crossed his arms and nodded, also agreeing with Zhang Kainian's proposal. After hearing what he said, Long Fei focused his eyes on the scene in front of him again and then he became curious. In front of me the magic weapons that the two people took out looked extraordinary. I wonder what my own Qinglong ancient sword, the sword of the god, and the Qinglong Emperor flame sword are like. Okay, I'm here today, so why don't I just rub my hands together before leaving? Long Fei quickly adapted to the rhythm of this life atmosphere because he would have to stay with these things in the future if nothing else happened. "Okay, we'll take you up." Zhang Kainian shouted to the crowd in front. "Everyone give way! Everyone give way!" The three of them squeezed out a path and arrived at the center of the crowd. Everyone looked at the three of them. "Fuck, aren't these two people Zhang Kainian and Liangping? Who is that third person who looks very unfamiliar? Is he a newcomer who has just been promoted?" Most of the people here are old people, but they really have no influence on Long Fei at all. Having lived in the outer sect of Qinglong sect for so long, I have already met everyone in the outer sect even once. Everyone, this is a newcomer who has just been promoted. He wants to rub his hands together. How about you guys give him a chance? Zhang Kainian looked around and then focused on the two fellow Taoists in the center who were rubbing their hands together. "You're really a newcomer. Okay, if you're a newcomer you can play. Which one of you wants to be your opponent? What good things can a newcomer do? Soon the voices sounded one after another, each different. Good. Anyway, we're done competing, so let's let this newcomer have some fun. The two men who were comparing each other nodded and said with smiles, okay fellow Daoist Long, just stand here and wait for your opponent. Zhang Kainian patted Long Fei on the shoulder as if he were an old acquaintance, and he was not polite at all. Thank you very much. The corner of Long Fei's mouth twitched. He felt different when meeting a thick-skinned person. After saying that, he walked towards the table in front. Haha, no need, fellow Taoists, help each other. Zhang Kainian laughed shamelessly. Liang Ping looked around and asked calmly, which of you wants to come up and rub hands with fellow Taoist Long? Let me do it. A voice rang out from the crowd, and then a skinny young man walked out. He looked to be only 23 years old. However, in the world of immortal cultivation, the appearance can be fied through many means such as pills, and he can reach the realm of true immortal. The age of the people is definitely no less than 300 years old, and not all of them are Long Fei, the king of Qi. Come on, Long Fei kept smiling and his voice was calm. Haha, since it's this guy, it seems like this newcomer is done. The other disciples had a bad idea. Damn, why is it this guy? Zhang Kainian cursed in his heart. Since it's him. Liang Ping looked at Long Fei with a sympathetic expression. Long Fei noticed the change in everyone's gazes and was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the scrawny young man walking towards him. Soon the scrawny young man came to sit opposite him. With the changes in the expressions of these people, is there something strange or remarkable about this guy? Long Fei thought to himself. It's nothing more than treasures and weapons. It seems that even if you lost, you didn't say that you would give your belongings to the winning party, right? Before starting, Long Fei asked, what are the rules of this game? The skinny young man's name was Zhong Xing. Zhong Xing looked at Long Fei with interest and said in a calm voice, it seems that he is really a newbie in Badian. Didn't you play it when you were in the outer city? It shouldn't be. There are also people in the outer city of. Long Fei chuckled and said, I concentrate on my cultivation in the outer city and ignore other things. Otherwise, why would I have become a true immortal and entered the outer gate so early? Then you are really bored. There are many interesting things in the outer city that don't need to be in the outer gate. Now that you have entered the outer gate, you don't need to be in such a hurry. After all, the real immortal and the gap between Xuan Ian and Xuan Ian is very terrifying. The earliest people here to become Xuan Ian need to start counting from the outer sect for 200 years. This is still the shortest. 200 years can pass by with a snap of the fingers for us monk. It is nothing at all. So as someone who has experienced this as your senior brother, I would like to remind you not to overwhelm yourself. Zhong Xing gave Long Fei a lesson. This made Long Fei a little confused as to what to do. Why do people here talk so much? But he didn't go back to refute anything. After all, these people were doing it for his own good, and what they said was correct. The gap between true immortals and mysterious immortals was unimaginable. Long Fei raised his hands and said politely, thank you, senior brother, for the reminder. I will definitely keep it in mind. Senior brother, can you please tell me the rules of this game? Zhong Xing said, this rule is very simple. Whoever brings out a magic weapon that is more powerful than the other party will win. The losing party must promise that the winning party will not violate its own bottom line, and the losing party must give the winner something. One party has to pay fairy coins that are about the same price as the magic weapon he took out. This is the rule of this project. There will be no more after that. If junior brother thinks there is no problem, we can start. After hearing this, Long Fei narrowed his eyes, slightly nodded after a few seconds of silence, and said, okay, let's get started. I'm coming. I will be the referee. You have 1 minute to prepare. After 1 minute is given, I will count down 3 seconds and you will show your magic weapons or weapons at the same time. A disciple came up and volunteered, and the other disciples came closer one after another. Their funny eyes seemed to be waiting to see Long Fei's joke. Both of them had no problem. After nodding, they entered the ring where items were stored and touched it. Long Fei actually has a lot of weapons and magic weapons, but most of these gadgets are from the lower realm. Even those who are awesome in the lower realm may not necessarily be awesome here. So Long Fei made a careful assessment. Currently his main weapon is the Azure Dragon Ancient Sword, the Sword of the God, and the Azure Dragon Emperor Flame Sword. Of course, the Azure Dragon Emperor's Flame Sword is not the only form. It can be changed according to Long Fei's preference through mind control. As for the magic weapons obtained in ancient battlefields, I don't know if they can be used. Forget it, we'll know when the time comes. Long Fei has already chosen the weapon that will appear first, the Qinglong Ancient Sword. After all, this knife has been with him for the longest time, and it is also stained with the most blood. He believes it will definitely not be lower than the weapons here. Book Club Group 577355146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 325. Zhang Kainian's regret. Are you ready? The referee is looking forward to it, and everyone is looking forward to it. Long Fei and Zhong Xing nodded and responded, okay. Okay, Okay, let's get started. The referee nodded and agreed to start the game. The net second, a green light appeared from Long Fei's side and a dark blue light appeared from Zhong Xing's side. Two knives with different specifications and somewhat similar shapes are suspended and erected opposite each other, forming a collision magnetic field between the two knives. Zhong Xing really used the online immortal sword. What kind of green sword does this newcomer have? It doesn't look that simple. It actually has the power of a dragon. This newcomer's sword is incredible. The extremely rich blood energy and killing power of this ancient blue sword must have killed many creatures, and it seems to be able to be upgraded. As soon as the two swords appeared, the eyes of the other disciples and monks widened. As the sound gradually sounded, everyone's breathing became faster. It was enough to see the incredible look in their eyes. It seems it's hard to predict who will be the final winner in this sentence. Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian took a deep breath and spoke slowly. Neither of them thought that this new person they met casually would possess this peerless sword. Your knife is very good. Both Long Fei and Zhong Xing looked at each other's sword and the same voice sounded at the same time. What Zhong Xing saw in his eyes was more shock. This sword is not only powerful in dragon power but also has a killing aura, and its sharpness seems to be even higher than his online immortal sword. He glanced at Long Fei with a humble and profound look. The person who could sharpen this knife to this degree was definitely not as simple as he seemed on the surface. His eyes are vicious. Both of your knives are extremely good. It's hard to tell the difference. The referee stepped forward and looked carefully. He could feel that as soon as he got closer to the two knives there was a force that could be divided at any time. The dangerous feeling of being broken in half. This feeling of danger made him, the referee, break into a cold sweat. Terrible. He felt a little scared. You must know that he is a second-level true immortal and ordinary weapons will not make him feel this way. What should we do? Long Fei, a newcomer, frowned slightly. It seems like we are about to take the last step. This step hasn't happened for a long time. The disciples of Lao Shao suddenly showed excited eyes. Long Fei was influenced by the reactions of these people. He saw them in his eyes and remembered them in his heart. What happened? These people seem very excited. Looking at the referee, what's the last step? Master, let's fight with weapon. Let's have a duel between the two of you. Go to the martial art platform over there. The referee pointed to the large protruding open space ahead. Good. Long Fei and Zhong Xing looked at each other and nodded. Soon everyone moved. Wutai superior. Long Fei holds the ancient Qinglong sword. Zhong Xing holds the online immortal sword in his hand. The two of them used a surge of true immortal power. You are the junior brother who just came here. Your cultivation should be at the level of a true immortal, right? Zhong Xing looked at Long Fei. Long Fei looked at Zhong Xing and shook his head. Currently he is a mid-level first-level true immortal. Zhong Xing was a little surprised, but he quickly calmed down. I am a late-level second-level true immortal. To be fair, I will compare my cultivation level with yours at the same level. This time we are competing with the weapons in our hands. After hearing this, Long Fei was not arrogant but nodded calmly. Okay, now that you two are ready, let's start. Brothers can't wait, the referee said. The other disciples stepped forward to watch. Zhang Kainian suddenly said, come on, let's open the market. 2-1. Brother Yelong wins on the left, brother Yazong wins on the right. You can place your bets now. Zhang Kainian would not let go of such a good opportunity. Upon hearing this, everyone became interested and took out their fairy coins to place bet, but everyone still has to think about it. After all, the quality of the swords of both sides is almost the same and it is hard to say whether they will win or lose. But Zhong Xing as a veteran is definitely as skilled as a newcomer. The knife is powerful but it depends on the person running it. After thinking about it this way, Oji Zhonging won a lot and Oji Longfei won very little, but there are people on both sides taking custody. After the game started, the two swords left their hands and were suspended in mid-air. The two bodies moved backward and separated the distance. Blue Dragon Ancient Sword go. Onlin Immortal Sword go. The two of them controlled the knives in their hands and the knives went directly towards the opposite side. Soon the harsh sound of nails was heard and the two knives collided directly. The two controlled the swords from a distance and soon the two swords started a fierce battle in the sky. Bang bang bang. A stream of green flames spurted out from the Qinglong Ancient Sword. Feeling threatened, Zhong Xing quickly controlled the power of Onlin's Ancient Sword to explode, spurting out dark blue flame. Bang. Confrontation again. The two swords are in the shape of a cross. No matter who wins or loses. After a few more minutes of confrontation, Zhong Xing became more and more frightened. Was this newcomer even better at knife control than he was? He quickly recalled the Onlin Ancient Sword and he could feel the Onlin Ancient Sword trembling. Let's use the last blow to decide the outcome. Zhong Xing gritted his teeth and looked at Long Fei. Long Fei also recalled the Qinglong Ancient Sword. The Qinglong Ancient Sword felt a sense of excitement and became stronger the more he fought. The corners of his mouth were raised, revealing a smile full of meaning. Okay. Zhong Xing's eyes became sharp and Lan Tian Chuan. With the release of Zhong Xing's immortal skills, a terrifying force was released from Onlin's sword, becoming particularly powerful and sharp, killed directly towards Long Fei. Blue Dragon Strike. Long Fei didn't have too many bells and whistles but concentrated all his power on the tip of the Qinglong ancient sword. A stream of cyan air flowed out from the condensed tip and enveloped the entire Qinglong ancient sword. The powerful dragon's power became even stronger, heading directly forward. Come out, let me end this battle directly, Long Fei murmured in a low voice. Bang! The net second the two swords faced each other and the terrifying energy of one green and one dark blue bloomed and ponded instantly, forming a terrifying magnetic field. Under the action of the energy magnetic field, both swords were shrouded and disappeared in the energy light. A beast roar appeared in the dark blue light magnetic field, but there was something wrong with the sound. It seemed to be fearful and trembling. It seems to be afraid of the cyan energy ahead. A supreme dragon power appeared in the cyan energy magnetic field. Boom! Suddenly the result that no one could have guessed came out. It actually plotted. Both sides were knocked back 2 or 3 meters. The disciples watching the theater below were also affected. They were all shocked. Curious Long Wei, the sword beast spirit of Zhong Xing's online immortal sword, is actually afraid of this newcomer's sword spirit. Oops, it looked like the newcomer is better. I have to switch bets quickly. Yeah. Soon everyone who realized the problem quickly paid money again to bet on Long Fei's victory. This is twice as much. Seeing this, Zhang Kainian became uneasy. To be honest, he had not been optimistic about Long Fei before, otherwise how could he give him twice as much? Now if the other party really wins, then he will go bankrupt. Turning around, he looked at Long Fei with a regretful expression, praying in his heart, brother, please lose, otherwise I can't afford to pay the money. Damn it, if I had known it, it would have been over. His face looked extremely bitter. Few people at the scene looked at the table happily. The net second the result came out. Book Club Group 5773555146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 326. Zhong Xing's depression. With the sound of a jingle, the cyan light was still blooming at the scene, but the dark blue light had disappeared. At the same time, the online immortal sword also fell to the ground from mid-air during the duel. This scene surprised everyone. Zhong Xing's online immortal sword is also a very good weapon at the immortal level. It shouldn't be so weak, right? They have seen how powerful this sword is. Zhong Xing's eyes widened and he looked at his online immortal sword on the ground with some confusion. Is my sword so weak? When did it become so weak? Zhong Xing began to question himself. His eyes were fixed on the online immortal sword. As the owner of this sword, he could clearly feel the cyan ancient sword of the online immortal sword in front of his fearful eyes. How on earth is this happening? Damn it, isn't this newcomer cheating? It seems that the ending has come out. Everyone already has the answer in their mind. Senior brother, I accepted the offer. It seems that my Qinglong ancient sword is slightly better. Long Fei recalled the Qinglong ancient sword and held it in his hand, then he held it in front of Zhong Xing with a smile. As a senior brother, Zhong Xing Lei either draws or wins in front of everyone. Even if he loses, he will lose to those with higher cultivation level than him. But now he has lost to a newcomer. To be honest, this problem of face has completely disappeared. His face twitched slightly and with a dry cough he quickly recalled the online immortal sword on the ground. He stroked it in his hand and looked at it with caring eyes. This immortal sword meant a lot to him and he loved it very much. But at this moment during the stroking process he could clearly feel the slight tremor that still existed in online Xiandao. It seems that the ancient sword of this newcomer is one level higher than the online immortal sword. If I had known earlier, I would not have said too much, but now my Zion is gone. His face suddenly turned crimson and he quickly put away the online immortal sword, no longer embarrassed. Zhong Xing sighed and looked at Long Fei. Junior brother's sword is extraordinary and his ability to control the sword is also superior to that of my brother. Don't be humble. I'm not someone who can't afford to lose either. You win this round, the referee disciple said. As the referee, this time I declare that junior brother Long win. According to the rules, Zhong Xing, you have to promise to help junior brother Long in a way that does not violate the bottom line of morality, and you need to pay about the same amount as the online immortal sword in your hand. Give the fairy coins to junior brother Long. As an old man, I don't need to remind you. Under the witness of so many people, Zhong Xing will naturally not regret it. If he regrets it, his reputation will not only be ruined to the lowest point but also be subject to scandal. He will not be treated as such a dirty person. As a disciple of the Qinglong sect, he must abide by the rules and laws and not embarrass the sect. Of course there is no problem with this. Junior brother, please wait a moment. The price of my online immortal sword is not low. I will look for it for you now. Because this transaction was done on the spot and Zhong Xing himself did not expect to lose, the fairy coins were not prepared immediately, but fortunately all the money was in the fairy ring. Just look for it. No problem. Long Fei nodded, not afraid that this person would regret it. He was also curious about how much this person's online immortal sword was worth. Zhong Xing collected the money carefully and quickly took out a large bag of money from the ring. Looking at this bag of money, to be honest, he felt extremely painful. He handed the money bag to Long Fei, then turned his head and closed his eyes unbearably, then opened them again, revealing an extremely uncomfortable face, and said, "Here are another 110,000 immortal spirit coins, my online immortal sword. The price is about the same." After hearing the price, everyone took a deep breath. 110,000 fairy coin. Oh dear, Zhongxing is going to bleed a lot now. You must know that our disciples' welfare is only 1,000 fairy coins every month, that's it. As the level increases, it's just 100 fairy coins added to each level. Tisk tisk tisk. As expected, the more advanced the weapon, the more heartbreaking it will be after losing. Ha 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 ha. So happy. Some people felt the same way, and some of the disciples who had been cheated by Zhongxing laughed shamelessly. Great, junior brother has won, our fairy coins have doubled. Ha ha ha. At the same moment, the monks and disciples below who had bet on Long Fei's victory roared with excitement like wolves and tigers. It's over. Zhang Kainian's face turned ashen and he suddenly aged as if he were hundreds of years old. These people bet quite a lot and they pay twice as much. It adds up to about the same amount, a full 300,000 fairy coin. He clutched his chest. This amount of money was more than Zhongxing's compensation. After this incident, he will have to be cautious in the future. The opening of the market does not happen casually. People will really die. He now wants to vomit blood on the spot. 110,000 fairy coins. Long Fei was also a little surprised. After all, it was his first time here and he still didn't understand how valuable this fairy coin was in the Qinglong sect and even the Ascension world. Okay, Long Fei put the money bag directly into the ring without even looking at it. Zhongxing was stunned. Junior brother, why don't you check? Long Fei was not worried at all and smiled lightly. No need, senior brother has been in the outer sect for so many years. His character and reputation still exist. Junior brother believes that senior brother will not lie. Junior brother understands me. Don't worry, there's a lot here. It's a full 110,000 fairy spirit coin. After hearing this, Zhongxing looked moved and patted his chest. Although 110,000 fairy coins are a bit too much, you can still earn them back quickly by doing tasks and receiving benefit. It is easy for him, an old man from outside the family. Yes. Long Fei nodded. Zhongxing said, the next step is to do things. Junior brother, have you thought about what you want me to do? You can't violate my bottom line. Long Fei was silent for a moment and shook his head. Not yet. Senior brother can leave a contact information. Junior brother will call senior brother for help when needed. After hearing this, Zhongxing felt a little uncomfortable. After all, there was one thing that was not completed. He always felt that he owed the other party a favor. This feeling was very bad, but Long Fei actually said that and he couldn't say anything. He couldn't. The knife was placed on his neck to let him finish quickly. Zhongxing pursed his lips and nodded. Okay, junior brother, if you think of something and need help from senior brother, just rush this jade block. Senior brother, I will rush to your side. As he spoke, a dark blue jade appeared in his hand. Long Fei stretched out his hand and took it. Thank you, senior brother. Junior brother, I have some things to do, so I won't interrupt. I'll take my leave first. Long Fei bowed his hands towards Zhongxing and the people below, then turned and left the martial art platform. No one stopped me. Zhongxing looked at Long Fei's leaving back and sighed heavily again and turned around and left the martial art platform. After this battle, these people did not leave immediately but continued to compete with others. Soon the scene here became excited again. I have to say, these disciples, these projects are really suitable. On the other side, Long Fei continued walking alone, but the next moment there were two footsteps chasing after him. Book Club Group 577355146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 327. Proportion of point. Hearing the footsteps, Long Fei paused lightly. Looking back, I saw two familiar people. Junior brother Long, wait for us. Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian waved forward. Long Fei looked at the two of them calmly. Why are you two here? Aren't you going to compete? The two stopped and laughed. Zhang Kainian said, we are acquainted with junior brother Long. Junior brother must be very unfamiliar with everything in this outer sect, right? Long Fei frowned slightly. Wouldn't these two people depend on him? Nodding, indeed, I am very unfamiliar with this place. His eyes were fired on Zhang Kainian. Have you already dealt with so much money at the opening? Zhang Kainian touched his nose and said awkwardly, haha, it done. Not to mention the money of those who lost their bet plus my own small treasury of 300,000 fairy coin. It still no problem. After finishing speaking, he sighed. It seems that I can't bet casually any time. Liang Ping laughed and scolded, you stinky boy just loves gambling. I think you will go bankrupt one day. Zhang Kainian looked regretful. I won't mention it anymore. I won't mention it anymore. He raised his head and looked at Long Fei. Junior brother Long, let us take you for a walk. Liang Ping smiled. Yes, where do you want to go? Long Fei calmly said, I want to pick out the secrets of Qinglong Sek's technique. Want to see the exercises? Then go to the outer gate exercise pavilion. Come on, we will take you there. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping were very enthusiastic. Long Fei nodded and agreed, and the three of them headed towards the outer martial arts pavilion in Qinglong Sek. Very quickly 3 familiar figures appeared in front of a large, simple and majestic pavilion. There is a large plaque in the center of the pavilion. SI characters are engraved in the plaque. The outer martial art pavilion. Outer gate Kung Fu pavilion. Long Fei raised his head and whispered, "Yes, it's right here, we're here." Zhang Kainian put one hand on Long Fei's shoulder and looked at the familiar building in front of him with a smile on his face. Liang Ping explained to Long Fei, all the exercises on the first floor of the exercise pavilion are free, but the exercises from the second to the last floor require SEC points in each change. 3 point. He moved his mouth slightly, then froze for a moment with a puzzled expression on his face. How can I change for point? Hearing what Long Fei said, Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian were stunned and looked at him with scrutiny. Isn't it right, junior brother? Didn't you choose your own technique in the outer city? Since you don't know, so you hunted in the ancient battlefield, can't the points be redeemed? Long Fei was embarrassed and never told the two of them that he was escorted to the outer gate and skipped over the outer city disciples. But he also found a very key word from the words of the two people. That's the part at the back. Long Fei whispered softly, as soon as I entered the outer city I stayed in the house to practice. I really haven't done anything else, otherwise I wouldn't ask you. Liang Ping. Zhang Kainian, you are the first weirdo I have met in so many years. Zhang Kainian complained and Liang Ping nodded silently. You are a weirdo. Long Fei asked, how can I change points from the ancient battlefield into points within the sect? You can redeem it by going to the front desk in the Kung Fu pavilion. Points can not only be redeemed for sect items within the sect but can also be used in many places. There are 3 ways to redeem sect point. The first one is the points from the ancient battlefield, the second one is the treasures, weapons, etc., and the third one is the fairy coin. Zhang Kainian explained, patiently listening to Long Fei nod his head in confusion. Is that so? Are the points from the ancient battlefield converted to sect points on a 1-to-1 basis? Long Fei looked at Zhang Kainian with a puzzled face and had to say that if this guy hadn't said so he wouldn't have known about these things. To be honest, he was looking forward to meeting this guy. After hearing this, Zhang Kainian rolled his eyes and said, 1-to-1? What a beautiful idea you have. The ratio is 10,000 to 1, 10,000 ancient battlefield points and a few sec points. Isn't it so deadly? Long Fei glared upon hearing this. This ratio is really ridiculous. He will think of his 5 billion points and he will suddenly rela. Even if he has so many points, even if they are 10,000 to 1, he can get a lot of sec point. Otherwise, how many points do you have in total? Zhang Kainian looked at Long Fei curiously, as did Liang Ping. Long Fei took out the trial sign which showed a 5 followed by many zeros. He handed it to Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping to read. When the two of them looked at each other, their eyes became more dilated and opened. They quickly counted the zeros above and their breathing became more rapid as they counted. Finally they took a breath of cold air and exclaimed in horror, 55 billion? My dear junior brother, your trial cards are not wrong, are they? How can there be so many 5 billion? Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping sounded horrified. Is 5 billion a lot? Of course there is nothing wrong with that. These are all the things I saved from killing those monsters and beasts in the ancient battlefield. The reaction of these two people made Long Fei stunned. His face was calm. He felt that this was nothing compared to nothing. Aren't many people killing so many? Don't they have so many points? Long Fei couldn't understand. In the end, I just didn't want to think about it anymore. Ask the two of them directly. The eyes of the two people were full of horror and disbelief with a hint of idiotic expression. Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian said in unison, are you really stupid or are you pretending to be stupid? Zhang Kainian, you must know that our points before were only 90 million. Liang Ping, I was worth 99 million or almost 100 million at that time. Long Fei was startled. Can you pass the level with so little? Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping looked at each other, their eyes filled with complicated memories, and said sadly, we almost died at that time, but luckily God gave us a chance. Long Fei frowned. It seemed that the points for clearing the level were not as many as expected, but the old man said that after leaving they would be eliminated based on points, but it was probably because there were only 3,000 people left that they just passed the level. Long Fei asked, how many of you still got out alive? Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping recalled there must have been more than 10,000 people. Although it was very dangerous in the ancient battlefield, they did not really kill them all. Holy shit, this is totally special treatment. Long Fei thought about the number of people this time and compared it with the number of people mentioned by the two people in front of him, and then he understood how terrifying the danger this time was. If we convert it on the basis of 10,000 to 1, 10,000 equals 1,100,000 equals 10 points, 1 million equals 100 points, 10 million equals 1,000 points, 100 million equals 10 1,000. 1 billion equals 100,000. 5 billion would be appropriate. 500,000 sec. Junior brother, you are going to become a rich man in the sect instantly. You must know that the most expensive sec points for those sizes on the second floor are only 30 points. The points for the highest level are also the most expensive in the entire outer sect skill pavilion. Last time I went there the prices were the same, all costing 500 points, and the points for some weapons, pills and other resources are only at these points. The price doesn't fluctuate much. You have 500,000 points to envy. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping stared at Long Fei, the shining gold of the local tycoon, and drooled. They wished they could snatch it away directly. However, it is a pity that the trial token in Qinglong Sec can only be changed by themselves and cannot be replaced. It turns out that the price is not as high as I thought. Fortunately, I killed more people before. Long Fei thought to himself. Book Club Group 577355146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 328. 328. 3 Styles of True Immortal Code. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping couldn't wait to take Long Fei directly into the Kung Fu Pavilion. There were quite a lot of people at this time. Most of the people entered the first floor to choose free Kung Fu. Although it was free, there were some his skills are not low either. After all, the lowest level of skills is also the true immortal level. Hello Mr. Ge, we meet again. Zhang Kainian greeted the old man at the front desk with a smile as if he was very familiar with him. The old man at the front desk was lying on the old man's chair looking at Zhang Kainian indifferently. Then he closed his eyes and opened them and looked at Long Fei. His eyes were Fi-ed. Niu Yuzi could read from his eyes something that seemed to recognize Long Fei fly information. Long Fei also felt the old man's gaze and was stunned for a moment. It was obviously his first time meeting him, so why did this old man give him the feeling that he knew him? What on earth is it? Long Fei asked uncertainly. Mr. Ge, have we met before? Maybe. The old man was silent for a moment and his old voice slowly sounded. If you want to choose a skill, just enter it directly. Take it out and register it with me. The old man closed his eyes and didn't say anything more. Zhang Kainian smiled coquettishly. Mr. Ge, this is a newbie and a cultivator. He has not changed the points from the ancient battlefield for sec points, so I brought him here to change for sec point. Bring it here. The old man stretched out his hand towards Long Fei. What is it? A trial token? Long Fei grabbed the trial token in his hand and placed it on the old man's palm. The old man hummed softly and took it over to take a look. The E-Presian on the front was quite normal, but when he saw the wrinkled eyes behind him, his pupils suddenly widened. Surprised shock. 5 billion? He took another look at Long Fei. Okay. The old man closed his eyes again, calmed himself down and uttered 3 good words in a row. The net moment, with a squeeze of his palm, the trial token turned into particles and flew away from his hand. Give me your outer disciple identity token. The old man opened his eyes again and looked at Long Fei. Long Fei quickly took out the outer disciple identity token that Elder Su had arranged for him to receive and handed it to the old man. The old man took it and wiped it on the token. The net moment, the word 500,000 appeared on the token. Points can be changed for things within the sect. After deducting the remaining points, they will appear on the token in real time. This token has been bound to you and cannot be used by others. Go in. The old man said that he had already returned the identity token to Long Fei. Thank you. Long Fei took it and put it away. Then he turned around and headed inside. Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian also quickly followed. This is a real rich man, you must hug him. The old man looked seriously at the 3 people who entered, his eyes locked on Long Fei. Long Fei didn't know, but he couldn't help but know, because he had indeed seen Long Fei and was the one who paid the most attention to him, because it is one of the 7 elders of the outer sect. The old man who had been guarding the outer martial art pavilion was suddenly a powerful person at the level of a golden immortal, but few people knew it because he is very low-key. Walking into the first floor, Long Fei stopped and glanced around to make a preliminary determination. There was only one bookshelf on the first floor. Yes, there is only one bookshelf, but this bookshelf is very large, at least twice the size of a normal bookshelf. The bookshelf has 5 floors in total and is 2 meters wide. There are ancient parchments, ancient scrolls, ancient classics, and so on. In addition to martial arts, there are also immortal skills. The Outer Gates Kung Fu Pavilion has 4 floors in total. The first floor is like this. I don't know what will happen to the second, third, or even fourth floor. Are there any requirements to enter the second floor? Long Fei glanced at Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping, who were following him. After all, these 2 are the old people here. In addition to having points, you also need to meet the level requirement. Zhang Kainian looked at the top and said, level requirement? How many levels? Long Fei was curious. Zhang Kainian, only those who have reached the second level of True Immortal can enter the second level. Long Fei, where's the third floor? 5th level True Immortal. What about the 4th floor? 8th level True Immortal. Zhang Kainian continued to answer. Do you have an 8th level true immortal? Long Fei became interested, but Zhang Kainian shook his head. I am only a 3rd level true immortal. Then how do you know the situation above and the price? Long Fei's eyes became more confused. Zhang Kainian said, nonsense, I also heard about it from the seniors who have reached this level in the outer sect. So you haven't been to the 3rd and 4th floors? Long Fei. Zhang Kainian shook his head. Of course not. What about you, Liang Ping? Long Fei looked to the other side. Liang Ping shook his head. I am only a 3rd level true immortal and I can only move on the 1st and 2nd levels. The matters on the other 3 and 4 levels are also what those people say. Hey, forget it, I'll just stay on the 1st floor and take a look. Long Fei currently only has the 1st level of true immortal cultivation and there are still many stages before the 2nd level. He clicked on the system's experience bar and looked at it. 400 million 1 billion. His total level 1 experience is an astonishing 1 billion. Now he only has 400 million experience. There are still 600 million to be upgraded to the 2nd level true immortal. No wonder those people have been stuck in the true immortal realm for so long and can't enter a new level because the experience value is very huge. And they still don't know when the experience points will be full and they will be upgraded. This is the most painful thing. At least Long Fei could see it and the pain was reduced a lot. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping did not continue to follow him because they also planned to choose immortal skills. The 3 of them dispersed. Long Fei was shopping alone. Although there was only one bookshelf, he felt that the large bookshelf made the place look so empty. His eyes scanned the book. As expected, they are all the techniques and immortal skills of the true immortal level. I counted 50 books in total. Each book occupies its own space. The 50 books here placed casually in the lower realm are all incredible god level technique. Many people can die fighting for decisions. I already have a body training technique. How about I choose a magical technique? Long Fei thought in his mind. Continue to check. To be honest, if he could, he would like to learn all these techniques. The free ones on the 1st level are naturally not as powerful as those above that require payment, but it's also very powerful. A few more minutes passed. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping have already chosen their immortal skills. Came to Long Fei's side. Long Fei stood there in a daze looking at the tome in front of him, unable to take his eyes off it, as if he was completely absorbed in it. The two seemed to understand the importance of this to Long Fei, so they chose not to disturb him. Soon the dragon flew. Raise your hand to touch. The book he had been staring at came into his hands. There is a special feeling in the dark that this book is very suitable for him. The classics are coming over to take a look. A line of beautiful golden font appeared on it. 3-style true immortal canon. What a name. What a skill. Long Fei praised in his heart. 3-style true immortal code. Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian were stunned, a little surprised. They had seen this technique before, but they didn't choose it because it was very difficult to understand. There are only 3 styles in it, which is equivalent to 3 moves, but extremely powerful. But it needs to be refined. Book Club Group 577355146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 329. 329. The scene in the weapons pavilion. 3 styles of true immortals. Long Fei stared closely, his pupils filled with fiery light. 2ve already chosen it, and this is it. Long Fei looked at the 2 people beside him and spoke with a faint smile. You really don't want to think about it anymore? Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping's tone was more consoling. No, I have a fate with it. Has no one chosen this book before me? Long Fei, who shook his head, became confused. His eyes swept over the faces of Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping. Yes, but they all ended in failure. In the end I changed to another one, Zhang Kainian said. The eyes of the 2 men once again showed dissuasion. Thank you for your kind reminder, but I still insist on this book. Long Fei looked at the 2 of them with firm eyes. If it really fails, then let me experience it myself. I will not regret it. Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian listened to Long Fei's words, looked at Long Fei's firm eyes, and finally looked at each other. They understood that in this state no matter what he said it was useless, and they no longer tried to dissuade him. They sighed and nodded, saying in unison, then I wish you good luck. The last 3 people walked towards the old man's area. The old man's presence remained as calm as ever after he registered Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian. However, when he took the 3-style true immortal manual from Long Fei's hand, he hesitated for a moment and said calmly and uneasily, have you decided yet? Yes, Mr. Ge. Long Fei nodded with firm eyes. Okay. The old man quickly registered Long Fei. Finally the 3 people left the Kung Fu Pavilion. The old man looked at Long Fei's retreating back and murmured to himself, I really didn't expect him to choose that one. Then he continued to lie down and closed his eyes. The 3 people who left the Kung Fu Pavilion stopped when passing by a large lawn. There were several female disciples practicing swordplay here, neatly and orderly, out of men's nature. The 3 of them stopped and sat aside, admiring the charming dance with their eyes. When several women practicing sword saw the 3 people's unrestrained look, they first felt offended. You thief, you are here to be beaten. She frowned with a cold look on her face, and after the sword dance was finished she flew directly directly towards the three of them with a sword. Holy shit! The three people who were watching with some fascination were frightened by the sudden scene in front of them. In fact, they just discovered that these people are not normal. Qinglong sect does not allow members of the same sect to kill each other, but it does not object to martial art competitions as long as they are not maimed or killed. So the five women decisively drew their sword and planned to teach the lustful man who had been staring at the five of them a lesson. Upon discovering the crisis, Long Fei, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping quickly jumped up and fled. Hey, what are you five doing? You suddenly attacked the three of us? Zhang Kainian pointed at the five women coming this way, and a shameless villain came to complain first. Qinglong sect forbid fellow disciples from killing each other. Be careful and I'll eat you. Liang Ping showed a hard press Zion and stepped forward to show off his muscles, but Long Fei was the only one who calmly looked at the joke script in front of him. One of the leaders of the five women showed a cold smile. As a member of the Qinglong sect, we will naturally not break the rules, but we have never meant to kill or cruelly kill you. We just want to teach you a lesson. These thieves, stop talking nonsense. Look at the sword. The sword has no eyes. Be careful. The other four people spoke coldly, pulled out the swords in their hands and stabbed Long Fei and the others directly. Grass. Reckless woman. A good man won't fight with a woman. You five just wait for me. Seeing that they could not speak, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping decisively fired a violent explosion on the spot. When the swords of the five women penetrated, there was no one left. Damn it, they ran away. What kind of body technique just disappeared? The four of them planned to give chase but were intercepted by the leading woman. He raised his brows and said in a serious voice, stop chasing them. Anyway, we only intend to teach these three guys a lesson. Moreover, their aura has disappeared and their cultivation is not inferior to the five of us, nor, for the sake of my classmates, let them go this time. That is, even if the cultivation level of the three of them is comparable to ours, we don't need to be afraid. There are five of us. The other women spoke coldly and arrogantly, and the long swords they held in their hands also dropped. Let's go, let's continue practicing swordsmanship, the leading woman said. The five women continued to fight with swords. On the other side, after escaping, Zhang Kainian and the others came to a house in front of the city. Zhang Kainian gently placed his hands on Shuang's knees, bent down and said, we are not afraid of them, but we don't want to fight with them. Good men don't fight with women. They are lucky to meet three of us gentlemen. Liang Ping looked at Long Fei seriously. Yes, we are really not afraid of them. Long Fei smiled seriously, patted the two of them on the shoulders and nodded. Brothers, I know. Good men don't fight with women. That's right. A good man doesn't fight with women. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping smiled and nodded quickly. Then the three people's eyes moved to the Fangcheng ahead. There are three big words marked on the house city. Weapons Pavilion. Zhang Kainian laughed loudly. Weapon Pavilion? I didn't expect that we are here now. Great, junior brother Long, do you want to go in and take a look at the weapons inside? Liang Ping also looked yearning. The Weapons Pavilion at the outer gate of Qinglong sect has a lot of immortal level weapons. Since we're here, let's go in and have a look. Long Fei was naturally curious. The three of them reached an unanimous goal and walked directly forward. Many outer disciples of Qinglong sect also come here to seek a handy weapon. Once inside, the scene was very lively. This scene was very different from the Weapons Pavilion that Long Fei had imagined. The scene here refreshed Long Fei's understanding of the Weapons Pavilion. The Weapons Pavilion is very large, like a big market. Here a lot of forgers from the Qinglong sect set up stalls to sell weapons that they produce or that are not produced by them but are their good. The sea of people is huge and there are more people than in the Gongfa Pavilion. It's really lively here. Long Fei sighed. Right, is this Weapons Pavilion quite different from the Weapons Pavilion you imagined? Zhang Kainian looked at Long Fei with a smile. Long Fei nodded and laughed at himself. It's not just a big deal, it's really too big. Let's go and take a look. This is only the first floor. The second floor is the auction house. The third floor is the most precious collection. Most people can't set foot on it unless they have the permission of the master of the Weapons Pavilion. It's on the third floor, so if you want to go alone, don't go to the third floor. Zhang Kainian, as an old senior, kindly reminded Long Fei in his ear. After hearing this, Long Fei looked at the third floor with a particularly curious look, nodded and said, Senior brother Zhang, don't worry, I understand. He said this verbally and he looked very knowledgeable, but in the end only he knew what he was thinking. Book Club Group 577355146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 330. Good thing. After listening to Zhang Kainian's suggestion, Long Fei and the others took a look at the first floor first. Looking around, there are many people calling and many people buying, but most people still plan to take a look. After visiting several stalls and looking at the immortal artifacts in several stalls, Long Fei had a general understanding. There are not only weapons here but also some refined magic weapons, and some magic weapons that don't know where they come from are also sold here. There is a rule here: don't ask the source when buying something, buy it and leave it, and then everything can be done. Asphalt sword sword, 100 fan, poison gun. If you pass by, be sure to come and see it. The price is right and you don't have to be fooled. The stall owners cheered loudly. It is no exaggeration to say that the shouts were deafening. Long Fei randomly selected a weapon and smiled as a gift in return after being introduced by these people enthusiastically like a salesman. The answer to these enthusiastic people was, I just have a look. After hearing Ho Longfei's answer, these people suddenly lost their previous enthusiasm. He looked quite impatient. Then take a good look and call me when you find your choice. After saying that, he turned around and went to greet other guests. The pace of society is so fast. If you can't do it, then find someone who can and continue to serve. Regarding the attitude of these people, Long Fei has long been accustomed to it. Continuing to look at them, these weapons and magic weapons are indeed good looking. Some are beautiful, some are aged, and many have a mysterious flavor. Then looking at it, Long Fei's first feeling was that it was still not as good as his own Qinglong ancient sword. After all, the Qinglong ancient sword was given to him by the system, so there was no need to worry about quality issues. But no matter how mysterious these things are, he can be 99% sure that these are all made by people. It's not that the quality is not good if it is made by people, but it just like that. After all, these people are not powerful casting masters. Although his Qinglong ancient sword was probably forged by humans, the quality is really good. How was it? Do you like it when you see it? Zhang Kainian returned to Long Fei's side. There was a dark green insect-like creature in his hand. Zhang Kainian smiled and played with the dark green insect creature in his hand in front of him. Not yet. I haven't seen anything suitable for me yet. Did you buy this green insect here? Long Fei shook his head and curiously looked at the dark green insect in Zhang Kainian's hand, frowning slightly. Yes, this little thing is not simple. Zhang Kainian showed the confidence and knowledge that only experienced players can have. What's the name of this green oil bug? Long Fei couldn't help but tap the little guy's head with his finger. The net moment his finger was instantly dyed dark green. This dark green color is still spreading. Long Fei was a little surprised. The fingers wrapped in green gave him a very strange and special feeling. This feeling is like a kind of oxygen absorption due to photosynthesis, but also a sense of suffocation without oxygen. There is also a very mysterious feeling. The net moment Long Fei used a little force to focus his power on the green moss-like plant on his finger and shook it away with a slight shake. Zhang Kainian smiled and told Long Fei, this is the Tianyu green silkworm. It is still in the larval stage. Don't underestimate it. It may not be that effective now that it is a little smaller, but this insect belongs to the immortal class spirit beast, but it cost me a total of 350 points. A fairy level spiritual beast? Long Fei was stunned for a moment, and then the spirit fish he had killed and roasted that he had encountered on the lake sounded in his mind. He began to wonder in his mind, could it be that Gong Gong Wanner's spiritual fish was bought here? Do you think it's a good deal to buy one like this with 350 points? Long Fei also wanted to understand the value of points in Qinglong sect. Zhang Kainian explained in detail. In addition to exchanging points for purchases, you can also use fairy coins for transactions, but you will definitely spend more than the point. Go and have a look again. The first floor is so big and there are so many things that you must be interested in. If that doesn't work, go up to the second floor and have a look. Zhang Kainian whispered in Long Fei's ear as he spoke. And you have 500,000 points. You are definitely a rich man here. If it comes to auction, almost no one can bid better than you for the things you like. Okay, I'll go take a look again. Long Fei continued to stroll. Finally, I chose something in the shape of a large blue leaf. This thing is called Tianyunyet and it has the effect of helping cultivation. It cost Long Fei 30,000 fairy coin. He made a pendant and wore it around his neck. The net moment he felt a very subtle change in his body. When he looked at the experience data bar in front of him, he was shocked to find that the original 400 million experience was changing bit by bit. Climb up slowly. Although it was very slow, this was extremely good news for Long Fei. You must know that his experience value will basically not increase if he does not practice or has no other resources. But now, even if he does not need to practice, his experience points will slowly increase. Although it is only slow, it is enough. It's enough to buy this on the first floor. Long Fei shifted his attention to the second floor. Zhang Kainian seemed to be even more excited than Long Fei himself. Everyone has their own preferences. Let's go up and take a look. I have plenty of time today, senior brother, and it's still early. I will take you to explore the entire outer gate area as much as possible. Set off. Liang Ping has also returned from picking out his own things. What he picked was a broadsword weapon. The overall length of the knife is as long as 2 adult arms and its width is 30 centimeters. The cold light shining all over the body is extremely sharp, and the murderous aura on the knife can be felt by just standing net to it. Put it away and go up to the second floor. The second floor is surrounded by a circle. There are many rooms on it. In each room there are auctions of different weapons, magic weapons, spiritual beasts, and so on. This is is an auction specification for random bidding. As long as you want, you can enter the auction room at any time and use the signs inside to take pictures of the products you want. Of course, this also requires financial resources, but for junior brother Long, these are just small problems for you. Zhang Kainian acted as real-time commentary and navigation for Long Fei. After shopping all the way, Long Fei learned that the highest price for these auctions was 100 points and the highest price for fairy coins was 300,000. The rest are below here. It can be said that 600 points and 300,000 fairy coins are already the ceiling for these two units. The three of them casually walked into a room, and it happened that the goods currently being auctioned were what he was interested in. Since this is a Rubik's Cube that can change its shape according to the fantasy in the mind, it is only the size of a palm, but the things it transforms can exceed this size by much. Book Club Group 5773555146. Book lovers can add it if they are interested. Chapter 331 Cheng Yun 200 sec point 240 sec point 250 sec point plus 10,000 fairy coin. The bidding here was very fierce, and Long Fei and the other three found a seat and sat down. Don't rush to bid, but first see how much these people can raise for this random magic cube bow. As the price war at the scene became more and more fierce, there was gradually no sound in the end. In the end, only one voice sounded: 400 points plus 50,000 fairy coin. I have to say that this is already a very high price. Who is that person? He seems to be very rich. Long Fei looked at the man shouting and asked Zhang Kainian beside him. After receiving the order, Zhang Kainian narrowed his eyes and looked over. After all, he was curious himself. It's not cost effective for him to pay such a high price for this thing. People are stupid and have too much money. Zhang Kainian muttered in his heart and said, the outer sect of Qinglong sect has 20,000 disciples. If I read correctly, that person is probably the outer sect of Qinglong sect, one of the top 100 in the outer sect combat strength list. Such a person is not. I'm short of money, but I think there's still a gap compared to you. Outer sect combat ranking? What is this? Long Fei was curious. Zhang Kainian gave a rough explanation. The outer sect's combat power list is a list ranked by outer sect disciples through force competition. It can be said that as long as those who are on this outer sect's combat power list are basically strong, and there are only 200 places on this list, and those on the list can go to the battle power ranking pavilion and redeem corresponding rewards as reward. Then are you on board? Long Fei wondered. Zhang Kainian shook his head and laughed at himself. I am only a third level true immortal, and there is no way I can go up to it. The last person on the outer sect's combat power list is a 5th level true immortal. Long Fei's eyes widened slightly and he was surprised. The last one is at this level, so what level is the first one? Half-step Xian Yian. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping spoke in unison. Really a half-step immortal? Long Fei took a deep breath and calmed down after e-hailing. Long Fei closed his eyes and slowly clenched his hand, caressing the handle of the stool with unwavering belief in his heart. There are still 9 realms, but they are too far away from me now. No, you must improve your cultivation quickly. Long Fei spoke slowly. The last one has the cultivation level of a 5th level true immortal. So does this person among the 100 have the SITH or 7th level? No, according to the gossip I got last month, this person is a 5th level peak true immortal, but I'm not sure whether he is that person yet. If you want to auction this item, I hope it's not that person. After all, if you are really offended, you will definitely be punished. Zhang Kainian's tone was a little uncertain, and finally he sighed and prayed silently in his heart. I can feel that this changing Rubik's Cube is very important to me. I must win it. As for the rest, let's talk about it later. After saying that, Long Fei directly raised the sign in his hand and said 450 points plus 60,000 fairy coin. Is there any additional price? Are these people crazy spending so much money on this broken bow? I really don't understand what makes this bow worth the price. Isn't it just that it can be transformed? It doesn't have other magic weapons and so on. Following Long Fei's sudden price increase, the people in the venue shook their heads in confusion. The man who shouted 400 points plus 50,000 fairy coins was also stunned, frowned and muttered, why is there anyone raising the price? Looking back, his eyes were fixed on Long Fei's face. It's this person. The man's eyes narrowed slightly and a cold light flashed through him, but there was no murderous intention, but he wanted to teach this guy who didn't know etiquette a lesson. Long Fei and the other three also felt the man's malicious gaze and greeted him. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping's facial expressions were particularly solemn, and a sentence passed through their hearts at the same time. Damn, it's really him. The two looked at Long Fei. Long Fei looked at him calmly. So, brave boy, are you really going to steal my things? The man looked up at Long Fei proudly. Long Fei said calmly, how about robbing? This is an auction where the one with the highest price will naturally get it. I just abide by it. The man smiled angrily. Ha ha ha, you kid really doesn't know how to be afraid. Do you know who I am? Who are you? I don't want to know and I'm not interested. Long Fei always faced threats head on. After hearing this, the man snorted coldly. Was Yi Xiao Iao, please listen to me. I am Cheng Yun, who is ranked 99th on the outer set combat strength list. As soon as the word came out, the cold and solemn appearance of Xianfeng Daogu appeared. It's really him. After hearing this, Long Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, but he recovered the net moment and gave a faint expression of gratitude. If you don't increase the price, then this item will belong to me. Long Fei's words shocked everyone present. This guy really doesn't know how to live or die. Although the Qinglong sect cannot kill his fellow disciples, it can still give him a good beating. Moreover, everyone has a personality and not everyone has such a good temper. Cheng Yun, who is ranked 99 on the combat strength list in front of him, is this type of person. Haha, that's all. I don't want this item anymore. It's not really of much use to me. Boy, do you dare to come to the ring with me and let me give you some advice, Cheng Yun said with a cold light flashing in his eyes. The rest of the people watched the excitement. Is it appropriate for you, a 5th level peak true immortal, to fight against me, a 1st level true immortal? Long Fei stared at him with a half smile without the slightest hint of fear. What, a 1st level true immortal? Are you only a 1st level true immortal? Surprise can be heard in Cheng Yun's tone. Cheng Yun stared at Long Fei closely. Since you are only a 1st level true immortal, you are indeed not suitable. I don't want my reputation to be so bad that the entire Qinglong sect says I bully people who are so many levels lower than me, but I can suppress it. With the same level of cultivation as you do, you dare to fight? Hearing this, Long Fei didn't have any hesitation. The corners of his mouth moved lightly, revealing a meaningful smile, and said lightly, why don't you dare? Then I'll see you in the ring after I get this item. Okay. Cheng Yun waved his hand. I'm waiting for you in the ring, but you must not fail to come. After saying that, he walked directly outside. After the voice fell, no one in the auction continued to raise the price. After Long Fei quickly paid the points and fairy coins, he took the ruby cube bow and left the place with Zhang Kainian. Where is the arena? Long Fei asked as he left the weapons pavilion. Do you really want to go there? Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian asked. Nonsense, he has suppressed his cultivation, so I will definitely win. Long Fei was very confident and looked at Zhang Kainian. You can continue to open the market and bet on me to win. I will count myself a share. I will definitely make a lot of money by then. It's full. Zhang Kainian hesitated. This, after all, he suffered huge losses from the previous opening. I'm just giving you a suggestion. It's up to you to decide whether to do it or not. Long Fei smiled faintly. Chapter 332. The scenery in the arena. The three people walked towards the ring, and at this time many people also received the news and rushed to the ring quickly. When Long Fei and the others arrived at the square of the arena, there was already a huge crowd. Oh my god, there are so many people. Long Fei opened his eyes and sounded a little surprised. Zhang Kainian said, of course, and I tell you, these scenes are the most normal. Liang Ping nodded. You, an unknown person, are going to duel with a player ranked 99th on the outer sect strength list. This news is absolutely explosive. After hearing this, Long Fei thought it was quite normal. Consider how's that? Long Fei looked at Zhang Kainian. Zhang Kainian also thought about it all the way. At this time he gritted his teeth and looked at Long Fei. Are you really guaranteed to win? Long Fei looked at the high platform with a calm expression. If this guy doesn't violate the rules, I will definitely win, but even if it exceeds the 4th level of strength, I can definitely win, but it will be a bit troublesome if he fully uses the 5th level of true immortal strength. But there may not be a chance of winning this. You can do a little secret operation, and when I increase the ratio, you can also increase that person's ratio. You are an expert in this aspect, you can control it yourself. Long Fei said, then took out a fairy coin from the ring and put it in Zhang Kainian's hand. Long Fei said calmly, there are 100,000 fairy coins here. Bet them all on me to win. Of course, if you decide to open the market. If you don't open the market, go and see if it is open. Bet all on me and you won't regret it afterwards. Of Zhang Kainian gritted his teeth. Suddenly his face seemed to have made up his mind. Okay, let's do it. This time I will listen to your brother. Zhang Kainian finally defeated the constraints in his heart. Okay, you've got it done. I'll go up and fight. After saying that, Long Fei took a step forward and flew up. At the same time, many people on the table also spoke one after another, and some people who didn't know asked a question. Who is the person who wants to challenge this 99 person on the outer set combat power list? Does anyone want to be kicked off the list? There are many voices like this below. Why haven't you come yet? Is it because you are afraid and don't dare to come? Some people mocked and complained. You're not really running away, are you? Cheng Yun, who was being watched by all the people on the stage, frowned. A cold light flashed in his eyes and he thought to himself, if you really run away after making me wait for so long, I will meet you any time. I'll beat the shit out of you. But at this moment a figure flew out. Under the gaze of everyone, he came to the ring opposite Cheng Yun. Is this the person? Who is this person? Why have we never never seen him before. Could it be that he's a newcomer? It would be really interesting if you were really a newcomer. The opponent is a 5th level true immortal. The newcomer is at most a 1st level true immortal. How can he be his opponent? Even if Chang Yun suppresses his cultivation, I think this newcomer is seeking his own death. How could it be this guy? While everyone below was talking and salivating, several familiar female figures appeared in the crowd. These women are the 5 sword dancing women and one Gong Gong Wanner who actually competed with Long Fei. Gong Gong Wanner clenched her fist and looked at Long Fei reluctantly. He had lost to this person before, and this person ate the spiritual fish she had managed to raise. If it hadn't been for the appearance of the elder, he would never have let this person go. But because of the elder's face, she couldn't just go up and cause trouble. Gong Gong Wanner had a cold face and thought in her mind, well, he is really an arrogant guy, and he went to challenge this guy Chang Yun. Although I don't like Chang Yun very much, but it would be nice to teach this bastard thief a lesson for me of open the market, 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 open the market. At this moment a series of sounds that seemed to be inevitable as long as such a lively event sounded. It was not only Zhang Kainian who was shouting, but others were also shouting. With such a grand news scene and such a huge flow of people, you would be a fool not to open the market. This time many people bet with the mentality of making a lot of money. Of course the one with the highest ratio is Long Fei and the one with the lowest ratio is Chang Yun. The newcomer is 1 to 10 and Chang Yun is 1 to 2. Everyone seemed to have the answer in mind and many people chose to bet on Chang Yun's victory. Even though the ratio is very low, everyone understands that this is a guaranteed profit. But is this really the reality? Almost no one voted for Long Fei's 1 to 10. The faces of those who opened the deal changed slightly when they saw this scene. Now they hope that the winning side will be Long Fei. Suddenly someone came to these people's stall and took out money to bet on Long Fei. These people were surprised. Zhang Kainian, are you mentally ill? Liang Ping, are you mentally ill? Since you want to bet on a newcomer to win, although it's 1 to 10, this is a battle without any suspense. Many people knew the person who made the bet, and the people who came were Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping looked at each other sweating in their hands and turned to look at Long Fei on the ring. Boy, don't trick us. I spent almost all my worth to bet on you at every stall. You guys keep an eye on it. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping left with these words, returned to his stall, and everyone was a little stunned by what the two of them said. Will Zhang Kainian and the two consider this newcomer a victory? Where did this result come from? On the ring, seeing Long Fei's arrival, a happy smile flashed across Chang Yun's lips and he said, it took me so long to come. I thought you had run away and I didn't dare to come. Long Fei said lightly, no way, since you chose to suppress your cultivation and fight with me, I will naturally come to fight. And if you recover your cultivation, will you lose? Chang Yun snorted coldly and said proudly, of course, I only need the cultivation and strength of a 1st level true immortal to guide you, just force it. That's really great. Long Fei looked down and said, everyone can witness that as long as senior brother Chang Yun goes beyond the 1st level of true immortal cultivation to fight against me, he will lose. Good. Ha ha ha. The melon-eating crowd below burst into laughter. Is this person a fool? Since he suppressed his equal cultivation and fought with this thief? Gong Gong Wanner clenched her fist and looked at Chang Yun with some contempt, and the excitement she had felt before was gone. Don't be kidding, she used her level 4 true immortal cultivation to fight this thief and lost every battle. If she really suppressed her cultivation, it would be very difficult for Chang Yun to defeat this thief. Recalling the battle that day, Gong Gong Wanner is also a little embarrassed now. Long Fei obviously only has the 1st level of true immortal cultivation, but such terrifying combat power is beyond her ability. However, she was also careless last time. After these few days of cultivation, she has also improved even more. If you fight Long Fei again, you will definitely be able to torture him easily. Chapter 333 Return of Chaos and Destruction. In that case, let's not talk nonsense anymore and let's get started. Long Fei flipped his hand and the Rubik's Cube bow he had just auctioned appeared in his hand. The colorful light in the Rubik's Cube bow flickers slightly. Chang Yun narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this and blurted out the bow that was just auctioned. Suddenly he sneered meaningfully, you don't want to compare this with me, do you? Chang Yun said. A fierce light flashed in his eyes and he said fiercely, boy, do you think I am a test subject? Are you coming or not? After listening to so much nonsense from this person, his ears already had rashes and he was impatient. Come on, you will regret it. After saying that, he took one step forward and struck Long Fei directly with his palm. Although his strength and cultivation have been suppressed to the level of a 1st level true immortal, his momentum after years of fighting is still extremely mammoth and his offensive is powerful. Long Fei's face was calm and with a thought the Rubik's Cube bow in his hand turned into a huge shield in front of him. Chang Yun was startled. His palm and attack had already hit the shield. Bang! A dull loud noise spread which was harsh to the people around and couldn't help but feel a little relieved in their ears. It's pretty solid, but Cheng Yun snorted coldly, and the net moment his figure disappeared and appeared on the other side of Long Fei, directly launching a close attack towards Long Fei. When Long Fei saw the fierce figure that was extremely close, he didn't panic. The corner of his mouth curled up and a close-fitting golden aura appeared on his body 1 centimeter away from the skin. Bang! There was another sound. What's going on? After Cheng Yun was surprised, he looked carefully and instantly discovered the personal golden aura on Long Fei's body. He continuously launched close attacks towards Long Fei. Each blow was more powerful than the previous one. This was the form of using force to strike. Bang 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 bang. But after several rounds, Long Fei remained indifferent and the golden shield on his body never broke. How can it be so strong? What kind of golden gang is this? Taking a deep breath of cold air, Cheng Yun felt extra calm now. He stopped attacking and quickly moved away from Long Fei. He sneered and said, "What? Do you only use these means to defend? Do you plan to keep defending like this? Then such a battle will be meaningless. Coward, if you are a man, just compete with me openly. Don't use these small measures. You can't even break my golden gang. How can you let me take action myself? My slightest intervention is the ultimate. You are now." Long Fei looked at him calmly and said coldly, "You can't stop me. Use all your strength as a first-level true immortal. Arrogant. Since you insist on seeking death, I will help you." Cheng Yun was completely furious. His anger soared into the sky and a terrifying power of anger suddenly burst out from him. The people below were also whispering. It was an unwise choice to anger Cheng Yun. Seeing this scene, Long Fei curled up his lips and became interested. Cheng Yun's power is now at the peak of the first-level true immortal, and he is about to break through to the second-level true immortal. Such suppression is very uncomfortable. Cheng Yun fired directly towards Long Fei with anger, and the power in his hand turned into a giant sword. The sonic boom was piercing, the airflow was rapid, and the power was terrifying. The power of a true immortal so terrifying. Long Fei took back the King Kong and the Rubik's Cube bow, and the ancient Qinglong sword in his hand suddenly came out, and a terrifying force not weaker than Cheng Yun also appeared facing Long Wei with a roaring dragon roar. "Well done! I like this!" Cheng Yun roared angrily. Bang! The terrifying power was quickly decomposed under the sword-by-sword confrontation, and the sharp and powerful force drove back both sides. The two figures were rushed to the edge of the ring by the powerful impact and almost fell off, but luckily they used clever power control to stabilize their bodies at the critical moment. The two turned into two beams of light, one green and one blue, and flew into the sky, launching the most formal fierce battle in the sky. All the spectators below were also drawn to look up. As true immortals, they could naturally see the fast and fierce battle between Long Fei and Cheng Yun. Many people below were excited, their hands were itchy and they wanted to fight. Bang 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 bang. From the sky there were many sounds of collisions coming one after another. Both sides, but there are skills such as performing immortal skills and technique. That's right, kid. I admit that I underestimated you before. It's already amazing that a level 1 true immortal can have such strength, but you're not strong enough against me, and you've reached your critical point, and I'm not there yet. After Cheng Yun slashed Long Fei with one sword, his voice also rang out. Long Fei held the Qinglong ancient sword and kept flying backwards into the distant sky. Fierce air currents rushed around him and around him. Even so, even after fighting fiercely for so long, he still looked calm at this moment, breathing comfortably and seemed to not see any difficulties. The realm of resurrection of all things emerged from his body, quickly replenishing everything he consumed. He watched as his experience value increased at an incredible rate. So it seems that my tweet is not wrong. After fighting, my experience points can also be increased, and the person in front of me is also a good tool for me to increase my experience point. Long Fei thought silently in his heart and had already made up his mind. After stabilizing his body, he calmly looked at Cheng Yun in the distance and said calmly, "It's too early for you to be happy. Do you really think I'm serious?" Cheng Yun was stunned after hearing this and then smiled. "You are so tough, but I like it. I will let you understand that you can be on the outer combat power list even if your strength is suppressed to the first level of true immortals and you have never been on the outer combat power list. The comparison of the strength of the first level true immortals on the list will be so huge." As he spoke, an unusual power appeared from his body. A spiritual energy tide appeared around him, and many strips of energy quickly gathered towards his giant sword. Just over a second passed and the true form of the giant sword disappeared and turned into a giant sword that was like a phantom of judgment standing in the sky. "Boy, try one of my famous special skills, Tiangi Kaiyang sword. Go!" Cheng Yun's voice sounded and he directly greeted Long Fei with this magical skill. Chaos Azure Dragon Sword. Long Fei stood the ancient Azure Dragon sword in front of him in the center, holding the handle tightly with both hands, and used one of his bloodline skills. His eyes were closed, and the moment he opened them, a consciousness from ancient chaos awakened in his eyes. The Qinglong ancient sword in his hand turned into a huge dragon with the rioting consciousness energy. energy. The dragon's power rose into the sky and headed towards him. It flew forward with a burst of fire. In an instant it wiped out one of Cheng Yun's so-called famous special skills, Tiangi Kaiyang sword, and the net moment it hit Cheng Yun directly. Feeling that the terrible horror in front of him was far above him, Cheng Yun was shocked and frightened with cold sweat on his forehead, and he immediately used his strongest strength to block. Bang! At this moment he couldn't control it well, and his original first level true immortal cultivation level returned to the 5th level true immortal in an instant, and a huge blue shadow that merged with him also appeared on his body. This is one of his famous stunts, the Heavenly Return Phantom. The appearance of this scene also alarmed the senior officials within the Qinglong sect. Go and see what's going on. The energy of the Chaos Blue Dragon is so strong. An old voice full of majesty echoed in the ears of the senior elders of the outer and inner gates of Qinglong sect. Chapter 334. Alarm. The terrifying dragon power rose from the sky accompanied by Cheng Yun's scream. The blue phantom body that appeared on Cheng Yun used the level 5 true immortal power to fight against this terrible offensive, but it still failed. The offensive launched by Long Fei made him feel powerless and helpless. The huge green dragon directly brought Cheng Yun to the ground, and with a bang both sides hit the ground. Long Fei was suspended high, calmly looking at everything in front of him. He shook his hand lightly and stopped when the fatal blow was struck. Otherwise, even if Cheng Yun could not die, he would be horribly maimed. Everyone below took a breath of cold air looking at the gradually relaying smoke on the ring. There was a huge pit in the center with countless cracks, and in it lay a man with his hands and feet spread out and his mouth was flowing. Cheng Yun was bleeding and his combat power had disappeared. Cheng Yun's famous stunt, the Heavenly Return Phantom body, was also shattered instantly after being beaten. To this day he can't forget the terrifying and domineering dragon power just now. Only those who are as close as him can experience the horror in it. That kind of terror is the shadow of the soul. His body trembled from time to time. Everyone couldn't help but tremble when they saw Cheng Yun, who looked like he was dying. Looking up in disbelief, how could it be that even the 5th level true immortal Cheng Yun, who was ranked 99 on the outer sect combat power list, was defeated by such a first level true immortal? Gong Gong Wanner and the other 5 women were extremely shocked. If they had to fight before, the latter would have no chance of winning. It seemed like others really didn't want to bully them. Thinking of this, these women felt ashamed. Long Fei slowly fell down, came to the sky above Cheng Yun and looked at him with an expressionless face. You're not dead, you lost, and you lost to me at full strength. According to the unique rules of this world, now I inherit. You are ranked 99th on the outer sect combat power list. After saying that, his eyes left Cheng Yun and swept across the monk. He just wants to see how these people react. As expected, Long Fei's words made these people lively. I can't die for the time being. Haha, you are really incredible. Yes, I admit that I lost. The 99th place on my combat power list that I lost to you will be yours from now on. Under the voices of these people, Cheng Yun climbed up with difficulty, covering his chest with his hands, looking embarrassed mainly because he was injured internally. But this is only temporary. Yes, I will get it back in person soon. Cheng Yun stared at Long Fei fiercely. Okay, I'll wait. Whoosh whoosh. Just when Long Fei opened his mouth to speak, he was stopped by a sudden scene in front of him. Everyone saw 12 figures appearing on their head. Among these figures are men and women, some young and some old. 75 elders from the outer sect. The other 5, are they the 5 elders of the inner sect? Some of the people below stood up in shock. That shocking dragon power appears from here. Could it be him? A female elder from the inner sect spoke, while the 7 elders from the outer sect all looked at Long Fei in unison. Cheng Yun was also shocked by the sudden appearance of these people. Disciple pays homage to the elders inside and outside. As Cheng Yun's bow sounded, soon the other disciples gathered here also made the same gesture. There are not thousands but hundreds of people here. Although not everyone from the outer sect of Qinglong sect is here, some people have gone out to do tasks and have not come back, and some people don't like the excitement and are practicing in seclusion alone. There are many types, each with its own reason. Seeing the behavior of these people, Long Fei, as a junior and a disciple of others, naturally gave them a thumbs up. I have seen 12 elders. Boy, what's your name? The female elder asked, somewhat interested in Long Fei. Junior Long Fei. Long Fei replied. Long Fei, was it you who created that monstrous dragon power just now? The female elder asked. Yes. Long Fei nodded. Several elders who had met Long Fei for the first time looked at him closely. Their expressions were shocked and jubilant. What a solid basis, such a strong blood energy, such a strong and sharp dragon blood energy, this kind of foundation, a peerless seedling. The elders all had the idea of accepting him as a disciple. Very good, Long Fei, you defeated Cheng Yun, a level 5 true immortal with the strength of a first level true immortal. From now on you will be ranked 99th on the outer sect combat power list. You can go to the outer sect to receive your ranking reward later. After the female elder made the announcement, she looked at Cheng Yun. Practice hard now, you you are the 100. Yes, elder. Long Fei and Cheng Yun surrendered again. You all should leave. The female elder waved her hand. Everyone below dared to stay any longer and left one after another. You should leave too. The female elder looked at Cheng Yun. Cheng Yun glanced at Long Fei with a complete press. Zion nodded, took a pill and left. At this moment Long Fei was standing alone against the 12 elders. After these people left, the 12 elders came down one after another and kept looking around Long Fei. Long Fei, which realm in the Eastern Star region are you from? A male elder from the inner sect couldn't wait to speak. The others are also curious. Back to the elder. This junior is from Sulan realm. Long Fei looked calm and unhurried. What? Sulan realm? Since you are from Sulan realm? The elders were all shocked. How could such a person appear in Sulan, a world where there are no immortals? Only the female elder narrowed her eyes slightly and showed a meaningful smile. Long Fei, you are very talented. I hope you can enter the inner gate as soon as possible. I will wait for you there. Let's break up. After the female elder finished speaking, she turned and left. The other elders smiled bitterly and left the place. From beginning to end, it was this female elder who made the decision. It seems that the only woman among the elders is the boss of this group of elders, but I just don't know what level it is. Looking at the backs of these departing people, Long Fei fell into deep thought. The inner gate of Qinglong sect. In the sect master's pavilion, the woman's figure appeared in front of the old man, bowed slightly and said, "Sect master, tell me and hear it." The old man's figure was mysteriously black and his appearance was not revealed. The woman waved her hand and a scroll of a character appeared out of the air. It was Long Fei. The female elder said quietly, "This man's name is Long Fei and he has a very strong Qinglong bloodline. I don't know if he is from the Qinglong clan or what, but he is very special." "Where are you from?" the old man's voice continued. He said he was from the Sulan realm, but it is impossible for a small realm like the Sulan realm, which is higher than Xuan, to produce such a person, so this person is definitely not from the Sulan realm. The female elder said, "Old man, what do you think? I feel that he may have ascended from the lower world and the blue dragon bloodline in his body must be related to the world he ascended to." The female elder said, "Sect master, do you need to bring this child over for careful questioning?" The old man shook his head. "No need. Since he has joined our Qinglong sect, no matter whether he is from Sulan realm or not, he is still a member of our Qinglong sect. I will pay more attention to this person. I will change from that dragon power just now. I feel the aura of chaos and the blue dragon bloodline in him is very special and it is most likely related to the chaos green dragon." Female elder, the chaos blue dragon is just a legend, right? It doesn't exist in our ascension world at all, but it may exist in a world plane that is more advanced than the ascension world. Chapter 335. Practicing the three forms of true immortal code. After hearing this, the old man was silent for a moment and sighed. "Maybe, but if you want to reach a higher plane, it is more difficult than climbing to the sky. What's more, I haven't even entered the Tai Golden Immortal, let alone the ones that follow. Tai Immortal, Lord with the legendary Great Luo Immortal, who has not appeared for nearly 100,000 years." The old man's tone became more and more trembling as he spoke. In the mysterious black shadow, the old and helpless eyes could be clearly seen. "Yeah, it's too difficult." The female elder's quiet voice. The mysterious old sect leader looked at the female elder and spoke again. "There are still 3 years until the gate to the ghost world open. If this disciple of the Azure Dragon bloodline can stand out from many disciples in these 3 years, he will be given a quota in the competition." The female elder did not expect this to be what the sect master said. She was startled and nodded. "It's the sect master." She was surprised. "I don't know why, but I can feel that this person is special. He must be a crouching dragon about to soar into the sky." The sect leader's words once again shocked the female elder. This is the first time in so many years that the sect leader has had such a high opinion of a disciple who just joined the school. "I understand, sect master." The female elder nodded. "Okay, please step back. It's time for you to hit the realm of perfection." The sect leader said. "Yes." After these people left, Long Fei walked alone on the street outside the outer gate. After spending some fairy coins to buy a few skewers of barbecue, he walked directly towards Long Hua Pi. At this moment the sound of footsteps came. "Junior brother Long, wait." What reached my ears was a familiar voice. After his footsteps stopped, Long Fei turned around and looked over. As he expected, the person who came was Zhang Kainian. "Why are you here?" Long Fei was a little surprised. Zhang Kainian trotted towards him and said, "The situation was special just now and I have to take a step forward. Sorry, I am here mainly to give you money." His tone was very exciting and encouraging. "Send money." Long Fei understood that it was the bet just now. He had bet 100,000 fairy coins on himself. Now that he won, he would naturally earn more. "By the way, where is that guy Liang Ping?" Long Fei did not see this person. After he won the money, he couldn't wait to buy something and didn't come. Zhang Kainian complained and said with a smile, "Brother, it's really thanks to you this time. Those people who bet on Cheng Yun all lost." "Yes, I really made a lot of money. Here's your money. 1 to 10 it's a total of 1 million fairy coin, and an additional 200,000 is my thank you fee. If it weren't for you I wouldn't have made so much this time. Zhang Kainian's eyes gleamed and he excitedly took out 2 rings from the ring and handed them to Long Fei. These rings are as plentiful as cabbage in the Qinglong sect, and they are generally very cheap for those who save money in the weapon pavilion. Although they had not known each other for even a day, Long Fei concluded that he could make friends with Zhang Kainian just based on his personality. Zhang Kainian had a good impression on him. Thank you very much. Net time the market opens you will follow my instructions and make sure you don't lose money. Long Fei smiled faintly, and after receiving the 2 rings he did not show much excitement but was very calm. Along the way of cultivation money goes into the dirt. However, cultivation resources must be purchased with money. Even if you don't have money, money is still very important. This is very contradictory. Absolutely. Zhang Kainian nodded repeatedly, and this time he listened to Long Fei's word. Long Fei was curious, how much did you earn? Zhang Kainian was slightly startled, then smiled. After deducting the e-penses of the others, I earned a total of 2 million fairy coin. Where's that guy Liang Ping? Long Fei nodded, not surprised at all. He also bet you 100,000 and also earned 1 million fairy coin. Zhang Kainian said, okay, you can go. I'm going back to practice first. I haven't read that skill yet. Long Fei turned around and waved, then walked towards the Longhua Peak slope. Wait a minute, I have one more thing to do. Zhang Kainian called out to Long Fei. Long Fei half turned around and said, say, we will take on a mission 1 month later. This mission can be completed as a team. I wonder if you are interested. The reward will be divided equally according to the number of people in the team. Zhang Kainian's words this time made Long Fei also interested. He had not done any task for so long since he came to Qinglong sect. He pursed his lips and asked, what kind of task is it? Zhang Kainian roughly said, destroy the Abyss Beast. The Abyss Beast is on the dazzling continent Net to the Qinglong realm. This Abyss Beast has done many evil things. Many cities have been in danger. According to the news, its cultivation level has 2 levels. The realm of true immortality. It seems like a dungeon has been opened. After hearing this, Long Fei thought to himself, okay, I'll take it. Long Fei nodded. Do you have any other teammate there? Yu Liang Ping are gone. Zhang Kainian said generously. A threesome? That fine. Long Fei nodded. I'll contact you in a month. Okay, bye. The 2 sides said goodbye. Long Fei quickly returned to his house. He took out the 3-style True Immortal book and murmured in confusion and curiosity, is this thing really that difficult? Can the system help me gain enlightenment? Long Fei asked in his heart. Does the host start now? The system's humanized voice sounded, making Long Fei energetic, and he quickly sat up straight. Can you not get rid of this book after enlightenment? Long Fei asked. After all, this book still needs to be returned. Yes, the system's voice made him particularly happy. Great, let's get started. As Long Fei's voice fell, a ray of light was lifted from the 3-style True Immortal book in his hand. Taking it out, ancient words and patterns appeared in front of Long Fei's eyes and then directly entered the center of his eyebrows in a second. The Net second strange and mysterious memories and picture information quickly emerged in my mind. Every muscle in his body is memorizing quickly. This is really a mysterious feeling. How long has it been since you last appeared? It's really very nostalgic. Within the brain, countless brain cells are running rapidly, absorbing the unfamiliar information that comes in. In an instant, Long Fei felt that his head was swollen and 1 or 2 veins on his forehead were e-posed. This situation does not seem to have happened before. The only thing that can be e-planed is that this 3-style True Immortal code is really e-extraordinary. Sure enough, the powerful skills are different and time is also changing rapidly during the absorption process. 1 month is coming soon. Inside the house, Long Fei was still sitting cross-legged and absorbing. Now, in addition to absorbing, he was constantly rehearsing in his mind. Also today, Long Fei woke up. Opening his eyes, there was a deep look in his eyes as if he had seen it after 100 years. System, how long has it been? Long Fei asked calmly. It's been a month since we arrived. The system's answer reminded Long Fei, who had forgotten things, immediately remember something. It's been a month. Time flies so fast. If I just meditate a little bit. It's time to go out and take a look. I have Zhang Kainian's mission. Long Fei stood up, opened the door again and walked out. It feels so good to see the sun again after a month. Chapter 336 Transfer Station. After leaving the house, Long Fei was worried about how to find Zhang Kainian. After all, he didn't ask for his address or where to meet when he left. Looking at the direction Zhang Kainian left, you knew it wasn't Long Huafeng. Forget it, let's go down and take a look first. If it doesn't work, go to the outer gate where the mission is done. Long Fei rubbed his eyebrows, secretly thinking that he must ask these details clearly. Net time. At the ramp, a person came here. What surprised Long Fei was that there were 2 familiar figures waiting at the bottom of the ramp. These 2 people are Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian. The 2 of them noticed someone approaching. When they looked up, they were immediately happy. Liang Ping said, it seems that we are lucky. The first person we waited for was Long Fei. They also remembered that Long Fei didn't know their location, so they rushed over early in the morning and planned to block Long Fei's path just in case. It was not easy to find someone with such a big outer door. From early morning until now no one had appeared before Long Fei appeared. These monks are really working hard. Also many people are striving to reach the Xuan realm and enter the inner gate as soon as possible. Everything is God's will. Long Fei said a profound word mysteriously and came to the two of them with a smile on his face. Good morning, haven't seen you for a month. Long Fei's voice was filled with a chuckle. Zhang Kainian laughed and stopped. For people of our level a month is nothing. Although it has been a month to me, it is just one day. That's right, lead the way. Long Fei nodded. After finishing a few words, the three of them walked directly towards the Qinglong sect's outer mission hall. There are many people in the mission hall. Everyone is here to take the task. Walking all the way inside, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping can be regarded as regular visitors here. The three of them walked all the way to the front desk. The person handling business at the front desk was a woman with long hair. Zhang Kainian stepped forward, took out the mission reward list from the ring, handed it to the table and said, the three of us have accepted this mission, please register it. The woman took it. His face was extremely calm. He looked at it and then started some careful operations. After the woman completed the application, she took out the reward list. At this moment a green dragon head mark appeared on the list and said, the three of you will press this mark with your fingerprint. It was the first time for Long Fei to encounter such a thing. When the three people pressed their fingerprints, everything returned to normal. The reward list returned to Zhang Kainian's hands. Okay, you can go, the woman at the front desk said calmly. Taking the reward list, the three people left the mission hall. What should we do? Net. Long Fei looked at Zhang Kainian. Zhang Kainian said, let's go to the teleportation array and leave the sect first and then take the number 83 formation to the dazzling continent. Along the way the three of them had a great time chatting with each other. There were several formations leaving Qinglong sect at the outer gate and the three of them arrived at one of them. Here the cyan light formed a 5-pointed star and three people stood up. You still need to pay for this thing. After putting in 100 fairy coins, the formation was officially activated. The light became brighter and brighter and the concentration became thicker and thicker. Soon the three people disappeared behind the formation. This place of transmission is a transfer station. In the void tunnel there are only three of them here. The surrounding scene is a cosmic looking tunnel filled with dots of starlight. The place we are going to now is the transfer station. Zhang Kainian's voice sounded. How long will it take? Long Fei asked. 3 days. After listening, Long Fei closed his eyes and rested, sorted and reviewed the 3-style true immortal code in his mind and continued to evolve. For 3 days no one came back to care. After deep meditation, these 3 days are like a blink of an eye and are not worth mentioning at all. 3 days have passed. A dazzling light appeared in front of the three people. Long Fei and the others were awakened from their meditation by this dazzling light. We're here, 3 people murmured at the same time. After eating the teleportation tunnel, the three of them came to a place similar to a city. There are quite a lot of people around here and these people are lining up in an orderly manner to enter the city gate in front. Long Fei, is this the transfer station? Zhang Kainian nodded. Yes, it's right here. It's really lively and crowded. Long Fei found that there were earthly immortals and true immortals here, but he didn't see the mysterious immortals. Is a Xuan level figure coming back here? Long Fei looked at Zhang Kainian curiously and continued to look around and ponder. This is a transfer place for low-level monks' missions. Those who have reached the Xuan level will naturally disdain these missions. The place they want to go is the place guided by the inner gate and there are restrictive laws here. The Xuan level cannot entering this place. The lowest level of people here are earth immortals and the highest level is half-step Dzogchen Xuan. Long Fei's short sentence was changed for Zhang Kainian's long paragraph. Compared with this, it's quite worth it. The three of them walked inside. If you want to enter you must go through this identity authentication channel like a subway station. There is a person in charge here. There is one for each channel. The aura of these people was very strong and Long Fei could feel it. These people were at least the same 5th level true immortals as Cheng Yun. But a strong aura may be useful to others, but it is of no use to an alien like Long Fei. What's more, after practicing for a month his experience value has increased to the stage of 500 million with the help of various factors, magic, weapons and props, and he can be regarded as a true immortal who has entered the mid-level 1st level. With 500 million left he can be upgraded to a 2nd level true immortal. He really can't wait. Everyone needs to pay 1000 fairy coins to enter the transit city. The cold voices of several people in charge sounded. It's not that he suddenly became like this, but that they were always so indifferent. After Long Fei heard this number he frowned slightly, then Rela Ed took out 1000 fairy coins and gave it to the person. After the person verified it he put Long Fei in. Soon Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping also came in. It takes 1,000 fairy coins to get in. It's really easy for these people to make money. Long Fei shook his head secretly and said, hey, I can't help it. It's other people's affairs here. Liang Ping sighed and smiled bitterly. Do you know the cultivation level of the city lord here? Zhang Kainian looked at Long Fei with a joking look. Long Fei's e-pression was exceptionally calm, half-step to the Dzogchen mysterious immortal. Zhang Kainian was stunned. How do you know? Long Fei sneered. You can easily analyze it from what you said before. What? Is this difficult? Never mind. After waving his hands, Zhang Kainian asked, do you want to take a walk in this transit station city? It's really your first time to go shopping. Long Fei murmured and asked, are you uneasy about that mission? Or is there a time limit? Zhang Kainian shook his head. There's no rush. There's plenty of time. We just need to kill that beast of the deep within a month. Chapter 337. Brutal Arena. As an activist, Long Fei immediately entered the transit city and wandered around like crazy. There are all kinds of magic weapons here. There are also many spiritual beasts and there are also many food shops. There is also a transit arena competition. At this moment all three of them are very interested in this arena competition. What rewards will you get if you win after entering the ring? Looking at the fierce calls and duels below, Long Fei glanced at Zhang Kainian beside him. Zhang Kainian explained, after signing up the system will automatically match you with opponents of the same level or higher level. It will not match you with opponents lower than your level. High level opponents generally will not be more than 2 levels. It all depends on luck. 100 points will be added for winning against opponents of the same level. 50 points will be deducted for losing. 200 points will be added for winning against high level opponents for each level higher, and 100 points will be deducted for losing, and the points can be found. The person at the front desk will take you to exchange for what you want within the points range. After listening to Zhang Kainian's long words, Long Fei asked, does it cost money to sign up? Zhang Kainian nodded yes. The registration fee is 100 fairy coin. Each match will consume 100 fairy coins, so initially 200 fairy coins will be consumed before the match starts. It's okay if you win, but if you lose it's also a huge loss of money. Long Fei muttered, it's so dark. Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian sighed. There is no other way. If you want to play you must abide by the rules here. After all, this is no longer the Qinglong sect, it is someone else's territory. Long Fei's eyes were silently staring at the fierce battle below. Bang 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 sounds continued to sound. Sparks flickered constantly and the duel of immortal skills completely ignited the passionate blood of the surrounding audience. The shouting voices also gradually became louder. The three people also looked down. From the fight between the two it can be understood that the strength of these two people is about 2 levels of true immortals. Moreover, there is a large suspended projection high above the ring and the two simple people are included in the projection information. Wulong, a second level mid-level true immortal with 18 wins and 13 losses. Long Di, a second level mid-level true immortal, wins 20 and loses 16. Looking at the information on the suspended projection screen in front of him, Long Fei's mouth moved softly. His eyes returned to the two of them and said, have you two participated? I've played it before, but the difficulty here is a bit higher than in the sect. After all, everyone here is here. It's not like the Qinglong sect's rule that prohibit killing fellow sect. Here it doesn't matter whether you are injured or dead as long as you win. Of course there are people behind this place. If the above situation occurs, the winner may be killed secretly. This transit city is very dangerous, so you should be careful if you want to play. Zhang Kainian spoke slowly, staring down with a cold expression. Liang Ping said, although you defeated Cheng Yun, a 5th level true immortal, he was not allowed to kill you under the sect rules and he suppressed your cultivation in the beginning. If you were here it would be hard to tell. He is a cold-blooded person. Long Fei was silent and didn't say anything. After a few seconds he spoke, I'm going to play a game. Do you want to play? Hey, let's forget it. Just be careful. Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian looked at each other and decided to shake their head. Zhang Kainian stepped forward and said, I'll take you there. Just in case you have to use a false name when you register. Wearing a mask will make you safer. With that said, Liang Ping also followed. The three of them took out a mask from the ring and put it on. Safety and privacy are the most important thing in a place like this. The three of them walked towards the front desk. The front desk still has the familiar old atmosphere and there is also a long-haired woman sitting at the desk. My brother wants to sign up. Zhang Kainian's cold voice sounded under the mask. Do you want to match immediately? The woman looked at the three of them indifferently. Yes. Long Fei's cold voice sounded from under the mask. The woman looked at Long Fei, who was wearing a mask. The registration fee is 100 and the matching fee is 100. A total of 200. Pay with fairy coin. Long Fei took out 200 fairy coins from the ring and placed them on the table. After the woman accept the payment, it will be credited directly to the bill. Soon after some skilled operations, the basic information was completed. The woman was indifferent. What's your name? Long Fei slowly raised his hand. An inapplicable murderous luminous aura emerged and a cold voice slowly spat out from his mouth. Zhu Xian. When the woman heard this, her eyes narrowed slightly and she said coldly and mockingly, "What an arrogant name. You will die quickly here like this. I advise you to change it." Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping were also shocked when they heard the name Long Fei. "Damn it, buddy, you chose this name to attract hatred. Everyone here is a fairy level person and your name makes it clear that you want to kill them. It's hard not to die now." The two looked at each other, their faces twitching. They shouldn't have brought this lunatic here. "No need." Long Fei's voice was cold. The woman ignored Long Fei, an arrogant and ignorant person, and turned her eyes to Zhang Kainian. "Don't you want to persuade me?" "No need," Long Fei answered quickly. "Just follow my brother's wishes." Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping's cold voices sounded. "If you look like you don't care at all." The woman hummed and then took out a round shape as big as a palm. "Put your hand on it." After hearing this, Long Fei stretched out his hand and put it up. "The admission information will come out soon." Zhu Xian, level 1 mid-step, true immortal, 0 wins 0 losses, newbie. Seeing this level, the woman sneered and became even more disdainful. "I thought I was such a powerful person with such an arrogant name, but I didn't expect that I am just a small mid-level true immortal at the mid-level. You are really looking for death. Whether I die or not we will find out later. Match my speed." Long Fei's voice was cold. This woman was really long-winded. "The matching system is random and has already started. Just take your sign and wait for your name to be called." The woman finished speaking disdainfully and threw the sign in her hand to Long Fei. Long Fei caught it with one hand, ignored the woman and turned around to leave. Zhang Kainian and the other two hurriedly followed. "Tch, you're just pretending. It look like someone else is going to die soon." Looking at Long Fei's back, the woman's sarcastic expression became even more intense, thinking that such a person would not survive more than 2 games and maybe he would be gone soon. "Forget it, it's the last time we meet anyway." The woman no longer paid attention to the dying man. Long Fei found a seat and sat down, waiting for his name to be called. He said calmly, "The service here is really bad. Is there any channel to complain?" Their faces twitched and they shook their heads. "No, junior brother, your name is indeed too hostile and it is really dangerous." The faces of the two people were extremely solemn and their voices were also serious. Long Fei closed his eyes. "Don't worry." After saying that, he didn't speak again. The two of them couldn't persuade each other and they had no choice but to stop trying. We also sat down and waited together, looking at the passing games below. In each game there are either dead or disabled people, and there are also people who die together. The scene was bloody and the smell of blood was very strong. Even Zhang Kainian and the two frowned when they saw this. They turned to look at Long Fei, who was resting with his eyes closed, showing worry. Chapter 338. 338. Stand up. As an activist, Long Fei immediately entered the transit city and wandered around like crazy. There are all kinds of magic weapons here. There are also many spiritual beasts and there are restaurants. There are also many shops. There is also a transit arena competition. At this moment all three of them are very interested in this arena competition. "What rewards will you get if you win?" After entering the ring, looking at the fierce calls and duels below, Long Fei glanced at Zhang Kainian beside him. Zhang Kainian explained, "After signing up, the system will automatically match you with opponents of the same level or higher level. It will not match you with opponents lower than your level. High-level opponents generally will not be more than 2 levels. It all depends on luck. 100 points will be added for winning against opponents of the same level. 50 points will be deducted for losing. 200 points will be added for winning against high-level opponents for each level higher, and 100 points will be deducted for losing, and the points can be found. The person at the front desk will take you to exchange for what you want within the points range." After listening to Zhang Kainian's long words, Long Fei asked, "Does it cost to sign up?" Zhang Kainian nodded yes. The registration fee is 100 fairy coin. Each match will cost 100 fairy coin, so initially 200 fairy coins will be consumed before the match starts. If you win it will be fine. If you lose it will be fine. It's also a huge loss of money. Long Fei muttered, "It's so dark." Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian sighed. "There is no other way. If you want to play you must abide by the rules here. After all, this is no longer the Qinglong sect, it is someone else's territory." Long Fei's eyes were silently staring at the fierce battle below. Bang 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 sounds continued to sound. Sparks flickered constantly and the duel of immortal skills completely ignited the passionate blood of the surrounding audience. The shouting voices also gradually became louder. The three people also looked down. From the fight between the two, it can be understood that the strength of these two people is about 2 levels of true immortals. There is also a large suspended projection high above the ring, and the projection contains a simple message from these two people. Wulong, a second-level mid-level true immortal with 18 wins and 13 losses. Long Di, a second-level mid-level true immortal, wins 20 and loses 16. Looking at the information on the suspended projection screen in front of him, Long Fei's mouth moved softly. His eyes returned to the two of them and said, "Have you two participated?" "I played it before, but the difficulty here is a bit high higher than in the sect. After all, everyone here is here. It's not like the Qinglong sect's rule that prohibit killing fellow sect. Here it doesn't matter whether you are injured or dead as long as you win. Of course there are people behind this place. If the above situation occurs, the winner may be killed secretly. This transit city is very dangerous, so you should be careful if you want to play. Zhang Kainian spoke slowly, staring down with a cold presence. Liang Ping said, although you defeated Cheng Yun, a 5th level true immortal, he was not allowed to kill you under the sect rules, and he suppressed your cultivation in the beginning. If you were here it would be hard to tell. He is a cold-blooded person. Long Fei was silent and didn't say anything. After a few seconds he said, I'm going to play a game. Do you want to play? Hey, let's forget it. Just be careful. Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian looked at each other and decided to shake their head. Zhang Kainian stepped forward and said, I'll take you there. Just in case you have to use a false name when you register. Wearing a mask will make you safer. With that said, Liang Ping also followed. The three of them took out a mask from the ring and put it on. Safety and privacy are the most important thing in a place like this. The three of them walked towards the front desk. The front desk still has the familiar old atmosphere, and there is also a long-haired woman sitting at the desk. My brother wants to sign up. Zhang Kainian's cold voice sounded under the mask. Do you want to match immediately? The woman looked at the three of them indifferently. Yes. Long Fei's cold voice sounded from under the mask. The woman looked at Long Fei, who was wearing a mask. The registration fee is 100 and the matching fee is 100. A total of 200. Pay with fairy coin. Long Fei took out 200 fairy coins from the ring and placed them on the table. After the woman accept the payment, it will be credited directly to the bill. Soon after some skilled operations, the basic information was completed. The woman was indifferent. What's your name? Long Fei slowly raised his hand. An inapplicable murderous aura emerged and a cold voice slowly spat out from his mouth. Zhu Xian. When the woman heard this, her eyes narrowed slightly and she coldly mocked, what an arrogant name. You will die quickly here like this. I advise you to change it. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping were also shocked when they heard the name Long Fei. Damn it, buddy, you chose this name to attract hatred. Everyone here is a fairy level person and your name makes it clear that you want to kill them. It's hard not to die now. The two looked at each other, their faces twitching. They shouldn't have brought this lunatic here. No need. Long Fei's voice was cold. The woman ignored Long Fei, an arrogant and ignorant person, and turned her eyes to Zhang Kainian. Don't you want to persuade me? No need, Long Fei answered quickly. Just follow my brother's wishes. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping's cold voices sounded. If you look like you don't care at all. The woman hummed and then took out a round shape as big as a palm. Put your hand on it. After hearing this, Long Fei stretched out his hand and put it up. The admission information will come out soon. Zhu Xian, level 1 mid-step true immortal. 0 wins 0 losses newbie. Seeing this level, the woman sneered and became even more disdainful. I thought I was such a powerful person with such an arrogant name, but I didn't expect that I am just a small mid-level true immortal at the mid-level. You are really looking for death. Whether I die or not we will know later. Hurry up, give me a match. Long Fei's voice was cold. This woman is really long-winded. The matching system is random and has already started. Just take your sign and wait for your name to be called. The woman finished speaking disdainfully and threw the sign in her hand to Long Fei. Long Fei caught it with one hand, ignored the woman and turned around to leave. Zhang Kainian and the others quickly followed. TCH, you're just pretending. It looked like someone else is going to die later. Looking at Long Fei's back, the woman's sarcastic presence became even more intense. She thought that such a person would not survive more than 2 games. Maybe he would die later. Gone. Forget it. It's the last time we meet anyway. The woman no longer paid attention to the dying man. Long Fei found a seat and sat down, waiting for his name to be called. He said calmly, the service here is really bad. Is there any channel to complain? Their faces twitched and they shook their heads. No, junior brother, your name is indeed too hostile and it is really dangerous. The faces of the two people were extremely solemn and their voices were also serious. Long Fei closed his eyes. Don't worry. After saying that, he didn't speak again. The two of them couldn't persuade each other and they had no choice but to stop trying. We also sat down and waited together. Looking at the passing games below, in each game there are either dead or disabled people, and there are also people who die together. The scene was bloody and the smell of blood was very strong. Even Zhang Kainian and the two frowned when they saw this. They turned to look at Long Fei, who was resting with his eyes closed, showing worry. Chapter 339. The power of one punch. Post-war compensation. In the sky above the arena, countless sparks plotted and flew in all directions under the fierce collision between the two sides. The NET's second Ascian light was shot down. Long Fei, who was holding the ancient green dragon sword, fell on the ring and the ground of the ring was dented and shattered by the shock. Powerful strength burst out from his body and he looked up. Zhou Xia looked solemn. I didn't expect that this newcomer who is 1 level below me can fight like this with me and have such strength. It's a bit troublesome. We can't delay any longer, we must make a quick decision. Zhou Xia held the sword in both hands and stood upright in front of him. He suddenly roared and the madness on his body became more intense. Gradually a scarlet-red humanoid figure with long hair appeared that was 3 or 4 times larger than his body. The phantom seemed to be integrated with him, and the red sword in his hand also merged into the sword in the hand of the humanoid phantom. The terrifying aura of chilling shattered the surrounding space and rioting spiritual energy surged in. Give it to me. Go to hell. Zhou Xia roared like a ferocious beast with a terrifying murderous intent rising into the sky. He leaned down and launched an impact and thrust towards Long Fei. Feeling this unusually powerful force and offensive, Long Fei's face turned slightly solemn. This power made him feel a little troublesome, but that was it. The surrounding audience fell silent and stared intently at this decisive moment. Something shocking happened. The ancient Qinglong sword in Long Fei's hand disappeared. Yes, he took it back. I'm sorry, my strongest skill is not with knives but with my fist. Long Fei took a deep breath, clenched his hand into a fist and raised it halfway forward. From the fist terrifying cyan power came out. With his fist as the center, it quickly condensed into a vortex. Before the terrifying power was unleashed, it already had a powerful and domineering power that made people feel that the sky was shattering. Destruction. Long Fei breathed out a breath, and when he opened his eyes, a calm and domineering light flashed through his eyes. Mysterious. After the impact, Zhou Xia felt an unusual sense of danger, but he still would not admit that his power was weaker than the opponent. Increase your strength again. Long Fei punched out directly. In an instant, the cyan power transformed into a huge fist and attacked Zhou Xia with the terrifying destructive power of the fist wind. In less than a second, where the fist passed, the space was shattered, the dimensions were twisted, and the void channel snaked out. Even the winding channels in the void have countless cracks. Boom, boom. In a face-to-face encounter, Zhou Xia couldn't even hold on for 10 seconds and was immediately submerged by fist. Impossible. No, I won't lose. I won't lose. Under the terrifying power of the fist, Zhou Xia's red light giant sword that merged into the humanoid shadow was instantly shattered. Then the humanoid shadow was shattered, and then the person himself was forcibly twisted under the terrifying force. Ling Tian screamed. His unwillingness gradually turned into despair and fear. Boom. The power of the fist rushed out, and the broken ceiling of the arena went straight into the sky, and Zhou Xia's body plotted above the sky. There is no blood, no screams, no body. Everything about Zhou Xia was annihilated in this terrifying and heaven-defying punch. Seeing this scene, the audience present took a deep breath and cold sweat ran down their back. The newcomer who was looked down upon by them before actually has such terrifying power. After delivering this punch that shocked the world, Long Fei calmly looked at the breach, slowly withdrew his hand. At the same time, the information on the screen changed. Zhu Xian, a first-level mid-step true immortal, 1 win and 0 losses. After Long Fei took a look, he walked directly to the bottom of the ring. On the way, take out the sign and read it. Take a look. According to the rules of the leapfrog challenge, he had 200 more points. He walked downward. What a terrifying battle. Congratulations to the newcomer for bringing us such a wonderful battle. It's a pity that Tokachi Zhou Ia was destroyed. Without further ado, let's start the NET game. A loud shout similar to that of a referee sounded. The game continues, and these scenes of dead people have long been accustomed to it. Everyone is just shocked at the fact that a newcomer can wipe out Zhou Xia, who has won 10 consecutive victories. Long Fei had returned to the top and saw Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping, who had been waiting impatiently for a long time, with a short smile on his cold face. You are too strong. The group you just made really stunned us all. Fortunately, it was useless when you faced Cheng Yun. With that terrifying and invincible explosive power, I was really afraid that Cheng Yun would die too. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping quickly came to Long Fei's side and spoke in an astonishing voice. What reached Long Fei's ears was a very straightforward praise for him. Fellow disciple, unless he seek death, I will not kill him. Long Fei looked at the two of them with a faint smile. I blew up the ceiling here. Do you need me to compensate? Long Fei asked curiously. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping were slightly stunned. They looked at the hole marked by the fist above their eyes, shook their head and said, I know. After all, we have never encountered such a thing. Just as the two were talking, a pair of footsteps came quickly towards this side. Long Fei turned around and the three people looked over. I saw a middle-aged man in front of me who was about 185 meters tall and wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a brown-like suit. There was a smile on his stiff face. Although it was ugly and he was not suitable for smiling, he still maintained this attitude. Get in front of Long Fei. Who are you? Long Fei frowned slightly. The middle-aged man showed a gentleman's courtesy and smiled at Long Fei and said, Hello Zhu Ian, I am the person in charge of this arena, Chen Xing. Because you broke the ceiling of the arena, according to the rules of the arena, you need to compensate. This is the repair cost. He is very polite and gives people a feeling of not being bored. It is rare to see such a person in this world now. As the saying goes, if others are polite, Long Fei is also polite. Long Fei asked softly, how much much is it? The middle-aged man thought about it for a while, then hesitated and finally said 100,000 fairy coin. What? 100,000 fairy coins? A ceiling is so expensive, why don't you grab it? And it's only less than half of it. When Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping heard this, they were immediately horrified and retorted. The middle-aged man was not surprised when he heard what the latter two said. Instead he sighed and looked at the ceiling and said calmly, this ceiling is made of Swanyan stone. Not to mention the high value of this Swanyan stone, but the labor cost for the process are very expensive. Now it's cheap to just pay 100,000 fairy coins. Since this ceiling is made of Swanyan stone, you are really willing to spend money on this arena. The two old men Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping naturally knew about these things, and they were shocked when they heard it. Xuanyan stone is expensive? Long Fei looked at the two of them. Nonsense, you newcomers don't know this. Xuanyan stone is one of the 20 strongest materials in the Ascension world, and its quantity is very rare. Its value in the market is 5,000 fairy coins per gram. This damn thing is really a blood-sucking thing. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping looked at the ceiling again with heartbroken expression. 5,000 fairy coins per gram? Damn it. After hearing this, Long Fei was also shocked. Chapter 340 Teo Qing Long Longdan. Why? Long Fei sighed. Although 100,000 fairy spirit coins were nothing more than dirt to him, it was really uncomfortable to be rejected all of a sudden. If I had known earlier, I would have restrained my strength. Okay, no need to say more, it's only 100,000. Long Fei's face was dull and he touched the ring and found a bag of money. The money bag was gently placed in the hands of the person in charge. Can we go now? Long Fei said calmly. Can. As the man in charge, there is no need for acceptance. He only needs to weigh it by hand to know whether the weight of this bag of money is enough for 100,000 fairy coin. Obviously enough. After receiving the agreement, Long Fei did not leave in a hurry. Instead he looked at the man and asked, what can I exchange for 200 points now? The man did not directly answer Long Fei's word but smiled and said mysteriously, if you want to exchange, you can go to the front desk where you will know the answer. Let's go and see. Long Fei and the other three walked directly towards the front desk. It's that woman again. But at this moment, when the woman saw the arrival of the three people, especially Long Fei, who was the most deliberate, her eyes lost the contempt before. Instead it was replaced by inconceivability. I want to exchange for something. Long Fei's cold voice sounded, and at the same time he put his hand on the table and slid over to the woman's side. The woman quickly took it over and looked at it with a smile. For 200 points you can exchange for the following 5 things. As she spoke, a faint blue light appeared in her hand. Then a screen came out. Presented on the screen, the things are the 5 things she mentioned. Qingming sword, 9 cloud flame armor, 9 unique gun, long dan, dragon fini immortal vine. In this Ascension world, the levels of weapons and magic weapons are all divided into the same categories: spiritual level and fairy level. The spiritual level is divided into levels below the immortal level for mortal cultivation. Immortal level weapons are divided into earth immortal, true immortal, Xuan immortal, Tai golden immortal, Tai immortal, lord, and Douluo immortal. But the highest level of weapons and magic weapons in this place only stays at the half-step Xuan Ian level of Dzogchen. As for the weapons and magic weapons of later levels, at least you have to go to those holy places or something. Moreover, even the 4 holy realms do not have Douluo Ian level weapons and magic weapons. There are only a handful of Tai immortal lord. There should be quite a few Tai golden immortals, but there are no more than a dozen that have appeared. As for those that have been hidden from ancient times to the present, there must be many, but it is useless to find them. The same may be true for Tai immortal lord. The 5 things that Long Fei saw in front of him now should be in the scope of earthly immortals or true immortals. What are the levels of these 5 things? Long Fei looked at the woman with cold eyes. The woman quickly said, earth immortal level. So low. Long Fei frowned. The woman said, you only have 200 points, so you can only see this. If you want to see the rest, you need more points. This is a local rule, he added at the end. I only have 200 points and can't see what's behind? Long Fei asked. The woman shook her head. I can't see it. They were all earthly immortal level weapons and magic weapons. Long Fei skipped them without any interest at all. Finally he looked at the dragon pill and the dragon and fini fairy vine. Long Fei looked at the woman. Can you show me the effects of this dragon pill and the dragon and fini fairy vine? Can. After a few micro manipulations of the woman's fingers, the information about the two came out. Dragon pill, it comes from the body of Teo Qinglong, which is at the level of earthly immortal. You can explore the effect by yourself after taking it. Dragon and fini immortal vine that was contaminated with the trace energy and blood of the remains of the dragon and fini tribe and was harvested over 300 years. At the same time, there is the breath energy of ancient dragons and fini inside. If it can be absorbed and refined, it is possible to obtain the power of dragons and fini but the chance of success is less than than 3%. Give me a dragon pill instead. After reading the message and pondering for a moment, Long Fei looked at the woman. After receiving the order, the woman pressed Long Fei's sign on the machine on the table. After some operations, a bow came out and was returned to Long Fei along with the sign. Long Fei looked at the sign in his hand and saw that the original 200 had been cleared. In a few minutes we were back before liberation. After taking back the brand, I opened the bow and inspected the good. Inside the bow there is a palm-sized round ball with a slight hint of cyan light. This is the dragon pill of Tao Qinglong, an earth immortal level Tao Qinglong dragon pill. Long Fei didn't know if this thing could help him obtain anything. This dragon pill is glowing extremely round and has a very nice luster. There was still a faint dragon's breath coming out. If it lives in the lower world, it must be upgraded to the highest level of existence treasure in the world. But here this dragon pill has been reduced to something that not many people want. It is not very attractive to people at the level of true immortals, but it is actually quite attractive to people who are earthly immortals. Although there is only one word difference between the earth immortal and the true immortal, the laws of heaven and earth that the true immortal comprehends are far from being invincible by the earth immortal. A true immortal can annihilate an earthly immortal with just a few clicks of his finger. Earth immortals are like ants in front of true immortals. Walk. After closing the bowl, Long Fei and the two left the arena. After coming out, Long Fei and the three of them found a hotel to stay in. I will practice and try my best to improve my cultivation as much as possible before going to the dazzling continent, Long Fei said to Zhang Kainian and the other two. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping nodded. Okay, then we won't disturb you. Let's go out and take a look. After understanding, the two left. Long Fei entered his room and used the power of spiritual energy to arrange a formation around the room. This place is not like the Qinglong sect and all protection must be taken outside. After everything was done, Long Fei found the bed in the room and sat cross-legged. He took out the bow in his hand and opened it, looking at the dragon pill inside. At this moment vaguely he seemed to be able to see his blood reacting. What's going on? Why didn't this special feeling appear when I opened it in the arena just now? Long Fei muttered in his heart and began to feel confused. Pick it up, hold it in your nose and inhale deeply. Immediately a wisp of green air was inhaled from Long Dan into Long Fei's nose. The moment he felt a kind of immortal energy floating in the air and his whole body had a mysterious feeling. My eyes turned white unconsciously with a look of enjoyment on my face. This was really comfortable. No, it's too comfortable. It seems I have to work hard to refine him as soon as possible. Maybe there will be a surprise for me. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Fei couldn't wait to use a little force, and the cyan spiritual energy lifted up the dragon pill and suspended it in the air. The hands are moving in an orderly manner and it is a familiar way. The dragon pill is in the center of both hands. Close your eyes. Start meditating. A dragon's power appeared on his body, and this dragon's power seemed to be picking up lead Long Dan back to its rightful destination. Just like that the refining began. Chapter 341 Unusual Dragon Pill. Unknowingly, with Long Fei's so-called light refinement, a week had passed outside. During this week Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping also came to see Long Fei, but the energy fluctuations coming from the door, as old people they naturally understood that Long Fei was still cultivating, and they could judge from these energy fluctuations that Long Fei was still practicing. Fei's cultivation has reached a very critical point, so naturally it is impossible to disturb him. So the two of them took turns guarding Long Fei at the door for a full week. At this moment the energy in the room today was more intense than before, and it was accompanied by the rise of a monstrous dragon. But Long Wei was isolated by a force of formation as soon as he came near the door. This is the isolation formation that Long Fei set up in the room before. Otherwise, once this strong force rises into the sky, it will definitely attract many monks in this transit station city. These monks have evil hearts and can easily attract the jealousy of others. Long Fei should be cautious and keep a low profile when he first comes to these places. First, protect the three of you. Secondly, try not to cause trouble to the sect as much as possible. This power is indeed a bit powerful and terrifying. Even if it is isolated by the formation, it still reveals a few breaths outside. The people who can best perceive all this are Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping, who have been taking turns protecting the outside for a week. Standing straight with their eyes closed, the two of them were meditating outside. Although this power lasted only a few breaths, it still woke the two of them up. Their eyes suddenly opened, their e-pressions changed slightly, and they turned to look at the door. Did that power just come from inside? Liang Ping looked at Zhang Kainian with a solemn e-pression and some expectancy. Zhang Kainian frowned and nodded. We both feel the same way, so there's nothing wrong with it. It comes from within. Liang Ping, it's been a week. It seems that junior brother Long is about to leave seclusion. Zhang Kainian, I didn't expect that it would take so long to absorb an earth immortal level Tao Qinglong dragon pill, and judging from the aura just now, it seems that there is a force that is deliberately isolating and suppressing it. As he pected the formation he used inside as a precaution. Among the two he is always the one who talks the most. Let's try it. After the two looked at each other they nodded and then used their hands to use their skills to inject spiritual energy into the room. But in the net second it was bounced away by a strong force. As he pected it seems that we can only wait until he wakes up. The task is to be completed within a month. Now a week has passed and there are still 23 days left, which should be enough. Zhang Kainian sighed and said, Liang Ping, 23 days is enough. There is only one abyss beast which is only a second level true immortal. The three of us can easily win together, and now that he has absorbed the Teu Azure Dragon pill his power will definitely increase a level up and the result will only be easier. I hope so. Zhang Kainian nodded. Inside the house, after a week of absorption, the dragon power in Long Fei was stronger than before. The Teu Qinglong dragon pill has also disappeared, completely absorbed and refined by Long Fei. Ha! Long Fei slowly opened his mouth and a hot breath came out of his mouth like a dragon's breath. Opening his eyes that had been closed for a week, there was a hint of 9 ghostly light in his eyes. Blinking again, this light had disappeared. I didn't expect that this Teu Qinglong dragon pill, which is only at the earth immortal level, has improved my bloodline. It's really incredible. Long Fei muttered after absorbing the dragon pill of this Teu Qinglong. He also gained a lot of memories about this Teu Qinglong. Although not all these memories are also massive. The Teu Qinglong is a new life born from the combination of the Qinglong of the Qinglong clan and the power of Teu. The Qinglong clan relies on the purity of blood as the basis of inheritance, and Teu Qinglong's bloodline was integrated into the power of Teu and mutated. This undoubtedly destroyed the purest bloodline of the Qinglong clan, so Teu Qinglong is not loved by the Qinglong clan. More of disgust. Long Fei lowered his head slowly and moved his mouth lightly. Even so, these are not important to me. Although the power of Teu has made the original Qinglong bloodline impure, its strength has also been greatly improved, and I am the inheritor of the bloodline of the Chaos Azure Dragon, and I contain the purest fluid of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline. Even if the power of Teu enters my body, it will instantly surrender to this bloodline and be refined into a part of it. In his hand a arrogance that seemed to come from the color of Juyu appeared. This is the power of Teu. Under the refining of the Chaos Azure Dragon bloodline, this Teu power has been retained, and Long Fei also separated it and nurtured it in the energy sea opened up in his body. This is also another unique power of his. The power of Teu has endless potential and it will definitely be used in the future. Its mission now is to make full use of the power of the Chaos Azure Dragon to become stronger. With a slight movement of his hand, the power of Teu dissipated. He looked at the experience value in front of him again. The current experience value has exceeded 700 million. There are still 300 million away from 1 billion. I didn't expect that an Earth immortal level dragon pill could give him a true immortal so much experience. This was also a great thing. He had a hunch that this time he would be upgraded to a second level true immortal and return to the sect after completing the mission. Stand up, shake a little, and the immortal energy spreads out from all over your body. At this moment his aura became particularly profound. With his right hand he skillfully made a seal, and a ray of cyan light loomed. The net moment the formation that isolated this place was touched. Opening the door, a large ray of sunlight hits directly. Taking a deep breath, the smell was fresh and she moaned comfortable. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping welcomed Long Fei with smiles on their faces. After guarding the Dharma for a whole week, I finally hoped that this guy would come out of seclusion. As he pected, this guy's aura is even more different than before. It seems that this time we can set off to the dazzling continent. Good morning, you two. I've kept you two waiting for a long time. Let's go have breakfast and then set off for the dazzling continent. I'll treat you to this meal. Long Fei was a little apologetic because his practice had been delayed for more than a week. Otherwise we would have set off long ago. It's not in the way, it's not in the way. Zhang Kainian stopped and said with a nonchalant look, your improvement in strength is also a great thing for us to hunt the beasts of the deep. Besides, no one can tell whether there will be any accidents on the way. Your improvement is also good for us. A guarantee. Liang Ping nodded yes, and it's only been a week. We still have 23 days. In that case, let's go. While chatting, the three of them went downstairs and found a seat to sit down. After calling the waiter to serve the food, they finished today's breakfast and headed directly towards the teleportation array of the dazzling continent. Chapter 342. Heading to the dazzling continent. Heading to the teleportation formation on the dazzling continent, there were not only the three of Long Fei but also many people, and the three of them are the 10th wave. At this moment Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian saw something interesting in the team ahead. Junior brother Long, let me introduce a few people to you. Be careful when you meet them. Zhang Kainian whispered in Long Fei's ear, looking at the target. These two people obviously knew the people in front of them, and it seems that the people in front are not good people. Oh, Long Fei became a little interested. Tell me about it. He followed Zhang Kainian's gaze and could see those people. 3 middle-aged men wearing blue robes with long hair hanging down and an air of immortality. And Long Fei could feel a very strong aura from these 3 middle-aged men. Based on his experience in fighting before and after, he concluded that the leader was at least a level 3 true immortal. The other 2 are probably at the peak of the first level or around the second level. The strength is not much different from theirs. If this is the case, there is nothing to be afraid of if it is an enemy. Those 3 people are disciples of the Yuanjian sect, one of the top 5 sect with the same reputation as our Qinglong sect. They came to the dazzling continent this time for other tasks. The Yuanjian sect has no relationship with our Qinglong sect. It's neither good nor bad, it's neutral. But the leader is named Jun Tian. He has a bad temper and an arrogant personality. People in Yuanjian sect are very evil-minded, so if you go with him you must be careful. Zhang Kainian frowned and gave Long Fei a rough explanation. After hearing this, Long Fei probably understood. He didn't care about the name Jun Tian he was talking about. What he cared about was the name Yuanjian Zone. He was not surprised to see the other 4 of the 5 sect here. The Yuanjian sect is interesting, Long Fei thought to himself. I understand, senior brother Zhang. Long Fei nodded in response. Jun Tian in front seemed to feel that someone was talking about them, so he turned around and looked. Maybe it's because he doesn't know Zhang Kainian and others, and the 3 of them are not wearing Qinglong sect clothes just because it's an illusion. Zhang Kainian is far better than Jun Tian in gathering intelligence. What's wrong with Jun Tian? Noticing Jun Tian's unusual movements, the other 2 middle-aged men following him looked at him doubtfully, then turned around and looked behind them but found nothing wrong. It's okay, it's just an illusion. I always feel like someone is watching us and talking about us. As Jun Tian spoke, his eyes narrowed unnaturally and a chill flashed through his eyes. No, nothing is wrong. The 2 continued to look behind them. Jun Tian interrupted the 2 of them and raised his forehead slightly forward. Okay, it's all an illusion. It's our turn. Come in quickly. Our mission is the most important. Yes, our mission is the most important. The 2 nodded and walked up to the teleportation formation with the 3 of them standing on it. After placing the fairy coins, the teleportation formation naturally absorbed the fairy coins and turned them into a ray of energy, disappearing directly behind the formation. It will be our turn soon. Zhang Kainian watched the 3 people leave. Long Fei's ears were very good, so he naturally heard the conversation between Jun Tian and the others. As expected, he came here for a mission. There are almost no people who come to this transfer station who don't do their task. This world is really wonderful. I wonder how long it will take me to clear it. As time went by, one wave of people left after another. Finally, Long Fei and the others were waiting. The 3 of them couldn't wait for a long time and immediately stood up. Get into the formation. Putting 3,000 fairy spirit coins into the center of the array, it immediately turned into driving energy and the light rose directly, taking the 3 people away from this place. The driving energy of the formation is charged based on 1,000 fairy coins per person. Hey, you really can't do without money no matter where you go. Money is indeed very important. Money can make the world go round. The scene in front of me turned into a blue space-time tunnel. Long Fei and 3 others appeared here, and ahead is a winding transmission path that looks very short but is actually not short, and it is constantly advancing. Long Fei asked curiously, are the locations we were teleported to the same as those in front of us? Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping shook their head. The former said it's different every time. It depends on luck. Sometimes they land randomly, sometimes they land directly at the city. If you are unlucky, the place where you land is the real immortal. This is no fun in the land of beasts. It really depends on luck. It's quite exciting. Long Fei showed an expectant face. How long does it take to arrive? Long Fei was curious. Zhang Kainian said, although the dazzling continent is the mainland world net to the Azure Dragon realm, it is almost 100 light years away, so it will take at least 5 or si days to reach it in this formation. Long Fei looked horrified. What? 100 light years? If there is no formation, wouldn't we be unable to come back? Liang Ping said, there is another way to come back. Just borrow a spaceship. But you don't have to worry. There is more than one teleportation array on both sides. Then do you have a ship? Long Fei was looking forward to the 2 people's answers. The 2 looked at each other and smiled bitterly. No, the cheapest ship requires 10 million fairy coins and is the lowest configuration. If you exchange it with points within the sect, it will cost 200,000 sec point. Even if it's not a small amount of money for people like us. Continuing with so much money, we would rather buy training resources than ships unless it is absolutely necessary. Long Fei's face twitched slightly. This ship is really expensive. Long Fei thought that these ships were cheap things in places like Qinglong sect, but he didn't expect them to be so expensive. 10 million fairy coin. The sec points are 200,000. If so, he had a bad idea. If you don't want to buy it yourself, you can go grab someone else's. Don't you have that much money? Long Fei asked. You are also true immortals after all. all. Wouldn't it be quick to make money by completing daily missions and other dungeons? Although the two of them didn't quite understand what Long Fei said, they still understood it somewhat. Yes, it was used to purchase training resources. The two nodded. Suddenly the thought just now flashed through his mind, and he smiled secretly in his heart and quickly asked, by the way, do the Junction 3 people you mentioned just now have ships? Zhang Kainian touched his chin and thought for a moment. According to my information, that guy from Junction seems to have an unusual background. He is a royal prince from a certain continent. His family must not be short of money. Although I have never seen it, but I'm about 80% sure that this guy definitely has a ship hidden in his ring. After hearing this, Long Fei showed an evil smile. The royal prince? That must be a lot of money. I bet he has a ship 100%. After hearing this, the two of them were stunned for a moment. They quickly stared at Long Fei and said in shock, Junior brother Long, you don't want to rob him, do you? Chapter 343 Oasis Xuantu. Such things can only be understood, not stated. Long Fei looked at the two of them with a sly smile. When the two of them saw his unnatural expression as people who had been there for such a long time, they naturally understood. It looks like it's really going to happen. After Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping looked at each other, their mouths showed excitement. Soon 5 days passed. It doesn't take days because the three of them have already seen the it ahead. After staying here for 5 days, the three people who saw the it couldn't wait. He jumped up and rushed forward. In a short while he came out of the teleportation tunnel. A scene of a new world suddenly appeared in the eyes of the three people. Surrounded by a valley, the ground is full of desert particles. This place is extremely hot, as if it had just entered a roast duck oven that has been sweltering for a long time. It's stuffy, hot and dry. Zhang Kainian looked troubled. Damn it, it seems our luck is a bit bad. We came to this desert area. I wonder if there are any desert inns, oasis or anything around. This place shouldn't be far from the nearest populated place, right? Long Fei asked. Zhang Kainian shook his head. The continent of Dazzle is also very big. We don't know how far it is. It would be good if there is an indicator. If not, you will probably get lost. By then even close places will become far away place. Liang Ping Dao, it's easiest to lose direction in this kind of desert area. Long Fei had a different view. Don't worry, we can use our spiritual consciousness to scan the surroundings first. The situation may not be as bad as we thought. It is also. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping nodded in agreement. Then the three of them soared into the sky, their spiritual consciousness released, and they instantly scanned the desert area. But this oasis is bigger than they imagined. Even if he has the cultivation level of a true immortal, none of us can read all of it. Desert. But I found a green corner. The three of them had the same opinion. It was probably a desert oasis and there were probably people living there. So I flew in that direction. Long Fei disliked the slow speed of the three of them, so he directly used his hands on the left and right to use the lightning flash step, and the three of them instantly transformed into 3 thunderbolts and disappeared from the place. Soon when the three of them turned into human forms again, they had landed in a green area. Yes, it really is an oasis. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping were slightly excited. I don't know why, I have a feeling that this desert is special. The combat power of the dazzling continent should be far inferior to that of the Azure Dragon realm, right? Looking at the oasis in front of him, Long Fei said. That for sure. Zhang Kainian nodded. Long Fei frowned slightly. I don't know if you noticed anything wrong just now. When my consciousness was scanning this desert, I felt a very subtle and strange regular power. Even if there is only a trace, it still is in this desert. It's very unusual in the desert. Zhang Kainian instantly thought of many possibilities through Long Fei's word, but he named the most likely one. I have read it in the book. If there is a similar situation like this, it is very likely that there is an ancient ruin here. The tomb of the strong man is similar to this. Are you sure you are not wrong? Besides being big, I didn't feel anything else. Liang Ping folded his arms across his chest with his solid muscles and lowered his eyebrows in thought. The three people looked at each other and there seemed to be a subtle understanding between them. If this is really the case, if we can find it out, even if we may not be able to get everything, it would be good to get some things. Zhang Kainian was excited. The same is true for Liang Ping. Long Fei looked calm, but he was also a little excited inside. Anything with the word ancient times is definitely not simple, and it might be a good place to gain experience point. Long Fei showed a wicked smile and looked at the two of them. There's no hurry. We have a mission now. It has taken another 5 days and there are only 18 days left. Let's find a way to leave here first. I will find a way to leave a mark here, and after the mission is completed I can take you here instantly, and we will do this without anyone noticing. Hehe, everyone knows. Okay. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping nodded, intending to listen to Long Fei's word. The net moment Long Fei squeezed the Ju seal with both hands and a light cyan circular light came out of his hands and was ejected to the ground. Let go. The three of them entered the oasis. By coincidence the sky gradually darkened. They scanned this oasis. This oasis was very big. Suddenly the three of them discovered that there were people behind the oasis, but they were not too happy because there was something wrong with these people, like a bandit organization. But most of them are earthly immortals and they are still ants in their eyes. But there are also 3 talents with true immortal strength. The cultivation level of these people is also around the 2nd or 3rd level, but the murderous aura in them is full of evil and the bad things they usually do are absolutely astronomical. My hands just feel itchy, so why don't I just kill these people? Liang Ping suggested. Zhang Kainian frowned slightly. There's no need for us to go there. Since the other party has a true immortal, they will naturally find us spying on them, and they are already heading this way in a menacing manner. That's fine, so we don't have to make another trip. There are 3 of us, 1 for each of us. If you can't figure it out, you can ask me for help, Long Fei said, but the dragon blood in his body was not as boiling as before. Maybe it was he must have fought against people of this level in Qinglong sect and the transit station. His face now looks terrifyingly calm. The 3 of them lit a bonfire on a flat ground. In front of them was a small river and behind the 3 of them was a small valley. This area was pretty good. They planned to rest here tonight. The breath are getting closer and closer. 3 very powerful breaths. These breaths are more powerful than those of people of similar level within the Qinglong sect. At least this is the case among the people Long Fei has experienced. The 3 of them have entered a state of preparation for war. Soon these 3 powerful auras appeared high in the night sky. The person who just spied on us is within this range. Found it right ahead. The strength seems to be on par with ours. This oasis is our territory. Come here and spy on us. Even the real immortals want to let them know how to write the word death. Above the sky, 3 men who were extremely ferocious in terms of their aura and appearance sounded frightening tone. But be careful, the other party may not be simple. The leader of the family spoke. He is a very careful person. The figures of the 3 people stopped. Look below. This time they were the only ones here and the rest of the earth immortals were of no use. In front of the true immortals, the earth immortals were just ants that could be easily eliminated. Their arrival had no other use than delaying and slightly containing them. Of course you can also use formations, but they don't really need it. They are still very confident in themselves. Chapter 344 Kill. The 3 of them looked at the bonfire below. Below I felt the arrival of 3 people. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping looked up slightly. Both of them are at the level of 3rd level early stage true immortals, but the aura emanating from the one headed by the 3 in front of them, the aura has far surpassed the 2 of them, and it is conservatively estimated that it has reached the level of late 3rd level true immortals. But at least they still have Long Fei, a character who challenges the NET level, and they feel much more at peace. Long Fei slowly stood up. He looked at the 3 people with calm presence. The 3 mercenaries of Suanta slowly fell to the ground. Naturally he maintained a kind of exclusive vigilance in his demeanor. Who are the 3 of you? The headmaster spoke in a low tone and said coldly, I don't care who the 3 of you are. Come to our territory and use your spiritual sense to spy on us. You have offended us, so the 3 of you must pay accordingly. The price. What if we don't? Long Fei sneered. Then you will all die here today. When the headmaster's cold word fell, 3 red energy auras burst out from the 3 people's bodies. In an instant Long Fei judged the approximate cultivation level of the 3 people. Can the system show the cultivation level of these 3 people? Long Fei thought silently in his heart. Your Chaos Azure Dragon Eyes will do. The system's answer surprised Long Fei. Maybe it was because some time was wasted. I almost forgot about it, but it seemed that I couldn't see through it before. But now that the system is guaranteed, he doesn't hesitate and directly uses the Chaos Azure Dragon Pupil. In an instant Long Fei saw through the cultivation levels of the 3 of them. The man in charge is a genuine 3rd level late stage true immortal, and the 2 people on the left and right are both at the level of late 2nd level true immortals. Everyone is more advanced than the ones on their side, but Long Fei wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, if it were Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping without him, it is very likely that they would definitely die unless they had other means to escape or surrender. But not everyone is as awesome as Long Fei. Haha, stop talking nonsense and let's start the fight. Either you will die today or I will die. Long Fei laughed in a very arrogant tone and a green fighting spirit energy surged out of his body. Naturally Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping would not lag behind. They also burst out with their own spiritual energy, color and arrogant. Just you? 1 late level 1st level true immortal and 2 early level 3rd level true immortals? What are you going to fight us with? And seek death. The 3 of them mocked with disdain, and in the NET second 3 waves of energy also poured out from themselves. Each person is a little ant. Get rid of them quickly. The boss had no intention of keeping these people alive. He might have other plan. The moment the disdainful and low voice sounded, he decisively charged towards Liang Ping. The other 2nd masters and 3rd masters shot towards Zhang Kainian and Long Fei respectively. Don't be afraid brothers, let's fight them first. Liang Ping shouted angrily. Everyone also used their magical skills and weapons shot out and officially started started the first round of meeting ceremony with the three of them. Bang 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 bang. In an instant sparks flew everywhere in this area and magical skills were released. One after another figures flew into the sky. The three were forced to temporarily separate. You're not that good as a kid. Long Fei sneered. The third master who touched his hand across from him had a gloomy look on his face. Murderous intent flashed through him and he said angrily, "Damn you brat." Furious, he directly picked up the big A in his hand and threw it. A terrifying force was gathered in Long Fei's hand and he punched out directly, knocking away the flying AE. Bang. You are all true immortals. If I kill you all, how many levels can I be promoted to? After knocking the big A away, Long Fei had an evil thought in his heart. Then on the other side I saw Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping in a bad state. This makes sense, after all the two opponents are much higher than them. Especially the master Zhang Kainian faced was a late level, third level true immortal. It seems that I have to kill this person quickly. The two of them can no longer stand it. The training of these two people in the Qinglong sect is still a bit inadequate, and the training in the Qinglong sect is too monotonous. Compared with these bandits who are constantly killing people, they are just garbage. Long Fei held it in his hand and the ancient green dragon sword appeared with majestic and terrifying dragon power. In an instant the green energy flame enveloped his whole body. A deep and dark color appeared in his eyes, making his whole presence particularly strange. Please die. Long Fei looked politely at the man in front of him who threw the big A at him and then flew directly over. He came in front of the man with a chopping gesture. The third master's presence changed and he felt the crisis from this sword. Damn it. While summoning the big AE, he directly used the magical skill to blast Long Fei. But before Long Fei could react, the knife in his hand suddenly disappeared. He lowered his hand and the ancient Qinglong knife reappeared and then stabbed directly into the third master's stomach. Long Fei was very fast, thrusting continuously and rapidly. In less than a second he had been stabbed back and forth 10 times. The speed was so fast that the third master's nervous system had not had time to convey the message and blood spurted out from his body like a tidal wave. Ah! The third master was in disbelief. His eyes were filled with fear and he screamed in pain. Then Long Fei swept out and the terrifying and overbearing power directly cut the big A in the third master's hand into 2 halves. Before it was finished, at this moment a terrifying power turned into countless blades and struck at the sword. The big A appeared crazily and then the whole A turned into pieces and withered and fell. The knife continued to sweep and the net moment it had gone from the front of the third master's neck to the back of his neck. A very obvious mark like a thin red line appeared on the neck of the third master. Long Fei used his terrifying and overbearing power to instantly decapitate this so-called late-stage second-level true immortal, killing him instantly. The third master's face was pale and his eyes were filled with horror. He never thought that he would die so easily in the hands of a late-stage first-level true fairy boy. He is the third in charge of Shangtu. Destroy. Long Fei pinched the fallen body of the third master and a burst of cyan energy appeared from the third master's body and he plotted instantly. This energy also directly blew up his soul. There was a loud bang and blood flowers fell all over the sky. The third child. When the first master and second master saw this scene, their pupils shrank, their presence changed drastically and they roared like ferocious beasts. The murderous, evil and fierce energy in his body rushed out as if it was free of charge. Anger made their eyes turn scarlet. The terrifying energy riot directly bombarded Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian. Their presence changed drastically and they were hit hard on the rocks, which was painful. Boy, I want you to pay with your life today. No one among the three of you will survive today. The first master and the second master were furious and murderous. Madman, Long Fei said with a calm presence and disdain. And when he killed the third master, a late second level true immortal queen, he really got feedback on his cultivation. The experience value is full. Then it was upgraded from a late level 1 true immortal to a level 2 early stage true immortal. Chapter 345 Sanctu headquarters. The three of them looked at the bonfire below. Below I felt the arrival of 3 people. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping looked up slightly. Both of them are at the level of early third level true immortals, but the aura used by one of the 3 in front of them has far surpassed the 2 of them. It is conservatively estimated that he has reached the level of late third level true immortals, but at least they still have Long Fei, a character who challenges the net level, and they feel much more at peace. Long Fei slowly stood up. He looked at the 3 people with calm presence. The 3 mercenaries of Suanta slowly fell to the ground. Naturally he maintains a kind of exclusive vigilance in his demeanor. Who are the 3 of you? The headmaster spoke in a low tone and said coldly, I don't care who the 3 of you are. Come to our territory and use your spiritual sense to spy on us. You have offended us, so the 3 of you must pay accordingly. The price. What if we don't? Long Fei sneered. Then you will all die here today. When the headmaster's cold word fell, 3 red energy auras burst out from the 3 people's bodies. In an instant Long Fei judged the approximate cultivation level of the 3 people. Can the system show the EA cultivation level of these 3 people? Long Fei thought silently in his heart. Your Chaos Azure Dragon Eyes will do. The system's answer surprised Long Fei. Maybe it was because some time was wasted, I almost forgot about it, but it seemed that I couldn't see through it before. But now that the system is guaranteed, he doesn't hesitate and directly uses the Chaos Azure Dragon pupil. In an instant Long Fei saw through the cultivation levels of the 3 of them. The man in charge is a genuine 3rd level late stage true immortal, and the 2 people on the left and right are both at the level of late 2nd level true immortal. Everyone is more advanced than the ones on their side, but Long Fei wasn't worried at all. On the contrary, if it were Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping without him, it is very likely that unless they have other means to escape or surrender, they would definitely die. But not everyone is as awesome as Long Fei. Haha, stop talking nonsense and let's start the fight. Either you will die today or I will die. Long Fei laughed in a very arrogant tone, and a green fighting spirit energy surged out of his body. Naturally, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping would not lag behind. They also burst out with their own spiritual energy color and arrogant. Just you? 1 late level 1st level true immortal and 2 early level 3rd level true immortals? What are you going to fight us with? And seek death? The 3 of them mocked with disdain, and in the NET second 3 waves of energy surged out of themselves. Each person is a little ant, get rid of them quickly. The boss had no intention of keeping these people alive. He might have other plan. The moment the disdainful and low voice sounded, he decisively charged towards Liang Ping. The other 2nd masters and 3rd masters shot towards Zhang Kainian and Long Fei respectively. Don't be afraid, brothers, let's fight them first, Liang Ping shouted angrily. Everyone also used their magical skills and weapons, shot out, and officially started the first round of meeting ceremony with the 3 of them. Bang 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 bang. In an instant sparks flew everywhere in this area and magical skills were released. One after another figures flew into the sky. The 3 were forced to temporarily separate. You're not that good as a kid, Long Fei sneered. The 3rd master, who touched his hand across from him, had a gloomy look on his face. Murderous intent flashed across his face and he said angrily, damn you brat. Furious, he directly picked up the big A in his hand and threw it over. A terrifying force was gathered in Long Fei's hand and he punched out directly, knocking away the flying AE. Bang, you are all true immortals. If I kill you all, how many levels can I be promoted to? After knocking the big A away, Long Fei had an evil thought in his heart. Then on the other side I saw Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping in a bad state. This makes sense, after all the 2 opponents are much higher than them. Especially the master Zhang Kainian faced was a late level 3rd level true immortal. It seems that I have to kill this person quickly. The 2 of them can no longer stand it. The training of these 2 people in the Qinglong sect is still a bit inadequate, and the training in the Qinglong sect is too monotonous. Compared with these bandits who are constantly killing people, they are just garbage. Long Fei held it in his hand and the ancient green dragon sword appeared with majestic and terrifying dragon power. In an instant the green energy flame enveloped his whole body. A deep and dark color appeared in his eyes, making his whole presence particularly strange. Please die. Long Fei looked politely at the man in front of him, who threw the big A at him and then flew directly over. He came in front of the man with a chopping gesture. The 3rd master's presence changed and he felt the crisis from this sword. Damn it. While summoning the big AE, he directly used the magical skill to blast Long Fei. But before Long Fei could react, the knife in his hand suddenly disappeared. He lowered his hand and the ancient Qinglong knife reappeared and then stabbed directly into the 3rd master's stomach. Long Fei was very fast, thrusting continuously and rapidly. In less than a second he had been stabbed back and forth 10 times. The speed was so fast that the 3rd master's nervous system had not had time to convey the message and blood spurted out from his body like a tidal wave. Ah! The 3rd master was in disbelief. His eyes were filled with fear and he screamed in pain. Then Long Fei swept out and the terrifying and overbearing power directly cut the big A in the 3rd master's hand into 2 halves. Before it was finished, at this moment a terrifying force turned into countless blades and appeared crazily on the big AE, and then the entire A turned into pieces and withered and fell. The knife continued to sweep and the NET moment it had gone from the front of the 3rd master's neck to the back of his neck. A very obvious mark like a thin red line appeared on the neck of the 3rd master. Long Fei used his terrifying and overbearing power to instantly decapitate this so-called late-stage 2nd level true immortal, killing him instantly. The 3rd master's face was pale and his eyes were filled with horror. He never thought that he would die so easily in the hands of a late-stage 1st level true fairy boy. He is the 3rd in charge of Shang-Tu. Destroy. Long Fei pinched the fallen body of the 3rd master and a burst of cyan energy appeared from the 3rd master's body and he plotted instantly. This energy also directly blew up his soul. There was a loud bang and blood flowers fell all over the sky. The 3rd child. When the 1st master and the 2nd master saw this scene, their pupils shrank, their presence changed drastically and they roared like ferocious beasts. The murderous evil and fierce energy in his body rushed out as if it was free of charge. Anger made their eyes turn scarlet. The terrifying energy riot directly bombarded Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian. Their prescience changed drastically and they were hit hard on the rocks, which was painful. Boy, I want you to pay with your life today. No one among the three of you will survive today. The first master and the second master were furious and murderous. Madman Long Fei said with a calm prescience and disdain. And when he killed the third master, a late second level true immortal queen, he really got feedback on his cultivation. The experience value is full. Then it was upgraded from a late level 1 true immortal to a level 2 early stage true immortal. Chapter 346 Rella Ed Cowardly. Level 2 early stage true immortal. Long Fei's current cultivation level. Current experience value 10,000 20,000 It takes 2 billion experience points to advance to the third level, but killing the remaining 2 true immortals should be enough. He looked at the 2 madmen in front of him who were chasing him madly, and his face was particularly plain. I wasn't afraid of you when I was a level 1 true immortal before. Do you think I'll still be afraid of you now that I've leveled up? Junior brother Long, be careful. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping, who were slightly bleeding from the bottom of their mouths, raised their head and saw that all the power of the 2 men was concentrated on Long Fei alone. Long Fei was in danger. A second level late stage true immortal and a third level late stage true immortal. The ancient green dragon sword in Long Fei's hand made a cold and low roar. The killing dragon power has completely awakened in the night sky. Let me use you to try my newly learned magical skills. Long Fei looked at the 3 people in front of him coldly. Suddenly a strange energy appeared from him. As soon as energy appears, it turned into a tidal wave and spread instantly, covering the second master and the first master. What's the situation? The 2 of them felt that their bodies were restricted by a force. Then his face changed drastically. How is it possible? How did this kid upgrade to the second level true immortal? The 2 of them sensed it again and were suddenly surprised and stunned. The first move breaks the sky. Long Fei swung the ancient Qinglong sword in his hand and activated the first of the 3 true immortal technique. In an instant a strange terrifying power aura appeared. Long Fei turned into blurry after images and rushed towards the 2 of them. When the 2 of them saw something was wrong, they immediately used their strength to break the physical restraints in an attempt to escape, but at this moment they felt some kind of terrible force on their bodies. The thing is locked. The net second, without too many bells and whistles, countless terrifying blades appeared in the sky like strong winds, penetrating the 2 people with extremely overbearing destructive power and shattering the weapons in their hands. When they met each other, their weapons were shattered. Their bodies had countless blood marks and blood spurted out continuously. Then the sky was extremely hot and a giant palm of flame that covered the sky and sun descended from the sky, covering the 2 of them in an instant and fell to the ground very quickly. There was a loud rumble and the terrifying impact of the explosion spread around. The rocks were broken, the bonfire was extinguished, a lot of vegetation was broken and the river quickly evaporated. On the earth a huge 5-finger handprint was carved there. There are no bodies of the 2 people in this position. They have turned into nothing. At the same time Long Fei felt a huge amount of experience pouring into his body quickly. The original 1 billion experience points climbed rapidly and soon exceeded 13 billion. Raising his hand and looking at it, Long Fei sighed with a slightly disappointed look on his face. A late level second level true immortal and a late level third level true immortal have added 300 million experience points to me. Isn't this too stingy? He himself was very speechless. System, damn, it's great to be able to give you experience points, but you're so picky. Let's see if others get experience points after killing someone. Under Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping did not show up despite their previous worries, and their eyes were already frightened by the scene in front of them. After coming back to his senses, he took a breath of cold air and said, fuck, am I not dreaming? Am I? Junior brother Long is so awesome. He kills instantly when he says he will kill instantly. The hearts of the 2 of them were beating extremely fast and cold sweat broke out on their forehead. They didn't expect Long Fei to be so outrageous. Mom, this is a thigh, you must hold it, Zhang Kainian muttered. Liang Ping also nodded stupidly. At the same time Long Fei had 3 more rings in his hand. This belonged to those 3 people and now it is Long Fei's trophy. No matter how much it is, just throw it into the ring. If I kill all the net earth immortals, I don't know how much experience I can gain, Long Fei muttered. Then he said to Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping below, you guys wait for me here, I'll go pick them up from their lair. After saying that, he turned into lightning and disappeared into the sky. The 2 of them listened to his voice and could no longer see his figure. According to the scan of his spiritual consciousness, Long Fei had already found this gathering place where he became the mercenary of Sudo. At this moment in their lair there are guards walking back and forth to guard them. In the compound of their lair these people are preparing for tonight's banquet. Why haven't the three masters come back yet? Our banquet is about to begin. The Sanctus staff frowned and were confused. Maybe they were going to deal with something. After all, the three of them left together. They might be powerful enemies. Just now the powerful aura of the three masters came from not far away. Judging from the movement, they are probably fighting enemies or monsters. We don't have to worry about the strength of the three masters. We can just take care of what we have now and wait for them to come back in triumph. A respectable slim-waisted old man slowly walked down the stairs in front of him and spoke to the group of young men below who were talking among themselves. Mr. Mo. When everyone below saw this old man, their expressions changed slightly and they quickly bowed their hands. It can be seen that the status of this old man is second only to the three head, and this old man is also the one with the highest cultivation level among all the people here. Reached half step to the realm of Dzogchen and true immortal. Among the members of Shangtu here, the highest level is only the 9th level peak Earth Immortal. There are a total of 200 members of Shangtu. Everyone started as an Earth Immortal. Now all 200 members are gathered in this large courtyard. Some were fighting on the side while others were helping with the barbecue and cooking. But the characteristics of these people are similar. They are all big muscles, ferocious and inhumane. Just by looking at them, even a layman will know that these people have killed countless lives at their hands, including many innocent creatures. The methods are cruel. The aroma of food wafted out from the big yard. On a tall tree in the dense forest on the far side, Long Fei's figure stood on the numerical value, observing the headquarters of Shangtu in front of him through the gaps between the leaves using the Chaos Azure Dragon Eyes. He discovered that there was a secret room about 3 meters down in the innermost building of Sanctu's headquarters where a lot of treasures had been accumulated, and there are several coffins in the secret room. Needless to say, this is either Sanctu's treasure house or the burial place of Sanctu's ancestors. Those treasures can be placed there as funerary object and treasures. But how could these people with the character of Shangtu leave funerary objects to the dead? There is definitely something wrong here. Those are definitely not burial object. There is definitely something wrong with those coffins. The vision of the eyes continued to penetrate, and soon they saw that what was contained in these coffins was not a human body but a winding and superimposed corpse similar to that of a giant python. Is this a python? Long Fei frowned. Now I have no contact and don't know much about it. The night gradually got a little later. At this moment all the food in the big yard has been prepared. In addition to the guards who were still on duty, more than 100 people had already taken their seat. Just wait for the third master to come over. It's strange, something's not right. Why is it so quiet? In the courtyard, Mr. Mo has not yet had any trouble with the three heads of the house. This feels strange. You sent people out to see what happened? Mr. Mo gave an order to several Earth Immortal guards ahead. Yes, Mr. Mo. Chapter 347. Stay. When the two guards received the order, they turned around and walked out of the gate. But at this moment, after walking a few meters, a strange figure appeared in front of the two of them. You, who are you? The two guards immediately stopped, pulled out the knives at their waist and pointed at the figure in front of them. The aura they felt from this person made them feel fear instantly for some reason. The moment Long Fei showed a weird smile, he raised his hand and a force that they couldn't resist blew them away. Ah! Two screams rang out, and under the illumination of the moon, blood splattered on their bodies. They flew directly back to the big courtyard, smashing the doors and railings on the way and smashed them on the ground in front of everyone. Flop! What happened? Not good. Enemy attack. Prepare to fight. Mr. Mo and the others shrank their pupils. Their expressions changed drastically and they shouted angrily. Mr. Mo had felt something was wrong outside before, and just when he was thinking about it, he saw this scene. Everyone stood up. Look at the two people who were sent back. Their eyes were wide open, their faces were pale, their bodies were covered in blood, and they were already dead. These two people will never die with their eyes in peace. Who dares to kill members of our Shuangtu and come to our territory to do evil? Mr. Mo's face was gloomy and a terrifying power emerged from his body. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the darkness ahead. Who? He. Hearing the low and weird laughter, everyone's expressions became solemn and then changed. Long Fei's figure walked out of the darkness. He smiled ferociously and said, "Of course I'm the one who will massacre you tonight. Kill him for uttering arrogant words." Mo Lao was furious, pointed at Long Fei and issued an angry and murderous order to the surrounding pseudo members. Everyone's murderous intent was revealed. How dare this damn bastard come to them to cause trouble and killed someone? Can't let it go. Brothers, come on, cut this man into 18 pieces for me. The strong man at the head shouted angrily with murderous intent. These people have regarded Long Fei as a source of happiness. They all summoned their weapons using their magical skills and other violent moves. With anger roaring and murderous intent, the evil spirits moved toward Long Fei's gangster and killed him. The rest of the people separated directly and surrounded Long Fei to prevent him from escaping. You ants of earthly immortal, who gave you the courage to challenge me, a true immortal? Long Fei's deep and evil voice sounded and a deep light flashed through his eyes with his forehead raised lightly. Looking at the people surrounding him and attacking him, his presence was particularly dull. As soon as he finished speaking, a burst of breath energy was released from his body and plotted at the same time. Boom, bang. The powerful force plotted and everyone who flew in was directly blown away. Some even had their bodies plotted and died. In an instant countless screams sounded, but it was indeed a beautiful melody to Long Fei's ears. Long Fei showed a hint of enjoyment and greed. This feeling is really comfortable. Everyone fell to the ground and the aura energy plotted from Long Fei's body directly destroyed most of the yard. The surrounding ground was reduced to a grassless ruins area and the area was still smoking. The people present were dead and injured, and those who were alive were all wailing in pain and their voices were extremely miserable. Many had their hands and feet broken off. There are almost 200 people here and Long Fei became like this with just one burst of energy. The disparity in strength is really huge. A road was naturally cleared ahead. Long Fei walked inside step by step, walking very slowly. He is really a true immortal. How is it possible that a true immortal is so young? It hurts. Save me. My leg, my hand, my second brother is gone. Listening to the painful sounds of these people, Long Fei raised his hand and snapped his fingers and a force instantly enveloped all the people who were still alive. Destroy. A faint voice sounded and he shook his hand slightly. Bang 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 bang. In the scene all the evil robbers turned into blood mist. It's much quieter now. After doing all this, Long Fei focused his eyes on the trembling old man standing on the steps in front of him. The old man's eyes widened. Cold sweat continued to flow from his forehead. His face was pale and a trembling feeling of fear enveloped him. You devil, you actually killed them all. You devil. Mr. Mo screamed in fear. Long Fei approached him step by step and his trembling body retreated. Don't come here, you will regret it. When the three masters come back you will die. Mr. Mo shouted in horror. Long Fei's figure suddenly disappeared and appeared directly in front of him. The net second. Flop. Mr. Mo's legs softened and he fell down the stairs just in time to show. He kneeled down and faced Long Fei. Mr. Mo's voice trembled. Don't kill me, boss, don't kill me. I'm useful. I didn't expect this old man to be so cowardly. There was no way. The strength shown by Long Fei had completely frightened him out of his wit. The three leaders you mentioned were killed by me just now. 3 rings appeared in Long Fei's hand. These 3 things, as an old dog around them, you should be familiar with them, right? Long Fei ignored the old man's begging for mercy but showed a wicked sense of humor. This is the rings of the 3 masters. The 3 masters regard their rings as the most important treasures and they will never give them to others. This time Mr. Mo was even more convinced that the young man in front of him had really killed their 3 leaders. As soon as the thought came out, the fear became more intense. No longer insisting, he started to worship Long Fei crazily. My head kept hitting the ground. It looked very serious and painful. The blood on my forehead came out. Please sir, let me go. Please let me go. I'm willing to trade a secret in exchange. Mo Lao trembled with a hint of crying in his fearful voice. Did Long Fei really not expect that this old man would be so cowardly? Before he seemed so majestic with a high attitude that was inferior to one person and inferior to 10,000 people. Now he is indeed so useless. Thanks to you, you are still a half-step Dzogchen true immortal. It's really too bad. Long Fei sneered. Mr. Mo's body was trembling. Cold sweat was flowing out and his clothes were soaked. He sneered. A half-step Dzogchen true immortal is like an ant that can be easily crushed in front of a true immortal strongman like you. The villain is very self-aware. Ha ha ha. Those who know the current affairs are heroes. You are very smart. Long Fei laughed. Seeing Long Fei's smile, Mr. Mo suddenly felt relieved for some reason, because he feels like he doesn't have to die. Tell me about your secret and I may consider sparing your life. Long Fei's cold gaze appeared again. Mr. Mo trembled, not daring to hide anything, and said here. Chapter 348 Jin Ling Hung, the Beast of the Deep. Mr. Mo opened his eyes wide with a look of fear on his face and his voice trembled. There is a treasure house hidden under the 3rd master's house. In this treasure house all the wealth of the pseudo mercenary group is hidden. Is this what you're talking about? I thought it was something. Long Fei was indifferent with a look of no surprise on his face. As if you already know it. You knew? No, absolutely impossible. How did you know? Mr. Mo claimed with a look of disbelief on his face. Long Fei said coldly, nothing here can escape my eyes. Is there any other information? A green light appeared in Long Fei's hand and the ancient green dragon sword was placed on Mr. Mo's neck with cold and murderous intent. A flash of cold light caused Mr. Mo's presence to change drastically. Yes. Mr. Mo immediately shouted. Mr. Mo said in a panic. In the northwest region of the desert, less than 1,000 miles away from us, there is an ancient ruins that has been hidden for a long time. Even our 3rd master doesn't know this secret. As long as you don't kill me, I can take you there. Ancient ruins? Long Long Fei narrowed his eyes, and the net second he recalled that scene in his mind. The place where his consciousness felt something was wrong just now was probably there. I didn't expect that, since it is the northwest region of the desert. Then how do you know? And how are you sure it's an ancient ruin? Long Fei looked at him coldly. Seeing Long Fei's words, Mr. Mo immediately understood that Long Fei's heart was moved. He breathed a sigh of relief. At least he was moved. Otherwise this would have been difficult. As long as his heart moved, it would be good. At least he could continue to the net step implement. Mr. Mo shouted and swore, I am very sensitive to ruin. I can tell where there are ancient ruins. If you don't believe it, you can take me there and we will explore. If it is not an ancient ruin, I can cut off the head for you to sit on. Long Fei said indifferently, I don't like sitting on your bloody head. No, as the old dog of those three, would you not tell them? Do you want the things inside? The ancient ruins are extremely dangerous. Do you think I don't know? Do you want to use this to trap me inside so that you can be freed? Long Fei's words made Mr. Mo puzzled. He opened his mouth but didn't speak for a long time. Yes, why didn't you tell the three leaders before? Mr. Mo said hesitantly, I don't know why, but you are so strong. What's the big deal if we leave if you are in danger? I still believe in myself. I have known about the ancient ruins you mentioned before, so you are useless. Moreover, after I kill you, I can still read the things in your head and use you too. Long Fei, a cold tone sounded and murderous intent emerged. No, don't. Mr. Mo stared angrily. At the net moment, Long Fei swept out with his sword. It was very balanced. Blood marks appeared on Mr. Mo's head. Blood splashed out and the head fell to the ground. Plop. The decapitated body lay on a pool of blood. Another experience value entered the body. Killed so many earthly immortals. The net moment, Long Fei's level 2 true immortal cultivation was upgraded to level 3 true immortal. Just kidding, after killing so many earth immortals there are still many very high level 1. If you can't even advance to the first level, then it's really rubbish. But fortunately, although these people are not given much experience points at low levels, it is okay to say so. At least it's improved by 1 level. Now Long Fei is a genuine 3rd level early stage true immortal. Experience value 2 billion to 3 billion. After killing the last one, Long Fei walked directly towards the eaves in front. Using his spiritual thoughts, he quickly found the secret door of the treasure room. After one kick, there was a click and the ground shattered. A hidden black stone slab is revealed. This stone slab is very smooth without any dents or bulges. It is completely impossible to open it. Long Fei didn't care what happened to it and stepped on it. The terrifying force instantly shattered the smooth stone slab. A shaft without stairs is posed. Long Fei smiled and jumped directly. It dark below. With a wave of his hand, flames flew to the wall and stuck together. In an instant the place shone brightly. There are many treasures. Although I have seen them outside with Chaos Azure Dragon pupils before, I still feel shocked and comfortable when I come in and see them with my own eyes. There are a lot of gold, gems, diamonds, platinum jewelry, many martial arts books, weapons, Eli IRS medicinal materials, and many other things here, as well as the inner Eli IRS and precious parts of Warcraft. Of course, in addition to these things, there are other coffins that I saw before. Without any pretense, with a wave of his hand, all the wealth except for a few coffins were collected directly. The net step was to open the coffin, and a uniform force blew away the 3 coffin covers. The hijab plotted directly in mid-air. There was a loud bang bang and a violent sound. A strange black aura floated out from inside. I poked my head in and took a look. It turned out to be a huge python body inside. There is a black round dot bead in the center of the rolled up python. There are 3 in total, 1 in the center of the serpentine body of each coffin. It's so strange. Long Fei got up and squeezed it in his hand, looked at it and smelled it. There was nothing in front of it, but something felt wrong when I sniffed it. A very unpleasant and irritating smell penetrated into my nostrils. In an instant Long Fei was so happy that he flew into the sky. What is this? Long Fei looked at it, frowned, and suddenly became interested. System check what this is, I thought to myself, and gave the order directly. This is the yin evil snake pill, which is produced when the resentment and surrounding yin energy condense after the death of the snake. The system's answer made Long Fei, who was a little confused, suddenly understand. What's the effect? Long Fei used his strength to levitate the 3 yin evil snake pills in mid-air and continued to ask, you can't eat it, you can only absorb the yin evil energy of the yin evil snake pill. After absorption, the absorber will have a high chance of gaining a yin evil constitution. The system answered. After hearing this, Long Fei frowned slightly. Yin evil constitution? Long Fei muttered, and then he also put away the 3 yin evil snake pills and then made a big decision. After finishing all this, after looking around to make sure there was no missing place, I decisively left this ghost place. After coming out, he looked at the traces of blood on the ground. The moment he raised his hand, a huge fire ignited in his palm. The net second, the flame in his hand burned rapidly, quickly covering all the corpses and blood on the ground. This place instantly turned into a sea of fire. The flames were extremely hot and burned burned all the corpses and blood on the ground in one go. Looking at the clean scene in front of me, there was a cold wind blowing around me, but this cold wind was very calm. It slowly brushed past Long Fei's face. Then he called Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping, who were far away in the valley, to this place. Although this place is a bit dilapidated, the houses and buildings are still a good temporary shelter. Tonight the three of us will stay here. Chapter 349. Chapter 349. Battle against the beasts of the abyss. When the matter is over, go to the Buddhist robe. The net morning dew dropped on the desert. The memorable night along with the horrific and bloody scenes has become a thing of the past, and no one will mention this past event again. Early in the morning the three of them had woken up from meditation and prepared a hearty breakfast. The food was found in Sudo's kitchen last night. These people didn't have much food stored. It was probably because of the banquet last night. It's a pity that they will have no chance to taste the net. In the courtyard of the ruins the aroma of food flew up and a rare cool breeze blew in the desert. The three of them finished their breakfast at the usual speed. Before leaving, Long Fei destroyed the so-called headquarters of Sudo here, not leaving it to anyone who came after him. The three of them planned to go to the nearest city first to inquire about the Abyss Beast. There is not much time left for them to complete the mission. They must quickly find the Abyss Beasts, kill them and return them to submit the mission. Otherwise there will be no reward if you submit it after the time has appeared. Opening a worn-out parchment scroll, it records the topography of the desert including the nearest city. This is a map found in one of the rings of the three murdered heads. Searching on the map I quickly found the direction out of the desert, and opposite that direction was the nearest city. The name of this city is marked on the map. It called Jinlingheng. After finding the exact direction, Long Fei naturally did not want to waste time and helped him from left to right. The hands on Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping instantly turned into three thunderbolts and disappeared into the sky at the speed of light. The dazzling continent has a history of millions of years, and Jinlingheng has been in the dazzling continent for thousands of years. It belongs to an ancient civilization city. The area of Jinlingheng is very large, as big as the 5 central states of Dochi continent put together. If it were placed in the lower world it would be an independent plain world, and there are a lot of scandals about the things they see inside. As an ancient civilized city, Jinlin City has its past glory and downfall. Long Fei and 3 others have arrived at the so-called Jinlingheng. Except for the desert area on one side of Jinlin City, the other 3 weeks are covered with mountains, forests, plains and rivers. The extraordinary and ancient aura of Jinlingheng can be seen at a glance. It is like a pharaoh who has been sleeping for a long time. Its extraordinary temperament makes people fall into it just by taking a look at it. This temperament has another meaning: danger. The way to enter the city is very simple, just walk in. This Jinlingheng doesn't seem to be as powerful as the rumors. He may have declined. I don't know why. Zhang Kainian, as an intelligence collector, quickly found the key problem in these scenes. The Abyss Beast may only have about level 2 strength, but its reminder is extremely huge, probably half the size of Jinlingheng. Liang Ping said as he walked. Jinlingheng's location in the dazzling continent is very awkward. It belongs to a very remote place, but now there are no guards even entering the city, so you can come and go at will. It seems that there is an old saying that is very good, that is, magnificent things will always wither one day. Jinlingheng is the most typical example of this sentence. Just when Long Fei and the other 3 were looking for someone to ask about the situation of the deep beast, the ground was shaking. Then the cracks were visible to the naked eye and they were torn apart quickly. A terrifying roar of an ancient monster sounded. Some people in Jinlin City began to panic, running around. It coming! That monster has finally arrived in Jinlingheng. Oh my god, what a natural disaster. Why are you doing this to us? The beast of the deep is coming, run! From the frightened voices around them, Long Fei and the others heard the 3 most critical and sensitive words: beast of the abyss. The 3 of them looked over one after another. The crack in the ground had already attacked them and the 3 of them quickly retreated. At the same time there was also surprise on his face. Great, I didn't expect to be so lucky. I met the beast of the deep as soon as I came out. Boom! The landslide and the ground cracked and a huge black oval sphere soared into the sky from the crack ground and then directly covered half of Jinlingheng. Half of Jinlingheng fell into this terrifying shadow. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping opened their eyes wide with a hint of vigilance in their e-sighted prescience, and claimed with such a large size, such a terrifying beastly momentum, and this beast roar, this guy is really a UND beast. Human ant come into the mouth of this beast. A deafening sound sounded. Abyss beast, don't even think about being arrogant. At the critical moment 5 figures appeared in the sky of Jinlingheng. In contrast, the terrifying and ferocious beast face directly caused the 5 people's prescience to change drastically. Long Fei and the others raised their head and took a look. Judging from the auras emanating from these 5 people, they were all in the realm of true immortals. The leader was a late level 5th level true immortal and the other 4 were all late level 3rd level true immortals. The 5 people are full of immortal energy and are extremely majestic. A mere late level 5th level true immortal seeking death. The abyss beast roared, and in the sky countless stars were bonded by strange black energy to form stars, sending out terrifying waves. Oops, this beast has been upgraded to the SITH level of true immortal. Everyone be careful. Set up a formation. The face of the leader of the middle-aged man changed drastically. With an order, the other 4 people took their positions one after another. Together with the leader, they quickly moved the seals with both hands. The lines and marks were triggered instantly, and the 5-color energy spread instantly from the 5 people. Then an energy defense array was formed on the SI sides of the 5 people. Bang 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 bang. The NET moment Seeing Yuan attacks from all directions hit the energy defense array. The powerful impact and powerful force combined to make the energy defense array tremble, and soon cracks appeared. The E-press scions of the 5 people changed drastically, and they quickly gritted their teeth and increased their strength to stand upright. The muscles on the 5 people's bodies E-pondate especially, and the evaporated power caused them to sweat continuously. It can be seen that their defense is still struggling against the star swirl attack energy released by this deep beast. Retreat, otherwise something bad will happen. The middle-aged man at the head sent a message to the 4 people. Fortunately, the team in the city had been arranged before so that the people in the city retreated, otherwise it will become a constraint for the 5 of them. The 4 people who received the instructions were very suitable. Using his body skills, he disappeared in place, and what greeted him was the complete shattering of the energy defense formation. The abyss beast was extremely angry. Are the ants hiding? Don't worry, this beast will destroy your city without being able to eat anyone today. These damn humans are playing with it like a monkey. It's really too much. As a SITH level true immortal, how could a deep beast tolerate such humiliation? This kind of hatred must be avenged. Incarnate into a giant human form, the whole body is decorated like stars, and the stars fit into its body one by one. The entire human-shaped abyss beast is still the huge and ferocious beast that covers the entire Jin Ling Hung. The evil force frightened Jin Ling Hung. Chapter 350 Coexistence or Death. The terrifying power of Seeing Yuan is like the coming of gods and demons, and the sky has completely fallen into the dark age. The world-destroying storm rises like a blade. Oops, I didn't expect this abyssal beast to upgrade so quickly. Now that it has reached the SITH level of true immortal, it seems that our mission cannot be completed. Hide first, otherwise we will probably suffer from these horrific attacks. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping, who originally thought it was good news, were completely impressed when they saw this situation and the level and destructive power of the abyss beast. How could they, who were only 3rd level early stage true immortals, be the instance of this terrifying thing? This was the first time they encountered this so-called beast of the deep. The damn intelligence is wrong. Let's evacuate first. The only way to be safe in this situation is to hide underground. Zhang Kainian gritted his teeth unwillingly. It's not easy to meet him, but I didn't expect him to be so powerful. But only Long Fei looked at the big guy in front of him with a calm E-press Zion. Level 6 true immortal. If I devour him, I don't know how much experience it will provide me. Long Fei took a deep breath, thinking about the idea of this thing in his mind. If it really comes true, his level will be very high, possibly breaking through to the 5th level of true immortal, even within level 4. Anyway, as long as there are high-level things that provide experience points, then his own upgrade will be as easy as riding a rocket. At this moment his eyes were extremely hot, but now is not the time for him to take action. Let's take a look at the situation first. It is impossible for this strong man in Jin Ling Hung to ignore him. Don't stand still and let's go. You're not scared to death, are you? Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping thought Long Fei was too frightened by the thing in front of them to dare to move. He quickly showed a worried look, praying in his heart that all this was not true. After all, Long Fei was their strongest combat force here. Long Fei rolled his eyes and said speechlessly, what are you thinking about? Let's go and avoid the limelight first. With that said, he took the 2 of them and disappeared from the spot. Where he went after that can only be known later. And the attacks of the deep beasts are already destroying and tearing apart the entire Jinlin city's buildings and vegetation. At this moment the 5 missing people appeared again. A long sword appeared in their hands, one after another. They are the 5 colors of metal, wood, water, fire and earth. It matches the energy and flames of the true immortal spiritual energy on their bodies. Stop, abyss beast. Although you have the cultivation level of a SITH level true immortal, we are holding the 5 elements immortal spirit sword. As long as we work together, it is hard to say whether we will win or lose. Jin Feng, the leading middle-aged man, glared with red eyes and made an angry sound rise. The same goes for the 4 people accompanying him. The abyss beast looked at the 5 people who appeared again and showed amusement. Human ants, you still have the courage to come out? Why did you run away? It turned out that you were going to get weapon. Rumble. Bang bang bang. Below, fierce and and miserable sounds surged like a violent wind. The power of the 5 element, ha ha ha. The deep beast laughed in a mocking voice. It's a pity that this is the power of the 5 elements created artificially. It is not the purest natural power of the 5 elements in the world. This beast is not yet put it in your eyes. Damn it. Jin Feng's face was extremely angry and he held the Jining Ian sword harder in his hand and then sent a message to the other 4 people. The 4 of you go down first and work with the other strong men in the city to prevent those storm attacks from continuing to expand, otherwise most of Jinlin city will be destroyed in this turmoil. Yes. After receiving the order, the 4 people left decisively. Want to run away? Have you asked this beast? Narrowing his eyes, the abyss beast was not stupid. He naturally understood that these 4 people were going to support the ants below. Decisively attack the 4 of them directly. I dare you. At this moment an angry sound sounded and Jin Feng's figure appeared behind the 4 of them, waving the golden sword in his hand and slashing down. Bang! The destructive power of the abyssal beast casual blow is also amazing and it explodes immediately. The golden protective shield on Jin Feng's body appeared at the same time. Abyss beast, your opponent is this city lord. Jin Feng roared angrily. The power of anger came out. The metallic energy quickly rioted and the arrogance spread into the sky to form a golden magnetic field. Jin Feng's eyes are golden and bright, full of fighting power, and the power of the city lord emerges. Holding the golden immortal sword in hand, the power of the true immortal at the late 5th level is fully demonstrated. Using his proud body technique, he was extremely fast, just like a moving phantom, and arrived in front of the abyss beast in one breath. Beast, take one move from me and kill me. Jin Feng roared angrily and the majestic golden energy particles surged rapidly, intensifying and turning into a blade on the golden immortal sword. Both sides horizontally and vertically should be chopped down. Bang! Head on hit. Jin Feng's pupils shrank and a star barrier appeared on the abyss beast's body to withstand Jin Feng's attack. No way! The deep beast mocked. Impossible! Jin Feng's e-pression changed slightly. Although the opponent was a level 6 true immortal, he was still a late level 5 true immortal. He was only a short step away from the peak level of a level 6 true immortal. How come the destructive power and damage of the attack were so small? It's time for me to attack. Yi strike. When the deep beast voice fell, its fist condensed into a whirlpool and the terrifying power completely tore apart the sky where the energy passed. It's like looking directly at the abyss. Jin Feng quickly picked up the golden immortal sword and the golden light turned into a delicate golden beam and shot forward. Although there is only a delicate and inconspicuous golden beam, its power is very huge. At the same time, a golden stone-like object appeared in Jin Feng's hand. This was a golden fairy treasure and he sacrificed it at the first moment. Immortal treasure came to the world and terrifying coercion also appeared. This is the breath of natural gold from heaven and earth. The abyss beast's eyes couldn't help but shrink. It hesitated for a moment but then fought together. Bang! The two moves collided and plotted instantly. Above the sky, the energy of gold and black is intermingling like the yin and yang of Tai Chi, but they do not merge. The scene at the moment is like this. Below, the 4 elders at this moment, together with many strong men in the city, blocked this terrifying star swirl storm. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone is almost exhausted. There is no way this Xing Yuan storm is really terrible and it is so powerful. It was really hard to hold on and many people were dripping with sweat. Ha 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 ha. Everyone was really tired. What follows is a fierce battle above. At this moment there was another explosion and Jin Feng and the abyss beast once again launched a fierce collision. The explosions caused by the collision of immortal skills in the sky kept rumbling. People who didn't know it thought that there had been thunder here, triggering a natural disaster and destroying the world. No, the city lord alone cannot defeat the beast of the abyss. The 4 of us must go up to support him. Once the city lord is defeated, then our Jinlin city will really be destroyed and we will also die to the beast of the abyss. In the mouth, the e-pressions of the 4 elders changed drastically and they hurriedly took the recovery ELIR. If one pill didn't work, they took a jar of it. Anyway, they didn't lack such ELIRs. The rest of the people also realized this serious problem, took the recovery pills one after another and rushed forward collectively to support the lord of Jinfeng city. City lord, we are here. Abyss beast suffer death. The crowd roared angrily. Chapter 351 Huokai's kick. Beast of the abyss, our human race is united to deal with beasts like you. You have no chance of winning, just accept your death. Jin Feng stood tall and tired and waved the golden sword in his hand to create a golden wind. The golden strong wind condensed a huge sword blade and so did the other 4 elders. The attributes of the 5 elements and the 5 elements fairy swords of different colors condensed the strong wind condensed sword blades of the 4 colors of wood, water, fire and earth. 5 elements unite. The 5 people suddenly shouted loudly. The other monks also used their strongest killing moves and roared at the abyssal beast together. The abyss beast's eyes widened and a strange color appeared in its abyss-like eyes. There was also an aura of something wrong strong emanating from the whole body. Ha ha ha. Ignorant human, I really think you can kill this beast just by yourself. Just now this beast was just laying with you. Ants, do you really think you can do it if I give you a little hope? Net, the true strength of this beast will appear and you will be in despair. Ha ha ha. The abyss beast suddenly laughed wildly and the abyss-like power on his body swept out like an explosion. Countless stars like black holes came out and swept out in all directions with the abyss beast's terrifying blow. So strong, everyone's presence changed drastically. How is it possible? This beast just fought me for so long since he didn't use his true strength. Jin Feng's face turned red. His presence was shocked and incredible and he felt even more insulted. How strong is the beast of the abyss? How could this SITH level true immortal abyssal beast be so terrifying? Boom! Everyone worked together and although they were frightened by the power unleashed by the abyssal beast, they still fought hard. In an instant above the sky, a scene like a nuclear bomb explosion appeared. The shock wave was extremely terrifying. Everything below was swept up and the terrifying energy destroyed the world. Ah no, hell! Many people were turned into ashes in this horrific explosion. Some people who survived were thankful, but at this moment a huge bomb fell from the sky like a meteor shower, swatting flies like swatting their bodies and plotting into blood mist. This scene is so terrifying. The 5 people fell from the sky and hit the ground hard. They vomited blood. They looked at the scene with so many dead people above with embarrassed presence. They also saw the star swirl which belonged to the beast of the deep. The eyes of the 5 of them full of fear. How could this happen? Why is it so strong? Jin Feng coughed, looking very unwilling. This beast, this devil, even the unity of the 5 elements can't do anything to this beast. The power of the 5 elements in our hands is not the natural power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth after all. Oops, it seems Jin Lingheng is in danger. Roar! Just when the 4 of them were screaming in agony, the earth-shattering roar of the abyss beast suddenly rang out. The terrifying breath appeared again, rushing away from the smoke after the explosion on the horizon. That the outrageous figure and face appeared in this world again. Ha ha ha. Little ant humans, no matter how many years you have gone through, you are still just ants in the eyes of our monsters. Want to resist? You have no chance. The extremely wild voice of the beast from the abyss rang out. It is a disdainful ridicule for human beings. What frightens those who survived is that all the injuries that this abyss beast had before are gone. Now this abyssal beast has returned to a peak state again. Run! Escape from Jin Lingheng. With an unwilling face, Jin Feng clenched his fist and spoke to the 4 elders. Net to him, take the rest of the people and leave Jin Lingheng. I will fight this beast to the death for the last time. No, City Lord. The presence of the 4 elders changed drastically and their eyes narrowed. He understood that the City Lord was going to perish together with the abyss beast. Let go. I am the City Lord and it is my responsibility to protect the people in Jinlin City. I will live and die with Jinlin. Jin Feng summoned the golden immortal sword again and took a red pill. In an instant the power on his body turned crimson like a surge and then he began to riot and his power soared rapidly. We won't leave. We also want to live and die with you, the City Lord and Jinlin. The 4 elders staggered to their feet and took a red pill that was exactly the same as Jin Feng. Then there was the same crimson energy riot as Jin Feng. Soon 5 fairy swords representing the energy of the 5 elements, namely metal, wood, water, fire and earth, appeared. I think those people who should leave have already left. If they can stay, they are naturally willing to live and die with Jinlin, the elder said through gritted teeth. The other 3 nodded. The NET second other energy riots also occurred in the surrounding area. The 5 people looked over and saw that it was the monks who were still alive. They didn't know what method they had used or they had taken similar pills. Everyone's energy was rioting and they seemed to have entered a state of crazy killing. Oh, still want to resist? Ants are indeed ants, but their courage is admirable, but it's useless and futile. The difference in strength is here and you have no ability to resist. Today this beast will swallow you and destroy the entire Jinlin city. The abyss beast neared and when he raised his hand, the terrifying star swirl energy sphere appeared in the sky. This huge and dazzling star swirl energy sphere made everyone hold their breath and felt the death of the world, the taste of. We swear to live and die with Jinlin. Everyone below roared angrily. The rioting energy in his body is rioting again. Comrade, go ahead. Kill this arrogant beast. Jin Feng pointed his sword at the abyss beast above and issued an angry command. The aura energy on everyone's body surged wildly again. Zor, kill. High morale and indestructible. The skills displayed by the abyssal beast not only did not make them retreat but made them move forward bravely with a certain death mentality. Are these people from Jin Lingheng? Although not all of them, this kind of unity does make our blood boil. Although we are not from Jin Lingheng, if these people die, this beast may not have the slightest chance of winning based on our words alone. The 3 people who came out from the ground, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping, were shocked when they saw the people in front of them who were not afraid of death. It's very brave, but it's also a fearless sacrifice. Long Fei nodded and really admired these people. In his understanding, understanding when these people encounter life-threatening danger they will only fly away when disasters strike. But now there are no people in Jinlingheng. Although not all of them, some of them must have escaped quietly in the secret passage, but these are enough. And you are also wrong. I am enough to deal with this thing by myself. Long Fei pointed at the deep beast in the sky and said calmly, Junior brother, although you are very strong, your cultivation is limited after all. The opponent is a level 6 true immortal. So many people are no match for it. If you can't hurt it, you should stop showing off or you will die. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping. I was so frightened that Long Fei rushed out in a fit of passion. Chapter 352. Chapter 352. Coming. The devil is coming. A horrifying and hoarse voice sounded from the mouth of the deep beast. The long-formed Xing Yuan energy magnetic field around it turned into a terrifying black hole. It instantly shot out a dark energy light wave towards the monks who were resisting the attack again. The light wave was very thick and large, and the destructive power it carried was extremely powerful. Wherever it passes, all energy elements are instantly swallowed up and evaporated. The monk who flew up was frightened by the terrifying offensive in front of him, and his angry face showed a color of fear, but his body that had stagnated for a moment started to move again. He shouted, raised his weapon and released the strongest energy in his body. Power. Some people escaped the fate of being hit, but unfortunately some people were hit and turned into ash particles. Energy light waves swept across the ground and everything on the ground was swallowed up and destroyed. Everyone's screams also sounded one after another. So many people had already died before they actually met each other, which made Jin Feng and others extremely fearful. But now that the matter was over, everyone rushed forward as if they were desperate for their lives. At the moment when the abyssal beast was about to approach, the abyssal beast did not show a panicked look. On the contrary, it showed a slight pression. At this moment suddenly a shock wave from the sky centered on the top of its head and came towards the surroundings, a big rotation of 360 degrees. This sudden scene made the faces of those around them change with shock. Not good. Oops. Bang 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 bang. Ah no. Rumble. Those people all gave the strongest blow before being hit to death. 5 people from Jinfeng formed a formation and used clever body skills to force the 4 of them to avoid the sweep of the terrifying energy light wave and arrive in front of the abyss beast. Diu beast. The energy in the 5 people had reached its climax. When they came to this distance, they directly used the strongest concentrated blow to blast the abyss beast. What? Abyss beast felt like this, and this time his Zion finally became restless. Boom. Ah. Roar. The abyss beast was hit in the side and an indescribable pain directly caused it to scream angrily. As it was injured and the energy light wave weakened a lot, some people took this opportunity to rush in quickly and attack the abyss beast in different directions. I come. Suddenly there was a loud shout and a red steam like flame burst out. Inside was a person. He rushed towards the abyss beast's head with great arrogance and kicked out with a terrifying kick. Bang. It hit the abyss beast's head just in time. The abyss beast didn't expect that it would suffer such a severe beating again. It tilted its mouth and vomited blood directly. Ah, damn human. The body of the deep beast fell to the ground quickly like a meteor, hitting the ground with a loud bang, and in an instant countless sand and dust fragments were on the ground for free. It flew up crazily and bounced like bullets to different locations in all directions. As this huge guy hit the ground in Jinlingheng shook together for several seconds and then stopped. One can imagine how great the impact this time was. Only the abyss beast and the earth who have experienced it personally know this result. Everyone looked at the flaming steam-like man in front of them with dumbfounded faces. Who are you? Jin Feng and others asked after regaining consciousness. My name is Huo Kai and I am an ortho-physical practitioner. I just passed by Jinlingheng and met this beast. It happens that I also have a big grudge against it, so I came here to help you. The man showed a confident smile to everyone and then stared down with cold eyes. Oh, this man interesting. When Long Fei, who was watching a show below, saw this person, he suddenly showed a hint of amusement. Then he had planned to go out to help, but the appearance of this person disrupted his plans, so he just waited and waited. And this middle-aged man named Huo Kai seems to be very strong, and maybe he can really deal with this level SI true immortal abyss beast. No, if that's the case, we didn't kill the abyss beast and we won't be able to go back and hand over the mission, and others may not sell the abyss beast head to us. Zhang Kainian frowned and suddenly became worried. Wait a minute, let's go up and provide support, right? Liang Ping clenched his fist, his blood boiling, and he wanted to go out and fight. Okay. Long Fei nodded. At this moment in the sky, Jin Feng and others asked curiously because they could not see where the middle-aged man in front of them was. Jin Feng pressed the doubts in his heart very straightforwardly. Brother Huo Kai, thank you for your support. I wonder what your cultivation level is. I can't see through you. Are you also a SITH level true immortal? Huo Kai laughed and said, no talent. I am currently the 4th level peak true immortal and I will soon enter the 5th level. The reason why you can't see through me is because I have my own method. it. I won't go into details here. After all, it is my personal secret. Now let's deal with this beast first. Huokai changed the topic back to the abyssal beast. Jin Feng and others nodded and then shouted, everyone, while this beast is injured, now let's attack quickly to avenge our dead compatriot. Yes, be suffer death. Here including Jin Feng and others, there are only 500 people alive. The others died and fled. After all, not everyone is not afraid of death and not everyone is determined to die. Everyone worked together to launch a collective and continuous attack on the abyssal beast in front. Boom boom boom. Looking for death. Humans really think they can defeat this beast. The abyss beast roared out, soared into the sky, and a huge figure stood in the sky again. At this moment it issued a strange energy and all the attacks that hit it were diffused and swallowed up. It roared 3 times, hammered the sky 3 times, the sky trembled, the space tore apart, and the terrifying shock wave patterns instantly wiped out those flying attacks. At the same moment the body of violent energy flew forward and the shock wave pattern just formed in front of it, helped it block all incoming attack. Many people picked up their weapons, released their immortal power, stood up and angrily killed the beast of the abyss. Bang 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 bang. But it is a pity that these people have not hit the body of the abyss beast but only hit the shock wave pattern and were instantly cut open by this overbearing energy, and plotted again. The energy shock wave patterns directly shattered those people's weapons and then cut open their bodies and blood spattered. The abyss beast punched over from left to right, from right to left, double fist attack. Soon many people died. At this moment the prescience of Jin Feng and others also changed drastically and they quickly and cautiously avoided. But I don't know why the deep beast suddenly became so powerful and it had disappeared when it attacked again. Everyone was killed. When it reappeared, the abyss beast's huge palm came down and its overbearing power directly suppressed the 5 people to the ground in an instant. Beast, you are looking for death. Huokai was furious when he saw this. The flame steam on his body boiled and burned and burst out. With one punch a creature like a white dragon and tiger appeared on his body. Chapter 353. Fierce battle. The 5 Jin Feng people were pinned to the ground. Under the flying dust they were unable to move at all under the overbearing and terrifying power of the abyss beast. At this moment they didn't know whether they were dead or alive. Huokai was also furious and inspired powerful physical skills to shoot towards the abyssal beast. The moment he came in front of it with a roar of beast spirit, the dragon and tiger creature hit the arm of the abyssal beast superior. The impact is huge. Bang click. The abyss beast's arm was directly knocked into 2 halves and severed under the terrifying impact. With a scream the abyss beast flew up incredibly, and Huokai's speed was also extremely fast and he was under it in an instant, punching wildly. Bang 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 bang. The abyss beast kept screaming. Finally Huokai appeared above it and kicked it on the abdomen. The abyss beast shot down, but as it screamed it suddenly closed its mouth. A burst of star energy was like particles quickly condensing a new arm on his broken arm, and it recovered the moment. It forcibly stabilized its body amid the impact. Ho ho ho. Human, you can hurt me, you are good. It's a pity that you can't kill me yet. You've made me happy, now it's my turn. The abyssal beast roared and the terrifying power on its body boiled again. Its injuries were quickly repaired by a strange energy, and it once again returned to a peak moment, and its aura and other auras were even greater than before. How can it be? Huokai felt that when he saw the scene in front of him his pupils narrowed and his prescience changed drastically, showing a look of horror. Impossible. How can a deep beast have such terrifying abilities? Absolutely impossible. You are not a simple deep beast. What kind of beast are you? Huokai pointed at the abyss beast and asked. It had killed the abyss beast before and it didn't have such perverted abilities at all. Is this the reason why the thing in front of me has broken through the SITH level of true immortal? And the abyssal beast he had killed before were only those below level 4, including level 4. It was his first time fighting against someone at level SI. Ha ha ha. Human beings, your fear is my best nourishment. A dying person doesn't need to know so much. Human ants, go to hell. The abyss beast opened its bloody mouth and instantly shot out a huge dark energy beam. The speed of this beam was very fast and it had already arrived in front of Huokai in less than a moment. Not good. The thing in front of him was beyond his cognition and he had to take it seriously. Huokai's prescience changed again and he felt the breath of death from this energy beam. Make a seal with your hands in front of you, forming a 4-cornered rhombus. Myriad body technique. Day tiger, night dragon. He hurriedly shouted. This was the body cultivation technique he practiced, and he only had this one technique. He did not learn other techniques and immortal skills and directly used the physical skills among the 10,000 physical technique. In an instant a huge white tiger that looked like it was painted and a huge black dark dragon that looked like it flew out of him. Both creatures had a rich layer of physical steam energy raging on their bodies. Pulled by the riot of energy, day tiger and night dragon both joined forces and faced the abyss beast's energy shock beam. Bang 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 bang. The two sides collided and the huge huge and powerful energy spread rapidly, so terrifying. But now there are very few people left alive and all of them have lost their fighting capacity. Because that was a side effect of the Elir they had taken, these people lay down on the ground one after another, unable to move. In the end, under this terrifying spread of destructive energy, almost everything below was reduced to ashes and none of these people were spared. The three of Long Fei below were also attacked by this terrifying force, but the three of them worked together to resist. The main reason was that Long Fei's protective power was very strong. A thin cyan energy mask was able to appear in front of his eyes. He survived this terrifying energy attack with comfort, and it seemed that even the powerful destructive force could not shake this protective shield. Bray! Long Fei groaned and the cyan energy shield ponded and spread in an instant, forcibly dissipating the impact and terrifying energy storm that came from the attack. The last momentum came out and the cyan energy shield was blasted open decisively. There was a loud rumble, and at this moment Long Fei, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping disappeared from the place. In the sky, Huokai and the deep beast were once again engaging in a fierce collision. It has to be said that this mutated abyss beast is getting bigger and more powerful. Gradually Huokai, who still had some advantages, was overwhelmed at this moment. The abyss beast has far the upper hand. This is a big deal for Huokai, a very bad situation. Damn it, how could this beast be so powerful? It's really a pervert. No, I will die if this continues. I have to find a chance to escape. The suppressed Huokai looked extremely ugly, and he was also beaten by Yuandi. The beast hit many important parts of the body many times. The power of the damn deep beast is terrifying. Although he is a physical practitioner, the explosive power of a SITH level true immortal is simply not something that a late level 4th level peak true immortal can withstand. Gritting his teeth, he endured the pain of being hit again. Wow! In the end he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of saliva and blood, and then his whole body flew down, hitting the ground hard and raising dust all over the sky. Huokai, who was as powerful as Jin Feng and others, was still unable to defeat this abyssal beast. After the abyss beast shot down Huokai, he looked around and found that there were no other living creatures here and all the damned ones were dead. But at this moment three figures appeared not far in front of it, and Long Fei and the others looked at the thing in front of them. Looking into the eyes of the abyss beast, Long Fei was okay, but Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping felt a strange sense of inexplicable fear in their heart. If this is the case, these two people cannot be the opponents of the abyss beast. They are already frightened before the fight begins and they have already lost in advance. Humans, strange humans, stop me just because you want to. You humans really don't know how to live or die. The abyss beast neared and looked at Long Fei and the others. Long Fei sent a message to Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping, leave this thing to me. You two go down first to check on that person's condition. Try not to let him die. This person is still useful. The two of them were startled by the sudden sound of Long Fei's voice. They both looked at Long Fei's back and replied, then what should you do? It's impossible. The other party even defeated that person. What are you doing? Looking for death? Both of them were an ES. Stop talking nonsense. Trust me, I won't joke with my life. Go quickly. Long Fei frowned after hearing this. He was a little unhappy because these two people didn't believe in his strength and directly shouted at him. Went back. Okay then, be careful. If you can't fight, run away. Let's run back too. After the transmission, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping looked at each other and looked at the ground below. There was a looming fire-colored shadow, which is a little surprising. The two of them quickly flew down. A mere ant wants to save him. I don't know what it means, but he's looking for death. The deep beast coldly launched a long-range energy beam attack directly at Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping, who were going down. Chapter 354 Return to Ancestors' Evil Abyss. Long Fei's words undoubtedly deeply insulted him. As a SITH level true immortal, how could the deep beast tolerate the humiliation of a lower race to a higher race like him? It must avenge this, and the kind that needs to be ruthless. Ha ha ha. Suddenly the abyssal beast opened its mouth and screamed. In an instant the aura energy on its body became particularly powerful. The color became richer and the strong fighting aura was revealed. The influence of the gas energy made the surrounding ground panels tremble violently. As he stood, the powerful aura caused countless gravels to fly up and shatter continuously. Why do you want to become a Super Saiyan? Long Fei couldn't help but smile looking at this somewhat familiar picture. The NET second, his pupils shrank slightly. Then I found that the dark energy flow of the abyss beast's body turned into a thick scarlet color and a bloody smell continued to leak out, which was very strong. Long Fei frowned, feeling that the aura of the abyssal beast seemed to be infinitely closer to a higher level. Is it necessary to enter the 7th level of true immortal? He thought to himself. His presence suddenly became solemn, but he did not stop it. He believes that it is absolutely impossible to become a 7th level true immortal. At most it is very close, but it is still a SITH level true immortal. Thick scarlet energy flames enveloped the body of the abyss beast, and the abyss beast beast was completely immersed in this thick light. Long Fei's brows furrowed even more and he vaguely felt an unprecedented sense of danger. In the distance after rescuing Huokai, the two of them were treating this person. Suddenly they felt the extremely terrifying pressure of the aura. The things in their hands were stopped. They all turned their heads to look and their fists suddenly tightened. Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian had cold sweat flowing from their forehead. They looked frightened and said, "This smell is so scary. It's so evil, so sinister." The bodies of the two men were shaking unconsciously. Suddenly Zhang Kainian remembered something and quickly looked at the scarlet light in the distance ahead. A series of very familiar scenes flashed through his mind. Suddenly he was shocked and said, "No, this has nothing to do with me. It's the same as seen in ancient book. This deep beast has reached the point where it can return to its ancestors. If it succeeds in returning to its ancestors, its strength will be extremely terrifying at that time." Zhang Kainian stood up from the ground, took a deep breath and shouted, his voice so loud that it seemed to echo through the world, "Junior brother Long, stop it quickly. Don't let it return to its ancestors, otherwise we will all be dead. It has returned to its ancestors. It's the most evil and the most powerful." Liang Ping's expression changed drastically when he heard Zhang Kainian's word. Liang Ping sighed deeply with an extremely complicated expression on his face. "Oops, I didn't expect that this mission would be so difficult and I was tricked. If I had known better I would have gone looking for low-level abyss beasts." Then he looked at Huokai Net, to him who had passed the most dangerous stage. Zhang Kainian's voice was loud and Long Fei's hearing was already excellent, but now it was like thunder. "Return to the ancestors? The most evil, the strongest?" Long Fei stared closely at the scarlet light group in front of him that was constantly emitting evil and bloody auras. Muttered to himself, "Isn't this Yu, or is it Bu?" He couldn't remember clearly. Long Fei raised his hand and touched his bald head and said, "It seems that I need to find a way to restore my hair so that I can become the blue dragon version of the Super Saiyan. Although he can change now, he is naturally not perfect without his hair as a foil, and having hair seems to increase combat effectiveness." Suddenly more than 10 red energy beam waves shot out from the light group and attacked Long Fei, carrying out a sneak attack. "You are not kind." The dragon flew back and dodged with skillful steps. Bang 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 bang. Many energy beam waves collided together and plotted directly on the ground, which was very powerful. The last one was directly plotted by Long Fei with his hand. Boom! Long Fei flew up and launched an energy wave attack at the light group in front of him. "You're not kind, so don't blame me." But when the energy waves he hit touched the light group, they were absorbed by a mysterious energy and integrated into the light group, becoming part of the power. Soon all the energy light waves that Long Fei had just shot were absorbed. This Long Fei frowned. At this moment the light group suddenly plotted and the terrifying energy spread along with the shock wave. The ground shattered again and the light group was instantly sunken 3 meters deep. The impact came in front of Long Fei, causing him to retreat several meters before stopping. When he saw the center of the depression in front of him, an extremely evil aura emanated from it. What was there was no longer the huge abyss beast, but instead a very thin figure about the same height as an ordinary human man. This figure's whole body was scarlet and its pupils were also thick scarlet. The color of the eye pupils is dark black. There is a long scarlet tail behind it and a dark sharp horn with a scarlet edge on its forehead. The arms and legs are printed in red to get the star pattern. Overall he looked like an unevolved human being, looking very evil, very chilling, very cold and very arrogant. Long Fei took a deep breath, and now this atavistic abyssal beast gave him the feeling of being very dangerous. Long Fei murmured, "I didn't expect that a dungeon monster could have such abilities. It seems that the world is so big and every living thing has a unique way of survival. Although it is a dungeon, it cannot be underestimated." Then a message was sent to Zhang Kainian and the two of them, "You two take Huokai and leave the Jinlin city area quickly. There will be a fierce battle and your chance of dying here is as high as 95%. Don't drag me down." Then he added another sentence in his mind, but this sentence was not said in the sound transmission because he didn't want to break their heart. The two people who received the news decisively left the place with Huokai because at this point the decisive battle was really not something they two third-level true immortals could handle. Everything had to rely on Long Fei and they were just a side job. After seeing the two people leave, Long Fei's restraints were completely gone and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Should I call you the Abyss Beast or the Ancestral Beast now?" Long Fei looked coldly down at the Abyss Beast, who had been standing there without moving, just lightly waving his arms, legs and neck to adapt to this new body. "It is in this state that it is the most terrifying." "None of what you said. This beast's name is Xie Yuan. You are the first human being whose strength and cultivation level do not match in so many years. It is also the first time this beast has suffered a big loss at the hands of a low-level human being. So this beast will completely crush your body and soul in its strongest form." Xie Yuan's voice was very cold and evil. "As soon as you raised your hand, you aimed at Long Fei and clenched your fist fist tightly. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, showing a look of greed, and the cold and evil aura on his body suddenly bloomed even more. Long Fei snorted and a powerful blue energy burst out from all over his body. Xia Yuan, let me end you completely. The entire look in his eyes became cold and stern. He knows that the real decisive battle begins now. Chapter 355. 355. A tough battle. Ha ha ha. End me? You humans are really arrogant people. How can I be the one you want to end now? And die to me. Xia Yuan stepped forward fiercely. The ground collapsed instantly and then the whole body disappeared with a bang and shot towards Long Fei at an extremely fast speed. When he came up, he punched Long Fei. It's so fast, it's a return to its ancestors. Long Fei was shocked. Even though he blocked in time, he was still knocked away by a punch. Then he was chased by Xia Yuan and he used the terrifying evil energy aura crazily, and in the net second he was above Long Fei. What? You don't have the ability to resist anymore? Die! Xia Yuan's evil voice sounded and he punched Long Fei in the head. Bang! Long Fei's pupils shrank and he quickly covered his head with both hands. This guy is a throwback to his ancestors, the most evil and the strongest, and he is definitely not a vegetarian. Of course, the most evil and strongest only refer to the form of Xia Yuan. Although blocked, the power of Xia Yuan is too powerful. After a short punch, Long Fei's whole body was sent flying down. Xia Yuan's figure disappeared again and he approached Long Fei again, raised his hand, pressed his head and rubbed it against the ground. Long Fei was very unhappy at being suppressed. He roared angrily and the power of the dragon rose to the sky. Xia Yuan felt his E-Pression change slightly and was directly ejected in the net second. A strong breath of life energy enveloped his body. His injuries recovered instantly and his whole body returned to a peak form. During the successive battles with Xia Yuan, his E-Experience points increased rapidly, which is enough to prove that the more terrifying Xia Yuan is, the more E-Experience points he get. There is no doubt that this beast is the perfect one to gain E-Experience. Baby, he couldn't miss this opportunity. Everything that happened to Long Fei surprised Xia Yuan. What a strange ability, since it can directly recover injuries instantly. Is this the same ability as mine? No. Even if it is different, the nature is the same. A burst of energy hit it and it turned out that Long Fei had launched a counter-attack. Then his body disappeared from the spot below in a flash and reappeared right in front of Xia Yuan. He raised his hand and punched out with a terrifying punch. Xia Yuan was hit in the abdomen. He was in great pain for a moment and his face showed a look of pain. Ah, damn it, why are you still so powerful? Xia Yuan was unwilling and didn't believe it. Ha! Long Fei plotted directly here and the cyan energy flames all over his body spread and impacted, and together with the power of his fist he flew away from the evil abyss. After Xia Yuan stabilized his body, he also plotted and the evil energy in his body reached the sky. He just rushed towards Long Fei. An evil image formed by evil energy appeared net to him, crushing the dragon mercilessly and flying away. Well done! Long Fei shouted angrily, the blood of the chaos green dragon boiling in his body, and the net second he was enveloped by countless evil statues. Suddenly a mighty dragon soared into the sky and a green holy power appeared in the sky, dispersing these evil statues. In an instant a huge green dragon floated net to Long Fei and finally turned into weapon-like part stuck tightly to Long Fei's body. The power of blood. Qinglong arm. Kindness. Xia Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief and an evil smile appeared on his evil E-Pression. Oh, another new trick? I have to say, you a human being have brought me quite a lot of surprises. I have changed my attention now. I don't want to kill you, it's too cheap for you. You must have an extremely huge secret. I want to devour you and get everything you have. It depends on whether you are qualified. After Long Fei heard this, his face under the armor was extremely cold and his whole body revealed an icy murderous aura. Blue dragon destruction kill. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a phantom and took the initiative to attack Xia Yuan. Soon a powerful dragon roared into the sky with the help of terrifying power. Ho ho ho! The giant green dragon shadow is so domineering that it wants to destroy everything in the world. Evil phantom. Faced with this sudden and powerful attack, for some reason Xia Yuan felt oppressed by the animal blood in his body. Is it afraid of the green dragon in front of it? This uneasy feeling coming from the blood is unmistakable. This is definitely blood pressure. What kind of dragon is this? At the moment when it was full of doubts, it had already sublimated countless evil phantom bodies and its body took on the form of phantom after images. But don't underestimate it. These phantoms and after images are not simple shadows but have 95% of the strength of the main body. Mysterious. Long Fei's cold voice sounded from inside the armor. The power of the dragon's roar penetrated the world and several evil after images still felt threatened. At this moment Long Fei felt the weakness of these after images and phantom. He found the right opportunity and came out with a moving phantom. He raised his hand, a green light flashed and the Qinglong ancient sword fell from the sky, sweeping out with the same force as the previous attack. Together this time these Enemy's phantoms and remnants were instantly destroyed. After they all disappeared one by one, the only thing left was the main body. Soon the two launched fierce attack and collisions in the sky, and a dull rumble sounded in the sky. The bigger Long Fei gets, the more intense he gets, and the bigger he gets, the more excited he gets. The chaotic green dragon blood fluid contained in his body is completely burning, and he feels hot all over, and it feels so good. One punch, Xie Yuan also punched out. Bang! Long Fei flew back crazily, and suddenly he was forming seals with his hands very skillfully. Then the ancient Qinglong sword, the sword of the god, and the Qinglong Emperor flame sword formed a tripartite force beside him and were pulled and forced by a strange force. A circular walking pattern is formed. First I'll break the sky, he shouted, and poured this powerful force into the three weapons. The three were pulled towards each other. There was a cyan formation below them, and above the formation there was countless cyan particles rise. This is a physical scene. What tricks are you playing again? This Xie Yuan is coming. Net. Xie Yuan patted his chest, smiled coldly and disdainfully, and then an extremely evil aura erupted from his body again, kicked Long Fei directly and decisively. The powerful power is instantly condensed on its feet and attached to its calves, and its power will become even stronger. Bang! Boom! Again a fierce battle. After the battle between the two, Jin Lingheng, which was already in ruins, endured pressure that it should not bear. Cruel and rotten into a pile. It is so painful that I can't bear to look directly at it. Hundreds of rounds went by like this. It seems that Xie Yuan has the upper hand over Long Fei, but the reality is cruel. After so many rounds, it would be really hard to say if this person doesn't break into the game well. Chapter 356. The ending battle. At this moment both sides showed a sense of exhaustion. Long Fei was normal after all. He was only a 3rd level true immortal, but Xie Yuan was abnormal. It had the strength and cultivation of a 7th level true immortal, and it was also the most evil and powerful form of its ancestors. Only then did he fight Long Fei. It looked like a 50-50 split. Yes, it has returned to its ancestors and already has the strength of a 7th level true immortal, and Long Fei has been using it as an experience pool. After hundreds of rounds with Xie Yuan, his experience points have been increased a lot. At this moment he has reached the peak of mid-level 3 cultivation. He planned to see if he could take this precious opportunity to reach the 4th level of true immortal and then swallow the evil abyss to further his cultivation. This gameplay is equivalent to playing with Bug. The two were separated again by a force. In the distance, Xie Yuan looked at the injuries everywhere on his body. There were some cyan embellishments on the injuries. He soon discovered that something was wrong. Its super healing ability didn't work anymore. In other words, the speed is very slow. Damn it, it can't be cured. Is it because these cyan embellishments suppress my ability to heal? The evil face of Xie Yuan was extremely gloomy. In the net second, he decisively cut off those parts that could not be healed instantly. Purple blood splashed out, and in the net moment particles of evil power quickly filled the lost body part. Seeing this scene, Long Fei did not stop it. If it wanted to be cured, let it be cured. The stronger it would be, the more experience it would gain. Xie Yuan stared at Long Fei with his cold scarlet eyes and thought in his heart, something's wrong. This human kid is so weird. He's getting stronger and stronger after fighting me. It seems like his level is getting higher and higher. Is this right? Is it a big secret hidden in my body? If I can get it, I can use it to get to the net level. Then he showed an extremely greedy look. Human, I want to see what secrets you have. Countless red sword lights appeared around Xie Yuan, shooting towards Long Fei. Then let's see if you have this ability. Long Fei's cold voice sounded while he was armed. Then he turned into a phantom and easily dodged Xie Yuan's attack, but Xie Yuan showed a weird smile and Long Fei felt something was wrong. The net moment it came true. Although these attacks were avoided, they still plotted in mid-air. The explosion, the power is extremely terrifying. Long Fei swept with energy and came out under the protection of his weapon. A fierce aura rushed from the front and Xie Yuan punched him with a blasting hammer. Bang! Long Fei raised his hand and punched him. The auras of both sides are so terrifying. The power of dragon roar rises into the sky, and so does the power of evil. The earth and sky shook. The net moment, the two sides once again launched a fierce close attack. Bang 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 bang. Soon another few hundred rounds passed. A lot of time has passed at this moment, and Long Fei's experience points have almost been increased. After so many rounds of experience gain from the peak of mid-level 3, he has been promoted to a true immortal in the early stage of level 4. Now he has gained even more strength. Countless cracks opened in the sky and countless cyan energy fell crazily from the cracks like heavy rain. This is the power of his bloodline. The green dragon splits the sky and rain. Everything contaminated with the cyan energy evaporated, including Xie Yuan, but the parts that cut off those formations quickly grew back. Xie Yuan was extremely panicked since he couldn't do anything about the ants and humans in front of him now. 4th level true immortal. Impossible, impossible. Feeling the changes in Long Fei's aura, Xie Yuan shouted directly. Unbelievable, he couldn't believe this was true. Everything is fate. That's right, it's just fate. Finally I'm a level 4 true immortal. I've finished brushing it. Now you're useless. It's time to put an end to you. The moment Long Fei clenched his fist and spoke, the green dragon armor on his body was also disarmed. Seeing this scene and hearing what Long Fei just said, Xie Yuan was a little stunned. What do you mean? I don't know why a feeling of anger arose in its heart. It seems that everything from beginning to end has been played by this human brat in front of me. Long Fei looked at it with a smile, a harmless look on his face which was very irritating. It means thank you for helping me to advance from the 3rd level of true immortal to the 4th level of true immortal. Your value will be devoured by me. Apart from that there is no other value. What did you say, you bastard? Upon hearing Long Fei's words this time, Xie Yuan's veins on his forehead were posed and he roared angrily. All the murderous aura, evil energy and anger in his body burst out, and the extremely sharp red sword in his hand came out, and the whole body shot the dragon flying away and just cut it down. Long Fei, who has fought against Xie Yuan for so many rounds, is the calm estes. Now he has completely figured out everything about this evil abyss. For those people the current Xie Yuan is the most evil and powerful, but for him it is actually not much different from fighting an ordinary 7th level true immortal. All your moves have been cracked by me, Xie Yuan. You have no chance to defeat me again. Obediently become a part of me. Long Fei twitched the corners of his mouth and spoke calmly. At this moment Xie Yuan was very fast, but even if Long Fei didn't open the chaos blue dragon eye at this moment, he could still avoid it by relying on his body instinct and turning slightly to one side. What? Xie Yuan turned pale with shock and wondered in his heart, could it be that he has really seen through all my moves? At this moment it can no longer be as peaceful as before. But this is the case even if you are a 7th level true immortal. Long Fei smiled disdainfully, raised his hand and quickly pressed it on Xie Yuan's abdomen. Xie Yuan's complexion changed drastically. At this moment a cyan energy instantly turned into an energy ball, and with a bang the evil abyss quickly hit the ground and plotted with a loud bang. Without the slightest hesitation Long Fei raised his hand decisively, and the huge round sphere in the sky condensed instantly, and it was still absorbing the inflow of countless energy from the sky and was still growing. The power of blood. Nirvana elemental bomb. Throwing it down, Long Fei didn't stop yet and took the opportunity to throw several more, and his complexion was also a little pale, but that was all. The more powerful the Nirvana bomb, the more energy he consumes, which causes his face to turn pale. This is a normal phenomenon. It would not be normal if he didn't look like this. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Below, Xie Yuan's screams gradually disappeared with the explosions of the Nirvana bombs, and in the end there was no sound. After all the Nirvana bombs have fallen, a huge hollow has already appeared in the ground below. It is very sharp. Whenever outsiders see it again, they will take a breath of air conditioning and feel terrified. Not dead? Long Fei frowned because he did not receive the experience points after Xie Yuan died, so Xie Yuan is not dead yet. Chapter 357 Devour promotion. This made Long Fei surprised again. As a user he knows the power of his Nirvana balls best. One ball is enough, not to mention the 5 balls he just threw. If it had been left casually outside, countless 7th level true immortals would have died long ago. The terrifying energy of this explosion has long been destroyed, but now this thing is not dead yet, and it has not been turned into experience points and fed back to Long Fei, which shows that this guy is very unusual. He can eat so many Nirvana bombs without dying. This is Long Fei's current enemy. The first since Xie Yuan can be very proud. In the huge depression below, the dust quickly dissipated, leaving only particle-like embellishments all over the sky. In the center behind these embellishments there was a familiar figure lying there who had received Long Fei's 5 Nirvana bomb. The abyss of immortal evil. At this moment its whole body was covered with blood. Its body was completely destroyed and there was no sign of continued growth. The entire body of the beast was in a dying state, on the verge of death. In the sky Long Fei's figure was gradually falling towards it and soon came to Xie Yuan. After confirming, he said coldly, take my 5 Nirvana bombs and you will not die. You are so proud. Your physique is very strange, but I don't care because you will become one with me soon. What's the difference between you and the evil me? Xie Yuan's eyes showed a look of fear and they were trembling. Although he was frightened, he could still taste the unwillingness and stubbornness in his eyes. His whole body was unable to move, and from time to time purple blood would spurt out from all parts of his body. His pression was extremely painful. Long Fei looked at it coldly, scorning the dead body of Xie Yuan, and said coldly, justice and evil, I can switch at any time if I like. Human, haha. When Evil heard this, he immediately showed a mocking smile. As he spoke, he shook his head and the coldness of mockery became even stronger. He, your sister. For some reason Long Fei became angry when he saw the evil smile. He raised his fist and hit it hard on the head. Bang! Ah! Needless to say, the owner of this scream is Xie Xia Yuan. The face was smashed, the bones were broken and the blood flowed backward. This was a typical killing. Long Fei grabbed Xia Yuan's neck with one hand and his entire body was lifted up. Is it funny? Then I will stop you from laughing. Long Fei looked at Xia Yuan coldly. Xia Yuan was caught in his hands and was surprisingly strange. He showed a painful e-pression but did not resist at all. Just look at Long Fei quietly. The net moment a very powerful force swept out. In front of Xia Yuan, Long Fei's hand that grabbed it was transformed into a ball of blue light and the energy light gate gradually swallowed his body. Xia Yuan's body soon took on the shape of super orange particles. It was so pretty. The power of blood. Green dragon swallows. Feeling the special changes in his body, Xia Yuan's complexion changed drastically and he began to struggle but found that it was too late. No matter how it struggled, it was always attracted by a strong pulling force. Gradually looking at the mysterious black hole in front of it, it showed a look of despair. People class, you are despicable. Xia Yuan scolded Long Fei. Long Fei's face was extremely calm and he closed his eyes and showed a big smile. Become a part of my body. You should feel extremely lucky. There is no shame in dying in my hands. Damn it. The moment its voice became smaller and smaller, its body also turned into particles, was sucked into the black hole, swallowed by the blue dragon. Soon changes appeared on Long Fei's body. A layer of scarlet arrogance that originally belonged to Xia Yuan rose up at this moment, but instead of scarlet it was light red. Long Fei's pupils were also underneath. A touch of light red is added to the dark color. If there is another hair, it will be more able to support the appearance of a super Xian. Ha! With a loud shout, his whole body plotted with energy and the terrifying power surged out like a tidal wave of stars. There was also a light red energy aura on the edge of the cyan flames on his body. Boom! The surrounding ground shattered again and the already shattered ground sank 5 meters again. From above, Long Fei's body looked shorter again. His pupils were staring coldly ahead and his colored eyes gave people a strange and mysterious feeling. He is strong. He is the embodiment of invincibility. As Long Fei absorbed Xia Yuan, he received a huge feedback in his body. His cultivation level increased from a crazy jump directly from the 4th level True Immortal to the SITH level peak True Immortal soon. Although I haven't been promoted to the 7th level True Immortal, it's not bad. Long Fei looked at the Eparian spar in front of him and felt the changes brought about by the improvement of his body. A brief disappointment flashed across his face. What I got in return was real excitement and anticipation. What's missing now is your hair. You have to be cool when fighting. You have to be cool when you have an explosion. No matter what, you have to be cool anyway, so hair is essential. Long Fei, who has been fighting for many years, has realized the importance of hair. Now he understands clearly and plans to use all means to grow hair. He gathered his breath and looked around. There was no one around anymore. It's just a ruined land beyond recognition. Horrible. Forget it. Let's go meet those two people first. After Long Fei sighed in his heart, he felt dark. The aura spread, looking for the auras of Zhang Kainian and the two of them. With his current level of strength, he found their location in one breath, transformed into thunder and disappeared from the place. On the other side, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping had left Jin Lingheng with the unconscious Huo Kai and hid in a deep valley 100 kilometers outside Jin Lingheng. After the two settled Huo Kai, they found that he hadn't woken up yet, but he was out of danger. Huo Kai would not die. The two of them walked to a high place in the mountains with extremely serious eyes gazing solemnly in the direction of Jin Lingheng. They could no longer see anything from this distance, but as 3rd level True Immortals they could still clearly feel the distance from them. The terrifying and fierce collision ripples came from over there, but at this moment the ripples of the fierce collision have disappeared and no one knows the outcome. The expressions of the two of them were solemn and worried. I don't know how junior brother Long is doing. I hope he's okay. Liang Ping sighed. The abyss beast, after returning to its ancestors, is really too terrifying. If they were to do it, they would not be able to persist in one terrifying move. Moreover, the two of them did not have the ability to make the abyss beast die after returning to its ancestors. This is a fact. At this moment a bolt of thunder appeared behind the two of them, transformed into a human form and landed. It was Long Fei himself who was looking for it. The two of them seemed unaware of his sudden appearance, but the second the two of them felt a sense of solemnity behind them. Who? His expression changed, and as he turned around decisively, energy and arrogance appeared on his body. Chapter 358. This operation. Having prepared their attack method, the two people who jumped back several meters were also startled when they saw this familiar figure. After they stopped Zhang Kainian, and the two did not immediately relish their vigilance. Long Fei? No, the aura you used has changed too much. Liang Ping guessed horribly. Could he have been taken away by the atavistic deep beast or controlled by him? Zhang Kainian smiled bitterly. In that case, today is the festival day for the two of us. This place is actually not bad and the feng shui is very good. If it was true as Liang Ping said, it would be impossible for the two of them to be a perverted opponent opponent like Long Fei based on their strength. What's more, it will only become stronger now and their chance of winning will directly be 0. Maybe you can't resist even one move. GG, you two escape very quickly. I will capture you. Just surrender and capture you. When Long Fei saw the two of them looking like this, he immediately felt a hint of playful mischief in his heart, and there was an evil look on his expression. No, he was really taken away. Zhang Kainian screamed in horror. Liang Ping was sad. My poor junior brother Long died like this. It seems that we will be reunited soon. Bah, run away first. Zhang Kainian took Liang Ping's arm and flew backwards directly behind him, and at the same time launched a fierce energy attack at Long Fei. When Long Fei saw this scene, he remained motionless. When these energy attacks were about to approach behind him, he was directly blocked by an energy magnetic field. The strange thing is that it was obviously a collision. Since these energy attacks did not explode directly, this is also very abnormal. No, it should be the cause of these energy magnetic field. The net second I saw Long Fei slowly raising his hand as if shooting a volleyball. He shot all the energy out to the surroundings with one hand, and then it exploded after it was all far away from Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping. Why didn't it explode? Liang Ping swallowed. When did Duo Shi become so perverted that he could even control energy attacks? But Zhang Kainian's face moved lightly. Looking at the explosion scene around him, he seemed to have noticed something coming and said with a wicked smile, "You junior brother Long actually deceived us." When Liang Ping heard this, he didn't react so quickly but said, "Junior brother Long, what?" Zhang Kainian looked at Liang Ping with a smile. He was not taken away. If he was taken away, he could have launched all these attacks directly towards us, but he didn't do that. Look at what was discovered in the explosions around him. Liang Ping said stupidly. What? Zhang Kainian closed his eyes and thought, why do I know such a brainless teammate? Then he said helplessly, they are all far away from us and the surrounding areas of the explosion cannot reach us at all. Yes. Liang Ping's silly mind finally came to his senses. The net second I suddenly blushed. I didn't even notice such a simple problem. It was really embarrassing. Ha ha ha. Senior brother Zhang found out pretty quickly. Yes, I was indeed not taken away. Long Fei looked at Zhang Kainian with a smile and then turned his attention to the silly Liang Ping. After Liang Ping learned that Long Fei was normal, he decisively changed his face and cursed, "Junior brother Long, why did you lie to us like this? We almost died at your hands." "Just kidding. If nothing happens, let's leave here first." Long Fei smiled lightly. "By the way, junior brother Long, did you take care of that ancestral deep beast?" Zhang Kainian asked cautiously. Liang Ping was also curious. After all, the vibration over there disappeared. If it had not been eliminated, that thing would definitely destroy the surrounding area. But now there is not enough to explain the reason. Long Fei nodded. "Yes, that thing was destroyed by me." "It's really destroyed?" the two people exclaimed. It was really unbelievable, but they had to believe it. "There's nothing surprising. Let's go and see how that Huokai is doing." Long Fei waved his hand, looking low-key and unconcerned, and turned around to leave, etc. Zhang Kainian stopped him and said, "You actually killed that evil beast, but did you bring back its head or magic pill or something?" Liang Ping nodded. "Yes, junior brother Long, if we complete the mission statement, we need something like this as proof, otherwise our efforts will be in vain." Hearing this, Long Fei stopped and turned to look at the two of them. Long Fei opened his mouth slightly and made a slight low voice, "Why didn't you tell me before?" Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian looked at each other and said, "Forgot." Then the two people's eyes were filled with hope that Long Fei would have it. But Long Fei did shake his head. "No, the power I released at the end was so powerful that it exploded without even a trace left." Well, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping looked at each other and said to themselves. He sighed and said, "It's all a waste of time." "Don't worry, didn't you say there is more than one abyssal beast?" Long Fei looked calm. Zhang Kainian nodded and sighed, "Yes, but it's not that easy to find." Liang Ping sighed, "If it hadn't come out to cause damage on its own under normal circumstances, we would really not be able to find it there." Long Fei turned around and looked ahead, saying, "How much time do we have?" "There are still about 10 days. Zhang Kainian said. "That's enough." Long Fei's voice quickly picked up and said, "Just use these few days to find another one to kill. This is the only way." Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping nodded and finally agreed to Long Fei's decision. After all, this was the only choice left, otherwise there was really no other way. Then Zhang Kainian and the two brought Long Fei to Huokai. Looking at Huokai, who had not yet woken up, Zhang Kainian frowned and said, "I gave him the pill before he woke up. It seems that the damage from the deep beast was too serious for him. Should we still take him with us?" Liang Ping asked. If Long Fei hadn't spoken to save this person before, the two of them wouldn't have brought this person with them. After all, in the situation just now, this unconscious person with no fighting ability would be a burden, to be honest. If Long Fei hadn't been here, they would definitely be killed just because they were the two of them. Therefore, you cannot easily save people outside, but it is different in this sect. There is really no question of killing you out there. Long Fei walked up to Huokai, stretched out his hand, grabbed his collar and lifted him up. Just when they both thought Long Fei was going to treat Huokai, they saw the incredible scene that followed. Long Fei directly smashed Huokai towards the wall in front. Holy shit! This operation frightened both Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping out of their wit. Bang! Huokai was stuck to the wall and there were countless cracks in the wall. Junior brother Long, what are you doing? Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping quickly stopped this madman Long Fei. Chapter 359. Don't know what to do. Try his body, it's good, it's quite hard. Long Fei nodded and said to himself. Behind Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping were stunned. As expected of Long Fei, he is indeed unique. Long Fei raised his hand to face him and a strong life energy quickly rose from the ground. Domain all things revive. Flop. Huokai lay down directly on the ground, not knowing whether he was dead or alive. His fingers moved and the muscles on his body began to squirm, which was a sign of awakening. The moment he opened his eyes, it seemed that this time was so strange and he was so idle anyway. He slowly got up and sat on the ground, shaking his head, his eyes a little hazy. This is where? When Huokai's voice fell, his eyes fell on the three unfamiliar people in front of him. You are? Huokai was extremely confused. The memory in his aching mind only stayed on the scene of him being knocked unconscious by the abyss beast. Then he couldn't remember anything at all. Everything outside was so strange. Your savior. Long Fei took the lead and spoke first. How about the abyss beast over at Jinlingheng? Huokai's tone was a little slow. Aren't you surprised? Zhang Kainian and the other two looked at him, but Long Fei was extremely calm and there was no sign of anything wrong on his face. Huokai shook his head, nodded a few more times and said, at first it was a great opportunity for me to survive an attack like that from the abyss beast, but now is not the time to be surprised. Tell me the situation over there. How did you save me from that terrible guy? Long Fei simply said 85% of Jinlingheng was destroyed. If we are lucky, the remaining 15% should not be completely affected, but the fringe areas will definitely suffer. As for the abyss beast, it has been destroyed. I destroyed it. What is this? You destroyed the abyss beast? Huokai touched his head naturally and then felt that something was wrong with Long Fei's words. He was suddenly startled, as if he was struck straight from the head by thunder falling from the sky. It was not the other way around. Right. Long Fei's voice was surprisingly calm. This is you. You. Who is it? Huokai opened his eyes wide, filled with disbelief and shock, and he could feel that the cultivation aura of the two people net to him was even lower than his own. Even he, a true immortal at the 4th level of physical cultivation, could not defeat that terrifying guy. These two were even lower than him and were probably not in physical cultivation. No matter what, he could conclude that these two people were definitely no match for the abyss beast, and the only one left was the bald young man in front of him. And from then on, the extremely powerful oppressive aura emanating from the bald young man found him to be something special. Being able to defeat the beast of the abyss is not necessarily fate. I've been told that he's your savior. Come on, don't talk nonsense. We didn't save you for nothing. Of course it's a condition. Long Fei frowned slightly and said impatiently, what happened to this man? Even though he said he was his savior, he still had to ask again. He really wanted to chop him down into 18 pieces. What conditions do you want? Huokai blinked. Share your physical training techniques with me, Long Fei said rudely. The only thing he could value was the opponent's physical training technique, and besides this technique there was nothing else about Huokai that could attract him. When Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping heard Long Fei's words, they suddenly realized that he had previously thought that Long Fei saved him because of the man's spirit, but now he realized that Long Fei was trying to figure out the physical cultivation skills of the other person. You want my kung fu? Huokai opened his eyes and was startled. Long Fei nodded. At this moment his Zion was already a little unhappy. Can you just say a word? Long Fei said in a low voice. Huokai looked confused. My technique is passed down from a single line. Unless you become my master, you might be able to learn it. After hearing this, Long Fei's face darkened and he said coldly, after saying so much, do you still mean not to give me anything? It's not that I don't want to give it, it's just that this technique is not good. Brother. Huokai panicked when he felt Long Fei's emotional change. In that case then I don't need you to give it. Long Fei walked towards him slowly. Huokai originally chose to breathe a sigh of relief, but when he saw Long Fei walking towards him and there was a cold and sharp aura on Long Fei's body, he had to tremble. What do you want to do? Huokai's body burst out with a heat wave of arrogance and he decisively activated the combat form of physical training. He stood up and assumed a fighting posture towards Long Fei. His face was solemn and his body slowly moved towards the back. You are unwilling to cooperate with me. I am the benefactor who saved your life. It is so difficult for the benefactor to ask you for a skill. If this is the case, I will not save you. But it doesn't matter. If you don't cooperate, then I will do it myself. Come. As soon as Long Fei's phantom emerged, he was half an arm's length in front of Huokai. As he raised his hand, he punched him in the abdomen. Although Long Fei did not fully use this punch from the SITH level peak true immortal. This punch was not something that Huokai could withstand now. Bang! Wow! Huokai, who was hit, opened his mouth and vomited out blood. His pupils stared out and his face was filled with an expression of extreme pain. On the abdomen, stomach acid has been vomited out along with blood. Then the person smashed directly towards the wall again. Bang! Oh wow! There was blood coming from his mouth. He was very uncomfortable and his face was in pain. You really do it. Huokai was obviously a physical practitioner, but after receiving Long Fei's punch he felt like crying with tears in his eyes. Long Fei came to him and without saying anything he punched Huokai in the abdomen one after another. Wow! 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 Say it or not. Bang! Say it or not. Bang! 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 Huokai's blood spurted out of his mouth as if he was free of charge. Long Fei tortured this person so much that he just killed him without any intention, otherwise it would be boring. While fighting he was still worried that Huokai would die, so he quickly used the resurrection domain of all things to quickly repair his body. He is still very kind, but he just can't bear to see the other person being hurt and ignores it. Long Fei continued to hit. Huokai kept vomiting blood and pain. When his body was about to fail, Long Fei came out of the all things resurrection domain and his whole person regained his vitality. Don't hide it or I will let you taste the torture of not being able to die even if you want to die, Long Fei said calmly and continued to wave his fists, but Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping behind him could no longer stand it and did not dare to look anymore. Went down. Long Fei is so despicable and cruel. Chapter 360 Compromise. Huokai was enduring the inhuman torture from Long Fei. His abdomen was in constant pain, blood was spitting out from his mouth and his stomach acid seemed to have been drained out. When he was about to die he was snatched back from the god of death by Long Fei's resurrection domain of all things. Junior brother Long, how about forgetting it? Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping really couldn't stand it any longer. They hesitated for a moment and spoke to dissuade him, then hurriedly walked towards Long Fei, but he was blocked by an inapplicable aura in front of him. You guys go out and help me with my junior brother. Junior brother, I have to make him spit out the skills no matter what today, otherwise he won't leave. Long Fei's leisurely voice sounded and his fists were still attacking with punch after punch. Good guy. The two of them found that their words could no longer deter him much, as if they had never been able to do so. Do not care. Not wanting to see the bloody scene that followed, the two decided to leave here and go out to check. Boom. When the two people came out they heard a louder sound than before and the surrounding walls, rocks and valleys were trembling and shaking crazily. This violent sound immediately frightened the two of them. I'll go. Is it so scary? I feel like it's not safe here anymore. Hey, I finally understand why junior brother Long wants us to rescue him. It turns out that he values other people's skills. We thought too much before. Boom. While the two were talking another loud sound sounded. Come on, let's go. This location is not safe. The two were frightened and left the place quickly. Inside, Long Fei looked at the man lying on the ground in front of him with a painful expression and grabbed his head directly. Long Fei's eyes were deep and his voice was low. I just want your physical cultivation skills. As long as you tell me, I will let you go. After all, I rescued you from the beast of the deep. Don't force me to kill you. About you. After a pause, Long Fei continued, you should repay me. I am your savior. We have a direct causal relationship. If this relationship is not resolved quickly, you will be the unlucky one. Wait, okay, I'll give it to you. Stop fighting. In the end, Huokai couldn't resist Long Fei's physical and mental torture and chose to compromise. His spirit is really on the verge of collapse. He can't hold on anymore. What kind of bullshit physical training is completely useless in front of this person? It seems that the level of the exercises I have practiced is not enough. Ah, that's great. You finally woke up and found your conscience. I'm really happy. As soon as Huokai said these words, Long Fei instantly changed into a kind smile and quickly lifted Huokai, who was lying on the ground, with both hands and let him sit on the wall behind him. Now that we are seated, we can clearly see Huokai's mental state at this moment. Haggard, depressed, hopeless, powerless. He could feel that the world was full of malice toward him. I'll give you the 10,000 body technique and our karma will end. You let me go. Don't torture me anymore. Huokai stared at Long Fei with some fear, gritted his teeth and clenched his fist. Long Fei smiled and nodded. This is natural. Huokai slowly raised his hand. An array of light shot out in the air in front of him and then he slowly said, there are 10 levels of the 10,000 body technique. It has a direct relationship with cultivation, or it can be said that it has no direct relationship. Long Fei looked impatient, waved his hand and interrupted Huokai's voice to continue speaking and said, stop, these are not important. You can just pass them to me and just omit the rest of these useless words. Lose. Huokai nodded. Okay. He was too lazy to say anything. Huokai slowly raised his finger and a beam of light filled the air and shot directly towards Long Fei's eyebrow. Feeling the light of energy released by the fluctuating beam of light in front of him, Long Fei's whole body relaxed after a while. At this moment, Long Fei also shot a beam of light from his hand and imprisoned imprinted it on Huokai's heart and said slowly, if there is anything wrong with the light, my mark will explode and you will die. You will not be resurrected this time, but I can. Huokai's eyes narrowed slightly, his face darkened, and he said, don't worry, I'm not like someone who will use any means to achieve their goals. Long Fei smiled slightly and said softly, haha, that person is really bad. The net moment the light had already entered the center of Long Fei's eyebrows, received the inheritance of this skill. It is found that there is eternal energy entering the host's spiritual mind. Do you want to intercept it? Suddenly at this moment a system sound rang out that surprised Long Fei. Does it still have this function? Why haven't I seen you come out before? Long Fei wondered. The system voice sounded. The system had not been upgraded at that time. This is a new function added after the upgrade to automatically identify everything outside. The system's answer suddenly made Long Fei realize, if you don't intercept it, the system will help me absorb the memory of this light. Long Fei gave the order, absorbing. The system performs task. Soon a cyan light shrouded Long Fei's body and his whole body fell into the inherited memory scene. Seeing this scene, Huokai breathed a sigh of relief. Lying on the wall again, breathing in an orderly manner, touched his belly. Huokai opened his mouth to complain, what kind of monster? This is too painful. It is not on the same level as the pain I endured from my master. He sighed and said, that's all. Now that I have passed on the 10,000 body technique to him, he is technically half of my fellow disciples. I am the only disciple of the master. No, I heard the teacher say that this is a single lineage. Then I just taught him the technique. Will I not live much longer? But his master died in front of him after passing it on to him. After he laid it to rest, he left directly to go out and gain Iparian. Master shouldn't lie to me, but now that I've passed it on, why am I still not dead? Master died right after he passed it on to me. Huokai was very confused and then quickly used the technique to restore himself. A stream of light red flame steam emerged from Huokai's body. Outside, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping looked in the direction there. Zhang Kainian said, there seems to be no movement inside. Junior brother Long should have taken care of that person. Liang Ping was very direct. Zhang Kainian suggested, how about we go over and have a look? Liang Ping glanced at him, then looked ahead and nodded slowly, I think it's okay. The two of them reached an agreement and flew directly towards that direction. The net moment. Soon we came to this familiar place again. Looking at the scene in front of him, he was slightly stunned. Chapter 361. Five Peaks Valley. Here the wall facing them is quite cracked and the dent is quite deep. The difference from just now is probably that there is less of a disharmonious smell. Now two different specifications of energy, one green and one red, are drifting rapidly. Soon Long Fei woke up from his meditation absorption. After taking a deep breath with tears in his eyes, he stretched. Finally done, Long Fei muttered to himself. His eyes were fixed on the red energy vapor in front of him. Without even thinking about it, this thing was Huokai himself. Long Fei hummed, you knew better and didn't take advantage of me while I was absorbing my memory. Otherwise this place must be your burial place. After saying that, he stood up. Turning his head slightly, he saw Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping approaching slowly in a sneaky manner. What did I say you were doing? Did you do something sneaky and shameful? The cave was not big and the sound of Long Fei's chanting resounded directly into the ears of the two of them. Hearing what he said, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping hesitated, then looked at Long Fei with a little embarrassment and said, haha, junior brother Long misunderstood. Don't we not want to disturb you? There is a pretty fart. Long Fei shook his head, turned around and said, we don't have much time, let's hurry up and find new abyssal beasts. Now my strength can kill them instantly. He clenched his fist and showed an extremely confident smile. Then he walked towards the two people. Zhang Kainian said, we are leaving. What about him? The target is Huokai, who is meditating there. I've got what I need. He's no longer of use, so I don't need to pay attention to him. After Long Fei said this very indifferently, he walked out of the cave. At this moment the sky has turned dark. There are many stars in the sky and the big moon is the most conspicuous. It seems that no matter which normal plane it is, there will be a moon as a symbolic target. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping had already come to his side and were looking at the stars in the sky. Long Fei pointed his finger across the sky and said softly, do you know which of the stars above is our Azure Dragon realm? Zhang Kainian looked up, his eyes sweeping across every star embellishment, and said, as disciples of the Qinglong sect, we have already connected our own aura with the aura of the Qinglong realm from the moment we entered, even if in the realm of the deep and far beyond. As long as we look at it and think about it in our hearts, there will be mutual summon. If we want to know which one it is, we only need to feel it with our heart. The Blue Dragon realm. The stars answer our call. Yes, Qinglong is with us. Liang Ping slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This was the first time Long Fei had heard of such a function, and his curiosity drove him to close his eyes and follow suit. When his heart fell silent in the world, he soon realized a very mysterious melody and feeling. Gradually and soon there seemed to be an energy pulling him, and his consciousness searched for the answer he wanted to know in his heart. Soon among the stars displayed in the inner world a star with cyan light that was twice as bright as the surrounding ones appeared. There was a dragon power behind this cyan star. Although this dragon power it's not enough for him to feel anything, maybe it's because his Chaos Azure Dragon is more powerful. He opened his eyes, found it. The three voices sounded at the same time. His eyes were tilted toward the shining star in the sky. This is the Qinglong Star Realm. The brightest star is our Qinglong Realm. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping showed heartfelt smiles. Zhang Kainian said, we can't stay in Jinlingheng now. Let's go to the city directly. What the beast like the most is to destroy cities. There are countless cities on the continent of dazzling light. Let go. Long Fei and Liang Ping nodded in agreement. Then the three of them flew up and flew quickly in one direction. Now that we are out of the desert, it is very easy to find the direction. Zhang Kainian, who was flying in the sky, suddenly took out a map from his storage ring, looked at it and said, there is a Wufeng Valley 500 kilometers away from us, and there is a small town over there. We can go there and explore. Just some news. Did you find this map? Long Fei glanced at it lamely. If this kid had a map before and took it out now, he would definitely lose his mind. There is no other way. If you have a map, why don't you take it out and wait for the meal? Zhang Kainian chuckled and said, I just touched this map on some people in Jinlingheng. I was lucky. Looking at the layout on it, although it is not a map of the entire continent, it is at least a layout map of the surrounding area of 100,000 kilometers. Liang Ping and Long Fei quickly leaned over and took a look. Looking at the layout, geographical location, dimensions, etc., it was really possible. Long Fei nodded. If that's the case, it would be really good. This map is of great use here, so keep it well. Of course. Now in an unfamiliar place, Zhang Kainian quickly and carefully put it away, then put it into the storage ring. The three of them moved quickly in that direction. Now that we have a target direction, we don't have to worry about finding a way out. Find out from the map. The town opposite the Wufeng Valley ahead is called Wulai Town. The name of this town is closely related to Wufeng Valley. Anyone who is not a fool can figure out this relationship. Long Fei was also curious about whether the Five-Peak Valley was what he thought in his mind. The three of them moved very quickly and soon they saw a huge valley and rushed into it. There were valleys and wood coexisting here, not a single valley. Within the valley you can clearly see that there are not only huge but also very high peaks standing in 5 different locations. The structure of these 5 peaks gives people the appearance of being specially laid out by someone, like a formation. As depicted of the 5-peak valley, the 5 peaks are indeed the most conspicuous. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping sighed. Long Fei was very keen and said, do you feel that the 5 peaks in front of you are like formations? They appear to resist or bind something. After thinking about it carefully, I really have this special feeling. Liang Ping nodded quickly. Can't we tell by looking at each peak? Zhang Kainian also suggested curiously. Okay. Long Fei and Liang Ping nodded. The three people's spiritual thoughts spread in an instant, sweeping across the surrounding 5 peaks. Soon I saw the whole picture, but there doesn't seem to be anything special. Could it be that the three of them are really overthinking it? This is naturally formed, not created by man. After withdrawing his spiritual thoughts, Long Fei made a decisive and confident judgment. Chapter 362 Violent Dragon. Here the wall facing them is quite cracked and the dent is quite deep. The difference from just now is probably that there is less of a disharmonious smell. Now 2 different specifications of energy, one green and one red, are drifting rapidly. Soon Long Fei woke up from his meditation absorption. After taking a deep breath with tears in his eyes, he stretched. Finally done. Long Fei muttered to himself. His eyes were fixed on the red energy vapor in front of him. Without even thinking about it, this thing was Huokai himself. Long Fei hummed in a low voice, you knew better and didn't take advantage of me while I was absorbing my memory. Otherwise this place must be your burial place. After saying that, he stood up. Turning his head slightly, he saw Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping approaching slowly in a sneaky manner. What did I say you were doing? You were sneaky. Did you do something shameful and sneaky? The cave was not big and the sound of Long Fei's chanting resounded directly into the ears of the two of them. Hearing what he said, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping hesitated, then looked at Long Fei with a little embarrassment and said, haha, junior brother Long misunderstood. We don't want to disturb you. There's a pretty fart. Long Fei shook his head, turned around and said, we don't have much time. Let's hurry up and find new abyssal beasts. Now my strength can kill them instantly. He clenched his fist and showed an extremely confident smile. Then he walked towards the 2 people. Zhang Kainian said, we are leaving. What about him? The target is Huokai, who is meditating there. I've got what I need. He's no longer of use, so I don't need to pay attention to him. After Long Fei said this very indifferently, he walked out of the cave. At this moment the sky has turned dark. There are many stars in the sky and the big moon is the most conspicuous. It seems that no matter which normal plane it is, there will be a moon as a symbolic target. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping had already come to his side and were looking at at the stars in the sky. Long Fei pointed his finger across the sky and said softly, "Do you know which of the stars above is our Azure Dragon realm?" Zhang Kainian looked up, his eyes sweeping across every star embellishment, and said, "As disciples of the Qinglong sect we have already connected our own aura with the aura of the Qinglong realm from the moment we entered, even if in the deep and far realm. As long as you look at it and think about it in your heart, there will be mutual calls. If you want to know which one it is, we only need to feel it with your heart. The Azure Dragon realm star will respond our call. Yes, Qinglong is with us." Liang Ping slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This was the first time Long Fei had heard of such a function, and his curiosity drove him to close his eyes and follow suit. When his heart fell silent in the world, he soon realized a very mysterious melody and feeling. Gradually it seemed that there was an energy pulling him, and his consciousness was searching for the answer he wanted to know in his heart. Soon among the stars that appeared in the inner world, a star with cyan light that was twice as bright as the surrounding ones appeared. There was a dragon power behind this cyan star. Although this dragon power, it's not enough for him to feel anything. Maybe it's because his Chaos Azure Dragon is more powerful. He opened his eyes, found it. The three voices sounded at the same time. His eyes were tilted towards the shining star in the sky. "This is the Qinglong star realm. The brightest star is our Qinglong realm." Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping showed heartfelt smiles. Zhang Kainian said, "We can't stay in Jinlingheng now. Let's go to the city directly. What the beast like the most is to destroy cities. There are countless cities on the continent of dazzling light. Let go." Long Fei and Liang Ping nodded in agreement. Then the three of them flew up and flew quickly in one direction. "Now that we are out of the desert, it is very easy to find the direction." Zhang Kainian, who was flying in the sky, suddenly took out a map from his storage ring, looked at it and said, "There is a Wufeng Valley 500 kilometers away from us, and there is a small town over there. We can go there and explore." "Just some news. Did you find this map?" Long Fei glanced at it lamely. If this kid had a map before and took it out now, he would definitely lose his mind. "There is no other way. If you have a map, why don't you take it out and wait for the meal?" Zhang Kainian chuckled and said, "I just touched this map on some people in Jinlingheng. I was lucky. Looking at the layout on it, although it is not a map of the entire continent, it is at least a layout map of the surrounding area of 100,000 kilometers." Liang Ping and Long Fei quickly leaned over and took a look. Looking at the layout, geographical location, dimensions, etc., it was really possible. Long Fei nodded. "If that's the case, it would be really good. This map is of great use here, so keep it well." "Of course." Now in an unfamiliar place, Zhang Kainian quickly and carefully put it away, then put it into the storage ring. The three of them moved quickly in that direction. "Now that we have a target direction, we don't have to constantly find a way out. Find out from the map. The town opposite the Wufeng Valley ahead is called Wulai Town. The name of this town is closely related to Wufeng Valley. Anyone who is not a fool can figure out this relationship." Long Fei was also curious about whether the Five-Peak Valley was what he thought in his mind. The three of them moved very quickly, and soon they saw the huge valley and rushed into it. There were valleys and wood coexisting here, not a single valley. Within the valley you can clearly see that there are not only huge but also very high peaks standing in 5 different locations. The structure of these 5 peaks gives people the appearance of being specially laid out by someone, like a formation. As epected of the 5-Peak Valley, the 5 peaks are indeed the most conspicuous. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping sighed. Long Fei was very keen and said, "Have you noticed? The 5 peaks in front of me seemed like a formation, and it felt like they appeared to resist or bind something. After thinking about it carefully, I really have this special feeling." Liang Ping nodded quickly. "Can't we tell by looking at each peak?" Zhang Kainian also suggested curiously. "Okay." Long Fei and Liang Ping nodded. The three people's spiritual thoughts spread in an instant, sweeping across the surrounding 5 peaks. "Soon I saw the whole picture, but there doesn't seem to be anything special. Could it be that the three of them are really overthinking it? This is naturally formed, not created by man." After withdrawing his spiritual thoughts, Long Fei made a decisive and confident judgment. Chapter 363 Seeking. After the three of them briefly admired the scenery of Wufeng Valley, they climbed directly over the valley to the other side. On the opposite side, as true immortals, they easily discovered where a town was. It should be 10 kilometers away from them. The three of them set off again. Soon we arrived at the roadside of the town. This town is integrated with the surrounding areas, and the scene is very ordinary, but this Wulai town is quite big. The three of them walked all the way, and there were flowers, plants and trees on the left and right, and some rusty and old buildings. Some of the buildings had already half of it is gone or even collapsed. There was no human being around, not even a bird. No one is alive. Going further inside, what the three of them saw was a land of ruins with only tattered broken boards remaining from the houses. There are still a few stumps that have come out of the ruin. What on earth happened here? Looking at the scene in front of them, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping shrank their pupils. Their prescience extremely extremely shocked. Long Fei frowned slightly, continued to observe the surroundings and slowly said, the smell of gunpowder smoke is quite fresh, although it is very small. No matter what happens here, it is basically certain that the battle here will not last more than 2 days. No more than 2 days. Upon hearing this, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping were stunned. Zhang Kainian frowned with an extremely complicated prescience. So many people died in Jinlingheng, but at least they were not completely wiped out. However, this place feels like it has been wiped out. So far my spiritual sense cannot detect any living humans or monsters. Liang Ping sighed. If this is the case, then it will be difficult to find out whether the real culprit who destroyed this place is a human or an animal. Long Fei said, let's continue walking inside, maybe we can find some clues. While speaking, he had already taken the lead and walked inside. Instead of speculating here, it is better to practice it yourself to find a faster and more accurate answer. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping, who were at the rear, quickly followed up. After a bunch of nonsense, the three of them continued to walk inside, walking along the original road. Although the road had been destroyed, it could not hinder anything. It was also so messy and shabby inside. Anyway, it is as tragic as you imagine. After searching for a long time, it turned out that there was no one around anymore. This Wulai town was destroyed. Come and take a look, I found the only clue. At this moment a rough voice sounded, and the owner of the voice was Liang Ping. The attention of Zhang Kainian and Long Fei was immediately attracted. Clues? Let's go over and have a look. With that said, the two of them were already walking towards the other end. The two of them stopped here and looked at the so-called only clue that Liang Ping found in front of them. It was a huge footprint. Giant? Zhang Kainian blurted out with his eyes widened. Liang Ping responded directly and cursed, giant, you fart. Look, clearly these are not human footprints at all. These toes are so sharp and have some flat curves inside and outside. These are obviously the footprints of monsters. After being scolded, Zhang Kainian became a little unhappy. Now that this brat is here to teach me a lesson. Good guy, I need to teach you a lesson when I get back. Very good. Now he silently keep this account in his heart. Zhang Kainian hummed and said, I'm just joking. Do you seriously think I don't know the difference between human footprints and monster beast footprint? After hearing this, Liang Ping showed a mocking tone. Really? Maybe. Seeing Liang Ping's prescience of wanting to be beaten, Zhang Kainian stopped looking at him and looked down at the footprints in front of him. Junior brother Long, can you find anything from this footprint? Zhang Kainian turned to look at Long Fei beside him, and Liang Ping also looked at Long Fei. At this moment Long Fei seemed to be the person they both relied on most. Long Fei closed his eyes and recalled the previous feat of the abyss beast from the beginning to the end, trying to match them as closely as possible with the footprints in front of him. He found that the difference between the two was probably 108,000 meters. It's simply not a beast from the deep. Long Fei shook his head and said, these are not the footprints of the deep beast. You have been in this ascension world for such a long time. Don't you know that there are any footprints of monsters that are very similar or the same as this one? Even if there are only some similar ones, there is no way he has been here for too short a time and spent most of his time practicing in Qinglong sect, so he has no time to pay attention to the atlas of these monster beasts. Let me think carefully about the atlas of monsters on the dazzling continent. Zhang Kainian is a person who loves elf learning. In the month before coming here, he deliberately made some notes about the dazzling continent, which also includes this strange monsters on the road. After a while he opened his eyes and his pupils revealed some information that he might find. He carefully looked at the footprints on the ground again and quickly compared them with those in his mind. Impossible, impossible. It is impossible for the flame wave eagle to appear in a place like this. This kind of place is not a place where the flame wave eagle was created at all, and the level of the flame wave eagle is not high either. Although this is a town, people with high cultivation levels must not be inferior, and there is no way they can defeat a flame wave eagle. Zhang Kainian frowned and started talking to himself. Liang Ping was shocked when he heard the flame wave eagle mentioned in Zhang Kainian's words and immediately thought about it a little. But unfortunately he didn't love learning as much as Zhang Kainian, and he didn't have the atlas and memory of monster beasts. Not abundant, but there are still flame wave eagles among them. Regardless of where the flame wave eagle appears, it is the place where it lived. There is no place with flames, and the surrounding area is simply not suitable. In addition to the flames, the temperature must also be very high, which is impossible here. The two used the elimination method to eliminate factors that were possible but impossible after comparison. Then Zhang Kainian found the only possibility in his rich and knowledgeable mind, and that was the violent dragon. This is a true immortal level monster. Frenzy dragon. Since it's this terrible guy. Liang Ping felt a little sick when he heard the name. Is this dragon very strong? Long Fei asked calmly. Very strong. Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian nodded. Compared to the abyss beast? Long Fei said, but he thought that neither of these two guys had seen the scene of his confrontation with the returned abyss beast. It should be at the same level as the returning abyss beast. Zhang Kainian, who was well informed and knowledgeable, looked at Long Fei with a solemn e-pression. Really? However, Long Fei stopped looking down, and instead of being scared he became e-sighted. It's about the same level as the returning Xie Yuan, so it's also at the peak of level 6 or level 7. If I absorb this thing, I don't know how much experience I can get and how much cultivation I can improve. By the way, the current Long Fei is the SITH level peak true immortal, only one step away from the 7th level true immortal, but his experience value has reached 7 billion and currently he has reached 6 billion. Only when it reaches 7 billion can it be promoted to level 7, and the subsequent experience is worth 1 billion. Maybe it can still be improved by 1 or 2 levels. Chapter 364 Mysterious. Just when the three of them were thinking about the problem, a dark wind suddenly blew in their faces. Yoo-hoo-hoo. Whoosh whoosh. Is the wind blowing? There seems to be something wrong with the wind, Zhang Kainian muttered as he raised his hand to touch it. It's true that something is wrong because it's a sandstorm, Liang Ping's trembling voice sounded. At this moment he stared ahead with wide eyes. Zhang Kainian quickly turned his head and looked. At this moment Long Fei had been paying attention for a long time. His e-pression was calm and not too disturbing. You are 3rd level true immortals, how can you be afraid of a small sandstorm? Long Fei was confused and felt that the e-pressions of these two people were a bit too exaggerated. A true immortal isn't that weak, right? No. If an ordinary sandstorm should not be able to make the two of them look like this, it seems that the sandstorm in front of them is not an ordinary sandstorm. Even the real immortals feel trembling, Zhang Kainian said in horror. Of course we don't bother with ordinary sandstorms, but this kind of sandstorm is no ordinary sandstorm. It has terrifying and overbearing power that can instantly tear apart a 5th level true immortal. Liang Ping echoed in horror. That's right. We don't even have a 4th level true immortal. If we don't run away we will be involved. Even if we don't die we will be seriously injured. The two of them were talking to each other, making the sandstorm in front of them so terrifying. After hearing this, regardless of whether it was true or not, Long Fei raised the corners of his mouth lightly, showing a meaningful smile, and slowly said, 5th level true immortal. So the storm cannot hurt the SITH level peak true immortal. Bar. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping were already flying. Looking at Long Fei, who was still motionless below, they became extremely uneasy and urged, we don't know either, but we don't have such a high level true immortal here. Run first. Come on, save our lives first. Who said no? SITH level peak true immortal. Sorry, I happen to be one. Long Fei stood up and raised his hand. At this moment a terrifying and huge sandstorm came very close to the three of them. The terrible wind was pulling the clothes, hair and facial muscles of the three of them. Except for Long Fei, the skin of Zhang Kainian and Zhang Kainian both appeared to be pulling. The two of them were in great pain and quickly used energy and spiritual energy to shield them. Junior brother Long, stop joking. How can you be a level SI peak true immortal? Zhang Kainian hurriedly retorted. Liang Ping also felt incredible. Is there something wrong with this person's brain? I'm not kidding. As he said that, Long Fei's slowly raised hand was pinched in front of him and a blue invisible power energy quickly emerged. The net second the so-called sandstorm was wrapped in it and then tightly compression. The degree of compression and the speed gradually increased, quickly crushed the sandstorm and then formed a round ball, and the entire sandstorm was trapped here. It turned into a palm-sized sphere suspended in Long Fei's palm. Looking at the sandstorm that was easily crushed by him in his hands, Long Fei showed disdain to Zhang Kainian and the others and said, is this what you said is so powerful? Come on, you are also genuine 3rd level immortals, can you not? Are you scared to death when something happens? People who don't know this would think you are newcomers to the Qi Chain stage. How this is possible? Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping's eyes narrowed and they were shocked. How did you do it? The two eyes widened again, their eyes dull. Absolutely impossible. The two swallowed. Do you really have the SITH level of peak true immortal? You were only a level 1 true immortal when you came with us. How many days have it passed? Are you already at the peak level 6? Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping asked with crazy doubt. It's useless to say these shocking words of yours. Do you know why? Long Fei looked at the two of them and said calmly. Why? Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping said in unison. Long Fei shook his head and whispered, because this is my personal matter, you don't need to know. Then he turned around, threw the sandstorm ball in his hand to Zhang Kainian's hand and said with a nonchalant expression, come on, you guys have this ball. When you want to save your life you can take it out and throw it out. It will be 100% safe. If the terrifying power of this sandstorm breaks out, of course it is as terrifying as you say. Don't you use this thing? Zhang Kainian looked at the sandstorm ball in his hand and looked at Long Fei with confusion on his face. I'm so strong, I don't need it. Long Fei shook his head. Okay. Long Fei's words made Zhang Kainian and the two of them swallow all the words they wanted to say again. I have to say that the lethality brought by Long Fei's words is still very powerful. Net Long Fei issued an order order system. I want to know all the information about the violent dragon and send it to my mind. The system's reply is very simple. Okay. Please wait a moment, it is actually spreading. As this inhuman voice sounded, a very long and tending stripe of particle energy data quickly emerged in Long Fei's mind. This stripe of energy data quickly spread to the inner sea of consciousness in his mind. The world is enveloped. This feeling is really very mysterious. The net moment there is an illusion of brain expansion and strange memories are once again added to the capacity of the sea of consciousness. Long Fei read really quickly. Soon I understood the message of this violent dragon. A dinosaur model formed by energy appeared in the world of the sea of divine consciousness, slowly and automatically rotating. You can clearly see the top, bottom, left and right structural diagrams of this violent dragon. Long Fei observed the feet of the violent dragon and soon discovered that the feet were completely consistent with the footprints on the ground. This description seems to be the violent dragon that attacked and destroyed Wulai town. Long Fei came out of the sea of consciousness and his spiritual thoughts spread rapidly. His terrifying and powerful spiritual thoughts instantly enveloped the entire Wulai town. This time his search was even more detailed than before. It was soon discovered that there were footprints of the Tyrannosaurus in more than one place. There were also such footprints in other places in Wulai town, but it was really a matter of depth. Long Fei quickly searched for the answer. After refining a dead corpse but part of the body structure was not destroyed, Long Fei discovered from the information in front of the corpse that it was the damage caused by the violent dragon, and the direction in which the violent dragon finally left was also inside due north. Thinking of this, Long Fei quickly opened his eyes and raised his hand in front of Zhang Kainian. Show me your map quick. There was a little urgency in his tone, but it wasn't that level of urgency but that level of urgency. When you expand it you will see that there is a city directly north of Wulai town which is 5000 kilometers away from here. Long Fei said, it seems that the target of the violent dragon is this city. Maybe we can get clues about the second abyssal beast from it. Chapter 365 Violent Dragon. Knowing the traces of the violent dragon was not enough, Long Fei continued to ask about the traces of the deep beast. After all, there is more than one beast of the deep. Since Mo Yuren's answer was that he had seen it in the Luhi area 10 days ago. However, there is a top powerhouse like a 9th level true immortal sitting in the Luhi region, and the abyss beast only has a cultivation level of 5th or SITH level. Although the Luhi region has also suffered damage, the extent of the damage is not great and it was quickly eliminated by the opponent. The strong ones were slaughtered, but this news was of little use to Long Fei. It was of no use since he was already dead. But the answer to the subsequent inquiry surprised Long Fei. The number of deep beasts that appeared and attacked in this so-called Luhi region was actually very large. If the situation was analyzed from an overall perspective, the Luhi region was where the deep beasts gathered to attack. Long Fei, who was originally uninterested, came to his senses the moment he heard the following news. The three of them left, flying directly toward Fangyuan city quickly. On the way, Long Fei started chatting. After killing this violent dragon, our net goal is to go to the Luhi region. Regardless of whether it will appear again, our intuition tells us that. Tell me that there is more hope there than searching for nonsense. We don't have much time, so we have to make a bet, or we have to make a bet. After listening, Zhang Kainian nodded. The current situation can only be like this. Liang Ping nodded. A choice with a path is always easier than a choice with no path. Agreed. There is no other way. This is the only way for now. Everyone speeded up. 3 kilometers away from Fangyuan city I could smell the burning smell and the hot and fresh steam. These phenomena can only occur with very high temperature flames, and it requires at least 2 consecutive attacks to have this effect. Long Fei's Chaos Azure Dragon eyes appeared and instantly saw into the distance, quickly finding everything in front of him. The scene in Feng Xianchang ahead was completely integrated into his eyes. Inside there was a mess, dead, injured, disabled and wailing. In the middle there is an extremely obvious and huge monster beast. He looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, and Long Fei saw that his footsteps were exactly the same as those of the monster in Wulai town. Sure enough, it is the real culprit. I can't run away this time. Found it, Tyrannosaurus. Long Fei showed an excited smile and slid his tongue from his lips. The light in the eyes is even more intense. This is full of experience point. It is not easy to encounter such a high-level monster. At this moment in Fangyuan city, there was a child and an old man slumped on the broken ground. The child was frightened and trembling, but he still grabbed the old man's clothes and tried to drag him away from the place. Grandpa, hurry, run quickly. The little boy was timid and trembled in a low voice, looking at the ferocious violent dragon in front of him with a face of despair. Looking at the scene around them, so many people have died and the environment they are now in is very embarrassing. They also understand that no one can save them at this time, and the only thing they can see is to be saved. The violent dragon in front of him was bitten and devoured. Thinking of this, the little boy became even more frightened. What to do? What to do? Who will save us? Gee, don't worry about Grandpa. Grandpa is old and most of his feet are in the ground. Run, don't worry about Grandpa. The old man shouted angrily and threw away the boy's hand. But even if I did this, but it was still the same when I took it over. It was too late. Roar. The violent dragon roared angrily and opened its huge mouth towards the little boy and the old man. Terrible hot air rose into the sky and bit into it, intending to engulf the two of them in one bite. Help! Someone come and save us. The little boy closed his eyes and screamed with all his strength in fear. I come. The net moment when the little boy's voice was still echoing in the sky and not disappearing, a voice that was unfamiliar to everyone rang out. Then falling from the sky a ray of blue light appeared and a figure in full armor appeared in the blue light, and then it punched the violent dragon's big mouth directly. This punch directly unleashed the terrifying power of the dragon. The green dragon turned into a shadow and hit its big mouth hard. Faced with the incoming crisis, the violent dragon had no time to react and was blown away. It screamed and hit the ground quickly, dragging a long trace. This figure in full armor landed in front of the little boy and the old man, full of righteousness. This is the first feeling between the little boy and the old man. So handsome. The boy called out with great excitement, who are you? You can call me Azure Dragon Armor. Old man, get up quickly. Don't let your grandson hug you. He's so young. Little guy, take your grandpa away from here. Just leave the rest of the battle to me. Long Fei's voice rang out from within the armor. Okay then, be careful with the Azure Dragon Armor. The little boy didn't talk nonsense and decisively pulled the old man up. The old man naturally stood up, very cooperatively thanked him and left in a hurry with the little boy. Who is he? Blue Dragon Armor? This aura emanate from this person, it's so strong. Very scary. Maybe we can really kill the violent dragon to avenge our companions who died tragically. In the eyes of the melon-eating people not far away, this mysterious strong man who suddenly appeared has great hope of destroying this hateful violent dragon. These people began to see hope. The city lord also died in the battle, and the people who are still left in the city are not enough to be swallowed up by the violent dragon. Long Fei looked at his armored right hand through his goggles, clenching a fist and then clenching it again. It feels really good. It was just this punch that knocked the violent dragon away. The violent dragon was extremely angry and struggled to stand up. Its head was a little twisted, but it could not stop the flames of anger from spraying out from its mouth. Huge waves of fire surged around the world and the surroundings instantly turned into a high-temperature world. The violent dragon SITH level true immortal has already been able to transform into human form. Now it senses the danger of Long Fei and actively transforms into human form. The whole body is the color of flame. There are red-lined water chestnuts on the left and right sides of the head. There is a long tail behind it. Although the head and body are also the color of flames, they have some intriguing visual sense. His teeth were as sharp as a shark and flames shot out from them when he breathed. Crazy dragon squeezed after twisting his slightly crooked head. He straightened his head and said coldly while spitting out scorching flames, damn human being, no matter who you are, you will eventually become my meal. I will destroy you on behalf of justice. Long Fei's voice turned cold. Justice? Ha 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 ha. The violent dragon laughed disdainfully. He felt how absurd justice was. The violent dragon was cold and cruel, ridiculous. Don't mention these two disgusting words to me now. I hear these two words and it feels like vomiting. Chapter 366 Devour. Obviously the violent dragon seems to have experienced this kind of thing, which makes him hate the word justice so much. Long Fei also heard many details from the words of the violent dragon that ordinary people are not easily aware of. But what you do is wrong. No matter what happened to you before, you are not qualified to vent your anger on these people. This is sin. I don't care whether it's right or wrong. I only look at the facts in front of me. I don't look at the past. Within the armor, Long Fei's voice was simple and cold. People who are familiar with him may ask, why have you suddenly changed so much? You have never talked so much nonsense before, and you haven't had so many compassionate words before. You just do it when you don't accept it. When Long Fei did this, he naturally had a reason to say so. Don't just judge him as a virgin because of these words. He is not. He is a cruel man. Human, stop talking nonsense. You talk so much about truth and righteousness. I hate you the most. You are in the way and you insist on intervening. I will disembowel you today. The violent dragon was furious. Hearing Long Fei's words, rashes were rising in his ears. He fired out an explosive bomb and stretched his hand forward. A terrifying and rioting flame power flew away from his hand, turning into hundreds of light waves and blasting together fly towards the dragon. Looking at this scene, Long Fei was unusually calm. He raised his hand and waved a strong aura plotted and countless blue energy spread. The net moment he saw hundreds of flame light waves attacking Frozen. This is Long Fei's ice elemental ability. He hasn't used it for a long time. Now his elemental abilities are extremely powerful and he can easily defeat the attack of the violent dragon. Bang 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 bang. Soon the frozen flame light wave plotted withered on the ground ground and snow crystals danced all over the sky. What? The violent dragon's presence changed drastically and he felt something bad the net moment. A force of frost spread around and headed straight for him. Damn humans, they broke my offensive so easily. Is this person an ice fairy with spiritual attribute? Ice and fire are old enemies, it just depends on who is strong and who is weak. But so what? Break it for me. Crazy flame explosion. The violent dragon roared and flew up. The terrifying flame power on its body was flying all over the sky and the entire sky was printed with red. The aura plotted and the flames of breath rolled out, shattering some of the surrounding ice. Yes, it's a pity that you met me. Long Fei raised his head slightly and said coldly, then raised his hand and pointed it at the violent dragon. Immortal skills absolute 0. The moment this sound sounded, a blue energy enveloped the deserted ruins and the spread of absolute 0 was within this circle. The sky was covered with withered ice flowers and the ground and the shield were instantly shrouded in ice. The cold air was unparalleled and the entire barrier turned into a white world. The temperature was so low that it instantly suppressed the flame energy of the violent dragon. Seeing that the situation was not good, the violent dragon quickly used its fire skills to attack the surrounding areas, but the fire attack was instantly frozen as it approached the ice. Continuously hitting, all attacks will be frozen, and it found that the flames on its body were suppressed again. The power of ice became more powerful and ice crystals had spread under its feet. How is it possible? Why is there such a terrifying power of ice? The violent dragon went crazy. The power on his body rioted again. The fire energy splashed through the ice crystals on his body and fell directly to the ground. He was covered by a thick layer of ice. The protector of the high temperature energy shield suddenly bent over and smashed his hands on the ground. The ground shook and then the ground cracked. 5 or SI things like vines flew out from the ground, breaking through the ice crystals. The scorching flame energy was extremely shocking and flew directly towards the dragon. It didn't stand still and quickly followed. The dragon flew and a phantom head came to the forward attack and violent dragon raised its fist and blasted straight out. Roar! In an instant the dragon's roar shocked the heavens and the power of the fist shook out with such power that it shattered everything. Boom! Bang! A huge explosion sounded and the terrifying power directly broke through the barrier, sending the violent dragon out, and its screams were also heard. When people outside in the distance saw this scene, their eyes widened. They were extremely shocked and their mouths were trembling. Who is this mysterious man in front of him? He actually punched the violent dragon on the ground. The loud rumble sounded again. The moment I saw the violent dragon again, it was already a broken body. Blood spurts out. It doesn't want a pervert like the deep beast to be able to recover its body. It can't be done. Escape. You must escape. This person is too scary. The violent dragon was frightened and this idea came into his mind. Turn around and run away. Suddenly a phantom appeared in front of him. It was Long Fei. Spare my life! The violent dragon screamed. Along with Long Fei's appearance was a huge green dragon's mouth which swallowed the violent dragon directly into it the moment it begged for mercy. Long Fei landed slowly, dissipating the power of ice and the surrounding area returned to ruin. Thousands of vitality spread instantly around Long Fei's body. Everyone saw that the ruins quickly came back to life, as did some of the originally dead vegetation. The bodies of those who are not dead are repairing quickly, and the same is true for broken limbs. Everyone looked extremely excited and excited. After a while, after everything was over, Long Fei came into contact with the Azure Dragon armor and took back the realm of resurrection of all things. Those people quickly came to Long Fei's body and it was incredible to see that the people in the armor were so young. However, they all knelt down to thank Long Fei for his help and the new life of his body. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping came and stood behind Long Fei. Now they naturally know where their position is. The most powerful person is Long Fei, a perverted monster human. The people here have all survived the violent dragon's mouth, not counting those who have escaped. I came all the way first of all to destroy the violent dragon, but also for the second thing. Do you know the traces of the beast of the deep? Long Fei slowly flew in the air, stood proudly below and asked. Because Long Fei was the savior of these people, everyone was very cooperative. If any of you know the whereabouts of the deep beast, please come out and tell your benefactor. Everybody, you look at me and I look at you, urging me. Suddenly someone from the crowd raised his hand and said, I know my benefactor. Everyone looked over and some people who knew him recognized this person. It's you and I didn't expect you to be reliable at critical moment. Those who knew the man spoke. The crowd made a way for him and the young man who looked to be in his 20s walked up the road from the crowd. Long Fei looked at him and said, you know, very good, let's talk about it. Yusuandeo, I also learned from other people's mouth that the nearest abyssal beast has headed towards the Luhi region, but I don't know the specific time. Luhi region. Long Fei learned the familiar name and looked down at Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping below. All the clues point to this place. It seems that they must go there. Chapter 367 Luhi region. I have put an end to the chaos in Fengyuan city. The NET NET step is your business. We have a mission and the situation is urgent. We need to quickly go to the Luhi region. Long Fei looked at the people below and said, the people below whose lives he had saved were reluctant to leave when they heard that he was leaving. We are waiting to pay tribute to our benefactor. As everyone's voices rang out, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping also flew up and followed Long Fei. Let's go, we don't have much time. Long Fei looked at the two people and whispered softly. The three of them flew away from here. Then it's a new beginning. On the way, Zhang Kainian spread out the map in his hand and marked the Luhi area. On the way to the Luhi River basin there are many villages, towns and counties, mountains, rivers, forests and other very common natural product. The Luhi River Valley is still 100,000 kilometers away from them. The direction from the sky happened to be directly north. Long Fei and Zhang Kainian used the lightning flash step to make a similar ordinary space leap. The speed was extremely fast and the scene in front of him changed from a tunnel to a winding blue road. After entering the void he passed through one scene after another with thunder and thunder. Long Fei had already adapted to this thrilling scene, but Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping were still a little worried. Although this is not the first time, the feeling is really not something that ordinary people can resist. The scene in front of me changed crazily and soon I came to a plain area which was like a beautiful place on earth. The surrounding natural products were laid out and the huge city in front and below had people like ants. The long road below the procession entering the city was orderly and not chaotic. The officers and soldiers are stationed with straight bodies and official swords at their waists. All of these people are 5th and SITH level Earth Immortal beings. Although the Earth Immortals are just ants to Long Fei and the others, they are powerful instances to those who enter the city, because most of the people entering the city include ordinary people and people with lower than immortal level cultivation. These people are nothing to worry about in the eyes of the Earth Immortal. Of course there are also different instances, such as there are many people at the level of Earth Immortal and True Immortal, but they do not cause trouble. After all, there are countless strong people in this Luhi region, not only in this city but also in the mid-air in the entire Luhi region. Flying up to the small island not far ahead, a huge red pillar reaches into the sky like a sky pillar. Anyway, the layout around the entire Luhi Valley shows extremely awesome, domineering and huge aura. This is the power of a domain. Within the domain there are many cities, towns, counties, villages and so on. This is the first time I have seen such a huge Luhi region. There is no shortage of powerful people to guard such a scene. No matter how strong the Abyss Beast is, it should not exceed the Xian Ian level, and there are definitely Xian Ians in the Luhi region. Even if the Golden Immortal is in charge, the Abyss Beast will only give away people's heads when they come. But according to Mo Warren's news, the Abyss Beast destroyed this place and killed many lives. Why does it look like shit now? Nothing wrong. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping felt that something was not right. They recalled what Mo Genran said and compared the before and after. They found that either Mo Genran was lying or the place had been repaired sequentially and restored to its former vitality in an instant. You can't believe everything a stranger says. He may not be lying, or he may have heard it from other people's so-called news. The nature of passing information from person to person will naturally change. Long Fei was indifferent. The moment he saw this divine aura in the Luhi Valley for the first time, he no longer felt strange. After a pause he continued his analysis. The NET big problem is that I don't know when the NET Abyss Beast will arrive, and the formation in the Luhi region can easily kill the invading Abyss Beast in an instant. The Abyss Beast's whole body is full of its treasure. They will naturally collect it after killing it. What we need is the head of the deep beast. There are two ways to get this head. The first is to negotiate with it and the second is to rob it. After the two listened, Zhang Kainian added a very important note. The mission itself is that we must participate in it, otherwise it will be detected. When the sample is invalid, our mission will naturally fail. This is very simple. We will just participate in the hunting when the time comes. Long Fei looked calm. This problem was not a problem at all. The three of them wanted to continue flying down to take a look inside. After all, they were still on the outskirts of the Luhi region. However, their arrival was quickly discovered by the strong men in the Luhi region. The most central place in the Luhi River basin is the Luhi River Central Island. The strength of a mid-level 7 level True Immortal and 2 early level 3 level True Immortals is quite different, but it's not a cause for concern. An old and deep voice slowly began to murmur and then the silence disappeared. The Luhi River region is very large. At this moment Long Fei and the others felt a sense of oppression. It seemed that there was a very special barrier energy in the Luhi River region that suppressed their flight, and finally they were forced to come to the ground. Flying is prohibited within the Luhi area. At this moment a majestic voice sounded in the sky. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping looked frightened and spoke slowly. The power of the law is so strong that it deserves to be in the Luhi region. It is impossible for an abyssal beast at the level of a true immortal to set foot in such a place. If this is the case, the mission is likely to fail. After all, the two of them are only third level early stage stage true immortals and they are still very insignificant instances here. After devouring the violent dragon Long Fei, who had reached the mid-level 7 level true immortal, also frowned slightly. This feeling made him very unhappy. He always felt like someone was pressing down on his head. If he were normal he would definitely implode. That's all, but now he can't be so reckless, he must explore further first. There are queues to enter the city. The best thing here is that there is no fee to enter the city. When Zhang Kainian asked the officers and soldiers why, the officers and soldiers just replied coldly, the Luhi River Basin is not the small city world outside. It was obvious from his tone that he was condescending and did not pay attention to the city outside at all. As he expected, the people who can hang out in Luhi Valley are not arrogant. After all, people are born with an extremely arrogant heart. It just depends on whether there is a chance and a place to vent it. Although the queue was very long, Long Fei and the other three entered the outer city of Luhi Valley smoothly. To find out whether the deep beast in the mission will appear here, they must ask the locals here, and the most suitable person is naturally the waiter in the inn. Wherever the waiter is, there will definitely be news. Douluo Inn. The three of them came looking for the scent. It is exactly noontime at this moment. After a night of traveling, the three of them were already tired. They just had a meal, inquired about the news, and then went to bed. There are quite a lot of people at Douluo Inn. Almost all of them were full, and these monks or ordinary people enjoyed drinking and talking here. Chapter 368 Intelligence Genius Waiter. I have put an end to the chaos in Fengyuan City. The NET step is your business. We have a mission and the situation is urgent. We need to quickly go to the Luhi region. Long Fei looked at the people below and said, the people below whose lives he had saved were reluctant to leave when they heard that he was leaving. We are waiting to pay tribute to our benefactor. As everyone's voices rang out, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping also flew up and followed Long Fei. Let's go, we don't have much time. Long Fei looked at the two people and whispered softly. The three people flew away from here. Then it's a new beginning. On the way, Zhang Kainian spread out the map in his hand and marked the Luhi area. On the way to the Luhi River Basin, there are many villages, towns and counties, mountains, rivers, forests and other very common natural product. The Luhi River Valley is still 100,000 kilometers away from them. The direction from the sky happened to be directly north. Long Fei and Zhang Kainian used the lightning flash step to make a similar ordinary space leap. The speed was extremely fast and the scene in front of him changed from a tunnel to a winding blue road. After entering the void, he passed through one scene after another with thunder and thunder. Long Fei had already adapted to this thrilling scene, but Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping were still a little worried. Although this is not the first time, the feeling is really not something that ordinary people can resist. The scene in front of me transformed crazily and very quickly we came to a plain area which is like a beautiful place on earth. The surrounding natural products are laid out and the huge city in front and below has people like ants. The long queue entering the city below is orderly and not chaotic. The officers and soldiers are stationed with straight bodies and official swords at their waist. All of these people are 5th and SITH level Earth Immortal beings. Although the Earth Immortals are just ants to Long Fei and the others, they are powerful instances to those who enter the city, because most of the people entering the city include ordinary people and people with lower than immortal level cultivation. These people are nothing to worry about in the eyes of the Earth Immortal. Of course, there are also different instances, such as there are many people at the level of Earth Immortal and True Immortal, but they do not cause trouble. After all, there are countless strong people in this Luhi region, not only in this city but also in the mid-air in the entire Luhi region. Flying up to the small island not far ahead, a huge red pillar reaches into the sky like a sky pillar. Anyway, the layout around the entire Luhi Valley shows extremely awesome, domineering and huge aura. This is the power of a domain. Within the domain there are many cities, towns, counties, villages and so on. This is the first time I have seen such a huge Luhi region. There is no shortage of powerful people to guard such a scene. No matter how strong the Abyss Beast is, it should not exceed the Xian Ian level, and there are definitely Xian Ians in the Luhi region. Even if the Golden Immortal is in charge, the Abyss Beast will only give away people's heads when they come. But according to Mo Warren's news, the Abyssal Beast destroyed this place and killed many lives. How come it seems that nothing is wrong now? Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping felt that something was not right. They recalled what Mo Genran said and compared the before and after. They found that either Mo Genran was lying or the place had been repaired sequentially and restored to its former vitality in an instant. You can't believe everything a stranger says. He may not be lying, or he may have heard it from other people's so-called news. The nature of passing information from person to person will naturally change. Long Fei was indifferent. The moment he saw this divine aura in the Luhi Valley for the first time, he no longer felt strange. After a pause, he continued his analysis. The NET big problem is that I don't know when the NET Abyss Beast will arrive, and the formation in the Luhi region can easily kill the invading abyss beast in an instant. The abyss beast's whole body is full of its treasure. They will naturally collect it after killing it. What we need is the head of the deep beast. There are two ways to get this head. The first is to negotiate with it and the second is to rob it. After the two listened, Zhang Kainian added a very important note. The mission itself is that we must participate in it, otherwise it will be detected. When the sample is invalid, our mission will naturally fail. This is very simple. We will just participate in the hunting when the time comes. Long Fei looked calm. This problem was not a problem at all. The three of them wanted to continue flying down to take a look inside. After all, they were still on the outskirts of the Luhe region. However, their arrival was quickly discovered by the strong men in the Luhe region. The most central place in the Luhe River Basin is the Luhe River Central Island. A mid-level 7 level true immortal, 2 early level 3 level true immortals. Their strength is quite different, but it's not a cause for concern. An old and deep voice slowly began to murmur and then the silence disappeared. The Luhe River region is very large. At this moment, Long Fei and the others felt a sense of oppression. It seemed that there was a very special barrier energy in the Luhe River region that suppressed their flight, and finally they were forced to come to the ground. Flying is prohibited within the Luhe area. At this moment a majestic voice sounded in the sky. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping looked frightened and spoke slowly. The power of the law is so strong that it deserves to be in the Luhe region. It is impossible for an abyssal beast at the level of a true immortal to set foot in such a place. If this is the case, the mission is likely to fail. After all, the two of them are only third level early stage true immortals and they are still very insignificant instances here. After devouring the violent dragon, Long Fei, who had reached the mid-level 7 level true immortal, also frowned slightly. This feeling made him very unhappy. He always felt like someone was pressing down on his head. If he were normal, he would definitely implode. That's all, but now he can't be so reckless. He must explore further first. There are queues to enter the city. The best thing here is that there is no fee to enter the city. When Zhang Kainian asked the officers and soldiers why, the officers and soldiers just replied coldly, the Luhe River Basin is not the small city world outside. It was obvious from his tone that he was condescending and did not pay attention to the city outside at all. As he expected, the people who can hang out in Luhe Valley are not arrogant. After all, people are born with an extremely arrogant heart. It just depends on whether there is a chance and a place to vent it. Although the queue was very long, Long Fei and the other three entered the outer city of Luhe Valley smoothly. To find out whether the deep beast in the mission will appear here, they must ask the locals here, and the most suitable person is naturally the waiter in the inn. Wherever the waiter is, there will definitely be news. Douluo Inn. The three of them came looking for the scent. It is exactly noontime at this moment. After a night of traveling, the three of them were already tired. They just had a meal, inquired about the news and then went to bed. There are quite a lot of people at Douluo Inn. Nearly all are full, sir. These monks or common people enjoy drinking and talking here. Chapter 369 Luhe Region Alchemist Conference. Okay, 2 fairy coins, just 2 fairy coin. The waiter was helpless. The price was too low and he didn't want to offend these three people, so he just gave up. Long Fei smiled, took out 2 more fairy coins and handed them to the waiter, saying, okay, go prepare the food. Okay, 3 gentlemen, please wait for a moment. After saying that, the waiter put away all the fairy coins, turned around and walked out of the door. The door was closed. After the waiter left, Zhang Kainian narrowed his eyes slightly and said, if we keep his price down so much, will this guy think we are unhappy and add something to the food? Long Fei looked calm. He doesn't dare. If I really find out, I will make his whole family die miserably. If he dares to do this, he must think about the consequences. Although his presence was calm, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping saw the coldness of destruction in his eyes, which made people shiver unconsciously. From this point alone, we can tell that Long Fei is not joking. The three of them waited while chatting about the deep beast. Time passed bit by bit. Soon the waiter came to the room pushing the dining cart. You 3 gentlemen, you have been waiting for a long time, the waiter said with a smile on his face. Then he carefully moved the food from the dining cart to the dining table. A rich aroma filled his nostrils, which made him feel very comfortable. After all the food was moved to the table, the waiter took out a record book and put it on the table. He said, please look at the dishes. If there is no problem, please pay for the meal. This is our inn. The rules are the same for everyone. The reason why the three of them are not worried about the food being tampered with is because they haven't paid yet. If they find something wrong and get up and leave immediately, then the only person harmed will be the other party. Long Fei's spiritual consciousness swept through and saw the entire structure of these dishes, but he didn't find anything bad. No problem, Long Fei said lightly, then picked up the record office and looked at it. The names and prices of all the dishes are clearly listed above. The final price is 2,000 fairy coin. 2,000 fairy coins is the food you have here. Good food? Long Fei curled his lips. What? 2,000 fairy coins? Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping's eyes widened, but they did not speak. Instead they were shocked. Looking at the dishes in front of them carefully, they suddenly began to doubt themselves. Damn, it's so pensive. This is the first time they have had such an pensive lunch. The waiter looked a little unhappy, but he quickly disappeared and said, young master, you are joking. The ingredients we use are all top-notch, so the price is very suitable. I'm kidding you. Do you think I can't afford these 2,000 fairy coins? Long Fei said disdainfully, took out a bag of money from the ring and placed it on the waiter's desk. No more or less exactly 2,000 fairy coins, let's count them. Yes. The waiter forgot about his earlier contempt and weighed it in his hand. Having been a waiter for so many years, he naturally understood the weight of 2,000 fairy coin. There was no way he could escape this. The weight was just right, exactly 2,000 fairy coin. 1,000 immortal spirit coin. The waiter's smile became even stronger and he nodded quickly. Young masters, please taste slowly. The younger one will leave first, so I won't disturb you. Go. Long Fei waved. The waiter pushed the dining cart and left, quickly closing the door at the same time. Long Fei opened the wine, poured it into the wine bowls of the other two people, and then poured it into his own bowl. The three of them raised their glasses and clinked them briefly. Cheers. The three of them drank and then tasted the delicious food. Yeah, it tastes good. No wonder it's so pensive. These ingredients are also very unusual. They are all fairy level monster meat. Now that I think about it, 2,000 fairy coins are actually not pensive. After Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping ate, they immediately changed their views. You came to the right place. It's really delicious. Long Fei also ate big mouthfuls without talking too much nonsense. As time goes by, the time for a meal passes quickly. After eating, the three of them chose to open 3 rooms net door and lived in them. Now that we know where the abyssal beast is, there is no need to be so uneasy. After all, we have been tired for so many days, so we should take a rest. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping chose to meditate and practice, but Long Fei was very concerned and chose to lie on the bed and snore. His current cultivation level is already at the mid-7th level, true immortal. This is just a mission to practice and practice. He is soon approaching the mysterious immortal. Naturally, this requires such high-level things for him to devour and convert into Hyperion's point. Otherwise, everything will be lost. It's all nonsense. You have to take your time. While sleeping, all the power in his body was serving him, and the pendant around his neck was slowly increasing his Hyperion. The outer city in the Luhi region where Long Fei and the others are currently located is very lively at the moment, as are several surrounding cities. It seems that some joint celebration is being held. There are many people walking among each other on the road. Today is the alchemist competition. The venue for this competition is the Zhonghui Central Square in Luhi Valley. Today is just a preview. Tomorrow is the official competition. Messy among the sounds, a majestic voice sounded. As soon as this voice came out, those noisy people all calmed down and listened. In fact, many people have already received the news of the venue, but now that this voice has sounded, these people still give face. After all, the owner of this voice is the president of the Luhi Alchemist Guild in the Luhi region. This news is quite sudden for some people. Many people have chosen the central square of Zhonghui in the Luhi River area. At this moment, Long Fei, who was sleeping in the room, slowly opened his eyes, stretched his waist, and suddenly felt comfortable. Get up and push open the door to the room. Just as I walked to the corridor, I saw the scene of passers-by heading in the same direction. Naturally, he had just woken up and had no idea what had happened, but there was a middle-aged man watching net to him, and his eyes were full of expectation. Long Fei approached and said, "Hello, big brother, let me ask you something." "What happened?" It was so lively all of a sudden. The middle-aged man looked at Long Fei with some surprise and said, "You don't know about such a grand and big thing? Of course you didn't know what happened if you were so deep asleep just now. I don't even know what's going on now." Long Fei shook his head and opened his mouth to say something. The middle-aged man looked at the room behind him, nodded secretly, and said, "I see, that's not surprising." Continuing, this year's Luhi Region Alchemist Conference has begun. This afternoon and evening are previews. Tomorrow morning it will officially start. Tomorrow will be many times more lively than now. The Alchemist Conference in Luhi Region? Long Fei muttered, becoming a little curious. Chapter 370 Alchemist Guild. There was a huge shadow of a Feni hovering faintly in the sky and then turned into little stars and particles scattered all over the world. The scene in front of him not only attracted people in the Luhi area but also attracted Long Fei's attention. "It's quite beautiful," Long Fei muttered. At this moment the doors of the other 2 rooms were opened and 2 familiar figures walked out of them. They are Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping. The 2 came over in meditation and naturally woke up later than Long Fei. This is also very normal. "Junior brother Long, you're awake too. This is the first time I've seen you come out of the room faster than us. It's really not easy." Zhang Kainian Zhou. Liang Ping nodded. Both of them were curious about the scene in the sky in front of them and the bustling streets and alleys. Is there something big happening? Is it so grand? The 2 looked at Long Fei with questioning eyes. Long Fei, who kept smiling, said, "This Luhi Region Alchemist Conference is about to begin. Today is just a preview and tomorrow will officially start. After hearing this, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping finally understood. His face looked so confused. When Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping heard the words Alchemist Conference, they were extremely excited and said, to put it this way, our luck is really not that good. We have encountered such a rare opportunity. It's such a blessing. When Liang Ping laughed, ha ha ha, this is a good thing. Isn't it just a conference of alchemists? Do you guys look like this? Long Fei was puzzled. There were just a lot of people refining medicine into Eli IRS. What's so rare about this? He could easily get a lot of them now. Various Eli IRS can be refined instantly as long as the materials are available. Zhang Kainian waved his hand. Junior brother Long, although our monks have different levels, as long as the alchemy skills of an alchemist are high, they can be favored by different people. Therefore, becoming an alchemist is the dream of many people. It is a pity that in the Ascension world such everything in this world is different from that in the lower realm, especially the conditions for becoming an alchemist are very demanding. There is a huge difference between this kind of alchemist and those in the lower realm. According to what you said, it is indeed quite different. Long Fei nodded and then said, then are you an alchemist? Zhang Kainian suddenly said, damn, it would be great if I were an alchemist. I wouldn't have to worry about having no money to buy training resources. Moreover, the cultivation level and the cultivation of alchemy skills are equivalent to doing two things. Either focus on the former, either concentrate on the latter, otherwise the speed of cultivation will be very slow. It may not seem like much at first, but later you will know how difficult it is to use the dual purpose of your mind. Liang Ping crossed his arms and his eyes were full of longing. But the essence of this world is that the strong are respected, so we chose to specialize in realm and strength. Besides, our money is not enough to buy training resources, let alone go to learning alchemy is even more expensive. Whether his desire stems from being an alchemist or a powerful realm in the future, or both, only he himself understands. Brother, what are the entry standards for this alchemist conference? Long Fei looked at the man beside him and asked. Just as the man was about to leave and follow the team, he stopped immediately when he heard Long Fei's call and said, little brother, do you want to participate? But are you an alchemist? I want to participate in the most basic alchemist conference. The standard is that you must wear or possess an alchemist badge registered and obtained by the Alchemist Guild, otherwise there is no need to discuss anything. While saying this, the man's eyes also glanced at Long Fei's body, but he did not see anything that symbolized the identity of the alchemist East. Then look at Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping, and the same is true. If I have the alchemist badge, what are the rules for participating? Long Fei was not angry and asked calmly. The lowest earth immortal in the early stage and the highest Xian immortal, the age must not exceed 300 years. The man said this has been the rule in the past and it has not changed now. Moreover, the alchemist conference in the Luhe region is only for those in the Luhe region and beyond. There are certain limits on the opening of empires and other sects with a surrounding area of no more than 100,000 kilometers. From the first moment I saw him, my little brother is not from here. Could it be that he is from a force outside the Luhe region? The man looked at Long Fei closely. After what he said, Long Fei and the three of them were very happy to hear it. Long Fei smiled and talked nonsense. Seriously, you can say that we have heard about the Luhe River area for a long time, but it is a pity that we have been practicing and have not had the chance to come. Now we have a rare opportunity to come and finally saw this grand and magnificent place. It's such a big world. It's really a good thing that we came here to meet this alchemist conference. Hearing what Long Fei said, the man who was a native of the Luhe region was naturally happy and then smiled and reminded again, if you want to participate in the alchemists conference to experience it, you should first go to the Alchemists Guild in the Luhe region to pass the alchemist badge first. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Walk slowly. The three of them looked at each other and then looked at the crowd below. Junior brother Long, you don't really want to participate in the alchemist conference, do you? Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping looked at Long Fei curiously. Long Fei did not nod but said indifferently, isn't it possible? Are you an alchemist? Do you know how to make alchemy? Zhang Kainian asked quickly. Long Fei said, of course I understand. I have been practicing Wuyudan since I fought in the lower realm to the upper realm now. Of course it is not abandoned now. Fuck yes, since we don't know that the alchemist is beside us yet, the alchemist in the lower realm is the alchemy of the lower realm after all. Now the alchemy and rules of the upper realm have undergone different changes. Maybe you are in the lower realm. My alchemy skills won't be of much use here. Zhang Kainian and the two of them were excited and then gradually relaxed and worried. Long Fei smiled harmoniously. Although I have never refined alchemy since I came to the upper world, I have also read some alchemy books about the Ascension world. In fact, the changes are not big. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping were indignantly encouraged. If that's the case, then what are we waiting for? Go and get an alchemist badge and participate in the alchemist competition. You might be able to get a bonus or something. Besides, our money is a bit tight at the moment. 1 person and 2 people. The price of a top-level abyssal beast is 20 million fairy coins, and to be honest with you, our total fairy coins now don't even have that much. Good. Long Fei nodded. Senior brother Zhang, how many fairy coins do you have now? Zhang Kainian was stunned and said, at present if I don't add some other items I only have 5 million fairy coin. Long Fei turned to look at Liang Ping. Where is senior brother Liang? Liang Ping said, I am the same. The fairy coins alone are only SI million at the moment. Adding my 3 million we now have 14 million. We are still short of SI million fairy coin. Small problem. Long Fei smiled slightly because he sounded that there was a special plug-in that he hadn't used for a long time. That is a 100% copy mirror. It's your turn. Crazy production. Chapter 371. Reappear the mirror. Small question. Besides this alchemist conference, junior brother Long, do you have any other ways to get money quickly? Of course, don't think about other people's money. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping looked at each other and their first impression was that this guy Long Fei had an idea to make quick money. Don't worry, those methods usually won't work. Long Fei waved his hand, then glanced behind the 2 people's butts and said wickedly, I think your butts are pretty good. Why don't you become a duck? I think there must be a lot of rich women in this Luhi area. Get out. When Liang Ping and Zhang Kainian heard this, their faces turned red and shy and they cursed loudly at Long Fei. Ahem. Just kidding, don't get excited. Long Fei coughed dryly and smiled. Zhang Kainian crossed his arms and tilted his head. Junior brother Long, don't make such a joke. Come up with a quick money plan. While we have time now, let's buy and kill the deep beast first. Then we can go and have some fun. Come on, give me your fairy coins first. Long Fei stretched out his hands and grabbed them out of thin air and said with a smile. Hearing this look at Long Fei's mean presence, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping squinted at him for a while, then looked at each other and then took out 2 bags of money from the storage ring, and Long Fei took out his share of the money. Don't pose the money, let's go into the room first. Long Fei walked towards the room with the money. I want to see what kind of trick you are going to do. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping quickly followed and closed the door. Just in case, they also cast the formation barrier technique in the entire room. Although these formations and boundary techniques may not be as powerful as Long Fei's, they are still pretty cool. Long Fei opened all 3 bags of money. With the help of the fairy power, 14 million fairy coins loaded like dense candies, filling the whole room at once. I didn't pack 14 million fairy coins. It turned out to be such a magnificent scene. After being spread out, it was really amazing. The eyes of Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping were briefly glazed over, fascinated by the scene in front of them. In their eyes, these fairy coins are no longer money for transactions but beautiful starry sky-like paintings. Liang Ping said stupidly, there are still SI million fairy coins. Junior brother Long, how do you want to get them? The corner of Zhang Kainian's mouth twitched slightly and he continued, you don't want to just let these fairy coins load here and let them conjure up on their own, do you? Of course not, keep an eye on it. Long Fei smiled mysteriously and immediately waved his hand towards the front. Suddenly something like a void appeared out of thin air in front of him. His hand was just under the gaze of the 2 people. Reached in. People who don't know because Long Fei take things from the void, but Long Fei himself knows what the situation is. This void hole leads directly to the system warehouse and only he can trigger and use it. This is also a good way to show off after the system upgrade. Sure enough, those who know me have a system. His heart is synchronized with the system warehouse. As long as he thinks about what he wants, something will appear behind the void. What Long Fei wants now is the 100% replica mirror that has not been used for a long time. Both of them were very curious about what Long Fei could take out from this inapplicable void, and they stared intently and a little uneasily. The net moment Long Fei's hand was slowly retracted. Soon gradually a mirror with a blue edge and a transparent middle appeared in Long Fei's hand and also appeared in the eyes of the 2 of them. Mirror, mirror. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping were stunned for a moment. Their eyes widened in disbelief. They looked at Long Fei and said in shock, Junior brother Long, what are you doing with a mirror? Zhang Kainian frowned and his face began to look a little unhappy at this time. Do you still have the heart to make such a joke? Junior brother Long, you didn't take it by mistake, right? Liang Ping said this because he wanted to give Long Fei a chance to step down, but things are not as useless as they thought. Long Fei looked unconcerned. He understood that the 2 people in front of him had misunderstood and everyone would misunderstand. Long Fei smiled faintly. Brothers, don't worry. I brought out a mirror. Of course I have my own reasons for it. I didn't take it wrong either. This thing can solve our current plight of lack of money. After a pause of less than half a second, he continued to speak calmly. Moreover, senior brother Zhang, senior brother Liang, take a careful look at the mirror in my hand, and if there is anything different about it, you will soon find something fishy. It there. As soon as the hand holding the mirror loosened, the mirror slowly moved in the air and there was was a very mysterious energy fluctuation at the edge of the mirror. This mysterious energy fluctuation has certain rules or laws. I feel that this mirror is unusual. Liang Ping was stunned for a moment, and now he thought about it carefully, took a closer look and used his fairy power to feel that this mirror that came out of the void in front of him was really extraordinary. This feeling is so strange. Zhang Kainian stretched out his hand to touch, but the moment the fingers were about to get close, the mirror was taken back into Long Fei's hand. Zhang Kainian was stunned and heard Long Fei say, this mirror is called a copy mirror. It can copy the world within a copy range. Anything that is alive cannot be copied. This mirror is so heaven-defying. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping both looked eager after hearing this, but they were not stupid enough to snatch it. After all, they couldn't beat it, and now Long Fei could give them this heaven-defying treasure. Look, this is enough to prove that Long Fei really regards the two of them as his own. The two of them were very moved by Long Fei's attitude. Although the two of them are at a lower level, they will never act like traitors and villains. Zhang Kainian's mind was spinning very fast and he understood everything at once. So junior brother Long, are you planning to use this replicating mirror to replicate all these fairy coins? Liang Ping shouted. Zhang Kainian's words made his mind spin even faster. Suddenly he understood what was going on. Then why are you still standing there? Get started. Liang Ping shouted excitedly. You are wrong, Long Fei said righteously. What's wrong? The two of them were stunned. Long Fei smiled mysteriously. I took out this magic weapon, so how could it be possible to copy it? So little one, set a small goal first and include the 20 million fairy coins to buy the beast of the deep. Each of us is worth 100 million fairy coin. Hearing this, both of them breathed quickly. 100 million fairy coin. The two looked at each other and laughed loudly. That's right, junior brother Long, we too are really blessed. Chapter 372. Heading to the hunting ground. Under the cheers of the three of them, Long Fei started to take action. Soon the 100% mirror was enlarged, starting with a one-time increase of 400 fairy coins and then an increase of 800 fairy coin. In this way, the more fairy coins went on, the more fairy coins were added. Copy them all together one after another. Soon everyone in the room received 100 million fairy coin. This time took less than half an hour. Long Fei was very fast. Sure enough, it was convenient to have such a treasure, and then Long Fei took the 20 million fairy coins and put them in a different money bag. This was the money to buy the deep beast. Unfortunately, there is no such thing in the real world. After all, such things only exist in these imaginary world. After being divided into front and back, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping were laughing from ear to ear. Junior brother Long, thank you very much. The two of them quickly and solemnly thanked him. It's nothing, we are all from the same sect, we are brothers. Long Fei looked at the two of them with a hint of meaning in his eyes and continued, two senior brothers, as long as you follow me, Long Fei, there is no need for money. Worry, once you have money, the resources for cultivation won't be a problem. Junior brother Long said that from now on the two of us will be yours. Zhang Kainian said solemnly. As a money fan, he naturally loves fairy coin. The same is true for Liang Ping. After all, the price of cultivation resources is very expensive. The cheap cultivation resources have no great effect on them now. They must buy high-end ones, and the price of buying high-end ones is 89 times millions. Not cheap ones can cost tens of millions. Expensive ones have to be calculated in hundreds of millions. Spending money on this aspect of cultivation is unparalleledly terrifying. Now that we have money, let's go to the area where the abyssal beasts are kept and kill one first. After Long Fei finished speaking, he collected the money and broke the formation with a wave of his hand. Then he opened the door and walked downstairs. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping hurriedly followed. The three people originally planned to fly over. After all, the distance was not close, but just when the three people flew about 10 meters above the ground, they were suppressed by a terrifying force. At this time, the three of them recalled that flying was prohibited within the Luhi region. Damn things, doing so many of these things, Long Fei complained, looking towards the deep place in the distance. Zhang Kainian sighed and said, hey, there is no way. It's natural that we can't do anything when we come here. After all, this is other people's territory. Those of us who are not as good as others can only passively accept it. Liang Ping nodded in agreement. Yes, junior brother Long, if you can cultivate to be stronger than the other party, then this place will naturally be our world. I think it won't take long. Long Fei raised his head slightly and looked at the sky with sharp eyes. What he looked at was not the sky, but the distance and the powerful pressure of rules hidden in the sky that prevented him from flying. He murmured, it will come soon. Long Fei also planned to take a good look at the mysterious Luhi region on the way, so he did not use the lightning step but rode a carriage with Zhang Kainian. Arriving in front of the carriage, Long Fei said to the coachman, brother, how much does it cost to go to the area where the beasts of the deep are? The groom was stunned after hearing this. The mysterious and astonished Fei seemed to reveal an impression that he had not yet reacted to. It seemed that he did not pecked these people to go back to that place. After he came to his senses, he slowly spoke the area where the beast of the deep is located. As he spoke, he looked in the other direction and then said, that place is not close to here. We need to pass through 3 mountain ranges on the way. It costs at least 500 fairy coins to get there from here. Okay, let's go then. Long Fei said that when he was about to get on the bus, he was suddenly stopped by the driver. Long Fei was confused. What's wrong? The carriage said, Presently the journey is not easy, so you need to pay half of the price as a deposit first and then pay the balance when the time comes. After hearing this, Long Fei turned around and glanced at Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping, then smiled and said, this is no problem, it's normal. With that said, the 3 of them took out their money and collected 205 fairy coins before handing them over to the groom. Brother, 205, half of 500, keep it. Long Fei put the money bag in the groom's hand. The groom weighed himself and nodded secretly. Okay, you go up. With that said, Long Fei and the others got into the carriage without any courtesy. Although the groom said that enough was enough, after Long Fei and the others entered, he quickly turned around, opened the money bag and tapped it carefully. After making sure that the number was enough, he breathed a sigh of relief. After putting it away, he whipped the people sitting net to him. The horse galloped and shouted, let's go. Enclose the beast in the hunting ground. The galloping horse screamed and ran out of the road in front of him very fast. There are very few people in the front. After all, this place is specially used for horse-drawn carriages, just like a motor vehicle road in China. Take the high-speed runway. The carriage called to the galloping horse, and the galloping horse rushed out of the road on the left and reached the periphery of the high-speed runway. On the high-speed runway there are no pedestrians walking here because everyone is moving very fast, and even the horse-drawn carriage disappears in front of them in a short time. It's safer here than ordinary road. The speed was very fast and they passed a toll station ahead. The groom took out 5 fairy coins and threw them into the collection area of the toll station, and he just left without looking back. As time passed quickly, they soon came to the first mountain range. There is a winding road in the mountain. There are many other horse-drawn carriages on this road. They are also very fast, but they are not afraid of being hit. After all, their galloping horses have radar like super sensing. Anyway, it's very safe and can't be hit. That's it, walking all the way. After passing one mountain range after another, after passing the 3rd mountain range, we got off the highway and found a large plain area surrounded by low green grass. It all went well. Along the way, Ben and I didn't encounter the big robber incidents that would happen outside. It seems that the people in Luhe region are well managed. Those robbers don't dare to act in Luhe region. After all, they are strong. The person in charge is in charge and can completely monitor the entire Luhe area. Whenever something unfair happens in the Luhe area, it will be noticed by that person or the prosecutors. How long until we arrive? Long Fei pulled back the cloth and asked the groom. After hearing this, the groom smiled and said, customer, we have passed 3 mountain ranges now and we still have about 5 kilometers to arrive. 5 kilometers, that very fast. Long Fei muttered and said, objective, if you just keep lying down we'll be there soon. The groom said with a smile. Okay. Long Fei's voice sounded inside. The carriage compartment is large enough for 3 people to sleep, but they will not waste such a good opportunity, of course, to enjoy the surrounding scenery. Chapter 373 Arrival. Soon a huge and towering circular building appeared in front of everyone. There are quite a few people around here. Some are male and some are female, some are small and some are big. Needless to say, the purpose of these people coming here is to hunt the beast they want. On the way just now, people could not see anyone except carriages, but it is different now. After passing through the 2 kilometers of road, we have gradually seen people walking, and then gradually we came here and more people came here. This place is very lively. The carriage of Long Fei and the others came to a stop in front of this building. The coachman looked inside and said, you 3 gentlemen, the hunting ground for hunting animals has arrived. The 3 of them, Long Fei, who had been observing the scenery outside the carriage all the way, knew they had reached their destination even if the driver didn't tell them. Without any sloppiness, he quickly got out of the carriage. Now the whole feeling of being in it is different from the feeling in the car. What's more, the feeling of being illuminated by the sun is really comfortable. The sun is so nice. The 3 of them stretched and groaned. To be honest, this comfortable light can really make people intoxicated. In front of the 3 people, this huge building has 4 big characters carved on it. Hunting ground. Animal hunting ground. The 3 of them murmured, young masters, please remember to pay the balance. The driver immediately reminded Long Fei and the others, fearing that they would forget the money. Don't worry, we won't forget this money. Just rest assured. With that said, Long Fei took out the money bag of 250 immortal spirit coins that he had prepared before and threw it into the driver's hand. After getting the money, the coachman did not leave immediately. Instead, he found a place to stop and waited for other guests to come and take the ride. If he just went back like this, he would be at a big loss. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping quickly arrived at the huge huge door of the hunting ground and stopped, their eyes shining with brilliant colors. And Long Fei stood behind them looking around, and the terrain structure of this place soon came into his eyes. There are high hills on the left and right in front. The area formed here is like a natural cornucopia of plain. Everything such as the land form is very thoughtful. Even if the beast in the hunting ground escape, they can temporarily trap these monsters, because in addition to these natural advantages there is also a hidden formation. This formation is very powerful, and it is to prevent them from escaping from the hunting ground set by the monster to go out again. Others may not notice this, but they cannot escape Long Fei's eyes. Everything is under his control. His eyes swept over the people around him. He was currently a mid-level 7 true immortal, and he quickly sensed the energy fluctuations from these people and judged their level. Of course those who couldn't tell were naturally above his level, but there seemed to be no distance above his level outside, so he was not interested in the outside world. True immortals and earthly immortals each account for about half. After looking at the 4 big characters on the main door, he walked in with Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping. There are many people inside, and there are different passages leading to different service areas. Where should we go? Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping looked outside these passages undecided and finally looked sideways at Long Fei. Now it seems that Long Fei is the calming stone for both of them. Where to go? Long Fei stopped a passerby. The passerby looked curiously at why he stopped him. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Long Fei's word come out of his mouth. Brother, which way does the beast of the abyss go? This is your first time, brother? Passerby looked at Long Fei and the others with curious eyes. Long Fei rolled his eyes and said, if I come here for the second time I won't ask you. Damn it, is there something wrong with your brain? Is this a problem? Are you embarrassed to ask? I'm really convinced. Passerby hurriedly spoke and said, you will know when you go in. These roads look separate, but when you go inside you walk together. The main purpose of making them separate is to prevent the inconvenience of being blocked by too many people. Wait until you go and then just go to the front desk and ask. As long as you are in the hunting ground they know everything. Brother, do you understand? Passerby looked into Long Fei's eyes and blinked. Long Fei was a little confused by what he said, and then he said, I know, thank you for the reminder, sorry for bothering you. Passerby walked away without looking back. Long Fei and the other 3 chose the least crowded road and walked in. After walking in, there is a spiral striped tunnel with a relatively novel structure. Stepping all the way to the innermost end there is an arena similar to the interior. The upper end is very large with a circular medium-low layout around it. Where they are now, the position is the highest level. There are many people here, and the competition between humans and monsters is still going on below. Many people are cheering and watching it, which is very lively. The fight between humans and monsters is a scene that everyone is accustomed to seeing. Although the methods are a bit cruel, this is a world where the weak are ants and the strong are respected. This is a very normal instance in such a world. If someone feels cruel and does not do anything, then such a person will not take the initiative to appear in the first place. Here all the people who can be here now are indifferent to life and death and have the temper to do anything if they don't accept it. It is very easy to find the front desk in this place. After all, there are more than one front desk here. There are 5 front desks in total. Long Fei and the other 3 randomly aimed at a target and walked over. When he arrived at one of the front desk he stopped, but it was not Long Fei who spoke first but the woman at the front desk. What do you need, young masters? Looking at the 3 people coming in front of her, the woman's eyes flashed. She held her chin with one hand and then pursed her lips and smiled. Long Fei got straight to the point. We need to buy a level 2 abyssal beast. Do you have any in stock? The woman at the front desk was slightly startled, and after hesitating for half a second she said, wait a moment, I'll check for you. There have been a lot of customers hunting and buying abyssal beasts recently. I'm worried about them. With that said, the woman at the front desk quickly operated the computer-like device in her hand to search. Then he said happily, you are so lucky, you just have the last 2nd level abyssal beast. That's great. Long Fei nodded, and the happiest people were Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping on both sides. Long Fei raised his head slightly. What's the price? 20 million fairy coin. The woman at the front desk was a little worried about whether the people in front of her had so much money, but her worries were all unnecessary because Long Fei decisively threw out a bag of money on the table and said, there are exactly 20 million fairy coins in here. Let's take a look. If there is no problem, just trade it directly. Okay, let me test it. The woman the day before yesterday took out a scale and put the money bag on it and quickly weighed the number. The weight corresponding to this number matches correctly. Then he opened the money bag, reached in and grabbed a big handful, grabbing and releasing again. Then he closed it again and nodded secretly. Very good, no more no less, just the value of 20 million fairy coin. Chapter 374. Step in. Wait a minute. Just when Long Fei and the others were about to complete the deal, a voice rang out. This voice made the 3 of them quite unhappy. The woman at the front desk was stunned and looked up. 3 young men in front of them walked quickly quickly toward come this way. Long Fei and the others turned around and were stunned. These three people look familiar. They seemed to have met somewhere. Junior brother Long, it's them, the three little beasts of Yuanjian sect. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping narrowed their eyes and recognized these three bastards at first sight. They didn't expect to meet in this place. They were really scolding of. Their words were transmitted to Long Fei and could not be heard by outsiders. After being reminded by the two people's words, Long Fei suddenly woke up and understood why he was a little familiar. After not seeing each other for so many days, the auras of these three people had changed. It seemed that they had encountered opportunities and had been improved, and their the clothes and other things have also changed. No wonder I didn't remember it for a while. Moreover, Long Fei didn't take these three people to heart at all. He was now in the middle stage of the 7th level true immortal, and he could see through the cultivation of the three people in front of him at a glance. Except for Jun Tian, who is in the late 3rd level of true immortal, the other two are in the middle of the 3rd level. Long Fei was stunned for a moment and thought to himself, it seems that these people had something to hide their cultivation before. If there were only 1st and 2nd level true immortals before, it has only been half a month now, and it is impossible for them to improve so quickly. They are not the king of cheats like themselves. Only this can explain everything. Who are you? Long Fei looked at the three of them, pretending not to know. Junshan and the others came to Long Fei and the others with cold and arrogant presence. Without looking at the three of them, they turned their attention to the woman at the front desk and said coldly, the 2nd level abyssal beast you just mentioned is the last one. And the woman at the front desk was stunned for a moment, looked at Long Fei and nodded, yes, it's the last one now. How long will it take for the second one to come out? Jun Tian asked coldly. The woman at the front desk shook her head. We haven't announced this yet, and the 2nd level abyssal beasts are not easy to find. Very good, we are pressed for time and came all the way to your hunting ground in the Luhi River region just for this beast. We want this beast. Jun Tian's cold voice sounded. Net to them. Tuan Ao and Xiao Mo looked at Long Fei and the others with provocative and scornful smiles. After hearing this, Zhang Kainian and Liang Pingping's presence darkened and their brows furrowed. On the contrary, Long Fei, although Jun Tian directly ignored his word, still had a calm presence on his face and did not do anything major at all, just quietly watching the performance of these three people. If you dare to go against me, no matter what kind of bullshit you are, Yuan Jianzong, I will kill you. The woman at the front desk looked embarrassed, but I'm sorry. According to our rules here, we have already a deal has been made here and it cannot be cancelled unless your price is raised. Good guy, let's just use this opportunity to make money. Upon hearing this, Long Fei thought to himself that the woman in front of him looked very weak but very delicate. Let's pay 21 million fairy coins, that's it. Jun Tian snorted coldly and then said indifferently to Long Fei, friends, give this abyssal beast to us. By the way, we are the outer disciples of Yuanjian sect. What? An outer disciple of Yuanjian sect? Upon hearing this, the woman at the front desk changed her face and was shocked. At this time there was a change in her heart. She seemed to be leaning towards Jun Tian. After all, the other party was powerful. Long Fei looked at him coldly. Haha, Yuanjian sect? Just because you said it. If you have the ability to come up with something to prove the identity of the three of you, otherwise just a few people can pretend to be from the Eastern Star territory, disciples of the 5 top sect. Upon hearing this, the woman at the front desk looked at Junshan and the others again. Yes, your words are unfounded. You must provide evidence to prove your identity. Very good, you ignorant people. When questioned, Junshan and the other three looked very displeased and became even colder. Then they each took out 3 tokens from the ring and placed them on the table. These are all the identity tokens of the 3 of them as outer disciples of Yuanjian sect. The woman at the front desk was shocked and immediately picked it up to verify. The net moment her hands were trembling and she claimed it's really from Yuanjian sect. Then his face turned a little pale. Who doesn't know the name of Yuanjian sect? That is a very terrifying instance. It is not a powerful instance that they in Luhi region can offend. After seeing the token, she was completely relieved and now she could completely lean towards Junshan's side. The woman at the front desk hurriedly handed it back with both hands. According to our rules, you paid a high price and have such status. This beast of the deep is yours. Long Fei said disdainfully. Haha, everything has to be done on a first come first served basis. We come first and the thing is naturally ours. What's more, they are from the Yuanjian sect, so we are still from the Qinglong sect. People from the Qinglong sect? The woman at the front desk was a little dumbfounded. 2 such powerful sect members came all of a sudden. Fart. After the 3 people took back the tokens, they said coldly, people from the Qinglong sect? You really know how to joke. Jun Tian said coldly, we have proven our identity, but you said you are from the Qinglong sect. Then take out the token and see. Long Fei and the other 3 snorted coldly. Then he also took out the Qinglong sect's outer disciple token from the ring. Faintly there was a dragon's breath coming. The pupils of Junshan and the other 3 people shrank and their presence all changed drastically. With such dragon breath they must be from the Qinglong sect. This is the most basic symbol of the Qinglong sect. Damn it, how could we meet them? Junjin and the others cursed in their heart. When the woman took it the day before yesterday, her e-pression changed drastically and she quickly handed it back to Long Fei and the others. I am confused and don't know what to do. 2 disciples from top sect suddenly came here. It is not a good thing to offend anyone. You go down first, I'll take care of it here. Suddenly a voice sounded. A tall man came out and squeezed the woman at the front desk behind him. My lord. Upon seeing this man, the woman's e-pression changed drastically and then she breathed a sigh of relief and nodded yes. After saying that, he immediately retreated. There was no way she couldn't handle the matter in front of her. After the man came out, the pressure was completely gone. I Cheng Huan am the person in charge of the front desk and animal sales. The man introduced himself first and then said in a gentlemanly manner, both of you are outer disciples of the top sects and we only have 1 second level abyss beast here, but there are abyss beasts above the first and second levels. There are still a few earth beasts left. Can you two choose these? Long Fei said calmly. If it were before we could have chosen, but now these 3 guys have a bad attitude. We want this second level abyssal beast. No, we also need this second level abyssal beast. Jun Tian squeezed his fist and said fiercely, they can't beat the advanced ones and they don't have enough money, but they can choose the first level. But if they choose the first level, they will lose to the 3 people of the Qinglong sect, and it also shows from another perspective that the Yuanjian sect is not as good as the Qinglong sect. The 3 of them would not feel comfortable if this news spread. It's all about face. Haha, you have to save face and suffer the consequences. Zhang Kainian sneered coldly. To fight against Long Fei you really don't know how to write the word death. Chapter 375 Choice. Asshole, what did you say? Xiao Mo said angrily to Zhang Kainian. What's wrong with you? Zhang Kainian looked unafraid. If none of you are willing to give in, then there are only 2 options left. The person in charge said. Rule 1, compare financial resources. The one with the highest price wins. Principle 2, you go and compete. The winner get priority. These are the 2 choices given by the general manager. No matter which one it is a small problem for Long Fei or even a problem at all. If anyone knew about it, they would think that the person in charge was helping Long Fei. Tuaneo sent a message. Junchen, we spent a lot of money on the way here. If we choose the first option, we might suffer a loss. We are limited, but the other party may not be able to do it either. Xiao Mo Chuanyan was dissatisfied. Jun Tian looked at Long Fei and the others coldly and then sent a message. For safety's sake, for the sake of safety, let's just choose the second option and let this so-called Qinglong sect taste the power of our Yuanjian sect. Okay. Tuan Ao and Xiao Mo immediately agreed. After hearing this, the corners of their mouths were drawn into triumphant and confident smiles. But is their choice really the right one? But one thing they guessed wrong was that Long Fei and the others were not afraid at all. All 3 of them were worth hundreds of millions, so why were they afraid of raising the price? We choose the second option. Junchen and the others looked at Long Fei and the others with a cold light in their eyes. After hearing the 3 people's choices, Long Fei and the other 3 almost laughed out loud. In their opinion, whether it was a competition of financial resources or force, they would definitely win because they had the perverted instance of Long Fei. Everyone from Qinglong sect, what is your choice? The person in charge looked this way. They actually chose the second option, so naturally we also chose the second option. Long Fei responded with a smile. Looking at Long Fei's appearance, for some reason Jun Tian and the other 2 people had a bad feeling, but they all thought it was an illusion, and the reason why Long Fei showed such an unscrupulous appearance was completely a boo and made a mystery. That's all. The person in charge smiled and nodded. Okay, you both chose the second option, so please come with me to the place where the competition will take place. I will keep this second level abyss beast for you until you win. One side comes out. Following them, the 7 of them soon arrived at the place where the competition was held. This is a plain. I didn't expect that there would be such a place within this hunting ground for animals. The general manager introduced. This is our simulated land. It can simulate a place similar to the outside through some means. Now this great plain is simulated and you are fighting here. As for the way of fighting, you are decide 3 against 3 or 1 against 1. Trouble just 1-on-1. Jun Tian's cold voice sounded after the person in charge said the word. Forget it. Long Fei shook his head. Everyone was stunned. Jun Tian and others were disdainful and sneered. What? Are you scared now? I don't think the Qinglong sect can do it either. It's really embarrassing. Long Fei and the other 3 frowned and looked unhappy. Such words that slandered their own sect were really irritating. After all, Long Fei was also the leader of a gang. Long Fei's eyes flashed coldly. What I mean by forgetting it is 1-on-1 trouble. Wait until you lose and talk nonsense. In this way the 3 of you will go up together and I will challenge the 3 of you alone. Arrogant. You are humiliating us. When Jun Tian and the others heard Long Fei's arrogant words, they immediately became furious and nearly plotted with anger. Long Fei showed disdain. No, I'm not humiliating you, but you really don't have anyone who can compete with me 1-on-1 or 3-on-1. This is the opportunity one give you. I hope you can seize it, otherwise it will definitely happen. Regret, even though the final result is the same. You are not qualified to humiliate me yet. Long Fei's last words made Junchen and the other three look completely gloomy and furious. This kind of humiliation is really abominable. A strong murderous intent emerged from their eyes. Long Fei sneered, ignored it, and sent two words: garbage. After listening to Long Fei's words, the person in charge felt that this person was extremely arrogant and did not take Yuan Jiansek three people seriously at all. Perhaps this is the arrogant and awe-inspiring temperament of the top sec who don't take everything seriously. He stood aside and listened quietly without saying anything. Because this was a matter between them, he was just the one in the middle making suggestions. Okay, you are so arrogant, then we will do what you want. We will definitely beat you to pieces. You will pay a heavy price for your arrogance today. Junchen and the other three laughed angrily, their long hair blown away by the breath on their bodies. Long Fei looked harmless and smiled. Haha, I like hearing your cruel words the most, and it will be more comfortable to be slapped in the face. Walk. Junchen and the others snorted angrily and walked towards the other side. This room is large enough to perform, and the layout of the room in a hunting ground must be very solid, so there is no need to worry about this. Both of you please stand down. It's time for me to slap you in the face and show off. Long Fei threw his hands behind him and spoke to Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping. Okay, let's watch the show. The two nodded and quickly retreated. The person in charge took the two people to a place to watch the battle. After pressing a button, an isolated transparent wall was raised. Here we can reduce the powerful aftermath of the battle. The person in charge explained. At the main venue, Long Fei stood behind the armrest with a proud look on his face. On the opposite side, the Junchen trio used a violent aura with immortal energy splashing around and their hair free and easy. The three of them stared at each other angrily with murderous intent. Wait a minute, don't hold back, use all your strength to kill this bastard. Junchen's message entered the ears of Tuan Nang and Xiao Mo. How could I hold back? I will definitely crush this disgusting bastard with my strongest strength. The dark and angry voices of Tuan Ao and Xiao Mo came back to Jun Tian's ears. After hearing this, Jun Tian narrowed his eyes slightly and a short cold arc appeared on his lips. Three little ants from Yuan Jiansek, come on. Long Fei raised his middle finger with his left hand and hooked it back and forth, completely looking down on each other. Ah, damn beast. The three people were completely furious and they burst out with three fierce attacks. Hit obviously immortal skills. The three of them decisively used their most lethal skills in order to kill the bastard in front of them. The angrier you are, the happier I am. Long Fei smiled unkindly. Die. The roars of the three people fell and a faint golden aura emerged from Long Fei's body. Bang. What? Just when the three of them had a chance to win, the scene in front of them really made them stare wide-eyed. Since their magical skills have been blocked, and it was clear that all of them hit the person in front of me, but they didn't hurt the other person at all. The three of them immediately suspected whether their magical skills were fake. Let you try the technique that I just learned a while ago. 10,000 body technique activate. Hiratora open. Boom. Chapter 376. 2 rounds of battery life. An unparalleled terrifying light red steam energy erupted from Long Fei's body. A huge white tiger-like creature rushed out and instantly knocked the three people away. At the same time, it spirally swayed on the three people's bodies. Just a simple in the net round. Junchen and the others were shocked to the point of vomiting blood, and they were hit hard on the ground in different directions. The mist on the battlefield dissipated and Long Fei stood there motionless, looking down at the three people coldly and proudly. The three ants from the Yuanjian sect looked so embarrassed in the first round, which is not good at all. Long Fei's words were filled with endless cynicism. Damn it, it's impossible how he could be so powerful. Feeling the terrifying aura on Long Fei's body and recalling the blow just now, the three people's eyes narrowed, their expressions suddenly changed and their faces were full of ferocity and hatred. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to stand up, wiped the blood from his mouth and looked extremely gloomy. Damn you bastard, how proud of you. After saying that, the three of them seemed to have a heart-to-heart connection. Their hands were forming seals quickly and skillfully, and the formation patterns were intertwined and the light was bright. Xian Yuan killing formation. Go. The three people said in unison, and the power on their bodies changed strangely. The sword energy was so high that it was as if it was unattainable in the sky. The terrifying immortal Yuan killing formation summoned a violent storm of swords and blasted towards Long Fei. All the storms danced and quickly enveloped Long Fei. This formation was terrifying enough to kill a 5th or SITH level real person. Fairy. On the other side, the person in charge was horrified and said, what a powerful formation, it is worthy of being called the Yuanjian sect. The lives of the true immortals below the 7th level may be in danger with this formation. It's indeed powerful, but it's a pity. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping spoke at the sight. The person in charge was stunned. What's the pity? Zhang Kainian spoke confidently. If he meets someone else he still has a chance of winning, but when he meets our junior brother Long there is no hope at all. Oh, are you so evil, or are you just stupidly confident? The person in charge frowned. You'll know after you read it. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping said no more. The aftermath of the shock ahead was very powerful. If it weren't for this protector it would really affect the three of them. I have to say that this protection is very strong. You're so stupid, you really think you can defeat me? That's ridiculous. A cold voice sounded from the storm sword, and then a tiger roared and a dragon roared out of the wall. Day tiger, night dragon. Bray. A terrifying huge white tiger and a huge night sky dragon came out, instantly breaking the formation offensive of Jun Tian and the others. The powerful vibrations made all the swords fly away and they were completely destroyed. The terrifying and powerful force tyrannically broke through the immortal killing formation of Junshin and the others. The three of them looked horrified. They were bitten back, vomiting blood, and lay on the ground again. How could this happen? Impossible. How could it be cracked so easily? Surprise. No injuries at all. Monster, monster. The faces of the three people were frightened and gloomy. Their voices were trembling and their eyes were full of disbelief. They couldn't believe this was true. At this moment Long Fei in front was guarded by a white tiger as white as day and a dragon as black as night on the left and right. The light red steam energy on his body was surging and frightening. Actually, to deal with you three kinds of trash I don't need to use any skills at all. Just one punch is enough. The reason why I used it is really just to try out this power. Don't take it personally. How amazing, three pieces of trash. His face was stern and he looked at everything like an ant. Being humiliated by Long Fei, the three of them clenched their fists and inserted their fingertips into the flesh to make it bleed. However, they temporarily lost their sense of pain because they were enveloped in anger. They gritted their teeth and looked extremely gloomy and ugly. Asshole. Today's disgrace will be repaid 100-fold tomorrow. We admit defeat and give you the level 2 Abyss Beast. Jun Tian said these words with difficulty. In just 2 rounds the strength gap between the two sides was already clear. I'm waiting. Long Fei was indifferent and didn't care. Instead he looked forward to it. The stronger he came, the more powerful he would be in improving his cultivation. Naturally he couldn't wait, hoping that he would be intercepted and killed when he returned later. This was his favorite encounter. When the time came he would strangle everyone without hesitation. Junshin and the other two people quickly took out the Eli IRS and ate them. After they stood up their faces looked bad. The slap in the face came too quickly and the humiliation came too quickly. Long Fei turned around and left, etc. Junshin's voice sounded, you want to regret it. Long Fei's cold voice sounded. Jun Tian gritted his teeth and said, haha, now that you have won I can't refute anything you say. I just want to ask you a question. Ask. Long Fei was cold. What kind of cultivation level do you have? Jun Tian finally asked the question he had been holding in his mind for a long time. 7th level, mid-level, true immortal. If you want to find someone to take revenge on me you'd better find someone high level, otherwise I will kill them all for you. After Long Fei finished speaking disdainfully and coldly he turned around and walked towards the person in charge. The results have come out, take us there. Long Fei was too lazy to talk nonsense. Okay, please come with me. The person in charge nodded, looking at Long Fei with the awe of a weak person towards a strong person. The 4 people left this place. The 7th level mid-level true immortal. It turned out to be the 7th level mid-level true immortal. Junshin and the other 3 finally came to their senses, their faces paler from fright, their voices trembling and their presence frightened. Tuan Ao and Xiao Mo clenched their fists even more. It's not fair. A 7th level mid-level true immortal versus 3 of us 3 3rd level true immortals. Isn't this just like playing game? For us this is a battle with no chance of winning from the beginning. Fighting. If you lose you lose. It's useless to say anything now. Even if we don't compete we can't beat each other because of this gap in strength. Jun Tian seemed to have regained some sense and shook his head bitterly, but his face was still full of hatred. Are we just going to let it go? The people of the Qinglong sect are too bullying. Xiao Mo and Tuan Ai were not convinced. How could we just forget about it? The shame they gave us today is the shame that Qinglong sect gave us. Yunjian sect. This hatred and this face must be recovered. Since the 2nd level Abyss Beasts are gone we can only choose the 1st level one. After we go out we will immediately contact the other senior brothers and sisters of this level here and ask them to stand up for us. I believe that senior brothers and sisters really like killing these bastards who humiliate the sect. Jun Tian's fierce voice sounded and the cold murderous intent appeared in his eyes. The 3 of them also walked outside. The person in charge now hands over some information about the 2nd level deep beast to Long Fei. The place he is going to now is the cage where the 2nd level deep beast is imprisoned. I wonder what you call the 3 gentlemen? On the way the general manager asked. My surname is Long. Long Fei said. Zhang Kainian smiled. My surname is Zhang. Liang Ping Iao. My surname is Liang. That's it. The person in charge nodded secretly. The person person in charge slapped Long butt and said, young master, Long's cultivation strength is indeed amazing. At this young age he has reached the level of a mid-7th level true immortal, which really makes me feel deeply ashamed. Chapter 377. Incredible room. You praised me so much that I didn't know what to say for a moment. Long Fei showed a faint smile and then said, but this is the truth. I like to hear what you say. The person in charge Cheng Huan smiled and said, haha, no need to say anything. It's all my personal appreciation for you. If possible, Cheng Huan would like to make friends with you and build goodwill with you. This is a good thing, so let's settle it. Long Fei nodded. By the way, do you have some monsters of all kinds here? Long Fei suddenly thought of something, maybe it could be used as a shortcut in the future, so he asked. The person in charge Cheng Huan was stunned for a moment, then nodded. We can't say that we have all the hunting grounds for hunting animals, but most of the monsters will still be there. If Mr. Long needs any level of monsters in the future, you can contact me. I'm here as long as it's there, it doesn't matter at all. Hearing this, Long Fei slowly turned to look at Zhang Kainian and asked, are there many tasks related to monsters in the sect? Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping were not fooled. They seemed to understand Long Fei's intention. After thinking about it, they nodded directly. There are quite a few. Could it be that junior brother Long Wan? The three people looked at each other and what they wanted to say was already spoken in their eyes. He. The three of them smiled in understanding and they all understood the reason. Cheng Huan, the general manager, also blended into this atmosphere. Haha, if there are less than 3 people, the ideas of the 3 people can actually be realized, and the shortcuts we take to complete the task are also open to such people in private. Long Fei handed over his hand in a dignified manner and joked, we are so destined then the shortcut for future tasks will be the person in charge of the labor department. Trouble please. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping also handed over their hands and laughed in a dignified manner. Cheng Huan waved his hand and said grandly, don't worry you 3. If you have any tasks in this area in the future, please feel free to contact me as long as I have some information to prepare you. 3 of you, for the convenience of future contact, let's add a registration number, right? Cheng Huan, the general manager, suddenly said. Ling Chuan number? Long Fei and the other 3 frowned and looked at each other. From the eyes and expressions of the 3 of them, they could immediately tell whether they knew or not. I don't know at all. What is this? Long Fei asked curiously. Isn't this some kind of high-tech thing? Or something like a telephone? The person in charge Cheng Huan smiled frankly. The 3 of you didn't know, but it doesn't matter. I'll explain it to you right now. This listening device is a device that can transmit sound without any separation, created by the casters of the Ming dynasty in the dazzling continent. It is a tool and its tool is called a listener. The latest version can transmit sounds over 100,000 miles. The 4 of them walked inside while the 3 of them listened to Cheng Huan explain the content and information of this listening account. The last 3 people nodded. Finally, I understand what's going on. It seems that this listening device is no different from a mobile phone. Long Fei pondered in his heart and muttered secretly. In short, it is said that in the bright world of the dazzling continent there was a foundry named who suddenly had this inspiration because he was drunk and had his brain smashed by an apple one day. But at that time he was still drunk and couldn't walk steadily, so he picked up the casting tools and started casting spells and adding materials in his casting room. After a while he operated like a tiger and finally fell to the ground and fell asleep. But when I woke up the next day, I found that I had created the thing called a listening device. As soon as this listener spread, the monks knew that there was such a good and convenient thing, so they naturally came to buy it. It quickly became popular and sold like hot cake. Immediately afterward, people on the dazzling continent began to use this thing. Following the upgrades of one generation after another, the current listener has reached the 10th generation. The person in charge Cheng Huan is holding a 9th generation listener. The 10th generation listener is said to have the terrifying function of transmitting information between astral realms. However, the same price is also extremely expensive. According to the news, it costs 50 million fairy coins each. 50 million fairy coin. It's not really too expensive to say it's expensive. If it's cheap, you'd definitely be scolded to death. It is indeed a very convenient and fast thing to be able to communicate between star realms. At this price, it is actually quite expensive. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping were thinking about it, and with the help of Long Fei, they each had a deposit of 100 million fairy coin. Don't look at it as a lot of 100 million, but in fact it can be spent in 3 or 2 times, and the money they have spent over the years far exceeds billions of fairy coins, all of which are used to purchase cultivation resources and some immortal weapons, immortal treasures, techniques, secrets, and so on. Tell us, where can I buy it? Long Fei looked at Cheng Huan. The general manager Cheng Huan quickly said, young masters, there's no rush. We don't have the earphones here. You need to go to the town or the city to buy one, and I also plan to change it. I will be traveling with you then. Now let me take you to take care of things here. here first? It's true that we were negligent. Okay, let's take care of things here first. By the way, when will we arrive after it's been so long? Long Fei agreed. He should finish the important things at the moment first. After all, the time for this task is running out and all the things that happened on the road have delayed it a lot. Look around at this moment. The three of them are still in this tunnel. A little bit of light like a star-like tunnel. The overall atmosphere is like that of a low-level and illegal transaction. Those who are not brave enough will be scared to death if they think they have been cheated. We're almost there, it's just ahead. The general manager Cheng Huan quickly smiled and nodded. The four of them quickened their pace and soon came to a dead end. It was not a dead end here, but there was a door. The person in charge Cheng Huan entered his identity verification and the door soon opened. The second level abyss beast is inside. 3 gentlemen, please come in. After saying that, the person in charge Cheng Huan led the way. As soon as you come in, Long Fei and the others were shocked to find that they were all huge cages, dark with strange beams of light surrounding them. Inside the cages there is something similar to an image in the beam, and it is a familiar face of a deep beast. Are all the beasts imprisoned in these deep beasts? Long Fei and the others raised doubt. The general manager Cheng Huan nodded. Yes, these are all abyssal beasts. Each type of monster is located in a different place. Only the same monsters will be kept in one place. This place is specially designed for abyssal beasts. What's the deep meaning of these light beams and images? Long Fei pointed at the cage and asked Cheng Huan. Plain, these beams have been specially processed by us. They can trap the deep beast in the dimensional space. They are not as huge as they seem to make people feel scared. It is similar to this purpose. This is a great method, Zhang Kainian and the others claimed. Chapter 378 System Lottery Function. Cheng Huan's footsteps stopped in front of the cage and Long Fei and the others naturally stopped as well. Everyone looked at the cage in front of them and the net second they heard Cheng Huan introduce, this is where the last second level abyssal beast is currently located. After finishing speaking, Cheng Huan took out a round jade piece from the ring. The round jade piece glowed with light blue, which was a key to open the prison cage. Press the concave opening in the cage and twist. After a low click, the door opened. After the door opened and the jade piece was taken back, the four of them walked in. The scene in front of them was completely different from what they had just seen. What you see outside is obviously an image, but what you see now is a shrunken abyss beast bound in a formation. Ho ho ho! When the abyss beast saw the four humans and Cheng Huan again, the hatred and anger toward humans emerged directly and roared out. Its power is very powerful, but it is isolated by the formation. I have to say that this formation is very strong and not an ordinary formation. Damn humans, let me out. They sold us as goods again. The abyss beast spat out human language angrily and unwillingly. Shut up, I'm a prisoner. Cheng Huan frowned and a cold meaning flashed in his eyes. The net moment the formation was activated and currents invaded the body of the abyssal beast. In an instant the abyssal beast tasted the familiar torture, screaming and wailing. In the end he lay weak on the ground. What is this electric current? Seeing such a powerful electric current, Zhang Kainian asked curiously. Since you can easily defeat such a stubborn abyssal beast, this current is extraordinary. Cheng Huan smiled and said, this is a lightning strike from heaven and earth that we in Luhe region have developed specifically to deal with beasts of the deep. I'm sorry I can't tell you the specific. Long Fei looked at him deeply and didn't say much. Then he smiled lightly and said, Brother Cheng Huan, we just gave you the money, now this little beast can be at my disposal, right? Cheng Huan nodded. No problem, this second level abyssal beast is yours now, you can deal with it as you like. Very good. Long Fei nodded and looked at the abyss beast in front of him again. At this time the formation that restrained it was released by Cheng Huan. Long Fei slowly raised his hand and a ray of green light came out and the ancient green dragon sword appeared with terrifying dragon power. When Cheng Huan saw this scene, he felt the unusual aura of the knife in Long Fei's hand, which shocked him. It's so strong. What is this knife? Blue dragon ancient sword. The weak will prey on the strong, so die. Long Fei's indifferent voice sounded, and then without too much nonsense or any fancy delay he slashed directly at the neck of the abyss beast. With one stroke it is extremely sharp and shows its ultimate edge. A blood mark was left on the abyss beast's neck. Its body and head were separated and its breath was completely cut off. After the execution, Long Fei said to Zhang Kainian, the rest is up to you. Taking back the azure dragon ancient sword, Zhang Kainian nodded, walked forward, quickly took out the mission token and pressed it on the abyss beast's head. The mission token recorded entry and then showed that the mission was completed. He looked at Long Fei with a smile on his face. That's it. Good. After saying that, with a wave of his hand the head of the beast from the abyss was taken into the Naja by Long Fei. Long Fei looked at Cheng Huan as usual. This matter is over, it's time for us to leave. When will brother Cheng Huan have time to go with us? Wait a minute. Cheng Huan turned around and went to another cage. This was where the first level abyssal beast was. After entering he used powerful secret technique and formations to condense the abyssal beast into a round sphere and brought it away. Come out. out. This belongs to that Yuanjian sect member. I can leave after I hand it over to him, Cheng Huan said with a smile. Then let go. The four of them returned the same way. Soon he went outside where the three Junshans from Yuanjian sect were waiting sadly and angrily. Only after seeing Cheng Huan and others coming out did they start to move. Cheng Huan came to the three of them, took out the condensed sphere and handed it over 10 million fairy coins. This is a first level abyss beast for you. Jun Tian directly handed the money to Cheng Huan without any nonsense, took the sphere in his hand and said, how do I know whether what you said is true or false? Cheng Huan smiled disdainfully and said calmly, you are the outer disciples of Yuanjian sect. Do you think I will lie to you? And do you think this is necessary? I still need the reputation of my animal hunting ground. Jun Tian squinted his eyes and suddenly felt a little stupid. Then he said abruptly, how should I open it for hunting? Cheng Huan kindly reminded, if you just crush it and it plots it will come out, but it's best to find a big place, otherwise you will be responsible for the consequences. Today's shame will be returned soon. Let go. Junshan and the others looked at Long Fei and the others behind Cheng Huan coldly, left a few words and turned around to leave. Liang Ping sneered, what an arrogant guy. They obviously lost and they started the fight in the first place. Now that they have lost, what's wrong with you? Zhang Kainian said, what kind of good guys can the people of Yuanjian sect produce? Cheng Huan reminded, you three should be careful as much as possible. There are many people from the Yuanjian sect in the Luhe region, and there are also many people from the Yuanjian sect on the dazzling continent. Cheng Huan continued, however, generally people from the alien world who have reached the mysterious immortal level will not come to our dazzling light continent. They go to other high-level star realms to obtain opportunities for cultivation. The Yuanjian sect disciples who are now on the dazzling light continent, most of them are under the influence of Xian Yian, but the possibility of existence of Xian Yian cannot be ruled out. Finally he added, and you can rely on connections to come forward. Thanks for the kind reminder, we will pay attention. Long Fei nodded. Finally, after Cheng Huan gave instructions to the people here, he took Long Fei and the others out of the hunting ground. Along the way Cheng Huan said, the closest town to our hunting ground is a town called Lia Sha Town, where there is a hall selling listening devices. Since lying was prohibited in the Luhe area, they called a carriage and rushed all the way. This feeling of not being able to fly is really unpleasant. System, is there a car for me to drive? Long Fei asked the system on the carriage. The system said, after the system upgrade there is an additional lottery function once a day, but you need to pay system coin. Fuck, why didn't you tell me about this function? Long Fei became angry when he heard it and cursed in his heart. You didn't ask either. The system was very proud. Long Fei gritted his teeth. Damn it, you didn't say any information after the upgrade, nor did you say any additional functions. You are really a bad guy. How to get system coin? Asked. After calming down, 100,000 fairy coins in exchange for one system coin would make Long Fei furious. This is not robbery, Long Fei said angrily. This bastard system. The system said, in the eyes of the system fairy coins are just low-level energy, so according to the rules of the world they are really not worth much. How many system coins can be drawn for a lottery? Long Fei asked. 100 system coins are drawn one, the system said. Long Fei calculated the price in an instant. Why don't you just tell me that 10 million fairy spirit coins can be drawn one? Isn't it tiring? Chapter 379 Seiko, you can only smoke once a day? Long Fei felt that his ears had heard wrong before, so he wanted to make sure again. Yes, the system's answer completely confirmed that he heard correctly and it was all true. Long Fei, what a sting. System, then do you want to smoke? Long Fei pump. After the confirmation is completed, 10 million fairy coins will be deducted and each changed for 100 system coins automatically. The 100 system coins will be automatically consumed and the lottery function will be activated. After the familiar mechanical sound of the system sounded, a very fast flashing ball of light appeared in front of Long Fei's pupils. Only he could see this ball of light and no one else on the carriage could see it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the smelting platform. It has been placed in the system warehouse. Please check it. The long-awaited voice finally sounded. After hearing the word smelting platform, Long Fei quickly checked the system warehouse and asked system, what is this smelting platform for? Do I need to take it out for use? The system's answer, the smelting table can be specially used to smelt weapon. It is divided into two types, primary and secondary. The secondary weapon will be smelted and divided into all attributes and integrated into the main weapon. The success rate is 50% and the failure rate is 50%. 50%. Please use it with caution. No need to take it out, just tell the system to activate the smelting table and the system will take over the operation. Long Fei touched his chin. This is a good thing after all, but the success rate and failure rate are a bit hesitant. In the short time he spent, the carriage had already reached Lia Sha Town. The carriage stopped and he terminated the session with the system and waited. We are here, the three young masters can come down. Cheng Huan landed landed first. Zhang Kainian was the first, Liang Ping was the second, and Long Fei was the third. Everyone landed on the ground. There is a road ahead which is Lia Sha Town. It is surrounded by yellow sand, but those who live here have already adapted to it and it does not affect their lives at all, and they also use the yellow sand reasonably. The famous name of Lia Sha Town makes people think that it is a very backward and remote town where no one comes, but in fact there are quite a lot of people here walking, and you can see hundreds of household and shops where they purchase goods. There are many people come and go, most of them are tourists. Cheng Huan led Long Fei and the others directly towards the hall. The palace hall in Lia Sha Town is as grand and spacious as a royal palace. On both sides there are thorn warrior guards wearing golden iron armor holding three-pointed spears, standing here like an unshakable mountain with piercing eyes. Seeing Cheng Huan and his party walking this way, the two of them approached the center. The three-pointed swords in their hands were tended outward to form a cross shape. Then the two people's cold voices sounded, "This is the palace hall. What's the business of the four of you here? Haha, don't you remember me?" Cheng Huan narrowed his eyes and smiled. Just when the two guards were curious looking at Cheng Huan's face and thinking, they saw a ball of light appear in the latter's hand, and then a blue token was in his hand. The pattern on it was a sword inserted in the circle. It can be split in half in the middle of the hunting ground. "This is it." The guard was shocked. "Do you two remember now? We came all the way today just to buy a new generation of listeners. Please let me go." Seeing the shocked look on the guard face, Cheng Huan chuckled and directly stated his intention. "It turns out he is the general manager of the hunting ground. Please come in." The guard returned to his original position and the road ahead opened for the four of them. Cheng Huan nodded with satisfaction and walked in with Long Fei and the others. Arriving at the hall, he continued to follow Cheng Huan. A beautiful woman stood in front of her, seemingly waiting for someone, or she was just waiting again due to her position. "Responsible person, you are finally here." After the woman saw Cheng Huan, the smile on her face became even stronger. "Well, Xiaojing, take us there." Cheng Huan smiled faintly and looked somewhere ahead. "Yes, please come with me." Following the woman, the four of them quickly entered a room. The layout of this room was designed in a noble style. There are four golden rays of light floating in the center of the room. The four golden rays here are the latest generation listeners that I prepared for the four of you. Su Jing came to the four golden rays and introduced them. Cheng Huan, Long Fei, Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping could all clearly see a round object as big as a palm inside the light group. "Can I take it down?" "Okay." Cheng Huan took the lead and stretched out his hand to take it, and the others followed suit. After taking the latest generation of listeners, the four of them started playing with it under Su Jing's introduction and e-play nation. And the listener Shang also had his own listening number, and the four of them added each other's numbers and began to say hello briefly. This thing is similar to WX, but it is much more advanced than WX. After all, this thing can make connections outside the star realm, which cannot be easily achieved with ordinary human technology today. From Su Jing's e-play nation, Long Fei learned that although this listener was only as big as a palm, it contained and designed tens of thousands of special formations. Tens of thousands of formations were condensed into such a small, it is not an easy task to run things inside. This is a proper advanced project, very difficult but also very powerful. These formations are also specially created for this listener and cannot be used eternally. No wonder this generation of listeners is as e-pensive as 50 million fairy coin. Sure enough, it's e-pensive for its own reason. Su Jing said if you need to upgrade in the future, these formations will be synchronized with the central console and can be automatically upgraded. However, you need to upgrade in the hall and pay the relevant upgrade fees. Okay, I think it's good, just give me the money, Long Fei said. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping nodded secretly. This small listening device actually has tens of thousands of concentrated formations. It is really terrifying. The function is even more powerful. 50 million is indeed worth it. Cheng Huan has long been fond of this new generation product. With a wave of his hand, 5 bags of money came out and fell into Su Jing's hands. Each bag contains 10 million fairy coins and 5 bags contain exactly 50 million fairy coin. Cheng Huan had already concluded the deal, so Long Fei and the other two were naturally unambiguous and they just threw away the 50 million fairy spirit coins and went out again. Long Fei's face was calm, but Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping were really in pain. Although these fairy coins were copied by Long Fei, they still felt very uncomfortable. The 50 million yuan was gone immediately and I felt like I was being robbed. Everyone wait a moment. Su Jing quickly came to the front desk with her phone in hand, implemented the extremely fast counting mode and quickly calculated the answer. After the transaction was successful, the 4 people left the hall directly. Cheng Huan asked, "Where are the 3 of you going, Net? It's been more than half a month since we left the Qinglong sect. It's time to go back and hand in the mission," Long Fei said. Chapter 380 Farewell for now, Smelting Start. After getting the listener, the 3 of them said goodbye to Chenghuan. This time the three of them did not call for the carriage. Instead they quickly returned to the previous city in Luhe region with the help of Long Fei's lightning flash. Long Fei said to Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping, there are still 10 days left and I still have some things to do here. How about you go back to Qinglong sect to hand over the task? Zhang Kainian nodded. Okay, but if you want to go back to Qinglong sect you have to enter the transfer station, and the formation to enter the transfer station should be there in the Luhe region. Let's go look for it. Liang Ping said. Let's go, I'll go with you. After saying that, Long Fei took the two of them to ask if this formation is. The reason why he was asked to go back quickly was because he was worried that the people from Yuanjian sect would call senior monks to deal with him later and they would not be able to be distracted by that time. And these two people, regardless of their low cultivation level, would definitely be killed. After asking the waiter at the store, Long Fei and the others learned the news. Sure enough, there was a formation leading to the transfer station in the Luhe region, right in the center of the Luhe region within Luhe city. And it happened that Long Fei also asked the alchemist guild who was also in Luhe city, which saved a lot of things. After learning the news, the three people rushed directly to Luhe city without any delay. It must be said that the distance was still quite far, but fortunately Long Fei had the help of lightning flash step and the three of them arrived at the gate of Luhe city in less than a minute. The surrounding cities and towns are connected to each other and there are plain grasslands, dense vegetation and long and thin streams of water. Anyway, the surrounding scene here is so rewarding. Because Luhe city is the center of the Luhe river region and the most prosperous area, you need to pay an entry fee to enter the city. According to the above, we can know that the entry fee for a person is 100 fairy coins, which is not expensive, but for civilians it is still very expensive for ordinary people. So most of the civilians live in other cities or towns and villages. These ordinary and simple days have already become a daily life course that almost everyone must take. Following the team, Long Fei and the other three also entered Luhe city. The rules after entering the Luhe region are stricter than those outside. Fighting and other bad behaviors are not allowed here. If you want to compete, you must go to the martial arts arena and you cannot kill or maim others, otherwise you will be killed by thunder. The rules here not only protect the lives and safety of the people in Luhe city but also bring a convenient and comfortable life to many people. It is rare to encounter such a city now. Therefore even people outside are trying their best to live in Luhe city. Long Fei and the others walked all the way inside and saw the vastness, prosperity and luxury of this city. The streets and alleys are crowded with people busy with traffic and extremely lively. For a moment Long Fei suddenly had the illusion that he had returned to China Earth. After all, some of the decorations and buildings here are somewhat similar to those of Earth China, and I don't know if it is because of this alchemist conference that it has caused a more intense wave. There must be a reason for this. Boss, please give me 3 skewers. The three of them came to a skewer shop ahead, asked for 3 skewers. The boss smiled and said hello and started grilling the meat very quickly. The boss's movements were very skillful and fluent. In less than 2 minutes 3 skewers as thick as an adult's arm were ready. Really big. The three of them clenched their teeth impatiently. 3 of you are objective, a total of 30 fairy coin. The boss smiled and looked at the three of them. The three of them gave the money. Just when Long Fei was about to ask a question, he looked somewhere in the corner of his eye and saw an erected sign with something like a map written on it. Without asking, Long Fei said goodbye to his boss and led Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping towards the erected sign. The three of them took a closer look and found that there was no mistake. What was recorded here was a map, and the content of the map was the various locations in Luhe city. Soon the three of them discovered the location of the teleportation array heading to the transfer station and the Alchemist Guild from this map screen. The Alchemist Guild is highlighted in red. It can be seen that this Alchemist Guild has a very high status in Luhe city. Long Fei pointed at the location of the teleportation array on the map. I'll take you to the teleportation array. Are you going to the Alchemist Guild? Zhang Kainian asked. Long Fei nodded. Yes, I just want to see how many pounds the alchemist here has. The voice he spoke was very calm, but he couldn't tell that he was specifically belittling the alchemist here, and he didn't mean it, he just wanted to see it. In that case, let's head off now. Let's go back and hand in the mission first. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping looked at each other and nodded. The three people set off and quickly arrived at the teleportation array area according to the location and path on the map. It's open air here. There are quite a lot of people and you need to queue up. There are specialized people in charge of this area. Under the orderly operation of these people, it was soon the turn of Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping. The two of them stood in it and put in fairy coins to activate. Zhang Kainian and Liang Ping looked at Long Fei and the former said, we are waiting for your return in the sect. If anything happens, remember to pass the listener to us and we will ask people from the sect to come to help. Good. Long Fei smiled faintly. It won't be long before we meet again. Goodbye. After saying that, a ray of light rose from the two people's bodies and then their figures disappeared into the teleportation formation. After watching the two people leave, Long Fei didn't stay any longer, turned around and left. The journey was quite smooth. After all, this was within Luhe City and there were countless powerful people hiding there. Walking towards the location of the Alchemist Guild, Long Fei called out the system, activate the smelting platform. The command has been received and the smelting platform has been successfully activated. Please select the main weapon. As the system sounded, a virtual section that only he could see appeared in front of Long Fei's eyes, still with a red background. The Qinglong Ancient Sword makes the decision. Long Fei made a decisive choice. Master selection completed. The system sounded and then a severely reduced Qinglong Ancient Sword appeared on the virtual plate in front of Long Fei. Please select a secondary device. The system voice sounded again. Is there a limit on the number of secondary weapons? Long Fei said no. The system replied, add the Sword of the God, the Azure Dragon Emperor's Flame Sword and the other weapons we collected that have not been used. Since he wanted to do it, Long Fei decided to make a big bet. If you lose, the ancient Qinglong Sword will probably be useless, but if you succeed, the ancient Qinglong Sword will be greatly improved. Even evolution is possible. Added completed. The efficiency of the system is very fast and weapons are produced one after another in one go. The host needs to pay 10 system coins for smelting. The system said, what? Want more money? Why didn't you tell me before? Long Fei felt uncomfortable. 10 system coins are 1 million fairy coin, but he can copy fairy coins infinitely, so it doesn't hurt. Chapter 381 Alchemist Conference. You ask. The system's answer made Long Fei feel extremely familiar. Long Fei scratched his head. Why is this sentence so familiar? Do you want to proceed to the NET step of deduction? At this moment the screen in front of him changed again. Hey, I'm in trouble. I'll give you 1 million fairy coin. Long Fei sighed, then gritted his teeth. Automatic deduction successful. Smelting begin. The NET second. The scene in front of Long Fei changed again and turned into a lava-colored furnace. The status of the furnace is smelting and there is a countdown number below. What is displayed is 24 counting down. System, do you mean it will be released after 1 day? Long Fei asked. Yes, the system answered. Then the voice came out again. There are smelting talismans available for purchase in the system which can increase the success rate. Due to the excessive number of secondary weapons, the current smelting success rate is only 20%. Can the host purchase the smelting talisman to increase the success rate? I'll go. Is there still such an operation? It's a pity that you don't do sale. You only have a 20% success rate. What will happen if it fails? Long Fei complained that this system was changing tricks to defraud him of money. Then asked, system become scrap metal, you can hit people during fight. Long Fei said, forget it instead. Mr. Zhang, I am not short of money. Can you tell me the price of this smelting talisman? 100 system coins each. One can increase the success rate by 2%. The system said. Long Fei almost vomited blood. Holy shit, it's such a huge pit. Just in case, for peace of mind, Long Fei planned to increase the success rate to 100%, otherwise he was afraid that something would go wrong with the system again. 10 million fairy coins are really expensive. Long Fei quickly found an inn to stay in. After entering the room, he closed the door tightly and set up a formation. Then he took out the replica mirror and took out all the fairy coins. Spirit coins are being copied crazily. Currently he need 40 smelting talismans to increase the smelting success rate to 100%. This is not a small amount of money. 10 million fairy coins per piece. 10 pieces are 100 million fairy coin. 40 smelting talismans are 400 million fairy coin. Damn, it's really too expensive. But for the sake of his future weapons, Long Fei did it. And now they are copying fairy coins crazily. Fortunately, these are considered normal money to spend, otherwise Long Fei would really go to rob. Soon Long Fei copied a total of 1 billion fairy coins and stopped and took back his things. I looked at the time and half an hour had passed. System, I have money now. Quickly deduct the money. Long Fei quickly issued the order. I want to increase the success rate to 100%. There are currently 20 and there is still 80 to go. Just 40 smelting talismans are enough. The system has received it. The deduction has been completed. The smelting talisman is automatically switching. Automatic integration. As the sounds of the system rang one after another, Long Fei's fairy spirit coin instantly disappeared in the amount of 400 million, and then he saw a data percentage energy appearing in the middle of the smelting furnace in front of him. The percentage energy was lightning fast. It rose like a star and was filled up in the NET second. The current percentage is 100%. Ding dong. The improvement is completed. Congratulations to the host for the smelting improvement of 100%. You can wait for the release with peace of mind. The system's voice seemed very happy. I don't know if it was because it defrauded Long Fei of so much money or because it congratulated Long Fei on the success of his weapon. What do you think? Very good. After hearing this voice, Long Fei felt completely at ease. He didn't check out because he was staying here tonight. As he walked along the the Alchemist's Guild was less than 500 meters ahead, and there were no houses around it, which seemed to belong to an independent territory. After Long Fei left the room, he rushed directly to the Alchemist Guild. There may be some reasons for the conference. There were many people here. There are quite a few alchemists. Are these people here to take the EM to be alchemists? Long Fei frowned, very curious. And you can already smell the fragrant red pepper fragrance right from this position. As soon as he used the phantom shifting technique, he quickly passed through the gaps between these people like a stream of air and lightning, and soon arrived at the front. Since there were a lot of people here and they were noisy, these people didn't notice Long Fei jumping in line. Everyone was walking around and Long Fei walked directly inside. There are no guards guarding the entrance of the Alchemist Guild. It seems that this door can be entered and it will because someone has been released now. After entering this place, Long Fei found that there were quite a lot of people who came here to apply for the alchemist badge, and monks came out in batches from different entrances. Some of these monks sighed. It doesn't matter how natural they are. Some failed and some had thick smiles on their faces. You don't need to look at these to know that they succeeded. There is a front desk all around here. Who is in charge? There are too many people and the people at the front desk are too busy. Brother, are there so many people here every day? Long Fei asked after patting a man in front of him. In just such a short period of time, another group of monks were sent out from those crossings, and it felt like this EM was as fast and hectic as a factory assembly line. The man was a little surprised and came back normally after a second and said, of course not, these people are because the Alchemist Conference has started attracting many people to sign up. Normally there would not be so many people, but now with the help of this celebration, if you are lucky in the beginning, you may be lucky enough to become an alchemist. Everyone comes with this mentality and you can see this scene every time. Long Fei felt that it was worth it. His words earned so many words from the other party. That's it, thank you for the explanation, brother. Long Fei smiled slightly and handed over his hand without being rude. Brother is an outsider? You don't know this? The man looked at Long Fei. Yes, I just came here today. Long Fei nodded. In that case, I wish you good luck. The front desk approved the application very quickly. The crowd in front of the queue had disappeared and it was the turn of the man in front of me. Thank you, it's your turn, brother, Long Fei said. Under the guidance of the front desk, the man quickly filled out the information and left after reviewing the sign. Then comes the guy. Long Fei. Name: Long Fei. Gender: are you blind? Gender: male. Where did you learn from? Self-taught. The receptionist filled out the information without even looking at him and handed the sign to Long Fei. Alchemy room number 3, passage 2 NET. From beginning to end he didn't even look at Long Fei. Long Fei was also speechless, took the sign and left directly. These people really have character. Sure enough, those with strength are arrogant. Soon I found passage number 2 and a man with a bitter face walked out of it. Long Fei walked inside. Chapter 382. Testing soul strength. Walking towards the inside, you can meet several monks walking out of the passage on the way. Some of these monks are smiling and some are sad, but most of them are smiling. The entrance was quite wide. Long Fei quickened his pace a little and walked out of the entrance and came to a large secret room. He could see a group of monks taking alchemy tests, and from time to time 3 or 2 furnaces would explode. Suddenly a staff member walked towards Long Fei. Please show your sign. Long Fei took it out and handed it to him. After taking a look at it, he said, are you here to take the EM to become a first-level immortal alchemist? Long Fei was a little stunned after hearing this because he didn't know how the levels of alchemists in this world are divided. I'm new here, I don't know how the levels of alchemists in this world are divided. You just ascended, right? The staff saw through Long Fei at a glance. Long Fei didn't hide anything and nodded. Not bad. You follow us and I will briefly explain the key points to you. The staff member turned around and walked away with Long Fei's sign, and Long Fei quickly followed behind. While passing through the special section of road, the staff member asked, were you an alchemist when you were in the lower realm? Long Fei said, we call it an alchemist here, but the finished product is also an ELIR. I am indeed an alchemist. The staff nodded. Whether it is an alchemist or an alchemist, it is the same. It just depends on the level of the world plane, and our ascension world belongs to the high-level plane world, and the alchemist is naturally not the alchemist or alchemist that can be found in the lower world. Alchemist can be compared. If you want to become an alchemist in our ascension world, the most basic thing is to have the dual attribute fairy energy of fire and wood. Of course, even just a trace is fine as long as you have it. If you are born without it, don't worry, you can buy it the day after tomorrow. One can also become an alchemist by artificially planting the spiritual roots with certain attributes, but the future may be limited. Even so, you can still have a very high status, and the alchemist level of our ascension world is the 13th level of the immortal level. Immortal level alchemists also have very high requirements for soul level. The most basic requirement for becoming a first-grade immortal level alchemist is that your soul level also reaches the immortal level, at least earth immortal. The subsequent subsequent operations are similar to yours. You can refer to them to know. The staff was quite nice and answered Long Fei's questions attentively. Then he turned around, stopped and looked at the monks who were currently refining Eli Irs. Long Fei followed him and clearly wrote down what he said word for word. Then he looked at the monks who were refining the Eli Ir. The techniques of these people were indeed similar to those of the alchemist, and that was all. I understand. Then I really want to pass the EM to become a first-level immortal alchemist. Long Fei nodded. What should I do? Net? Let me check your soul level first. Only those who have reached the basic earth immortal level can take the EM. Otherwise you should go back and practice again. The staff member said, turned around and continued walking inside. At this moment there are 3 people sitting on the high platform in the secret room. These people are the supervisors of this emanation. To put it simply, they are the emaners. Soon the staff took Long Fei to the end. It was very bright and there was a mechanical equipment in front. The staff member came to the front of the mechanical equipment, took out his hand and pressed it, and the mechanical equipment lit up. He stepped back and looked at Long Fei and said, just release your soul power and inject a little bit of it here. Long Fei did as he did, and as soon as he closed his eyes the soul power appeared. At this moment the e-prescience of the staff members changed with shock, and the 3 emaners on the high platform also instantly felt the powerful and terrifying soul power here. His completion changed drastically. What a strong soul power! Since it is above us. The 3 emaners were shocked. The monks who were refining the Eli Ir were also slowed down by the terrifying soul power of Long Fei. Their e-prescience changed with fear. Cold sweat flowed from their forehead and their breathing was a little heavy and difficult. Long Fei, who had already injected a trace of soul energy on the other side, directly withdrew his soul power. At the same time the mysterious pressure in the secret room ended. Although it only lasted a few seconds, it was unforgettable. Who are you? The staff looked at Long Fei in shock and fear. Long Fei, an outer disciple of Qinglong sect. Long Fei took out a token from the Naja and continued, although I came from the lower world, it does not affect my power at all. The staff member looked at the token in Long Fei's hand and did not raise his hand to take it. Instead his eyes widened and his e-prescience changed with shock. He did not dare to take it and cold sweat continued to flow from his forehead. Damn it, she is actually an outer disciple of the Qinglong sect, the top 5 sects in the Eastern Star region. No wonder there is such terrifying soul power coming from the lower world. If it weren't for monsters they wouldn't be able to enter the terrifying sect of Qinglong sect. I understand, please take it back. The staff member nodded, his tone showing awe. Long Fei put it away, looked ahead and said, where is my soul level now? A realm? After hearing this the staff immediately reacted, checked the mechanical equipment, and the net moment their hands rose. His face is full of incredulity. Xuan Yuan Ian, he screamed in horror. That's right, Long Fei's soul strength at this moment has reached the Xuan Ian level. You must know that his current level is only a mid-level 7 level true immortal. The staff member grunted, looked at Long Fei in panic and said, sir, your soul realm is Xuan Ian. If you rank it according to the level of alchemist you can now pass the EM to become a 5th level immortal alchemist. But if you can pass the EM, whether you can pass the EM or not are 2 questions. You must know that even today there are only a handful of 5th grade immortal alchemists in Dazzling Continent. Although there are 2 more words between the 5th grade alchemist and the immortal level 5th grade alchemist, there is a world of difference between them. In the Luhi region the only president of the alchemist guild is a 5th level immortal alchemist. If you want to pass the EM to become a 5th level immortal alchemist you must go to an unpected star realm in the Dazzling Continent such as the Qinglong realm can. The strength of the soul is more difficult to cultivate than one's own cultivation. The Dazzling Continent is still at the lower middle level in the Eastern Star territory. Even in the Ascension world it would be good to have a few immortal level 5th level alchemists, let alone he is a SITH level immortal alchemist or even higher. Long Fei reached out and touched his chin, thinking, well, there's no rush. I'll start taking the test from the first level of immortal level first. The food must be eaten 1 bite at a time and the road must be walked step by step. Yes, the staff member nodded. Now Long Fei's status is directly higher than him. In this world the strong is respected. May I ask what is the master's level of cultivation? The staff member said cautiously. Currently a mid-level 7th level true immortal, Long Fei said calmly. But saying this really scared the staff. Chapter 383. The assessment begins. This is really unbelievable. The staff member took a deep breath and looked at Long Fei's appearance and figure. He never asked the second question in his mind, how old are you, because he was afraid that he could not bear the stimulation. Now can I pass the EM to become a 1st grade immortal alchemist? Long Fei looked at the staff with a flat gaze and did not feel anything because of his verbal praise. After all he was already numb. Okay, I will make arrangements for you now. When these people finish refining it will be your turn. The staff began to operate the mechanical equipment. Long Long Fei did not look at it. He just turned around and observed those who were refining the irs of monk. Both those who failed and those who succeeded left together, and the new batch of people were also arranged by the staff to undergo the same test as Long Fei and were waiting in the waiting area. The staff also quickly went to the three Eminers and informed them of the evildoer Long Fei. The three of them recalled the terrifying soul power just now. They originally planned to search for it, but due to the need for inspection and the soul power disappeared in an instant, they were stranded there. The powerful spiritual power just now was actually emanated from this young man. The three of them were stunned after hearing this. Their pupils shrank and their prescience changed in shock. Where is he now? The three of them said in unison. To be able to cultivate at the mid-7th level of a true immortal and have the soul strength of a mysterious immortal is a monster that is rarely seen in 10,000 years. Now they couldn't wait to go to this young man and do a quick study. Moreover, the staff said that he was very young, but they didn't ask about his age for fear that he would not be able to withstand the stimulation. The three of them were speechless for a while when they heard the staff's word. But it doesn't matter, he won't ask. The three of them will ask. It's just in the waiting area. It's the NET group of people. The staff member raised his glasses and said. After hearing this, the three people stopped walking when they were about to leave. The middle-aged man behind said, don't worry, Fang Zheng can't leave either. He has a soul strength of Xuan Yan level and so on. It's his alchemy. We can observe it first. Don't scare the snake first. After listening to his advice, the other two middle-aged men touched their beards and nodded. Okay, I'll do as you say. The three of them all look like middle-aged men, but their real ages have long been calculated in units of 100. This batch is finished. Go and prepare the NET batch. The middle-aged man on the left ordered the staff. The staff looked at the group of monks who had left and nodded. Yes, elder. Yes, it turns out that these three people are not only the Eminers this time, but also the elders of the Alchemist Guild. The silver-white badges worn on the chests of the three of them are the symbol of alchemist. 4 points are lit up inside the silver-white badges. These three people are shockingly all 4th-grade immortal alchemists. This is a symbol of their identity and status. Although they are not as popular as other high-level alchemists in other star realms, their prestige on the dazzling continent is on par with those at the peak of the 5th and SITH levels of the mysterious immortal. Even those who are at the peak of the 9th level of Xuan Yan are very polite when they encounter no absolutely superior alchemist. Of course, these all depend on the person. Not everyone will be polite. If some people don't like you, they may kill them. After all, looking at the problem from most perspectives, such a situation rarely is at present, and most alchemists focus on alchemy and their own cultivation level is not really too high. But not everyone can be bullied. You must know that if these three people are placed on Duki continent, it is also a super imperial instance that surpasses the imperial grade alchemist. You can destroy all sentient beings with just a few moves. Of course, this can only be done in the lower realm. It is absolutely impossible to do it in this ascension realm. Of course, some abandoned star relics can make this dream come true. The staff came to the waiting area and said to the young men and women in front of them, everyone has been waiting for a long time. I won't say any more nonsense. It's your turn, NET. There are 15 positions there randomly assigned. Draw your number here. As he spoke, a red square bow appeared in the hands of the staff as if by magic. 15 people came to the front one after another and stretched out their hands to draw numbers. What they took out was a round ball. Marked on it are the numbers that were drawn and seated. It was Long Fei's turn. Fang Zheng reached in and took it casually. When he came out, he saw that the number was 8. Long Fei groaned softly and followed the people in front towards the alchemist emanation platform. Everyone took their seats, including him. Soon he came to stand behind table number 8. Seeing that all 15 people have found their positions and are ready to go, the three elders above nodded lightly, but their eyes intentionally or unintentionally stayed on Long Fei on stage 8 for the longest time. He must be the person the staff mentioned. The three of them saw the pictures the staff showed them and immediately recognized Long Fei. Moreover, Long Fei was the only one with a bald head among the 15 young men and women at the scene, which was also the best way to identify him. The elder in the middle said, without further ado, you are all monks who have come to pass the EM to become a first-grade alchemist at the immortal level. No matter whether you have ascended from the lower world before or whether you were originally from this world, no matter what you have done before, you have never refined IRS, and now there is a completely different concept between the immortal level and the immortal level, so your assessment task this time is to refine a first-grade immortal bone IR. You have 2 hours and 2 chances. If it doesn't work, it's a failure. Come back NET time. At this point his voice stopped and the three of them all wanted to take a good look at the prescience of these people. As pected when they heard that the content of the assessment was the 4 words immortal bone IR, except for Long Fei, the prescience of the other 14 men and women changed in shock. What? Since it is the immortal bone pill, you are indeed an immortal level level alchemist. Even the first level EM questions are so difficult. Everyone frowned and did not dare to take it lightly. Although this immortal bone pill is also sold in the market, it is not easy to refine and the materials are quite expensive. Wait a moment, we will send you materials. Each of you will have 2 pictures, which means you have 2 chances. The elder's voice continued to sound, and after he finished speaking he glanced at the staff member below. The staff nodded and looked serious, already understanding. Then he turned around and went in. Under the eyes of everyone the staff moved very quickly. Although his hands were still empty when he appeared again, when he came to the stage he raised his hand and waved and many flew out from the ring. The unusually beautiful and ugly medicinal materials were all in a light group, and then all the light groups were divided into 2 groups and fell on the table of 15 people. What's more surprising is that there is a refining step diagram in the light group, but even if there is a picture it may not be possible to make it. Chapter 384 Under assessment. Now that you each have 2 copies of the medicine refining materials, the medicine refining examination has officially begun. The elder's voice resounded from the secret room, followed by a stick of incense that was almost as thick as an arm and was suspended in the air in front of everyone, having been lit. After all, it is 2 hours equal to 4 hours. The elder said this stick of incense can be burned for 2 hours. After burning, the assessment will end. Of course, those who fail twice will be eliminated directly. At this moment the 15 people looked solemn and silent, carefully reading the instructions in their hands. Long Fei quickly analyzed these materials. There are 5 ingredients in the immortal bone pill: immortal blood grass, earthly essence, lotus bone, accelerating flower, immortal level water system, demonic beast blood, and immortal level water system, demonic beast core. These are unusual medicinal materials, but the fairy level water system behind them can be found easily. This is the first time that Long Fei has seen the names of these materials in reality, and before that he only had a rough idea of them in the classics on medicinal materials in the heavens, so overall it's still very unfamiliar. This step manual does not explain or record the efficacy and function of these materials. If you are not familiar with these things, it is easy to mess up the friar. He doesn't care about others and he won't pay attention to them. Now he closes his eyes and quickly reviews the information in the classics in his mind. Then he quickly finds these materials and puts them all together to interpret them. The introduction of the content is not much different from their name. The role and efficacy of fairy blood grass. It is very simple to understand. It is an herb that can naturally produce fairy level blood. It is generally used to make irs. Of course it can be taken directly, but it has no effect after being refined into irs. It is very powerful, and if it is effective it can be used to quickly repair the flesh and blood of injured fairy level creatures. Earthly essence lotus, a kind of essence lotus that is under the ground and can help living beings to be reborn. Its function is similar to that of fairy blood grass. Its effect is to strengthen the body. If you are lucky you can get a trace of earthly essence lotus energy. The effect is great, but the chance of obtaining it is no more than 0%. 1. Bone accelerating demon flower. It is similar to the earth rising essence lotus immortal blood grass above. It is used to speed up the growth of bone. The speed is very fast. After all, the grown bones will be stronger. As for the fairy level water monster blood and fairy level water monster pill that follow, it is easier to understand, so I won't introduce them in detail. After reading the steps he simply recalled them in his mind. He was not in a hurry to do it, but continued to rehearse the alchemy process in his mind. Over and over again everyone has started to take action now, and almost half an hour has passed. In just half an hour someone blew up the furnace for the first time. This will be the mentality that affect the second time. Therefore we must also stabilize our mentality. The 3 people and staff above swept past each individual and finally landed on the bald Long Fei. Everyone else has already started, but he has been keeping his eyes closed and indifferent. According to my experience, it seems that this person is constantly rehearsing in his mind. This person is indeed the focus of these people's attention. The 3 elders stroked their beard, but they were not surprised. They smiled and nodded secretly. They wanted to see how different this person with a soul power of Xuan Yan level was. Soon Long Fei opened his eyes, which were full of confident luster. Looking at the material in front of him, he showed a confident smile and then put another ball of material aside. Now he only needs 1 chance enough. He touched his hand in the air, and when the light dimmed, balls of material floated on the table. He slapped the table. Materials flew into the sky and a ball of strange fire appeared in front of Long Fei. It is the Qinglong Emperor Yan. As for the Blue Dragon Emperor's flame sword being smelted, its performance will not be affected at all. This is very abnormal. It's also Long Fei's favorite. Is this fairy fire? When the 3 elders saw this scene they were shocked, surprised and confused. What shocks me is that this person has fairy fire. I wonder if this person is fairy fire. Why is there no record of the fairy fire in Long Fei's hand in the Ascension world? The three of them are all fairy-level alchemists, so they naturally have an incomparable understanding of the immortal fire list. However, it is very difficult to refine the immortal fire, and the failure rate is as high as 95%. If one is not good, he will perish, so even advanced alchemists do not dare to take the risk to try. The elder in the middle narrowed his eyes slightly, and while stroking his beard he guessed in a low voice, there is no such flame in the immortal fire list in the Ascension realm. Could it be the immortal beast fire in the monster's body? The other two people frowned slightly. If it is really the fire of a monster, what kind of monster do you think it is? It's hard to say. There are many monster fires and there are many types. The elder in the middle shook his head. Looking at it this way, there is nothing wrong at all, let alone which monster it belongs to. The elder on the right suddenly heard the information about Long Fei that the staff said. He stroked his beard and said slowly, have we forgotten that he came from the lower world, or it may be the flames of the lower world? Yes, I did forget it. If you hadn't reminded me like this, we would have really forgotten this matter. Yes, immortal fire is extremely dangerous. It is impossible for him to absorb and refine the immortal fire. These are probably the flames he brought from the lower realm. The flames in the lower realm should also have a unified name for them, but I don't have too many to understand. I don't know what it is called. I've seen it in some ancient book, and this happened when I was 100 years old. The unified name of the lower world is either called strange fire or heavenly fire and earthly fire. Anyway, that's pretty much it. The three elders chatted with each other, and the more they talked, the more excited they became. Haha, let's keep watching. The three people's eyes continued to be on Long Fei. It should be said that they had not left Long Fei since the beginning. As a sensitive animal, Long Fei naturally noticed that there were so many pairs of eyes looking at him. Firstly, it was because he was handsome, and secondly, it was because of his strange fire. Not only these people, but also the people who were taking the assessment together with him were attracted to cast bright eyes from time to time. Although he was not the only one present who had flames, his flames were the most colorful, taking the first place in terms of his coercive aura. Long Fei ignored the looks of these people and concentrated on refining the direct ELIR one step at a time. Since he had been rehearsing it in his mind for a long time, Long Fei followed the process smoothly. Soon another half hour passed. At this moment, Long Fei has turned all the materials into liquid droplets where all the essence lies. 4 water droplets were suspended above the Azure Dragon Emperor flame, gradually becoming more perfect under the scorching heat. The commission rate of these 4 water drops is very high. As long as they are all fused, you will be one step closer to producing the ELIR. Chapter 385. The Immortal Bone Pill is completed. Others are still condensing the medicinal materials, but I didn't expect that he has already reached the step of melting the liquid. It seems that he may be the first to succeed among this group of people. The elder in the middle narrowed his eyes and smiled knowingly. It's hard to predict until the final takeover. The NET steps are crucial. The elders on both sides agreed. The elder in the middle nodded secretly. Indeed, it depends on how well he controls his soul power. This scene of Long Fei also attracted some other alchemist. The monk's bright eyes. He didn't pay much attention to the looks of these people, but focused on the alchemy in front of him. The NET moment, a powerful soul power emerged. As soon as this soul power appeared, it attracted the shocked and pale faces and eyes of the people around him. Some people who already had sweat on their forehead due to their clever operations are now sweating even more due to the power of their souls. What a terrifying soul power, so strong, far above us. What level is this soul power? Crouching tiger, hidden dragon. I didn't expect there would be such a big dragon this time. Everyone's eyes turned to Long Fei. When he did this, the alchemy in the hands of the others stopped unconsciously. Everyone's faces were filled with shock, envy and jealousy. This powerful soul power is indeed at the Xuan Yin level, and this feeling seems to be above us. I didn't expect that this elite would appear in our alchemist guild this time. Above, the three elders took a deep breath with extremely shocked presence, and their eyes widened in disbelief. The three of them are already elders of the alchemist guild. They entered the alchemist profession and studied carefully, but in the end they were not as powerful as a young man who ascended from the lower world. Sweat dripped from the foreheads of the three of them, and they immediately felt extremely ashamed to see others. And below, amid the shocked noises of everyone, Long Fei was immersed in alchemy, and he actually wanted to be the best. The NET moment, the powerful soul power directly wrapped 4 drops of liquid. Under this extremely powerful soul power, the 4 drops of liquid had no chance to resist. They were forcefully kept approaching each other and then melted under the eyes of everyone. For the sake of oneness, a ray of blue light shone out from it and finally formed the liquid form of an ELIR. At this step it is not over yet. There is still one last step to complete the ELIR. No, looking at it like this is definitely a waste of time. Time is running out, so we must hurry up. The other people who were addicted to this scene woke up in this light, and they immediately had a premonition that something was not not going to happen. Resisting the reluctance in his heart and avoided it, gritted his teeth and continued to refine his own ELIR. It's just the last step. The mouth shapes of Long Fei and the three elders were surprisingly the same, and all four of them were murmuring, the power of the soul has not been used yet. The last step is also crucial. It is also very difficult to control the power of the soul. For others it may be a very difficult challenge, but for Long Fei, a perverted king, it is a small problem, and it can even be said that it is not a problem at all. Here we go. Under the smelting of the power of the soul and the Azure Dragon Emperor's flame, and under Long Fei's extremely precise operation, soon a scent of ELIR filled the entire assessment chamber. The deep blue light becomes more and more radiant. It done. When the three elders saw this scene, their pupils couldn't help but dilate and their voices were quite excited. This scene once again attracted the monks' attention, and now 1.5 hours have passed. The incense also burned quite a bit. With such a strong fragrance, this ELIR must be of high purity. Everyone's eyes flashed with envy, and then they couldn't help but sigh. They didn't expect that this person would be the first to produce the ELIR. Although they had the answer in their minds before, they were still a little confused when faced with the reality. Looking at the dark blue ELIR with a trace of blood appearing after the intense light gradually faded in the sky, everyone worked harder. The immortal bone pill fell into Long Fei's hands, and Long Fei withdrew the Azure Dragon Emperor's flame and soul power, and everything returned to calm again. This is the immortal bone pill. It's really interesting. After all, this is the first time Long Fei has refined this thing. For the pill born from his own hands, if it is placed in the Do Chi continent, it must be one that surpasses the Do Emperor level. The Emperor's pill will give birth to powerful spiritual wisdom, but not at this moment, because it is affected by the rules of heaven and earth. Here this sample level ELIR is not enough, or even not qualified to give birth to spiritual wisdom. My ELIR is ready now, it's time to check it out. Long Fei placed the immortal bone pill in the center of the brocade bow on the table and whispered softly, making people fall in love unconsciously. This is really a strange feeling. The staff wanted to come over and get it, but the three elders above, who couldn't wait for it, rushed down and passed them. The three elders were very fast and arrived in front of Long Fei's stage. The first elder said to the people around him, "Don't look at it, hurry up and refine your own ELIR. Don't blame others when the time comes." Then the three of them carefully picked up the brocade bow and admired the immortal bone pill in front of them. The aroma, color and mellowness are all top-notch. The three elders couldn't help but sigh, their voices full of incomparable admiration. "Very good, congratulations. You successfully passed this assessment and became a first-grade immortal alchemist. Bring me the badge." The voice of the elder in the middle sounded, announcing here. The staff's hands and feet were very nimble, and they quickly came up with a red bow. In the bow was a silver-white badge with one star that EU'd fairy spirit. Everyone looked at it unconsciously. Everyone showed envy. Everyone seemed to get it. Good. Long Fei nodded, stretched out his hand, took it over and looked at it carefully. Then it was worn on the clothes on the left chest. 3 nurse, what should we do with this immortal bone pill now? Long Fei asked. After all the materials for refining the medicine were provided by the other party, we have two solutions for this. The first one is that we will judge the price of the ELIR and buy it from you according to the price. Of course this price needs to deduct the material fee. The second one is that you need to pay the corresponding material cost. And now the ELIR is yours. The elder spoke. You have a choice now. After hearing this, Long Fei took the ELIR from the hands of the three of them and said, "My ELIRs are of top quality. If I sell them to you, how much will you bid?" The elder was not as good as he was. He stroked his beard and smiled lightly and said, "This top quality first-grade immortal bone ELIR, our bid is 1 million fairy spirit coin." Chapter 386. A different world. After hearing the price, Long Fei's face was not happy, but there was a hint of displeasure. He frowned and said, "It's only 1 million, which is too low." After listening, everyone, third elder, low? This is not low. You have to know that ordinary ELIRs only cost a few dozen immortal spirit coins. Ordinary immortal level ELIRs only cost 200,000 immortal spirit coins, and even better immortal level first-grade immortal bone ELIRs only cost a few dozen. It can only be sold for 400,000 fairy coins in the market, and now you are given 1 million fairy coins at an unprecedented price, and we have to deduct 200,000 from this million. The material fee is 800,000 fairy coin. The three elders shook their heads and explained to Long Fei carefully, because just now they remembered that Long Fei was a monk who ascended from the lower realm, and he didn't understand the market situation of pills in the ascended realm. It turns out that the material fee has not been deducted yet. Long Fei was speechless. Maybe it's because he can copy a lot of money at will. Now in his eyes, fairy coins are no different than dirt. As long as he spends some time, he can become the richest person in the ascension world overnight. But he didn't don't do this. After all, it was a waste of time. There are still 5 or SI billion that have not been spent. Forget it, I choose the second option. Long Fei looked at the immortal bone pill in his hand again and decided this was the first immortal level Eli he refined when he came to this ascension world, so he kept it as a souvenir. The three of them were stunned after hearing Long Fei's decision. After looking at each other, they all thought that Long Fei thought the price was low. In fact, they still really want the Eli in Long Fei's hand. After all, it is truly unprecedented and unprecedented. The three elders said, Master, don't worry, what price do you think is appropriate? You can tell us and let us consider it. Their tone and demeanor were obviously a little uneasy. You are in a hurry. You are in a hurry. Looking at the performance of the three people, Long Fei felt dark in his heart, but there was no change in his presence and he really didn't intend to sell it. Long Fei shook his head and looked at the three of them with a dull presence. Sorry, three Eminers, I don't plan to sell this Eli. This is my first fairy level Eli in the Ascension world. It means a lot to me. I intend to keep it as a souvenir. If that's the case, forget it. The three of them sighed. It was hard to refuse even though others had mentioned it. Moreover, even the top immortal bone pills were only better than the original ones of the better immortal bone pills. At worst, they had to eat more. 2 pieces, the effect is almost the same. In the end, the three of them chose to give up. The elder said, you have chosen the second option now. You only need to pay the material fee of 200,000 yuan. 200,000 fairy coins were nothing to Long Fei, a billionaire. With a wave of his hand, a bag of money fell into the hands of the middle elder. Long Fei said calmly, the Eaminer has 200,000 fairy coins here, no more no less. You can check them. The elder smiled and shook his head. That's not necessary at all. After saying that, he put it directly on the staff's plate. Go ahead. The staff nodded and turned around to leave. It's okay, so I can leave now, right? Long Fei said he still had to sign up for the alchemist conference for no other reason than to show off. He wanted these people to get to know him. Okay. The elder nodded. Take young Master Long and leave. The elder looked at another staff member beside him. Yes. The staff came to Long Fei and said, Master Long, please follow me. Long Fei followed this person and left. Don't look at it. Those who fail and are eliminated can leave first. The elder's eyes turned to the other alchemy monks who were watching the fun. After saying that, the 2 elders stayed and one of the elders also turned and left. At the intersection, a slightly faster footsteps appeared behind Long Fei. Master Long, wait a moment. This was a familiar voice to Long Fei, one of the 3 Eaminers who had just been in the secret room. Long Fei's steps stopped. The staff member just sent him to the EIT and left. The NET road is for him to walk on his own. Change. Coming over and taking a look at the middle-aged man in front of him, Long Fei said, Eaminer, do you have anything else to explain? Master Long, please stay. I really have something I want to discuss with you. The elder said very politely. Okay, you say it. Long Fei leaned against the wall. The elder chuckled. Master Long, maybe you don't know who I am yet. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Dian Yu, one of the elders of this alchemist guild. Long Fei was not surprised by Dian Yu's self-introduction because he understood from the beginning that these 3 people had an extraordinary status in the alchemist guild, and with the 4 shining bright spots on their chest, they were at the 4th level of immortality. The alchemist is here either the president of the guild or the elder level. Sure enough, he guessed it right. Well, hello. Long Fei nodded lightly. Dian Yu was a little surprised and said, Master Long, aren't you surprised? Your reaction is not what I expected. Long Fei shook his head slowly and said calmly, there is nothing surprising about this. I have known that the status of the 3 of you is extraordinary from the beginning. Now that you have revealed your identity, you have just gone with the flow and confirmed me reasoning. Dian Yu smiled sheepishly, a little embarrassed. Haha, it seems that I am overthinking. Dian, you can say that. Long Fei nodded in agreement without humility. Dian Yu. Long Fei said, okay, no more joking. Elder Dian Yu, if you come to me alone to find something, please tell me. I still have things to deal with. If you don't tell me, I will leave. No, wait, this is not the place to talk. Are you coming to the tea room with me? Dian Yu's tone was somewhat tentative. Long Fei turned around to look and nodded. This is indeed not the place to talk. Okay then, Elder Dian Yu, please lead the way. After hearing Long Fei's answer, Dian Yu breathed a sigh of relief. The first step was finally done, so the NET step was the key. Long Fei followed Dian Yu's footsteps and entered a passage from another slightly hidden door. On this side of the vision are ancient pavilions and old courtyards, and in front of them are corridors tending in all directions. There are flowers, birds, rock areas and rivers around. It is completely incomparable to the place just now. Who would have thought that there would be such a cave-like place hidden within the Alchemist Guild? Dian Yu spoke. The place where young Master Long was just now is only the outermost area of our Alchemist Guild. Now it has entered the middle area. Those who are somewhat capable live in this area. Chapter 387. Refreshment. Long Fei observed the surroundings and nodded secretly. That's quite impressive. Following Dian Yu as he walked through, he soon came to a door. Here I passed a maid holding cleaning things in her hand. I have met the elder. The maid said hello respectfully. Go and prepare some good refreshment. This is young Master Long. Dian Yu smiled lightly and said softly to the maid. The maid looked at Long Fei with a smile on her face and nodded, then her eyes returned to Dian Yu. Yes, elder. After the maid left, Dian Yu opened the door and the two of them walked in and closed it. There is a bookish atmosphere inside, decorated with long brown cloth, and the overall layout is quite good. Walking inside, there is a tea table. Master Long, please take a seat. Dian Yu smiled. Long Fei nodded and smiled politely, walked forward and sat down. After sitting down, Long Fei looked at the courtyard in front of him and said, I thought alchemists like you would be concentrating on studying the refining of Eli Irs, but I didn't expect that there would be such leisure and joy. Dian Yu walked towards the table carrying some cups and tea sets, put them on the table and smiled lightly. Young Master Long is making fun of you. It is true that we people focus on refining medicine, but we can't stay here forever. Drinking tea it's a very good thing. Drinking it once in a while can calm your mind and soothe your body and mind, and maybe you can get a big improvement in some aspect. While talking, he sat down and made some tea. At this moment the door rang. Elder, tea is here. A female voice sounded. It was the maid just now. Dian Yu kept smiling. The door is unlocked. Come in. After getting permission, the door opened and the maid came in holding a large plate with various refreshments on it. She carefully placed it on the tea table and left respectfully after everything was put away. Try it. These are the skills of our chefs here, Dian Yu said as he picked up one. Good. Long Fei was not polite, picked it up and tasted it. How is it? Dian Yu said. Do you like the taste? Very good. Long Fei swallowed, smiled lightly, then picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea, then placed the tea on the table. Dian Yu laughed after getting a satisfactory answer. Long Fei said, this is a place to talk. Elder, Dian Yu asked me to bring you tea and delicious food. What is the reason for this? Then I'll go straight in. Mr. Long's alchemy skills, soul control and soul strength can be said to be unprecedented and unprecedented. It's exactly the talent our alchemist guild need. I'm here this time hoping that Mr. Long can join our alchemist guild and then represent one of us in this session, which is tomorrow's alchemist conference. Dragon on the way. Fei didn't speak but listened carefully to Dian Yu's words while eating refreshments and drinking tea. When Dian Yu finished speaking, Long Fei showed a smile that he had expected. Has Elder Dian Yu finished speaking? That's it. Dian Yu nodded, looking at Long Fei's calm look and feeling a little uncomfortable. There seems to be a feeling that everything has been seen through by the person in front of me and my heart suddenly becomes complicated. After Long Fei finished the tea in his mouth, he said, Elder Dian Yu spoke highly of me and I also like to hear it. I am very happy that you can invite me to join the Alchemist Guild, but I am not really that into alchemy. I have a cold and I already have my own sect. Dian Yu asked out of curiosity, if you don't catch a cold, just practice until he catches a cold. How powerful is Mr. Long? Qinglong sect. Long Fei turned his hand over, an array of light appeared with dragon breath, and then he saw a token. After passing it over, Dian Yu's eyes widened, his face changed with shock. He couldn't believe it. Qinglong sect. Since you are Qinglong's disciple? Not bad. Long Fei nodded and put it away. Dian Yu quickly took a sip of tea and refreshments to calm down his nerves and then spoke again after a moment. Master Long, although you have a sect, the Alchemist Guild does not conflict with the sect. You can still choose to join. He planned to try to win over the current opponent. Regardless of his cultivation or background, he was not someone the Alchemist Guild could mess with. Even if he couldn't become a member, he could at least make friends with her. Long Fei said, I have already said that I am a person who focuses on the cultivation of strength. I am just interested in alchemy for fun. Alright. Hearing that Long Fei had said this, Dian Yu didn't know what to say further, but he still couldn't argue. After all, the other party was also reasonable. He sighed and said unpectedly, Mr. Long doesn't want to join, so forget it, but I hope we can get to know each other on a good terms. You can have this. Long Fei nodded, continuing to eat snack and drink tea without any look of embarrassment. Long Fei leisurely said, although I will not join your Alchemist Guild, I am still interested in participating in tomorrow's alchemist competition. I came here to get this alchemist badge today just for tomorrow's competition. Oh, upon hearing this, Dian Yu's eyes suddenly lit up. He became interested and began to get excited. In this way we can help you register quickly without having to queue up, but this requires Mr. Long to register his name with us, Dian Yu said quickly. Long Fei secretly laughed in his heart, this old FO. Then after thinking for a while, he said, although I won't join your Alchemist Guild, it should still be okay to have a name. Okay, let's just say that. Dian Yu laughed. Okay, then I'll leave the competition matters to you to handle. Long Fei smiled. Dian Yu smiled and said, haha, don't worry, everything is arranged well. By the way, can you tell me about the Eli refining content of this competition? Long Fei looked at Dian Yu tentatively. He didn't really want to get it. Fang Zheng went up to the competition stage regardless of what the final competition was. Then everything was known. Dian Yu put down the teacup in his hand and said with a somewhat embarrassed Zion, well, actually according to the rules we cannot provide information to outsiders, but the most important thing is that even us elders don't know, only the president knows what the alchemy required for this assessment will be, and we won't know until the conference starts tomorrow. After a pause, Dian Yu continued to speak. No matter what kind of ELIR is refined, as long as it is refined to a higher level, the greater the hope of entering the ranking. There is a profound meaning in this sentence, and there is some hidden information that anyone who is not a fool can understand. He believed that Long Fei was not a fool, and just as he wanted, Long Fei, who was not a fool, naturally understood the meaning of his word. Okay, I get it. Long Fei smiled deeply. Chapter 388. Something happened on the way. After the meeting, Long Fei left the Alchemist Guild. Dian Yu asked him to stay, but Long Fei did not agree. He wanted to take a good look at the outside and live wherever he went. His first step was to enter the central area directly. There were many people in front of him and there was a sense of ceremony. This is where the Alchemist Conference will be held tomorrow. Tomorrow this place will be a scene where powerful alchemists from all walks of life will compete for hegemony. When the time comes, everyone will show off their talents, which will be wonderful. This place has been surrounded by heavy soldiers and they are closely guarded. Those people were not acting recklessly but were wandering around outside. It's getting dark, let's go home and cook. Long Fei raised his head and looked at the darkening night with a faint smile on his face. As the sky turns into night on the food street, these people come out to set up stalls and do business. There are barbecues, deep frying and steaming. There are many, only you can't think of. Founder, there is nothing you can't see here. All kinds of delicious aromas fill the avenue all day long. The people passing by were attracted and couldn't help but walk in the direction guided by the smell, like being completely fascinated. Long Fei was also fascinated. There was no way he could help it, the smells were so fragrant. So he quickly walked, get moving, and order several items from each stall. Time passed little by little and finally he was holding a lot of food in his arm. Feeling that it was troublesome, he used his immortal power to fly them all up. His hands finally relented and he picked up the food and ate it one by one. Got up. He ate happily and satisfactorily. Long Fei's move also attracted curious glances from the people around him, who all wondered if this young man could eat so much. Could it be that the monster transformed into something? Some people with bad ideas just need to take action and actually explore. Let it go. But at this moment a loud and unpleasant voice sounded from the front, and it was also a man. The man rode a horse and rushed out from the crowd. Those people quickly dodged and then cursed. Long Fei was very happy while eating, and he was so engrossed in the food that he didn't pay attention for a while when he heard the sound and wanted to react. Bang! The man on horseback had already rushed over and hit his suspended food. Long Fei's food fell a lot, and before he could sort it out, two groups of people rode horses and knocked Long Fei's remaining food to the ground. The three people laughed and flew forward quickly on horseback, paying no attention to the things they bumped into, and did not even pay attention to Long Fei. It turns out to be the young master of the Bai family No wonder you are so arrogant. But isn't this kind of behavior prohibited in the Luhi area? Haha, no one else is going to hit anyone. At most they will be scolded when they go back, and they won't even know how to do it. Don't talk about it. Others have powerful backgrounds. It is said that some people are among the senior elders in the Luhi region. The minimum requirement to be one of the top elders in the Luhi region is to reach the Xuan level. How can little people like us object to it? Rules set by others can naturally be ignored. This has always been the case in this world, so there is no need to be surprised. In the streets and alleys many people were talking and talking. There is a lot of envy, jealousy and hatred among them. But at the moment when these people were talking about each other, Long Fei, who had paid the heaviest price, narrowed his eyes slightly and a coldness and anger emerged from his eyes. I don't care whether you have Xuan or not, or whether you are from a background force that fights against which family. If you knock my food away and just ignore it, you are dead. Long Fei murmured in his mouth with a cold voice, clenched his fist, looked at the three fast-running figures in front of him and continued, even if Jesus comes he can't save you, let alone give you face. After saying that, his figure mysteriously disappeared from the spot. This scene also attracted the attention of some people. After all, these people wanted to see how the victim wanted to solve the collision. He's gone. Did he run away? No, I just felt the killing intent emanating from him. Isn't that guy trying to settle a score with those three people? If that's the case, it would be great to watch. Melon-eating people, hurry up and grab the melon seed and watch the fun with us. While everyone was talking, they showed an impatient look and rushed forward quickly. Suddenly the order of the scene here became very messy, and what happened here also attracted the attention of the soldiers who maintained order. What happened in Nabi? Go over and take a look. You dare to run wild in the area of Luhi City? You really don't want to live long. The guards looked curious and calmed down and quickly quickly set off towards the busiest and most crowded place. The same moment, a figure appeared in front of the three people riding horses. When the three of them saw such a person suddenly coming out to block the road, their eyes narrowed and the horses stopped. "Who are you, kid? You are looking for death. Didn't you see our horse?" The three of them became furious. The three people cursed so hard that the veins on their foreheads were posed. "This is really an unusual Zion of Zion. You look familiar, boy. Have you seen him somewhere?" Suddenly the three of them were stunned and began to question Long Fei's origin. "You knocked away my food, now I give you two choices." Long Fei ignored the words of the three of them, but the moment he raised his hand a cold voice rang out. "First, apologize in public. Second, I'll kill you." As Long Fei's two words rang out, the boiling waves around him suddenly stopped. "Oh my god, this guy is so bold. Since he wants those three young masters to apologize in public, he also wants to kill them. Ha ha ha, should I say that he is brave and foolhardy, or that he is stupid and naive? It's true that those who don't know are not guilty, but those who offend will die." The voices of the crowd rang out one after another, and more people watched the show. The NET step is the critical moment of this scene. Everyone watched carefully. "What? You want us to apologize in public? Why? Who do you think you are? Kill us? Ignorant sinners." It's hard to say who will kill whom in the end. After speaking sarcastically, the leading young man, Master Beijia, sneered, "Very good, boy. We also give you two choices. The first is to kneel down and apologize and cut off your limb. The second is to die here." Long Fei sneered, "Your suggestion is very good, very good. Three little second-level true immortals. The tone is not small, but we have to see if you have this ability." His eyes widened and suddenly a terrifying soul power surged out, knocking the three of them off their horses, and their faces suddenly showed a look of fear. "Such a strong soul power, who are you?" The three of them screamed in fear. The stubborn disciple's arrogance before was completely gone. Chapter 389. Territory Lord. "Kneel down." Long Fei's cold voice sounded as if the whole sky was about to collapse, and the three of them knelt on the ground with cold sweat on their forehead and bodies. A suffocating, painful feeling. The three of them were constantly trembling with fear. Their eyes widened and their faces turned pale. "Who the hell are you? You can't kill us. We are members of the Bai family, and the Bai family in the Luhe region." The three voices spoke with difficulty. "Keep shivering. You dare to use the background to pressure me when you are about to die? You are looking for death." Long Fei's Zion became even more stern. Not only did these three people not repent and admit their mistakes, but they even worsened their situation. What he hates most are those stupid people who think they are righteous even though they have some background. The sky is condensed into one palm and the air evaporates wherever it passes. How terrifying. It just fell towards the three people. Feeling the danger of death, the three of them were even more frightened. This guy was really a lunatic and really wanted to kill them. They gritted their teeth, their muscles were dancing, and they forcibly controlled their disobedient bodies and used their true immortal power to move. But the result was extremely tragic. Under this terrifying pressure, it was difficult for the three of them to even breathe, let alone exert their true immortal power. "Father, help!" The three of you shouted. "Stop!" At this moment several voices sounded at the same time and merged into one voice. Then when several attacks hit Long Fei's slap, a barrier force was directly released to isolate all the surrounding people from the outside. The three of them saw hope, and the NET second there was a loud bang. The offensive collision directly plotted. At the same moment two figures used extremely fast movements to come to the three of them and took them away quickly. A huge explosion just plotted within the barrier. "Is there anyone here?" Looking at the explosion in front of him, Long Fei's eyes were cold and calm. "But so what?" Long Fei's tone was cold and calm. "If you make a mistake, you will bear the responsibility for the mistake. No one is immune." With a wave of his hand, a force wiped out the smoke and dust in front of him. Then the figures of the people on the opposite side appeared. His eyes swept across everyone. There are 7 figures in total. The remaining 4 people are all guards, but the strength of these guards is in the range of level 5 to level 6 true immortals. No wonder the combined attack of these people can destroy Long Fei's casual palm. On the opposite side, the 3 young masters of the Bai family and the Bai family who were rescued took a deep breath of relief and suddenly felt the thrill of surviving a disaster. 7 people. Long Fei didn't care at all and even showed disdain. Looking at the barriers around him, he ignored them. "Quickly kill this person for me." The young master of Beijia pointed at Long Fei and gave the order to the 4 guards. The 4 guards looked a little unhappy, but due to the powerful background of these 3 people, they could only obey the order and step forward to block the 3 people behind them. "No matter who you are, if you dare to exert force in the Luhe area and want to kill people, your crime is very serious. Now I give you 2 choices. The first one obeys the law obediently. Second, we will charge you with death." The leading guard spoke in a cold voice. "Does this require a choice? Both sides are dead." Long Fei sneered. "Choosing first will not necessarily lead to death," the leading guard said coldly. After hearing this, Long Fei laughed and said coldly, "Unfortunately, I don't like like this feeling. Why did I do that to these 3 people? It's because these 3 people were arrogant and rode across the road. The rest of the people were also threatened and all my food was destroyed by these 3 people. Not only did they apologize but they also refused to compensate. Do such arrogant people need to live? After the 4 people heard this, it was indeed their fault, but due to the background of the other party it was difficult to say anything. Seeing the 4 people wanting to say something but not wanting to say anything, the mother-in-law and mother were so hesitant that Long Fei couldn't stand it anymore and impatiently started to escape from the conversation. What are you going to say these 3 things in front of so many people? Isn't that right? So it's the rules of the Luhe region. I don't care what the background of the 3 of them is. If they make a mistake they must be punished. Otherwise it's just because they have 2 or 3 backgrounds. If you just ignore the rules then this rule is nonsense. You are ignoring the rules and the dignity of the supreme leader of the Luhe region. You are the ones who deserve to die. Do you think what I said is right? Then he said loudly toward the outside of the barrier. Although the barrier can isolate a certain degree of force from harming the surroundings, it cannot isolate the sound from spreading from the inside. The crowd heard Long Fei's word clearly. Yes, doesn't this ignore the majesty of the territory lord? Then who are we? Please ask the domain lord to come out and comment. Please ask the domain lord to come out and uphold justice. As the crowd wailed and shouted, the people inside, the 7 people, were completely panicked. Mom, what did you say? Shut up. How can you, an outsider, decide the majesty of the territory lord with just a few words? Cold sweat flowed from the foreheads of the 4 guards and they hurriedly cursed at Long Fei. That's enough. The lord of this territory will give you a fair deal on this matter. No noise is allowed in Luhe City. Come to my central domain hall. At this moment an old voice full of majesty sounded from the sky. As soon as the sound came out, the surrounding people became panicked and fell into silence. The pressure of just one voice can be so powerful. So how powerful is this person himself? Then a ray of light appeared on the bodies of the 7 people and Long Fei. Long Fei looked at the ray of light on his body, frowned and thought in his heart, this mysterious territory lord is really unusual and his cultivation is probably close to the level of a golden immortal. Anyway, let's take a look first. Then the figures of the 8 people disappeared. The central domain hall of Luhe City. A ray of light appeared here. Long Fei was really shocked when he looked at the scene in front of him. This place is majestic, huge, resplendent, crystal clear and extremely solemn. There is a feeling of coming to the home of an ancient supreme being. This coercion made the other 7 people a little confused and frightened, and Long Fei quickly calmed down. Within the Qinglong sect, Xian Yan level figures can only be internal and eternal disciples. The territory lord here is at most an internal and eternal disciple, and sitting on the highest seat in front of him was an old man in white clothes with an air of immortality, and below him stood 2 men of about the same age but still younger, one on the left and one on the right. This scene is a bit like Bibi Dong Huaguan and Ghost in Douluo continent. Although the old man was old, his face was still majestic and his aura was even more oppressive. He stood up behind the hands. Meet the domain lord. I've met 2 elders. The guard and the young masters of the 3 major families quickly saluted in fear. Although their supreme elder is also a high-level person in the Luhe region, his status is still inferior to these people. The strength is here, don't be afraid. You and I who rode horses and ran around in Luhe City endangering the people, arousing public outrage, seriously disrupting the order of the city and ignoring the rules of the city will be found guilty. The domain lord looked at the young master of the 3 families with his cold eyes. Chapter 390. Majestic and invincible. You and I who rode horses and ran around in Luhe City endangering the people, arousing public outrage, seriously disrupting the order of the city and ignoring the rules of the city will be found guilty. Under the indifferent gaze of the territory lord and the irrefutable majesty, the faces of the young masters of the 3 major families were filled with fear and became even more intense. He quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Lord of the territory, we acknowledge our sin. We acknowledge our sin. No one expected that such an inconspicuous thing would attract the attention of this mysterious territory lord. What on earth is going on? Seeing the 3 people who were still unruly before kneeling in front of the old man, Long Fei already understood how terrifying the strength and prestige of the old man in front of him was. System, can you test the cultivation of these 3 people? Looking at the situation in front of him, Long Fei aroused the system in his heart. 100,000 fairy spirit coins will be used to test 3 people at a time. Do you want to pay? The system answered. Long Fei gritted his teeth and cursed secretly. When did the system become so cunning? You didn't even need money before. Because the level was too high, Long Fei couldn't see through the true cultivation of the 3 people in front of him even if he used Chaos Azure Dragon pupils. Because the level difference with yours is too high, I need to pay this amount. The system's answer made Long Fei feel reasonable. Okay, let's deduct it. Long Fei had no choice but to choose to pay for thing. The deduction of 100,000 fairy coins is successful. successful and the advanced detection function is automatically turned on. The test results are out. Here's what I received. Soon 3 pieces of virtual data like information tables appeared on the 3 old men in front. Long Fei saw it clearly. There is more than just a single cultivation level recorded here. Fang Zhang Longfei felt that the money spent was worth it, having found out so much information. Domain owner information. Name Xia Taiyang. Age 800 years old. Fairy genus metal and fire. Cultivation level Xuan Ian 8th level. Strength peak of the 8th level Xuan Ian. The strongest burst can reach the 9th level Xuan Ian. Middle level Xuan Ian of the 9th level. Background: abandoned son of the Xia family in southwest dazzling continent. SE male. Wife Yao Wen, the third daughter of the Yao family in northeast dazzling continent, has died, is now unavailable. Skill Xuan Yang immortal. Skill Xuan Ian advanced skill. Note: this skill can only be practiced to the 9th level of Xuan Yang peak. Ogchen equals half step. Ogchen golden immortal. If you want to advance to the golden immortal, you must improve your skills level or find other golden immortal skills. Immortal skills: Xuan Yin Yang Pom Guang Yang Wan Zhang barrier heaven and earth natural flame sword Qian Yuan Shen Fa. Some secret books are also included in this bit. Weapons: Xuan Yang fairy sword netherworld needle unused always hidden. Then there is the information from the old man on the left, namely Su, age 500 years old, fairy genus wood, cultivation level Xuan Ian level 5, strength late stage of Xuan Ian level 5. The strongest burst can reach the peak of Xuan Ian level 5, half step to early stage of Xuan Ian level 6. Background: the supreme elder of the Li family in Luhe City, Luhe region. SE male. Wife Luo Ming has been dead for 200 years now. None. Kung Fu Xuan Mu Xian Sutra Xuan Xian advanced Kung Fu. Note: this technique can only be practiced to the 9th level of Xuan Xian. The peak of Dzogchen equals half step. Dzogchen golden immortal. If you want to advance to the golden immortal, you must improve your technique level or find other golden immortal technique. Immortal skills: weapon Yin Yang sword attribute wood. Now is the information from the old man on the right. Name Luo Lian, age 500 years old, fairy genus fire, cultivation level Xuan Ian level 5, strength late stage of Xuan Ian level 5. The strongest burst can reach the peak of Xuan Ian level 5, half step to early stage of Xuan Ian level 6. Background: the supreme elder of the Luo family in Luhe City, Luhe region. SE male. Wife Yan Xing, who has been dead for 100 years, is now unavailable. Kung Fu heavenly fire 9 mysterious techniques. Advanced Xuan immortal techniques. Note: this technique can only be practiced to the 9th level of the Xuan immortal. The peak of Dzogchen equals half step. Dzogchen golden immortal. If you want to advance to the golden immortal, you must improve your technique level or find other golden immortal technique. Immortal skills: weapon Zhu Iao emperor sword attribute fire. After reading the information about the domain master and the 2 elders, Long Fei felt incredible. Firstly, it was the content of this person's information, and secondly, the system's detection information was really awesome. Although some of it was not written out, he had all of it. You can see it. The main thing is that the author can't think of too many other things to write. The subsequent things are mainly based on what the domain lord or the other 2 elders used. It feels like a long time has passed, but only a dozen seconds have passed. Long Fei thought to himself, I didn't expect the opponent's cultivation to be so strong. Now that I am only a mid-level 7th level true immortal, I am no match for him. But if I can use other means, I don't know if I can win him down. Lord, even if they have committed a crime, they should not be able to ask you to come forward. A frightened guard raised his hand, his tone trembling. There is no way he really doesn't understand why this little thing alarmed the lord of the territory. A small matter. The territory lord snorted coldly upon hearing this and then said indifferently, this is indeed a small matter, and the impact it has on the city is not good. There are so many people making noises and ignoring the rules on my territory. How can you take me into consideration? Lord, spare your life. Lord, spare your life. We won't dare anymore. The 3 of them were horrified. Then territory lord Ya Taiyang's eyes moved from the few people to Long Fei. As for what you said, there is nothing wrong with acting in self-defense, but killing someone is a serious violation of the city's rules. But because these 3 people acted first provoked, and since he didn't kill or even injure anyone, he could be given a lighter sentence. The person in front of them seemed to have been forgotten by everyone. Now as the domain lord said this, everyone's eyes came to Long Fei. Long Fei said, my principle is still the same. Either the other party kneels down and apologizes or they die. But for the sake of the domain lord, I can change my death to an apology, and the amount of the apology is the price of the food I knocked down 1,000,000 times. What? 1,000,000 times? You are taking advantage of others' danger. Shameless guy. Are you giving it to us? As soon as everyone heard what Long Fei said, the 3 young masters immediately glared and cursed at Long Fei. If you make noise in the palace, you will be punished. Xia Taiyang looked unhappy and followed his voice. Yes. As soon as Li Su moved, a controlled palm print showed his magical power in the void and slapped the mouths of the three of them. Snapped, snapped, snapped. Ah, ah, ah. The three of them screamed in pain and their faces suddenly became red and swollen. Tears of pain burst out from all three of them. Their faces were pale, fearful and trembling. Seeing the appearance of the three of them, the four guards beside them were so frightened that they almost squeezed out their feces. The four of them quickly raised their anuses to suppress their shock, but their backs were soaked in cold sweat. The territory lord ignored the voices of the three people but looked at Long Fei's fairy aura and said, "This is a trivial matter. I will choose the second option for them. However, the amount of compensation is too much and needs to be modified, so I will change it to 100 times." Before hearing Long Fei's 1,000,000 times compensation, even he couldn't help but twitch his face and was speechless. This brat really dared to speak. "Since you dare to raise the price, I dare to bargain." Chapter 391. 391. Three people change their minds. What? 100 times? 1,000,000 times is changed to 100 times. Although one word is missing, the meaning is very different. Territory lord, this is too low. Long Fei was also surprised when he heard the old guy's quotation, and then he complained. He is not afraid of this guy. At most he is a little afraid now. If you really work hard and use all your methods without reservation, even though the old man in front of you is an 8th-level immortal, he may not be able to defeat him completely. Seeing that this person dared to refute the Lord Territory Lord, it was really unprecedented and unprecedented. Everyone else's eyes showed a hint of disbelief, and then they felt that this guy was a little stupid. The other three young masters even snickered in their hearts. This pariah really doesn't know how to praise, and he dares to openly refute the Lord of the territory. Now the sub-territory lord's anger can no longer be directed at him. The three of them were naturally very happy. The other two 5th-level Xian Yan elders Li Su and Luo Lian frowned when they saw the young man in front of them speaking to the domain lord like this. They narrowed their eyes slightly and a cold light flashed from their eyes. But that's all, and he didn't say anything else. After all the domain lords are still, no words were spoken yet. The old man Xia Taiyang narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Long Fei with a half smile. Interesting little boy, he is worthy of being a person from the Qinglong sect of the 5 major sects. He is indeed courageous. He chuckled, not angry, stretched out his hand to stroke his beard and continued to speak interestingly. Then how much do you want to change it to? What? Qinglong sect? The top 5 sects in the Eastern Star region, the Qinglong sect? When the rest of the people heard the words of Territory Lord Xia Taiyang, the prescience of the rest of the people, including the 2 elders, suddenly changed and they were shocked. At this moment the cold sweat on the foreheads of the 3 young masters became even more intense. Their back felt cold and their bodies trembled. What? This untouchable is actually a disciple of the terrifying instance of Qinglong sect? The 3 of them looked at the Territory Lord and then at Long Fei. They finally understood in their hearts, and everyone also understood. No wonder the Territory Lord's attitude towards them is completely different from his attitude towards this person. No wonder the Territory Lord would see them for such a small thing that can even be said to be a quick entertainment. Now all the doubts these people had before can be explained clearly. I'm very curious, how did the Territory Lord know? Long Fei frowned and suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He seemed to have been seen through, but he knew that although the Territory Lord in front of him was very powerful, he could not completely see through him. The only people he told and knew about when he came here were the 3 people from Yuanjian sect, the general manager of the beast hunting ground and the female receptionist, and Dian Yu, the elder of the alchemist guild. Of course I heard it. Xia Taiyang smiled lightly. This sentence obviously made a statement that is, no matter how Long Fei asked him, he would not tell it. How could Long Fei not understand what this old guy meant? Then I didn't ask any more. You can change the price, but not 100 times, at least 10,000 times. This is my bottom line, Long Fei said calmly. After all, this is a mistake made by some people. If you make a mistake, you must admit it, and if you are beaten, you must stand upright. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed at the 3 young masters on the right, each representing the Bai family and the Bai family. Territory Lord Xia Taiyang looked at the 3 of them and his tone became a little indifferent. Do you have any opinions? The 3 of them swallowed and clenched their fists. Just then they made a surprising decision with great difficulty. The leader said, yes, we have it, Territory Lord. What other opinions do you have? This is already the greatest forgiveness. When the Territory Lord spoke, at this moment 3 footsteps came quickly from outside. There are a lot of domain lord. There are a lot of domain lord. Domain lord, please show mercy. The visitors were 3 old men, the supreme elders of these 3 families. They were frightened when they heard that the 3 of them were being captured by the domain lord. They immediately put down their work and hurried over. Long-winded. No one is allowed to enter. Territory Lord Xia Taiyang looked ahead indifferently and then gave orders to the 2 elders below him. Yes, the phantoms of Li Su and Luo Lian appeared in front of the hall door and waved, and a terrifying wave of energy was shot out, directly flying the 3 old men out of the door. A barrier came out from the door to block the progress progress of the three people. Anyone who makes any noise or shouts again in the hall will be killed. Territory Lord Xia Taiyang was a little impatient, and a cold aura was released from him, directly covering the three old men. The three old men trembled and feared and quickly stopped and said, "Lord, we will understand. We are here to beg for mercy." The three of them added bravely, "You can't die, just watch it outside." Territory Lord Xia Taiyang said coldly. Then he ignored it and continued to look at the three young masters and said, "Keep talking. We give up the second option and choose the first one." The words of the three people surprised everyone, including Territory Lords Xia Taiyang and Long Fei. "Oh, are you going to choose to give up your face temporarily and endure the humiliation?" Long Fei thought playfully in his heart, and suddenly he had an unhappy look on his face. What a surprising choice. Territory Lord Xia Taiyang looked at the three of them with a slightly different look. Slowly stroking his beard, he wanted to see how these three people would apologize. The pressure on the three of them disappeared. The three of them stood up staggeringly and walked towards Long Fei. Every step was so heavy. "What's the first choice?" The three old men outside suddenly had a bad premonition. "Sorry." The three of them sighed heavily and then bowed to Long Fei to apologize. What? He actually bowed and apologized. The three old men outside stared in anger. His beard was almost torn off and he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Damn it, the young master of Bai family and Bai family actually apologized to a young man. "Do you think you are the supreme elder and I will die?" Long Fei narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "My request is to kneel down and apologize. If I don't bow to apologize, you are not sincere enough." As his voice sounded, the three young masters gritted their teeth and looked at the old men of each family. "Asshole, what did you say? Kneel down and apologize? Don't go too far." The three old men stared angrily and were so angry that they couldn't bear it any longer. It was a last resort for the person behind their family to bow and apologize, but this damn child actually wanted to go even further. It was really too much. Palm mouth. Territory Lord Xia Taiyang gave orders directly to the two elders. Mate, the reason why they were not killed is because these three people are all mysterious immortals, which are still very important to the current Luhi region. Although the three of them are all first-level mysterious immortals, they are also genuine mysterious immortals. It is more valuable to keep it now than to die. Yes. The faces of the two people who received the order suddenly became indifferent. Two terrifying forces swept directly over the faces of the three people. Su Lao Lian Lao, show mercy. Cold sweat flowed from the foreheads of the three of them. They were not fools. They knew very clearly that even if they joined forces, they would not be able to defeat these two people. They had no strength to resist at all. There is no way. The gap in strength is really too huge. Chapter 392. The old guy is not kind. Bang. The net moment the three of them were sent flying away by a huge slap and hit the ground. The faces of the three old men were ferocious and there was blood in their mouth. The territory lord said, "And Jing, you won't be so gentle net time." Li Su and Luo Lian looked at the three of them with Zion. Yes. The three of them gritted their teeth and endured the pain. The resentment in their hearts was suppressed. One day in the future, the three of them will take back all this with their own hands. The faces of the three people showed signs of obedience, but their hearts were different. The young master Sanwei inside knelt in front of Long Fei, his fist clenched and his face gloomy and terrifying. Reluctance, anger and resentment all surged out of my heart. Actually, I prefer you to choose the second option. Long Fei looked at the three of them with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the three of them were so angry that they almost vomited blood. The three of them couldn't stand it anymore. They understood that even getting angry here would have no effect at all, so they continued to endure the humiliation and bear the burden. After kneeling, they stood up immediately. The three of them glanced at Long Fei. "Today's shame will be returned to you soon. Get out." When Xia Taiyang's cold voice sounded, he waved his hand and a powerful force sent the three of them directly out of the hall to the three old men outside. "Supreme Elder, let's go." The prescience of the three of them bearing the burden of humiliation made the three old men sigh in their heart. They all blame the Supreme Elder for being useless and humiliating you like this. "Let go." After saying that, he took the three people and left. "Hassan, why do you kneel down to that person?" In the sky, the Supreme Elder of the Bai family spoke. "He is from the Qinglong sect." Bai Hao clenched his fist and gritted his teeth with countless hatred. "What? Qinglong sect?" The three old men stared out in horror. The Supreme Elder of the Bai family said coldly, "Even so, we must avenge today. Although this person is a disciple of the Qinglong sect, this is the dazzling continent and our territory. No matter how powerful the Qinglong sect is, it is also a distance away from the star realm, and a disciple will always encounter misfortune when he comes out to practice." The eyes of the Supreme Elder of the Bai family were filled with cold and killing light, and he said, "Yes, since he dares to come here to offend us, then let him travel on the dazzling continent forever. No, I will inform the space pirates after he dies. Try to transport his body out of the dazzling continent and destroy it. Even Even if the people of the Qinglong sect are to question him, what will they do if there is no proof? The three supreme elders looked at their descendants and told them coldly, we have already said this, we must keep this matter secret and we must not show any malice in front of them. This matter can only be, we know that you three guys must keep the secret, otherwise our three families will suffer genocide and no one will be able to save us. Although the three young masters are usually a bit stubborn, when they encountered such a thing at this point they naturally became sober. Tai Shang elder, we understand, we will not tell this matter even if we die. We understand the seriousness of the pros and cons of this level. Very good. The three supreme elders nodded with satisfaction. The three people asked curiously, so supreme elder, when will you take action? Do you need to send more manpower? The three supreme elders said, you don't need to know this. From now on you go back and practice hard to improve your cultivation. You are so high that you can't interfere with the NET thing. Just leave it to us three old guys. Okay, we understand. The three nodded. You guys go back first. Under the order of the supreme elder, the three of them had to go home first. The remaining three people flew towards the other side. Although we were all outside just now, some of the auras on that boy's body were a bit weird. However, according to our many years of experience, although this boy is a disciple of the Qinglong sect, he is definitely not an inner disciple. He can only be an outer disciple, and Qinglong, the outer disciples of the sect, can only reach the realm of true immortals, and that's about the same as what we can perceive from them. But just in case we hide and observe for a while, we can't take action within the Luhi River Basin. In this case, the possibility of us being suspected is as high as 100%. The three of them were discussing. In the end, after some discussion, the three of them quickly determined the NET plan, just waiting for implementation. At the same time, in the Central Territory Lord Hall in Luhi City, with the departure of those three people, there were only 8 people left here. Territory Lord Xia Taeyang's eyes moved to the 4 guard. The 4 guard suddenly felt that they were being stared at by the fierce dragon, and there was a possibility of being swallowed at any time. Territory Lord Xia Taeyang's eyes moved and he said leisurely, you are the guard and the enforcers of the rules in Luhi City. Hey, you must have eyes. The 4 of them trembled with fear on their faces and quickly raised their hands. Here, stand back. Xia Taeyang waved. Yes. The 4 of them finally waited for the words they all wanted to hear. How could they dare to neglect them? They immediately echoed, then took a few steps back before slowly turning around and leaving. Long Fei, now that the matter has come to an end, I, the Territory Lord, will leave first so as not to disturb your boss's rest. Wait. Out of politeness, Long Fei cupped his hands, and when he turned around to leave, he was stopped by the Domain Lord's voice. Long Fei stopped in his footsteps, turned around and looked at Territory Lord Xia Taeyang with a question mark on his face, and then said, does anything else happen, Territory Lord? So many people are afraid of me, but you are not afraid of me at all. Are you really not afraid, or are you just pretending to be calm? After Long Fei's footsteps stopped, Xia Taeyang turned around and flew slowly towards the main seat in front. As he flew, his voice came out and there was a clear echo in the entire hall. Turned around and looked at Long Fei. After Long Fei heard this, he thought, what on earth does this old guy want to do? Long Fei showed a humorous smile. The Territory Lord won't kill me. Why should I be afraid of the Territory Lord? Hey, interesting little guy, Xia Taeyang said, and suddenly the smile on his face suddenly disappeared and a cold look came out. Then if I want to kill you now? As the voice sounded, a terrifying aura of murderous intent and coldness rushed directly to Long Fei. The atmosphere in the entire hall changed 360 degrees and the temperature dropped to freezing. Damn it, are you really here? How many years have it passed and you are still playing? Long Fei's expression changed and his body twisted, but his body was restrained by this force and could not move. Young man from the Qinglong sect, let this domain master see how capable you are. After saying that, Xia Taeyang directly poured pressure on Long Fei like crazy, and all the true immortals and mysterious immortals came out of his mind. Li Su and Luo Lian looked on, feeling the terrifying power of the Territory Lord. Even they were extremely afraid of it and they couldn't resist it, let alone this person. Feeling the envelope of endless pressure, Long Fei instantly felt that his whole body was hundreds or even tens of thousands times heavier. Well, Long Fei opened his mouth and shouted, old guy, don't go too far, enough is enough. At this moment a green light dragon power burst out from his body, and the extremely domineering power of the chaotic blue dragon bloodline instantly broke through this layer of coercion, and then the hall shook with a loud bang. What? Xia Taeyang and the other 3 looked shocked. What kind of power is this? Chapter 393 Ancient Ruins. Information. Skyflower. The terrifying dragon roar rushed out from the hall, and the rich and dazzling blue light began to rush around the hall instantly on Long Fei, breaking through Xia Taeyang's pressure below and colliding with the pressure above. From this moment on, Xia Taeyang, Li Su and Luo Lian's expressions changed with shock. Their eyes widened and their whole bodies were full of shock and disbelief. From the mysterious and terrifying aura of dragon power in front of them. They felt the powerful cold and lonely flavor of ancient times, prehistoric times, and even chaos. This coercive aura can deeply affect the mentality of the three people. Retreat. Xia Taiyang gave orders to the two of them and he waved them with one hand. The two forces collided again. Boom, bang. The energy of the explosion was pulled out of the main hall door by a strong airflow and an extremely high temperature heat wave rolled in. If anyone was still standing here, they would probably suffer severe burns or even die. The terrible high temperature heat wave melted some of the walls around the hall and a long path burned by the heat wave appeared on the road ahead. Hot air fills the trace road. At this moment inside the main hall, Long Fei, whose whole body was in an explosive state, stared at Xia Taiyang in front of him with his cold and stern Chaos Azure Dragon pupil. The Chaos Azure Dragon totem tattoo was revealed under the clothes on Long Fei's body. With the blessing of various effects, his power rapidly increased exponentially. Sensing Long Fei's current state, the prescience of Xia Taiyang and the other three people couldn't help but change, and they were immediately attracted by Long Fei's current state. Such a powerful strength, indeed worthy of being a trained disciple from the Qinglong sect. The Qinglong sect is indeed extraordinary. Xia Taiyang's face was moved and he felt emotional. Long Fei's prescience was cold and stern, and a cold and solemn voice sounded, "Lord Xia, do you know that your behavior this time is very dangerous? I can look at the problem from another angle. Are you launching a hostile attack on our Qinglong sect?" "Alright." After hearing this, Xia Taiyang closed his eyes and the aura on his body gradually faded and then slowly said, "I am solely responsible for all the actions just now. It was just a misunderstanding. Please don't take it to heart, little friend Long, who just tested you." Snort. Long Fei snorted coldly and said, "If I knew you really wanted to kill me, this hall would no longer exist. Actually, I really want to experience the power of Xian Yan in advance." As he spoke, the aura on his body gradually faded away. Xia Taiyang said, "The reason why I test you like this is because we have difficulties. I'd like to hear it." Long Fei looked at him with a sneer. "You old guy, after doing this one thing you come up with another one? Are you tired?" Xia Taiyang's eyes were filled with information and he opened mouth. "Your strength has passed my test. I hope you can join our Luhi region for the time being and enter the ancient ruins on behalf of our Luhi region in 5 days. As soon as he heard about the ancient ruins, Long Fei's eyes flashed with light, but he was not blinded but narrowed his eyes slightly. "Where is this ancient ruin?" Xia Taiyang said his location is in the largest desert in the west of the dazzling continent, but he does not exist in that area. It belongs to a concept similar to a dimensional world, and the only entrance there is in the Seagull Ridge to the east. After hearing this information, Long Fei immediately grasped the first point, the desert, etc. Could it be there? The place he was thinking about was the desert where he and Zhang Kainian were teleported. There was indeed a place similar to this thing there, but it was very strange. It was obviously it is, but it feels like it doesn't exist. Long Fei visualized the scene and asked in front of the three people, "Is it this desert?" Xia Taiyang and the other three were stunned for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, it's right here." "But how did you know?" Long Fei said without detail, "This is where I was teleported from the transfer station. At that time I felt that something was not right here, but I couldn't tell for sure, but I could feel the ancient atmosphere that was incompatible with the surroundings. Only he himself knows whether the words are true or false." Xia Taiyang didn't care whether what he said was true or false. It had no impact on him at all. Xia Taiyang slowly opened his mouth and continued, "After this entrance is opened, it will definitely attract powerful people from many forces. It is not surprising that it can even attract people from other alien world entering and fighting for the things inside, but it is also extremely dangerous inside, and he has a big restriction. The people who can enter can only be above the Earth Immortal and below the Xian Immortal." Long Fei is not stupid. There is no free lunch in the world. He does not want to be plotted. "There are quite a few of you in the Luhi region who meet this condition. Why should you choose me?" He pursed his lips. "Is it possible that there are no such people in your Luhi region?" Xia Taiyang, "The reason why I chose you is that you are very powerful. Of course you are not the only one who enters from our Luhi region. Besides you there are 4 others. These 4 people are all the talents of the younger generation in our Luhi region, but there is still some gap compared to you. But I only have one purpose, so let me tell you clearly." Having said this, he paused for a moment and continued to speak with a complicated prescience on his face. "I saw in ancient books a treasure called the Sty Flower that can reunite a person's 7 souls and SI souls. I only need this. He is very important to me. It's very important. Everything else you get from it belongs to you. This is an open cooperation. The Flower of Sty, which can reunite 7 souls and SI souls. Is there still such a treasure in this world? Are you deceived by ancient book?" Long Fei frowned, and as he spoke he thought to himself, could it be that he wanted to gather his 7 souls and SI souls to resurrect his dead wife? From the information the system just gave him. It can be seen that his wife is dead. No, all three of them are dead. It's really pitiful. Xia Taiyang said, no, I had the same idea as you before, but in the past whenever the entrance was opened we would send people into E-floor, but I did not tell them this information. But I did not find any similar instance for a long time until last time a person brought out the shadow stone of a dead disciple. From this shadow stone I discovered a life that was very similar to the sty flower in terms of shape and characteristic. Although there was only a shadow, I can tell that it is the sty flower. Long Fei frowned. Do you know that once this treasure comes out it will definitely bring about countless killings? If you tell me such a treasure and such information, you are not afraid that I will take it and run away without giving it to you? Be careful. Xia Taiyang's answer made Long Fei stunned for a moment, feeling extremely surprised because Xia Taiyang's tone was very firm and convinced. Why? Long Fei asked. Xia Taiyang said, something tells me intuitively that you are not that kind of person and you will not do such a thing. You can make me trust you. So magical? Did you know that sometimes your intuition can be wrong? Long Fei's lips twitched. Others may know it but pretend you don't. Xia Taiyang said. Ha ha ha. Long Fei laughed, feeling so comfortable for the first time. Okay, I'm just saying this to you, I'm helping you, but what I can get after entering the ancient ruins is my ability. This is not a reward, so I need additional reward. What do you want? Xia Taiyang looked very calm because everything was normal. Long Fei waved his hand and said with enthusiasm, I am not interested in power, status or money. I need you to use your strongest and peak state to fight me seriously. Okay, it's a deal. Xia Taiyang was very surprised but finally nodded decisively. It's a deal. Long Fei laughed. Chapter 394. Two young men. Then Xia Taiyang arranged for Long Fei to be a distinguished guest, and he was led by an elder to settle down in a luxurious room in the central palace. Originally he had planned to go back to the original place to stay, but now that he had such a benefit and the opportunity to see the scene in the central palace, he naturally would not let it go and readily agreed. And Xia Taiyang also knows I learned about Long Fei's participation in the alchemist conference tomorrow. Long Fei came to the room in front and the elder behind him said, Master Long, this is where you will live from now on. This is the key to this room. If you have nothing to do you can take a walk nearby. I will go back and recover first. With that said, he handed the key in Long Fei's hand. Okay, you go back first. Long Fei nodded after taking it and gently stopped. The elder turned around and used his magical body skills, leaving behind an after image and disappearing from the place. He came to the door and unlocked the door with the key, then gently pushed the double doors forward with both hands. The ancient and nostalgic sound of the door cracking sounded. Although this is the central palace in the Luhe region, the layout is similar to that of the Huaia Imperial Palace, and it is not as fantastic as imagined. And outside there is a courtyard all around. The site is very spacious and the changing seasons make the vegetation planted in the courtyard grow towards their proper life characteristic. Long Fei walked and spent some time walking around and took a look and found that the place had been cleaned up in advance. After a little adapting to the new environment, Long Fei closed the door and planned to go out for a walk. After a day of various things, it was already dark. At this moment in the central palace, countless neat lights lit up hanging on the roof was very beautiful. It's a big place and you can see people showing up from time to time. Long Fei followed the main road in front of him and planned to leave the palace and take a look outside. Apart from seeing a few people along the way, not much happened. But at this moment, when he thought everything was going smoothly, a loud shout rang out from the other side of him. Long Fei stopped slowly and looked over curiously with slightly narrowed eyes. Just from the tone of this voice you can hear the unpleasant reception. Naturally I am very unhappy when my admiring state of mind is suddenly interrupted. He saw two tall young men walking towards this side, but they were not as tall as him. In his eyes they were considered dwarfs at most. The clothes on these two people also had round t-shirts on their waist. There is no difference between the jade nuggets except for some differences in color. People who don't know think that these two people are twin brothers who look very similar. The temperament of the two people coupled with their matching outfits, no matter they are twins or not, they must be young masters from rich or noble families. If they can enter this central domain palace, then these two people have unusual backgrounds. There is probably an elder of Xian Ian in their family. Who are you? Do we know each other? Long Fei moved the corner of his mouth slightly and said, You don't need to know who we are, you just need to know that both of us are people you can't afford to offend. Just answer our questions obediently. The two young men came to Long Fei. Their arrogant and questioning tone made them feel that they were superior from the beginning. They did not put Long Fei in their eyes at all. They said, We have lived in the palace all year round, but we have never seen you. You, who is it? Outsiders are not allowed to enter the central domain palace at will. Long Fei smiled coldly, looking at the two of them with a hint of ridicule and disdain. I am the distinguished guest invited by your domain lord. Now do you know who I am? A distinguished guest invited by the domain lord? The two turned to look at each other, then covered their stomachs with both hands and laughed mockingly. Ha 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 ha. This young master made me laugh to death. Just you? You don't even have a hair like this, and you are the honored guest invited by our lord of the territory? This is really shameless. Oh no, if you wanted to be shameless you wouldn't be able to tell such a shameless lie. Tell us the truth, who are you? Otherwise don't blame us for being rude to you. The three people roared angrily, and suddenly the immortal energy surged out of their bodies. A sharp long sword appeared in each of their hands, one red and one green, overwhelming others in terms of momentum. This is the rhythm of fighting. If you disagree, the behavior and temper of the two of you are very dangerous. Long Fei narrowed his eyes slightly, showing no fear at all. Instead he slowly raised his hand and tapped the air towards the two of them with a playful smile. To him the behavior of these two people was just like children whining and making random moves without knowing the situation. In the end it was himself and even the family members behind him who were unlucky. Danger? Haha, we still don't know how to write the word danger. If you don't give me an explanation today you won't be able to leave this place. It's time for you to test the power of the fairy sword we just got today. The two laughed again and then looked arrogant, as if having a fairy sword is a great thing and can give Long Fei a blow. He looks down on others. Long Fei's tone began to become cold. It is a fact that the domain lord treats me as a distinguished guest. It doesn't matter to me whether you believe it or not, but you still really take action today. I promise that no matter how powerful the forces behind you are, anyone who is powerful will definitely regret what they did today. Children who don't stop are annoying. Moreover, these two people are only first level true immortals. How dare a first level true immortal dare to fight against his mid-7th level true immortal opponent? Isn't this courting death? Long Fei chose to ignore the two of them and continued to walk forward, and his speed was very fast. No, this guy has been posed by us and is running away. Chase him quickly and don't let him escape. Come on, we've caught the thief. Seeing Long Fei leaving faster and faster, the two of them suddenly became uneasy, shouted, and also used their movement speed to quickly chase Long Fei. But Long Fei was very fast and there was no way the two little guys could catch up with him. The two of them were chasing and shouting, but the strange thing was that no one around them paid attention to him. On the contrary, the surroundings were terrifyingly quiet. No one except themselves was missing. It was dark at night and so quiet. It was really scary. Why is it so strange here? Why do I feel so strange? The two of them kept looking around, but at this moment Long Fei's figure had long since disappeared. At this moment a voice sounded. This is the formation barrier world I set up. There are only two possibilities for you to leave. The first is to use all means to find an exit mechanism, and the second is to stab each other deeply in the heart. Sometimes the easiest way is to take that step bravely. Okay, just take your time and remember to believe what I say in the future. Chapter 395. The news of Kinkai. After the two young men heard this phantom chant-like sound, their prescience changed drastically the moment they learned that they were trapped in the formation. Impossible. When did it happen? Why didn't we notice it at all just now? At this point, the two of them looked at each other and they could see the unbelievable turmoil in their eyes. No matter what, the two of them are truly first-level true immortals. How could they not even realize this? When did it happen? From the faces of the two people we can see the panic prescience. They are neither in front nor behind, and now they are truly in a dilemma. Closing their eyes, they need to calm down now and think carefully about when they fell into the formation barrier before. Soon they discovered the problem from the details of their memories, and they fell into it the moment they felt something was wrong. No, it should be before that. That's right, that's the time when the two of them were halfway through chasing Long Fei. This person's formation and formation skills are very terrifying. The two people who opened their eyes looked at each other with shock, and at the same time cold sweat broke out on their forehead. Having this strength does not mean that what you said before is true or false. Thief, let us out quickly. We are members of the Ye family in the Central Domain Palace. You are not someone you can provoke at all. As long as you let us out now and we can forget about the apology. The two young men did not realize the seriousness of the matter. Instead of reflecting on their own problems, they continued to say these unpleasant words in an intensified manner. You two should come out on your own. I don't have time to waste time with you two rubbish. Bye. The fastest way to get out is to stab each other deeply, as I just said. Whether you can do it or not is up to you. Believe it or not. Ha ha ha. Long Fei's laughter became amusing after reverberating in this formation-bound world. Yejin, the young man holding the blue sword tightly, looked angry and gloomy. Damn it, you bastard. Another young man, Ye Piao, who was holding a red sword tightly, looked at the red sword in his hand and said, let's first see if we can break this formation according to what we have learned. Don't be angry. That bastard has disappeared. Now the most important thing right now is to break this damn formation barrier. Compared with Yejin, Ye Piao seems to be calm when thinking about the current problem. He is also angry, but now that the matter has reached this point, even if he presses it will be of no use. He understands this. Ye Jin gritted his teeth. Okay, I want to see what's so great about this formation. The two began to look for unusual aspects of the formation and performed a series of formation breaking moves they had learned. The two people here are busy, but the scene outside is that the bodies of Ye Jin and Ye Piao are standing motionless in the corridor of the original real world. Long Fei's figure did not leave but moved back and forth around the two of them. The formation barrier he just used was mainly to pull the souls of the two people in unconsciously. This would make people think that it was the body itself, but in fact it was just the soul. Now these two bodies are empty shells without souls. It can be seen that there is no god among the two heads. Long Fei smiled and said proudly, you want to play with me? I don't care whether it's the Ye family or not. Anyone who makes me unhappy must be taught a lesson. I hope you can take that step, otherwise you will be trapped for the rest of your life. It's within that formation barrier. No one is coming, no one is seeing you. You two just have fun. I'm leaving first. After placing the two empty bodies in a corner, Long Fei decisively turned around and left. Although there were some unexpected hiccups, Long Fei still successfully walked out of the Central Domain Palace and came to play outside near the Central Domain Palace. It must be said that there was a feast of lights, a sea of people, a lot of traffic, and the streets were bustling with people. This kind of night atmosphere is a part of human life. Changlong, the lord of the Central Domain Palace, was holding a delicate bamboo pole and fishing in the pond beside Xia Taiyang. He raised his head slightly and looked at the sky above. His relaxed brows slowly wrinkled, and then he said to the old man accompanying him, it's night, go and see when little friend Long will have dinner and make preparations for him. Now he is naturally our noble soldiers, cannot be neglected, otherwise it will be an insult to me as a landlord. This old man is not one of the two elders Li Su and Luo Lian, but the housekeeper who manages each room on weekdays. After receiving the order, the old man nodded and bowed. Yes, territory lord, I will arrange everything properly to ensure that our little friend Long and his noble soldiers are satisfied and will never disgrace our Luhi territory. Territory lord Xia Taiyang smiled kindly. Well, go ahead, I can rest assured that you will do the work. The old man smiled broadly after hearing Xia Taiyang's compliment. Yes. Then he turned around and left, but within a few steps he summoned the birds that usually roamed the palace and learned the news about Long Fei from the bird's mouth. Oh, interesting little friend. With that said, he turned around and returned behind Xia Taiyang. What's wrong? Xia Taiyang was a little confused. The old man said respectfully, Lord Qingke told me that little friend Long has just left the Central Domain Palace alone. He should have gone shopping. If so, we cannot arrange dinner. Compared to him, he will be outside. Taste. Flying is prohibited in the Luhi area, and the prohibition applies to people. I don't think these beings who need to fly are not among the prohibited object. That's why bird can fly in the Central Palace to know the movements of Long Fei. This is what Xia Taiyang promised. After hearing this, Xia Taiyang slowly stroked his long beard and nodded. In that case, let's stop first and prepare my share. Both of them looked like old men, but Xia Taiyang was several times older than the housekeeper. Anyway, Xia Taiyang was currently the oldest and most powerful person in the Luhi region. Xia Taiyang is 800 years old, and the old man in front of him is only about the same age as Li Su and Luo Lian, who are both 500 years old. The old man smiled mysteriously. Yes, in addition to this piece of information, Territory Master Qingke also discovered something interesting. Oh, interesting things about little friend Long. Xia Taiyang seemed to be very concerned about Long Fei now. As long as it's about Long Fei, he wants to hear about it. It belongs to little friend Long. The old man said he also met the two little guys Ye Jin and Ye Qi from the Ye family, but these two were strangers to little friend Long and thought they were thieves who had broken in without permission. I drew my sword and tried to grab it, but for some reason the two of them suddenly stopped moving. After listening to the old man's description, Xia Taiyang roughly understood it, although it was not very detailed. He frowned and said, it seems that the people in the Central Domain Palace still don't know Long Fei's identity. Please go and pass on this news later to avoid causing inconvenience in the future. Those who don't know are doing this for the sake of the safety of the Central Domain Palace. No need to punish them now. Go and move the bodies of those two little guys over and let me take a look. Yes. Chapter 396 Blue Water Dragon and Fini Tower. While the two were discussing, Long Fei had now come to a very luxurious and noble tea house and sat down. He ordered a pot of noble Tianjing dragon tea and drank it cup by cup slowly while waiting for the food to be served. Look at the lively and bustling streets outside the tea house. His current location is on the 5th floor of the Bishui Longfeng Tea House in Linggong Street outside the Central Palace. Bishui Longfeng Tea House has a long history which has been updated and developed through the craftsmanship of each generation. The cultural heritage is also very deep. This tea house has 5 floors in total. The current 5th floor is the highest, except except for the bottom tip. And the price of each floor of Bishui Longfeng Tea House is also very particular. The tea level on the first floor cost 1000 fairy coin. The tea level on the second floor cost 5000 fairy coins each. The tea level on the third floor cost 10,000 fairy coin. The tea level on the fourth floor cost 40,000 fairy coin. The tea level on the fifth floor cost 80,000 fairy coins each. Such a large price range is beyond the reach of ordinary people, so 99% of the people who come here are dignitaries, wealthy families or individuals. You have to give so many fairy coins before you eat and you can't get them back. Fortunately, Long Fei is a rich man. In this era, rich people naturally want to enjoy themselves, so he can't treat himself badly. Money, those are all small things. The 80,000 fairy coins tea level fee is worthless to him. Money is a trivial matter. The most important thing is enjoyment and faith. So just now, under the contemptuous look of the waiter, he threw out 80,000 fairy coins without blinking an eye and slapped him hard in the face, only to be rewarded with a polite nod and bow like a pug from behind. Looking at the scenery outside, drinking the top-notch Tianjing dragon tea priced at 10,000 fairy coins, eating free refreshments and watching the very unique scene from the perspective of the fifth floor. This is life. Long Fei let out a sigh of relief, took a deep breath, drank a sip of the beautiful tea, closed his eyes and swallowed it. It was very delicious. The rich tea flavor lingered in his mouth without feeling greasy at all. He opened his mouth and slowly spit out a sip. Breathing out, his eyes sparkled when he opened them. "Sir, your dinner is ready." At this time, a beautiful young lady wearing a red flower skirt with a hip-hugging appearance, delicate appearance, long white legs, white skin, plump jade rabbit and long black hair appeared. The woman came to Long Fei and after casting a flirtatious look, her little cheeks turned slightly rosy, and then she took out all of Long Fei's set of banquets from the savings ring specially used to store food. Long Fei's light followed her hand and looked at the table. Several rays of light came out individually on the table. What was left behind after the light was gone was the rich fragrance, followed by the various delicacies he had ordered before. Today Long Fei only drinks tea but not alcohol, so there is no wine. "Master, please use it with caution. The Ijia will leave first." The woman turned slightly thin and was about to leave after saying that, but was stopped by Long Fei, etc. The latter's voice was very plain. "Young master, if you have any other instructions, please just ask," the woman said quickly, her voice sweet and charming. Long Fei said calmly, "If you fill up another pot of Tianjing dragon tea, the price will go up." "It's the young master." The woman took the empty teapot and left, twisting her hips and waist. Long Fei picked up his chopstick and began to liquidate the goods very unceremoniously. But in such a noble place he still behaves like a gentleman. The woman's hands and feet were very fast, and in less than a minute she had brought a full pot of Tianjing dragon tea to Long Fei's table and placed it on it. "It tastes good. I got my money's worth." Long Fei picked up the toilet paper and gently wiped his lips, speaking softly in a gentlemanly manner. The woman's sweet voice sounded from her mouth, "As long as you are happy, sir. If we charge this price at Bishui Longfeng Tea House, we will not lose the delicious food that this price can afford." Long Fei nodded. "Go and do your work. Everything is fine here for the time being." "Good, sir." The woman left after a little while. Long Fei continued his disc operation. At the same time, on the other side, at this moment the old housekeeper had moved the bodies of Yejin and Ye Piao to the pond where the domain lord Xia Taiyang was. Looking at the two people who were as motionless as wooden fish, Xia Taiyang already noticed what was wrong after just one glance. The old housekeeper looked at the two people and said respectfully to Xia Taiyang, "These two have been like this since the beginning. They can't even shout or pat." After Xia Taiyang hummed in a low voice, he didn't say anything more but raised his hand decisively. A wave of fairy power instantly wrapped their bodies, and then they were thrown fiercely into the pool on the side. The old housekeeper looked on without saying anything. He also understood that territory lord Xia Taiyang had his own reasons for doing this. The net moment the two of them rose up from the water again under the control of fairy spiritual power, but they were still in the same state as before. At this moment Xia Taiyang frowned, feeling incredible, and murmured in a low voice, "Did I see it wrong?" The old housekeeper frowned. "Lord, what's going on? I feel like the souls of these two people are not in their bodies, as if they were pulled out by some mysterious force." Xia Taiyang was puzzled. "You are right. There is indeed something wrong with the souls of these two people, but they have not been tracked. However, they are in the body but not in the body. This is very strange." He looked at the old housekeeper. "Are you really sure that they became like this after coming into contact with little friend Long?" The old housekeeper was very confident about his Kinkei and nodded. "Yes, territory lord. The old Kinkei has been with me for nearly 30 years and has never made any mistake. It turns out that this is the case. Then the person who ties the bell must untie it," the domain lord said. The old housekeeper said, "Do you need me to invite little friend long back now? Xia Taiyang nodded. Go, otherwise those people in the Ye family will get angry again. Although they are all my subordinates, as the boss of these people I naturally don't want to see that happen. Yes. The old housekeeper left. At the same time, in the central domain palace, the Ye family, a beautiful woman was sitting at the dining table with several members of her family. When she saw that the original figure was missing from the seat, the beautiful woman asked the maid standing behind her, "It's this time, how can we talk to each other? Pyre hasn't come back yet." "Madam, the two young masters usually come back at this time after going out, but it's late today and we don't know why. They should be on their way back." The maid quickly bowed her head in response. Her status was low risk. The beautiful woman's voice suddenly became louder. "Why are you still hanging around here? Why don't you quickly organize and go out to look for Jinner, Pyre and the others?" "Yes, let's go right now." The maids were so frightened that they trembled and nodded in fear, then left quickly. Chapter 397. Is it resolved? On the other side, Long Fei finished his meal and came to the checkout time. Looking at the numbers on the bill, his face was not moved at all. He directly threw 50,000 fairy coins into the woman's hand, got up and left. After leaving the tea house, I hadn't warmed my stomach yet and planned to go shopping in interesting places around, but at this moment a strange old man came to Long Fei. "Hello, Mr. Long." The old man who came here was the housekeeper who came to invite Long Fei back on the order of the domain lord Xia Taiyang. Long Fei frowned and his eyes condensed. He could feel a very powerful charm from the aura emanating from the old man in front of him. This old guy is at least starting at the Xuan level. For a moment I made a decision in my heart. Could it be that the family members of those two little guys are here? Is it over? Then I thought about it and realized that this was the only possibility. Long Fei's tone was rather calm. "Who is the old gentleman?" The old housekeeper smiled lightly and said, "I am the housekeeper who manages the affairs of the domain lord family. I came here on the domain lord's order to ask young Master Long to go back and handle some matters." "What happened to those two little guys?" Long Fei said what he had guessed in his mind. The old housekeeper was slightly stunned and nodded. "Yes, although those two little guys may have offended Mr. Long, they are members of the Ye family of our central domain palace after all. Those two little guys also don't know Taishan. Please ask Mr. Long to see it. For the domain owner's sake, don't argue with him." Long Fei showed a meaningful smile. "If I don't measure with them, then they or the people behind me will come to me to measure right." The old housekeeper once again moved out Xia Taiyang to explain the words of the territory lord in the Luhe region are heaven. They dare not violate it, otherwise they will not be able to afford the price. "Okay, then you can take me there." Long Fei nodded. After all, he had seen most of what he came out to see. After eating and drinking, it was time to go back to sleep. It was just a pleasant journey. After Long Fei nodded in agreement, the old housekeeper waved his hand and two rays of light appeared on the two of them and then disappeared directly without knowing what kind of secret method was used. This secret technique cannot be used at any time. It must first locate a place, and the location where the old housekeeper has lived in the palace for many years is naturally located there. In the blink of an eye, the net second, the scene in front of Long Fei changed drastically from the one just now. "There are three people in front of you. They are all familiar." The two young men who stood still were Ye Piao and Ye Jin, and the other one was Xia Taiyang, the eldest brother of the territory lord. "Lord, Mr. Long is here." The old housekeeper spoke out. Territory Lord Xia Taiyang smiled and said kindly, "Little friend Long, I'm disturbing you by having you come over at this time, but you need to help me unlock the spells on these two little guys, otherwise I won't be able to communicate with their families." Plain. Long Fei slowly shook his head and said softly, "It seems they still don't have the courage to take that step, otherwise they would have come out long ago." "That step? What is it?" Xia Taiyang and the housekeeper were both curious and confused. Could there be some misunderstanding in this that the two of them are unaware of? Didn't King K see it? The old housekeeper was suspicious. "Then I heard Long Fei say I sent their two souls into another formation, but their souls are still inside the body and cannot be awakened. And within the formation I told them how to break it, which only requires two people to stab each other deeply into their heart." After hearing this, Xia Taiyang and the housekeeper were stunned and their eyes widened. Their faces twitched slightly and they soon calmed down and understood what was going on. Xia Taiyang was speechless and said, "Your cracking method is really different from other people. What about the eternal solution?" Xia Taiyang asked. "The eternal method of cracking it? Of course, that's it." Long Fei said meaningfully, quickly pinched 3 times with one hand to form different mark and then penetrated the two people's forehead. "Untie, pray." Suddenly there seemed to be a voice that sounded in the souls of Ye Piao and Ye Jin, and then the bodies with dull eyes recovered. The bodies of the two of them were trembling greatly, and the touch just now was like the souls that had been pulled out of the body and were forcibly recalled back into the body. The two of them turned pale for a while, then recalled what they had just experienced, and it suddenly seemed like a dream and then they began to feel angry. "Are we coming out?" the two of them murmured verbally, and at first sight they saw a familiar figure. It was Long Fei. "Damn it, it's him, kill him!" Looking at Long Fei with a smile on his face, he was furious and wanted to kill him, but at this moment an inapplicable pressure fell on the two of them. "Presumptuous!" A cold shout sounded from Xia Taiyang's mouth. The two people were startled. Suddenly both of them were quite familiar with the voice. Then they turned around to look at their faces. Their expressions frozen, gradually turning into fear, and their voices trembled. "Lord of the territory, why are you here?" Their faces, which were already pale, turned even paler now that they were frightened. "This is my garden. Why do you think I am here?" After saying that, Xia Taiyang snorted coldly also. "You two actually dare to attack my noble soldiers. Are you looking for death?" His eyes looked at Long Fei. The two people understood immediately and swallowed. "Are you really a noble soldier?" Long Fei looked indifferent. "Do you think it is necessary for me to lie to you two first-level true immortals? If I really want to kill you, do you think you can still stand here talking and being afraid? For these stubborn disciples, such lessons will be the most effective method." Xia Taiyang's eyes were locked on Ye Qi and Ye Jin. "You have received the punishment you deserve and this matter is over. Is there anything wrong with you two?" Both of them were so frightened that they broke out in a cold sweat. They were so frightened that they dared to ask any question. He nodded and then shook his head and said, no problem. Just end it like this. We really didn't know that this young master is really a noble soldier before." Ignoring what the two said, Xia Taiyang gave a warning. "After returning to your Ye family, you two are also smart people. You should know what to say and what to do, right?" "Understood." The two nodded. "Very good, let's send them two out." Xia Taiyang didn't want to look at the two of them again, so he gave the order directly to the old housekeeper. "It's the domain lord." After receiving the order, the old housekeeper looked at the two of them. "You two little guys, go back." After saying that, he waved his hand. A ray of light appeared and the three of them disappeared. As for why the old man still needs to follow, he certainly has his reason. After all, this is what the territory lord ordered. "Lord, can I leave now?" Long Fei asked. Xia Taiyang's tone softened. "You have to participate in the alchemist conference competition tomorrow, so go back and rest early." "Okay." Chapter 398. The alchemist competition begins. One night is so short, and for a monk it is completely negligible. The moment the pale yellow sun rises, it means that the net morning has arrived here, and all those of us can do is adapt day by day. In the Luhi River basin, from the moment the sun lit up the world, there was a violent and loud sound of gongs and drum, very intense, very loud. Within Luhi region, people of all sizes in Luhi city quickly swarmed out and headed towards the central square. Today is another wonderful celebration here. The alchemist conference has officially begun. The alchemists from the Luhi area and the surrounding areas entered the home field one after another. The senior officials of the Alchemist Guild and some prominent figures in the Luhi region also arrived one by one. After all, it is the Alchemist Conference of the Luhi region. As the lord of the Luhi region, Xia Taiyang naturally cannot be absent. Xia Taiyang and many elders arrived at the highest position in the square one after another and moved down according to their status. In the eyes of everyone there was excitement and joy. "Lord of the territory! Lord of the territory!" everyone shouted. On the other side, Long Fei also got up early from his room in the palace, but he did not follow Xia Taiyang and the others. Instead, he was led by the housekeeper to a place inside the square and found the people he had already communicated with. Unfortunately, this person happened to be Dian Yu, and I don't know if it was a deliberate arrangement, but no matter what, Long Fei didn't bother to pay attention to those troublesome things. Dian Yu took Long Fei to an indoor passage. He could see many people gathered here. All of them were alchemists and they all came to participate in the competition today. The staff were registering quickly. Long Fei said to Dian Yu, "Didn't you register for the drill yesterday? Why are there so many people now?" Dian Yu shook his head, put his hands behind his back and smiled lightly. "Yesterday was just a preview and there was no registration. The registration is today, but I and the domain owner have already communicated with each other. The registration is complete and we have obtained the registration certificate. We need to queue up." I really didn't expect that this Mr. Long would be so valued by the domain lord. It really surprised us all. Long Fei gave up gently with a humble face. "Where is it? Does this allow enough time to make arrangement?" Then quickly changed the topic. What surprised Dian Yu was that Long Fei was so close to the territory lord. Is it because of the Qinglong sect? Or are there other reasons? No matter what, he was just curious and didn't ask too much. After all, this was someone else's business, and his job is to do a good job in dealing with Long Fei. Dian Yu chuckled and explained, "This has been done in this way all the time. Our staff here are experienced," and quickly responded to the problem. "Mr. Long doesn't need to worry about anything." Long Fei stretched out his hand and gently rubbed the tip of his chin, then nodded. "That's it." The two came to the door. From here, looking outside, they could clearly see the layout and distribution directions of the various alchemy tables outside. The square is very large with a total of 100 alchemy tables, so 100 is a batch. If this continues, all the alchemists will be able to participate in it very quickly. This is equivalent to an assembly line factory. It's interesting, Long Fei said lightly. After a pause, Dian Yu's eyes changed slightly. Do you have any information on the reward for this competition? Dian Yu replied mysteriously, no, the president still hasn't revealed it to us, but it's definitely not a simple treasure. It must be a precious treasure. There may be an immortal treasure. After a pause he quickly continued, if my guess is correct, it should be announced in the finals. After all, it is still early. Long Fei pondered for a moment. How many levels of knockout are there in this alchemist competition? You should know this, right? The elimination rounds of the alchemist competition are divided into 4 levels. Dian Yu explained. The initial group elimination rounds are conducted in batches of 100 people, and only the best 30 people are left in each batch, and these people will enter the second level. The second level will fill the entire square and start elimination. The third level will be the finals. The fourth level will be the top 5 finals competition. Long Fei nodded secretly while listening. Although Dian Yu did not explain everything in detail, he was smart enough to draw inferences from the latter's words and understand many unsaid meanings. The competition will start soon. You are the first batch. You can choose the alchemy table based on the random numbers on the certificate later. Dian Yu looked at the surrounding atmosphere and the time period and hosted that he has extremely rich experience in several alchemist competitions, and this time he is the referee. Okay. Long Fei followed the team and walked directly outside. As soon as he went out, he was greeted by the sun above his head and the warm cheers of the audience inside and outside the stadium, very lively and passionate. On the stage, Xia Taiyang's eyes swept across everyone and soon landed on Long Fei. Long Fei was very sensitive and he immediately realized that a pair of eyes were watching him. He quickly raised his head in that direction, and just like that he met the eyes of Territory Lord Xia Taiyang. Both of them smiled and nodded in response to each other. Then he walked towards the alchemy table. Soon 100 people entered the venue one after another and stood at their corresponding position. The scene is grand and everyone has their own method. These people are young men and women of the younger generation, and Long Fei feels that he is the youngest here in terms of age. After all, he is currently less than 40 years old and should be around 33 or 34 years old. Anyway, he has forgotten about it after not remembering it for so long. Directly opposite and above, a white-haired old man sits in the first place among the alchemists. This person is the president of the Alchemist Guild. The president stood up and first bowed to Xia Taiyang and others who were taller on the other side. Xia Taiyang and others nodded in response. After doing all this, the president's eyes were on the person below. I am Chang Luo, the president of the Luhe Region Alchemist Guild. There are 2 groups of people in this first 100-man alchemist competition. I announce that the first one will the 30th Luhe Region Alchemist competition now officially begin. As guild president, Chang Luo's voice fell. A formation of light appeared on everyone's alchemy table, and then a volume of documents and medicinal materials appeared on the table. Everyone's goals for refining medicine are different. They are all medicine refining tasks matched according to their level. The first task is to refine it. However, most of the people present were first level immortal level alchemists, and the strongest ones were only second level immortal level alchemists. Everyone quickly opened the documents in their hands and started looking at them. This document records the steps of refining medicine and the names and introductions of the Eli IRS that need to be refined. The main content is quite complete. After all, this is the knockout tournament with the largest number of games. Chapter 399. Long Fei's deduction. Long Fei carefully read the information contained in the document. He picked out what he wants to refine is a first-class immortal level Eli IR. The name of this Eli IR is Shinayudan. The Shinayudan is a medicine that allows the user's soul to be drawn into the universe and comprehend its mysteries. Even if it only comprehends a small amount of benefits, it is very huge, and it also has a certain strengthening effect on the soul. This state of enlightenment can last for an hour. There are an astonishing SI kinds of materials for the Shinayudan: mysterious soul crystal, dragon rock, flame, starry sky, beast pill, god inducing lotus seed, soul melting tinder, tai yuanya flower. Looking at the names of these materials, a layman will feel at first glance that there are several materials among these SI that seem to be unflattering. Although the names of these materials are unflattering, the functions and effects of the materials are exactly what Shinayudan has. If necessary, they will produce similar chemical reactions during the fusion period to form the elements necessary for refining the Shinayudan. After reading the document in his hand, Long Fei did not rush to start refining it immediately. Instead, he put down the document in his hand, closed his eyes and thought calmly, sorting out the information pictures in his mind. Then he opened his eyes and looked at the people around him. Many people were unable to start, but some seemed to have already started refining. You only have 2 hours to refine the medicine, so there's no rush and you can think about it carefully. Long Fei murmured he didn't care what 2 hours meant to others, it was enough for him anyway. Looking at the burning incense standing in front of him, Long Fei closed his eyes again. This time he planned to simulate a space in his mind like last time and conduct continuous refining exercises. At the same time, in addition to the audience above, Xia Taiyang also looked at Long Fei, wanting to see how capable this young man was. Slowly stroking his beard without saying much, he just scanned the bodies of each person below with his eyes. Most of these people are young people in the Luhe River Basin, and they are all the future flowers of the Luhe River Basin. The cultivated nature cannot miss this opportunity. After all, in the past alchemist competitions there were many outstanding ones who were given focus and resources for cultivation after they showed their abilities. The senior officials of the Alchemist Guild above are also focused on the performance of the alchemists below, and each stage has its own way of performance. Guild President Chang Luo squinted his eyes and stretched out his hand to move up and down the beard, naturally enjoying it very much. Everyone has their own performance. The kids in this class are all very good. Who do you think among the first 100 people to take the field will occupy the 30 spot? President Chang Luo squinted his eyes and watched. The elders and others behind him spoke. President, it's hard to say. After all, it has only just begun. Although everyone already has their own methods, this will only become apparent in the midterm. And 100 people can see flowers with their eyes. Haha, no one sees you looking with your eyes, scanning with your soul. The voices of the elders rang out one after another, and gradually it's lively. You said something to me, and the President Chang Luo just stroked his beard and said nothing but calmly looked at these people chattering, until finally the voice gradually disappeared, and then he slowly spoke. If it is true that it can only be seen in the midterm as you said, then I will not ask you who you are optimistic about. This is of course guessing in advance. He skipped the rest of the topic and directly answered the first elder's question. Yeah, that would be meaningless. Everyone's eyes returned to the people below again. Now everyone in the venue has started refining. Most of the people had cold sweat streaming from their forehead and were gritting their teeth, but it can be seen from the signs of some people's method that some people's first set of materials will be wasted. Everyone has 2 pieces of material, which is equivalent to 2 opportunities, but the eyes of several people fell on a special person. This hairless young man was closing his eyes and his body was as hard and unyielding as a stick. Until now he had not started to do anything. The materials and documents on the alchemy table seemed to be the same, didn't move. Hey, what's going on with this young man? Why haven't you taken action yet? Are you sure this guy is here to compete and not to sleep? An elder raised the joystick. His eyes completely fell on the young man and he opened his mouth and expressed many doubt. Everyone was brought over by this man's word and looked over curiously. Some people had discovered it before and just went along with it. Now it's him. 2 people were slightly stunned. These 2 people were the 2 elder eminers who had proctored Long Fei's before. As the referee, Dian Yu is now issuing instructions and presiding over the progress of the game, constantly wandering around. Oh, do you know this young man? President Chang Luo looked at the 2 people and asked curiously. The 2 elders said in a very polite tone, President, this person is very strange. He may not be sleeping when he closes his eyes. He is probably rehearsing the process of refining the medicine in his mind. He has just passed the first grade immortal level alchemy. We have seen the division's batch. A strange light flashed in President Chang Luo's eyes and he was a little surprised. Oh, this young man is the talented newcomer you mentioned before? Yes, this is the person. The 2 elders nodded. Another elder showed a trace of ridicule. Haha, the newcomer you are talking about is different and unique. The 2 elders slowly stroked their long beards. Who knows, maybe he is among the 30 people. She's quite confident, the sarcastic elder said disdainfully. Who can't say what you said? I can do it too. We are really that confident. The 2 elders nodded carelessly. Okay, just keep watching quietly. There are more than one dark horse in this class. Don't focus on just one. The gains outweigh the losses. In the end, the President Chang Luo spoke up. He had already opened his mouth to say this and the others naturally had no objections and kept their mouths shut and stopped talking about what to say. At this moment in the competition field, Long Fei slowly opened his eyes. A deep gaze emanated from it, giving people an extraordinary sense of confidence. Long Fei slapped the table and a force flew up the first set of SI materials. Then the Azure Dragon Emperor Yan was summoned in mid-air. Although he is not the only one with flames in the field, there are even many flames of various colors in the field, but the flame of Long Fei gives people a very special feeling. In this flame the other flames seem to have lost their luster. A cauldron of alchemy furnaces formed by the power of these flames was condensed on top of the Azure Dragon Emperor flame. This alchemy furnace was unique, so he started tinkering with it. This is where the alchemy begins. Chapter 400 Surprise! What kind of flame is this? Heavenly fire, fairy fire, or fairy fire? Several people who had been paying attention to Long Fei from time to time were immediately shocked when they saw the methods Long Fei used and couldn't help but slowly stood up. At this time Xia Taiyang's eyes slowly moved to Long Fei. Xia Taiyang slowly stroked his chin beard and said, "Oh, interesting little guy, he is indeed a member of the Qinglong sect. Even a flame is so different from others." The president above Chang Luo looked at the flame in Long Fei's hand carefully and analyzed. This flame is not on the immortal fire list. It seems likely to be the flame of an immortal beast. But this aura is so strange. It seems that this flame is not a kind of flame. Is it a new flame after fusion? At the same time, Long Fei was not the only one who performed well on the field, but also the other men and women. One of the men with long brown hair was very skillful in refining alchemy and was noticed by the senior elders. The same goes for one of the blue-haired women. These two people plus Long Fei naturally formed a small-scale situation of the three kingdoms. Everyone was unwilling to admit defeat and work harder. Long Fei used the most correct steps that he had always deduced in his mind to refine it. The SI materials were suspended, wrapped in a terrifying force and forcibly fused. During the fusion process they were forcibly liquefied under the scorching heat of the Azure Dragon Emperor flame. Several rays of light representing the material itself appeared. They looked scattered but so harmonious, giving people a sense of thoughtfulness and impenetrable feeling. What is he doing? Seeing that Long Fei was so violent and did not follow the refining steps but also directly condensed everything like this, the Alchemy Guild and others on the stage couldn't sit still. Such a refining method is completely dangerous for an alchemist who is only at the first level of immortal level. President Chang Luo also frowned. Such a delicate technique does not look like it was used for the first time. There are many ways to refine the ELIR. As long as it can be perfectly refined, this crude technique is still correct and feasible, but the method used by this person is extremely delicate in controlling the soul, his own power and the temperature of the flame. If he makes a mistake accidentally, all his previous efforts will be wasted. There was a pause here. Then he continued, the success rate of this method is not higher than the third level. Even if I come here and he is just a first level immortal alchemy newcomer, blindly using this method is completely superfluous and too arrogant. Another elder on the other side who was mocking the two people suddenly added, "It seems that our expectations of him are too high." Seeing this, scene just dispelled the importance we attached to him, and it may not be that not a good thing. In their hearts they believe that even their president, a super old man who makes alchemy, is not sure of success at the third level, so this newcomer who is only at the first level of immortal level has no chance of success. In their hearts they have already judged Long Fei's failure in advance. After saying that, he continued to look at the two people and mocked, "What, you guys are talking but now you still think he can do it?" When the two elders were told this, their faces became angry, their beards were about to fly and they were about to slap someone. And after what the president said to him, the two of them who had previously been full of confidence in Long Fei now gradually realized they are really guilty. In this situation it seems that the only one who can take care of him is Long Fei himself. The two of them gritted their teeth and had no choice. This person was really annoying. The two of them were furious and said coldly, "It's hard to judge the outcome until the end. What if there is a reversal?" "Reversal? Ha 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 ha." The man laughed and mocked. "Then I'll wait and see what you call a reversal. Okay, each of you has one less sentence. If you make more noise I will throw him out directly. No one will be given the honor to come." President Chang Luo's eyes flashed with a cold light, his tone became lower and his breath changed for a moment. The and just now are completely two different people. As soon as his word came out he was in this crazy state again. The three people on both sides swallowed their saliva and felt the powerful and depressing aura that suddenly enveloped their head. Their eyes were filled with fear, with trembling. Snort. The two opponents looked at each other and pressed their final stubbornness. Then the two elders clenched their fists and looked back at Long Fei. "It seems a little different." Chairman Chang Luo no longer paid attention to the three of them but returned his gaze to Long Fei. To be precise, his eyes had not moved since he just looked at him. His curiosity led him to take another look and just look. The result before them was different from the past, even somewhat beyond what each of them had imagined. When the two elders who were being ridiculed saw Long Fei's skillful skills at this moment, saw the process of refining the medicine and the results that gradually emerged, their expressions suddenly changed from anger to surprise and excitement. "What am I saying? This person is extraordinary." After finishing speaking he looked at the elder beside him with a mocking look. The elder was unconvinced and said stubbornly, "This is just now, everyone has bad luck sometimes. You just have to be shameless and suffer the consequences." The two snorted coldly. After being told this he simply ignored the two of them. The screen changed. At this moment Long Fei has put the melted liquid into the alchemy furnace that was cultivated by the Azure Dragon Emperor flame. As for the situation inside, only Long Fei himself knows. And this step is the fastest step that he has repeatedly rehearsed in his mind, skipping many complicated steps in the literature. It is also crucial. It cannot be overemphasized that whether he he can successfully condense the real Eli later depends entirely on this. One step. Powerful soul power emanated from Long Fei's body, and the soul energy that reached the Xuan level completely affected the alchemist monks around him who were very close to him. The affected people immediately felt that even the simplest breathing was a little difficult. What happened? Many people's prescience changed drastically, and they began to question. What a powerful soul energy! It completely above us. As alchemists they are very familiar and sensitive to substances like souls. These people all looked towards Long Fei. Long Fei on the other hand ignored it and was still concentrating on doing his own thing. He didn't care what happened to the others. If he really wanted to say something it would be because the other party was too rubbish and he couldn't be blamed. At this moment 4 words are most suitable to describe Long Fei. How terrifying! The powerful soul power surrounds the Emperor Flame Furnace and is smelting. As time passed bit by bit, suddenly a group of dark cloud came to cover the originally clear sky around it, and there were several thunderbolts brewing to reveal the saint.